apresenta LTA South.
E se o Tatu levantou, o Titã levanta também. Ai! O João pegou o dragão com golpear, é simplesmente sensacional! Mais o bônus da equipe da Furia, um chave! Romer, você é clutch, que jogada! Quatro abates do Gigo e a Fúria vai pra vitória! Desde 2022, a PEN Gaming tem vaga cravada em grandes finais e vai para mais uma agora na segunda etapa da LTA South. Que é o Titã da Conada de Vida, Tatu de novo!
I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game. I do it for the love. I do it for the love of the game.
Sejam todos muito bem-vindos à primeira...
Welcome everybody back to the LTA South. It is split to grand finals. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by 404 and RMC, the OGs on the desk. And we are going to be taking it through Furia versus PEN Gaming. What a trailer as well, just to get that out the way. And the thing that really stands out to me with the trailers like this, with the production, the Sao Paulo arena and crew put together, is you can see so much passion and just joy on the face of the players. And that has so long been our trademark as a region. And I'm just so happy to see it, RMC. It's a joy to watch.
Yeah.
It's clearly a joy to play, you know.
100%. And if you're able to, you can check on Twitter sort of the welcoming ceremony that the teams get when they walk in there. I mean, we're in the finals. It's PEN, it's Furia. It's two of the most hyped teams this split, and their fans always deliver. PEN fans especially. Every time it's a grand finals, they're out there. They've got fireworks. They've got the smokes. They've got the drums. They've got everything. And that energy, it carries here into the arena, into the grand finals.
Yeah, they are sending it from minute one, that's for sure. And 404, it's passion, it's joy, it's the scene and it's the culture, but it is also the talent, right? I think the trailer shows just how clearly a cut above these two teams are. They have emerged as our top two pretty conclusively after yesterday's lower final, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, like, it would have made for some more compelling storylines. Not more compelling, but some interesting storylines if an IE was able to turn it around from first in split 1 to in the absolute bin back to a top 2 finish.
Yeah.
If Red would have somehow pulled off a miracle run, if the old heads of Loud would have somehow salvaged their season. So some of these are more exciting than others, I'll grant you. But like you said, these are clearly the two best teams. They have proven it, and this is the grand finals that it should be. So I'm glad we're getting that, because this has a potential to be something extremely exciting.
Yeah. And on top of that, too, just looking at the players coming out, we see Curry, we see Jojo. There's stories between these two teams, right? Yes, Furia is our youngest team. Yeah, Pain is one of our oldest organizations, but the players in it, right? Like Curry and Jojo, they were both supports that played with Titan, who we're seeing on screen right now. Titan played with Gigo as well. Heck, Gigo, Titan, Curry, Jojo, pardon me. Those three were part of the Crash Canids back in 2021 Split 2, 2022 Split 1, which won back-to-back in CB LOL in the what was prior to the LTA South. So there are a lot of threads between a lot of these players as well.
Yeah, you could see the trademark Titan smile on a stony-faced IU. It has been a tough season for IU into Titan many times. He'd love to change that narrative today as the mid laners join us. Tuts and Roamer, again, both look like a couple of babies coming out here, but Tuts is a father, is a championship winner, and Roamer an actual genuine...
Tatu and Carioca that you see there, right? There's so many connections between these two teams. As you were saying, RMC, this was supposed to be Carioca's understudy. Tatu coming up from Pain Gaming Academy, and it was like, all right, eventually when the Pain fans get so angry that they do manage to boot Carioca from the lineup, they've tried. They've never succeeded, but they've tried. It was supposed to be Tatu that came up, and both is a rare win-win, because Furia got their guy. This guy is looking like, again, small sample size alert, this guy's looking like the kind of guy that you build around for years to come. And Carioca, by the way, just won an MVP.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we...
Just to put paid to all those storylines, all the story of decline and of retirement and of it's over for this guy, just pops an MVP in there. Why not?
But despite that, he's still been beating Tatu repeatedly. So Tatu's like sort of the phenom, the up-and-coming guy. Yeah, Carioca's MVP, but Tatu's like right there nipping at his heels, not quite able to take over. But if there is a lane, I feel like, where Furia has really excelled this split, especially into the Pain, because they've met at every single stage so far, right? They've met in the positioning phase once, they met in the group phase, and they're in the cross phase part of the group phase. They met in the playoffs already in the upper finals, so this is their second time in the grand finals meeting up against each other. The one player who I felt like was actually kind of winning out against his matchup was in the top lane, Gigo. Up there against Wiser. He's been in Gigod mode. Yesterday, especially against IE, Gigo was phenomenal. If not for him, those matches would not be as easy, and perhaps it could even have gone 5 games.
Yeah, the Gigod-Gigon dichotomy continues. The last time they came up against each other, it was a bit of a Gigon moment. The Korean killer was a bit killed that day. It was not his day. But yeah, absolutely a massive turnaround into IE. And it's another Korean top laner, and he completely demolished that top side, and Summit no less, one of the most famous kind of individual top lane talents coming out and has been following around this region as well. So it's just impossible to say, really. I think Furia do look like they have the little barest inklings of a bit of a mental block potentially growing here. They do look a little bit out of sorts against Pain sometimes. Now, 4x4, we have so many times all the way through this, especially to playoffs, we've gone, are you good, or do you just beat the next worst team? And it seems like Furia looks so good against everyone but Pain. And maybe it's just that simple. Maybe they're just better than everyone else, but worse than Pain.
Yes, what's Occam's razor, right? Sometimes the simplest answer is the correct one. And like we said, look, both these teams are a cut above. It's Pain at 1, Furia at 2, and then a big old gap, and then everyone else at 3rd, right? Because like you said, Trajan, Furia have beaten what's in front of them, but they've kind of tonked whoever is in front of them, right? It was never like it got a little, like maybe one game here and there, right, to give some credit to the other teams, but it never really felt like the series as a whole was in doubt. But like you said, especially in that bottom lane, like both of you have been alluding to, that is where the rubber meets the road, and that's where you see if you're a Furia fan, you're taking an optimistic spin on this, you say, man, how cool would it be if we could develop this area of growth going into Split 3? Because this seems kind of very high stakes, and it's nice that we have just like a purely domestic split right now, because for you to really prove yourself, guess what? You're going to have to do it in Texas in in late September, right? In the LTA Split 3 finals, that is going to be the 3 top teams from the North versus the 3 top teams from the South. That should be really exciting. And Furia, I think their goal right now, look, you want to go to MSI. Obviously, you want to win it all. You're going to do everything you can. Go to EWC, have your fun, whatever. Scale in a way that you can punch up at some of these LTA North teams, right? Because it can't just be Pain, right? For the broader health of the region, if we're going to zoom out, it can't just be Pain. You need another team to be able to go up there and give the North teams a good fight.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned the bot lane as a specific dynamic here for 4 because RMC, you've put together something for us that really demonstrates the difference in experience in both of those teams, and the bot lane is kind of the clearest example of that. IU has been touted as the next new thing. Titan is the man at the top of this region and has been for a couple of splits now. You know, it is next generation versus old guard down there, but IU just does not look in his right mind against Titan sometimes, but it is just that sometimes it comes down to just the level of experience there, right?
Yeah, and if you look at the experience, we talk a lot about Furia as a young team, and that's because of the age, right? Like, they're 21 and a half years old compared to 24 years old. But you look at sort of the total championships, there's 5 on Furia, and we mentioned, you know, Gigo and Jojo with Titan back on that red Canids roster, but Touch is a championship under his belt as well, totaling 5, whereas for Pain, you know, 4 of those championships were literally just from last split, 2024 split 2. I think the finals experience, though, is what is really going to matter. There is a big discrepancy there. But again, the discrepancy, as you mentioned, it comes from the bot lane, and specifically one player, and that's Titan. If we look at Titan specifically, he's got 5 championships. Take Titan out, and Pain, well, it's arguable they're as successful as Fury at that point.
Yeah, the statistical tentpole right there in the center of Pain, and ever since he joined Pain, Titan tends to become the central tentpole of all the teams that he's on, and I think he still is that. But as we get into the draft, it is not all about him on Pain. He is an essential part, but he is not the whole puzzle. And as we get into this draft, we've already seen the Nico slam down in number 1, and this has been very contested between Curry and Jojo. Curry initially kind of popularizing it again in the LTA South 4x4, but Jojo had been turning his hand to it a lot over the recent times.
Yeah, and then responded to immediately with the Talia. That doesn't surprise me. The Nico being this early B1'd immediately, that did surprise me a little bit. I mean, but once you get in, you know, once you get away from your Gwens and stuff like that, if it is in fact the Karma hover, right? We've seen Ezreal Karma in the North. I learned something fun yesterday. Part of the reason that Nico is as strong as she is as a mage is that you can do this like emote spam with the clone and get her to just essentially serve as a hawk shot. And you get insane vision, right? To clear, not, you can't clear out brushes, but you can scout from half a screen away. I had no idea about this. I learned this yesterday watching LTA North. So that has shot her popularity just so large.
Yeah, and more than Hawkshot, she stays for quite a long time as well. I think that's one of the most annoying things about Nico. Not to mention, Curry's just amazing with it. And we're talking back about the bot lane again. It enables the Kalista pick insanely well. Like, yeah, you can pair Kalista with like the Leonas and whatnot, but Nico just adds so much value. The lane oppression that comes through with her range and her poke ability just sets them up so well. We do see the Talia Xin combo come through for Furia though, and Pain just kind of opted for the handshake in the mid lane with the Ahri. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Vi come through from Karioka. I'm not a fan of Karioka's Vi Xin, but it is a good pickup to pair with the Ahri in the 2v2.
Now, I think it's interesting that we are dropping a lot of heavily shared picks in this first round. The Nico, the Xin Zhao, the Ahri, these are like very, very highly played options of both sides. And they've gone for the Nico, but they've not paired it with a Kalista, which was unbanned. They've not paired it with a Kai'Sa, which Furia has done before. They've actually gone for the Ezreal, almost a potential denial of the threatened Ezreal Karma counter. And we've seen Pain do this before, where they went Corki Nami and went, aha, we've taken one half of your option and we're going to take the other half. And it was really bad, guys. It was really bad. So let's see how Ezreal Nico works. We do not see this combo very often. The answer has been Jhin. It's a very comfortable, solid pick for IU. So it's hard to split too far, but Pain certainly are taking a slightly zanier approach to this draft. And we'll see what the second round of bans are going to focus out. Tops still open for both sides, so I'm going to look for maybe some power picks to be taken off there.
Well, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me that the top lane went as deep in the draft as it did. It's, for both of these teams, because like we mentioned, right, in the top lane, Gigo is kind of your one lane where you go, actually, no, we can kind of slam this, right? Gigo has been much more Gigo than Gigon. I think he had like the one bad Volibear game to start the split, and that's kind of been it. He's been extreme. It's probably his most consistent split since his MVP split, and even then, I think you could argue that, maybe I'm biased because the results look better here and more consistent, and so I feel like he's looked more consistent, but Pain knows that that's a lane that they need to shore up and get to something really stable for Wiser. That I think, like, even though it's not that high priority, the Jax is still open. The only reason I'm not, like, jonesing for Wiser to get on the Jax is because I think compositionally it doesn't fit all that well, and I think Pain Gaming, when they draft the Jax, they draft it in very specific compositions. But then on the other side, it makes total sense that you've got, I mean, you're going to give Furia R5 for Gigo, and I'm fascinated to see what he pulls out with the Rumble banned away now as well.
Yeah, that does still leave the Jace open in terms of that sort of top lane triumvirate of Rumble, Gwen, Jace. Jace is available, and I suspect that's what Wiser might be looking for. A lane pick that doesn't really get bullied out. Yes, you can go with the Scion counter, but that's not a lane counter. That's something that outscales. Interestingly enough, Pain actually going for the Scion themselves, hovering it. And to be fair, I do think both teams really need tanks. Neither Jhin nor Ezreal are tank busters. So both compositions would not like to have to deal into big chunky units. And picking the Scion here, Scion doesn't have a lot of horrific matchups. You can just kind of pick to outscale if you, or well, outscale being a relative term, but outscale damage wise if you want with things like the Jax, or you could run something like a Yorick that can just abuse the potential weaker lane matchup that Scion would give you.
Yeah, we hard to see the Alistar locked in for Jojo as well. Again, the most played support by both Curry and Jojo throughout this split. So again, highly contested picks taken away. We'll see what the final is going to be. It is going to be the jungler. We didn't actually end up having that much top lane focus in the bans as I expected. The jungle was the focus role by Furia, and they have almost pushed Karaoke. We've threatened the dreaded Vi, the even more dreaded Shyvana, but it looks like we might be locking in the Vi right here. So a classic matchup here. And Karaoke, I would say he has rehabilitated the image of his Vi a fair amount this split. I mean, he'd put it on an MVP split, so he's kind of frying on everything, to be honest. And it's not going to be the Jace. Nice. We're going to the Camille. So this is a little bit of a tank buster. The true damage is massive later on. Plus, it gives them hard dive as opposed to going into more poke with the Jhin.
Yeah, and that's Gigo's signature Camille, right? That was one of the champions he made his name on.
Yeah, yeah. If you've been watching CBLOL a long time, you like, for me, Gigo on Camille, it's like a warm blanket. It reminds me of simpler times. It is like a warm blanket on a cold day when you get under those hotel blankets, right? You get in the hotel bed where it is like just ungodly. It's a freaking icebox in that hotel room, but you are under a veritable mountain of blankets and pillows, and you just disappear into the night. That is what Furia are hoping is going to happen. But you bring up the tank buster thing, I think that's really spot on, because you're gonna have to deal with this Scion somehow. And I think even more interestingly is how Pain are gonna play out these team fights, because you've also got two pretty mobile carries in the Ahri and the Ezreal. So how can Wiser kind of like, you know, put out the little fires that Furia's going to try to put up to exit them in the back line?
Hold up. You're talking a warm blanket because you like Gigo and you're liking Furia. For as a Pain fan, that's a blazing fire that's going to burn everything down. He's not putting out fires. He is the fire for Pain. Pain has to put out the fires later on, and I think that starts right from the early game. Shut Gigo down, because like you said, if he skills up, there's no good answer to the split push. Ahri would also kind of struggle into that Camille as the game goes on. If you can't one-shot her, can't deal with her in one rotation, while her cooldowns... She's a lot better at dealing with her cooldowns than Ahri is.
Yeah, it is going to be probably naturally around the top lane early on. Furia, they always tend to focus on this top side. If you just look at Grubs taken versus Dragons taken, Furia do invest time up to that top lane. Pain much more focused on the Dragons themselves. They do tend to be a little skewed on that side, but Furia, the onus is on them to come up with a plan. They have been knocked back by Pain once in the winners finals. They were knocked back in the groups. They need to try and show us something new here today as we get onto the Rift for the grand finals. Game number 1, Pain versus Furia. Let's see how it all lays out.
And it's not that, I mean, this first game, I think, not to get dramatic, there's a lot riding on this first game, because I really do feel like you've given, you know, kind of a couple comfortable picks. I look at the Ayu for Jhin, I look at the Taliyah for Tuts, and the Camille for the Gigo. These 3 picks, if you can't, at the bare minimum, show something here, we could be in for a very swift series. Because yes, these guys went 5 games 1 split ago, in the position, or in the
They went 3 games
in between phase.
Elimination.
Yeah, exactly. We're still clearly getting our legs under us here, as you see a deep ward dropped there by Furia. But it was 3-1 last time around, right? And Pain have kind of dispatched everybody, you know, and Furia have dispatched everyone not named Pain. So this is, like, if this game doesn't go to plan, I fear we could be in for a really swift series, but Furia put themselves in a really good spot here.
Agreed, and I think Furia, their composition's what they've come to like to play over the split. It's a lot of damage, it's a lot of agency, not necessarily the best team fight. Like, yes, they can team fight front to back, you can create space for Jin, for IU to be able to pump out damage. You've got a lot of zone control with the Xinjiao, with the Talia, but ultimately it comes down to sort of individual performances, and you're just as happy, if not happier, to skirmish than you are to full 5v5 team fight. Whereas for Pain, their composition feels like they're a more typical game one draft where you've got a little bit more risk to it. It's not your typical front to back team fight that Pain excel at. Yes, you've got Sion on the tank. Yes, you've got Titan on an AD carry that can pump out a lot of damage. But with the Vi and Ahri, that's a bit more pick focused. And while it is the meta, it's not necessarily been the best style for Roamer or Karioka specifically. They have shown us they can do it though. And this game, I just think back to when these two teams last met in the upper finals. Roamer's Ahri was huge to keep Pain in the game. Roma's Ahri was also huge to lose that game.
It was an impactful pick for both sides. You know, it was very important for the outcome of that game. We can say that much at least. And if Furia we're maybe expecting them to try and enable Gigo to win his lane and carry through there. We're maybe expecting Ayo and Jojo to continue struggling, as has been the story. If that leaves the mid lane, I think the Tuts and Roamer matchup is very interesting to me, as Tuts is the only player that made it into the first All-Pro team that is not on Pain. It was the only one that made it up there, and it is indicative of his performance, a massive comeback year he is having on Furia after some down times, and, you know, opening up on this Talia. To be honest, guys, this Ahri Talia matchup in mid is like the two most boring champions of all time, just matched up into each other. But this is the thing that Tuts has done. He did it with Ahri and he's doing with Talia now, is he plays the most boring champion of all time and just shows how useful it can be and shows why these teams keep playing it, much to my chagrin, as Tatu is looking to get this top lane sorted out. Furia know which side their bread is buttered. They're looking for Sion. Wise has got no mana, no HP. First blood gifted to Camille as well.
Oh! Jojo,
well,
almost.
Just as we see top lane going well, we see bot lane going bad. This is more or less as expected. Karaoke is on this bot side. Doesn't have the ult, of course, yet, but the HP isn't looking too good for Furia.
They can die.
Curry, if he can find a route, Titan with a bit more poke. Ayu and Jojo, they pop the heal early just to step back, and they will not leave the window open for a dive, but that was getting a bit dicey for them.
Yeah, everything, it was... Jojo, just get that annoying thing out of here. I love the helicopter, Nico. It is funny, and like, the observers in LTA North just became like obsessed with it, and so we just followed Nico around. Oh my goodness, hold up, seismic shove lands. All right, we'll be okay. But yeah, no, but they did get both those summoners, right? That bot lane for Furia before that fight broke out, and everything was relying on those tangle barbs. If the tangle barbs hit, you've got a shot, right? And obviously, if you're Titan on the Ezreal, you've got your Arcane Shift. And speaking of comfort champions, Titan's Ezreal, right? This feels like a sort of a composition that you... Not a composition, actually, no. For Titan, this feels like something that you have drafted to be like, all right, I'm going to show you actually why this could be the most one-sided matchup in this game, and I'm just going to flex on you. And again, into no real tanks, right? It's just Alistar with an ult. That's it. As we get a replay here, ay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Tatu special, right? He's done it multiple times where he just flashes over walls, and nobody expects it because you usually hold that flash for the actual engage, but Tatu uses it to tactically position. And for Weiser, yeah, you can see he actually had a ward in the Tribush.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tatu didn't go by the Tribush. He hopped right over that wall. Weiser wasn't expecting, he pushed up really, really far. And I really like the call when we were talking about how big an impact Gigo will have in this game on this Camille. We said, hey, you need to shut this Camille down early so she doesn't snowball, doesn't take over the game. Well, the inverse is true as well. For Furia, if they can get Gigo ahead, then he can be the carry. We've seen him do it on Yorick. We've seen him do it on Jax. We've seen him do it on multiple champions, and especially between Gigo and Tatu. These two players, when Tatu came on, Gigo gave him some advice to say, hey, Tatu, if you want to make yourself known, if you want to be the next big guy, you've got to make plays. And Tatu is willing to do just that and camp Gigo's lane.
He comes with the second play, this time getting the flash away from Weiser, and it's such a clear strategy. The investment is so strong into this topside. Karaoke is going to use the freedom to step onto this first Hex Tech Drake. They don't really have fullest prio in mid, but they certainly have it in bot lane, and Tuts maybe put himself in a bad spot. Walks into a charm flash in from Curry. Roman with the ult charge, just trying to get that last tick of damage down. It's not enough for Talia, but they get the flash, and that is for sure the Dragon gone now.
Yeah, there's no way. Karaoke, the best he could do, I think, for that top lane now is like, he got the Scuttle Crab, and he's like, look, now it's just on you. Like, you're going to have to kind of survive this, right? You're playing Scion with Grasp.
Yeah.
You know your job. Just don't get fisted, and we've got a shot in this one. Let Titan kind of take the game into the late game. But this is a dream start right now if you're Furia. This is absolutely phenomenal. All this pressure going onto Weiser. And Gigo, he's making the most of it so far, right? Up, actually down CS. I did not expect that. So, again, credit to Weiser, right? He knows how to lose gracefully. He's never, that has been a hallmark of Weiser his entire tenure on Pain. You can have him be the hard carry, but ever since you've gotten Titan in, a lot of that burden has shifted off of him. Weiser is just more like, look, I will neutralize and I will team fight well. If you need me to play the Gwen, sure, I can pop it, right? But it's things like the Gnar, it's things like the Scion, a little less so, but he has both sides of that. But as Pain have taken on, hold up.
Oh, Jojo, oh dear. Well, not really a way out of that one. Sneaking into the lane as Karaoke, pops the ult for it as well, but that's a clean kill.
And as you're saying, Forfor, right, the whole thing about Weiser just needs to survive. And the focus for Pain has always been somewhere else on the map. It's always been about this bot lane, about Titan, about this massive shot caller, goat of the region, face of the team, if you will. And Titan's actually the second newest member on this team, along with Curry, besides Roamer, who just joined them this split. And for Furia as well, it's an interesting change from how they've traditionally played against Pain. Usually Furia's the one focused on objectives, whereas Pain's the one focused on getting early ganks, and then once they've got that gold lead, they're able to snowball. So for Pain, I still feel like things are according to plan, whereas for Furia, yeah, they're doubling down. They need to continue shutting Weiser down. They need to continue finding leads.
They're trying to, but Titan round the corner has a lot of damage to offer. Weiser, again, with no mana. He doesn't have the ult, used it defensively, and the rest of Pain pile into topside. So Jojo's maneuver will not find a kill for Gigo. Tattoo's going to start up the Void Grubs instead.
Okay.
Now Furia rocks up into the top river, and Pain, they've already blown a couple of ultimates, but a TP coming in for a flank. This could get pretty dangerous. Furia, they have to go. They've got to find the engage. They're onto Curry with the Crescent Guard out. Lovely route up into a seismic shove knockback. They're going to find this sneaker, but Ayu is under pressure. Roma was hunting him down into the pit. The Ari will find it eventually, but another kill into Karaoke. Pain has Weiser now trying to hold the front like Titan, just pumping out Q after Q. A reset on the ult for Roma. Gets into one. Jojo dropping low. Doesn't have the ult yet.
Hopped in!
Though before he goes down. In goes Tattoo. Tuts as well. Firing off the machine gun rocks as Roma looks for another charm but can't find it. Furia scrap their way out of such a tough fight in the river.
Man, oh man, that was not the fight that I think Pain fans would have wanted. Whether you're in the arena or in the green screen arena, RMC, that would actually look. I was ready to give Weiser a ton of credit because he made life for 80% of that fight. He made life so easy for Roamer and Titan. But it simply was not enough, and you have to give Furia a ton of credit. They soaked the pressure and played that fight so patiently.
And Pain at least get one of the grubs so they don't give all three over. But I feel like the events prior to the fight were an issue. Weiser just used the ultimate top lane to escape. So yes, he TPs off screen into this fight, but he doesn't have the ultimate. He doesn't have the big CC they needed. And I'm looking at Ayu being able to just pump out a lot of the damage. He survived initially, and Roamer went to hunt Ayu, but took forever. He missed a lot of the skill shots. So a lot of this fight is a 3v5 for the most of it. Titan, Weiser, Curry, they did a ton of work on this side. But look at Titan. This was where disaster happened. Titan dashes inwards into a whole bunch of melee champions into the middle of a minefield. And the moment that happened, you're just like, oh, well, we've got Red Titan back again. Like the guy who dashes forward into really awkward positions. And because of that, Furia fans rejoice. Spain fans are silent right now in the stands.
That is the Titan special on Estral, no less. Tattoo going in for some damage onto Roma, who doesn't quite have the ult, has to use his flash instead. Another lovely little punish from the Furia jungle, but the Estral E forward for Titan is the Titan on Estral, but normally it is a little better judged by that, a little later in the game when it's cooled down to a little lower. Team's in a bit of a better spot, so not the best start for the Pain bot laner. And Ayu, as you said, I love that we flagged that up as well. The one thing for me that really symbolizes Ayu's Jhin is this guy lives forever on this pick. He's the safest Jhin player I have ever seen in terms of not getting caught out. This champ has no dashes, but Ayu does not get caught. He's still getting aggressed on the mid lane, but it was just a tale of 280 carries there, right? Ayu wastes all the time, does the damage, and does what he needs to do, and Titan eats forward and dies. It was a bit of a rough one.
I just want to highlight too, Ayu didn't have the Swifties that he has now. So now he's got the dancing shoes. It's going to be even harder to lock him down.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Furia heading into the spotline river. Pain coming around the corner as well. We might see them continue to try and keep this pace high. Furia surely don't want to give away another dragon. Early engaged by Gigo, starting to chop down the tree that is Weiser, but they're going to hold fast and fight with a vision for a little longer.
Yeah, and again, and Furia have a really opportunity here to add on to their lead. Let's see, and Furia's objective control has been stellar. We'll get into that a little bit more, and it really rears its ugly head, or its beautiful head. But here comes
Wiser though.
Oh, they found someone in the pit. There goes the dragon, but Tuts has been eliminated first. That's not what you want to see if you're Furia. Wiser is low but not dead, and Tatu abandoned. The Jhin ultimate is called. Second kill already secured. The charm cancels the Jhin ultimate. It's a double for Pain. So 2 for the dragon in the end.
Man, did they need that. And now you've got two kills onto Titan of all people. You grab yourself, you know, okay, you lose the dragon, whatever, 1-1 on that front. It will be an Earth's Mountain Soul. Thank you, Brain. A little bit later. But as we get into this replay, yeah, RMC, what do you know? Wiser's ultimate? Actually, really didn't do a ton, to be fair, because Gigo kind of immuned it, but...
Fair enough, but you could see Furia backed off on it, and that was the game plan for Pain. This was exactly what they were looking for up at the Grubs, which is Wiser gets in there, tries to disrupt the fight as much as possible, is an absolute unit to stop the rest of them coming in, and then Pain just kind of roll the rest of the fight over where your carries aren't being threatened and they can position for damage instead of survivability. And we've said this before, and we'll keep coming up, right? The fact that Furia tends to like to focus on objectives. Pain wants the early gold. So Pain doesn't care about losing that Ocean Drake early. They care about getting the kills off the back of it, get themselves a gold lead. 700 isn't that significant, but if they had gotten both, probably about 1,005 at this point. And then with that gold lead, really abuse the mid game. Fight for those third Drakes, fight for those Heralds. And without that gold lead, I'm actually a little bit curious to see if Pain can continue to find that success they found in the fight. It's kind of a 50-50, right? 1-1 fight, 1 loss fight for both teams so far.
Yeah.
And when Titan gets on that, when he completes that Mana Moon, I mean, then you talk about, excuse me, you talk about abusing the mid game for Pain Gaming. Yeah. This is where, again, you've got to just kind of get this ball rolling because, I mean, look, Titan has more picks that I trust him on than IU, with the greatest of respect to IU, but Titan, I mean, the guy's got 5 titles for a reason. He can do it on just about everything, but I know it would do wonders for the vibes kind of on both sides if he was able to get a win on this Ezreal. And now with first big items coming through here, you want to see Pain pick those fights as they stay ahead ever so slightly on those item curves.
You don't trust the IU Bel'Veth?
Good lord.
Well, you know,
that's a deep
Game
cut.
5 fearless pick. That's a Game 5 fearless pick if I ever saw one. Is the IU Bel'Veth. I'm sure Jojo can bring out the Skarner support for that one, or...
Tuts can AD carry that game, he can pick the Draven.
What a cursed lane, dude. IU Jojo, Bel'Veth, Skarner bot, get me out. Please no.
Why not? Tut's going to crash in this bot wave. Jojo shepherding that wave in. We saw Karaoke looking for potential catch with Roma down there, but it was spotted out by wards, and Tuts kept his flash at the end of that fight. Didn't have a chance to press a button. That's just how good that pick was, the Viori combination catching him in the pit. But he does now have that safety still on deck. Would love to probably step away and finish off that Archangel stuff before another blowout happens. And we'll see what the next move is going to be from Pain, right? As you said, RMC, they're the ones who want to accrue early gold. They want to try and abuse this mid game. The plates are now down. They've all got their ultimates. They're starting to hit level 11s. They're going to be really deadly at this point in the game.
Yeah, and with Herald spawning in 20 seconds, that has traditionally been the focus of these teams. And right now, Pain is positioning for it, right? They've got the lane swaps, both mid laners in the bot lane. Pain pushing out the mid lane with the advantage that Titan has right now in terms of being able to shove. IU just went back and picked up a collector as well. So Furia know that the next big fight is coming up right now, and they are getting in position. Tuts actually with an early TP into mid lane.
To try and control this lane. Pain, again, dancing around this vision. The Herald might end up being the flashpoint here, but Pain decidedly more in control of the area at this point. Nobody's on the bot side. Furia have committed the summoners. They're going to try and forge a path into the river right here. But Curry is ready and waiting with a root. Trying to poke them down. Charm from Rome onto Tatu. Knocks him down to half before they can even get the fight started. It is tough out here for Furia, and they turn and run.
Yeah, congrats. Again, Roamer on the Ahri. If we were here, if you were here the last time Pain Gaming played a best of 5 with Roamer on the Ahri, you know, you win, it giveth and it taketh away, but he won that fight with 2 abilities. Just hit the charm, get all your damage out, and then congratulations, Pain get a free objective out of it.
And I think I'm most appreciative about how measured Pain is approaching this objective, right? Like Pain, we've criticized them throughout the split as being a little bit sloppy in the early game. Sometimes they don't do anything, and then they just show up to a fight and just go, hey guys, we're here to party. We didn't send out the invites, but we're here, right? And we didn't set up properly. There's no chairs, there's no drinks, whatever, BYO drink, right? But this time they actually set up properly. They push out the mid lane. They got all the vision down, and because of the poke that the Ezreal, Nico, and Ahri are giving them, when Tatu gets chunked, he can't just walk in there anymore. He'd get melted before he can get it. So Pain get the objective for free without contest. And now the next question becomes, how do you use this Herald? Which lane are you looking for? Wiser is just getting bullied out in the top lane right now. Multiple people are looking to dive, but he's so tanky, I don't think you can dive anymore. He's walking out.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of this is, honestly. Wiser is very, very tanky, wasting all the time in the world. The Herald's taken one tower. It's going to find a second, and Sion, I think, is happy to just stand here and waste everybody's time. Another death doesn't change that much, but this is going to be two towers and a dive from Tuts right now into the charm once again. He still can't flash away. This Vi Ahri combo is nailing to the wall time and time again.
Okay, so I guess that's why Wiser went out. I don't think he needed to dash out to enable this play. Like, I think he could just wait it up there. Jojo doesn't have teleport. Gigo was going to sit up there in order to try and facilitate that play. But because Wiser did that, it's 2 turrets gone. Mid-outer is as good as dead right now. Minion's able to finish that off. A ton of pressure. And remember what we were talking about for Pain? Wanting early gold? They just tripled their lead from plus 600 to plus 1,800 with third Drake in pocket.
Yeah, that play was absolutely nasty, and this is the kind of lethal thing, again, that we were hoping for the best version of Pain to be really lethal in this mid-game, but because this roster has been playing together for so long, bar roamer. But mid lane nowadays is almost like, especially when you're playing something like the Ahri, right? I mean, it's almost like it can be a little bit plug and play. We're going to get another replay here and see exactly how this went down. This was some of the swiftest 1,000 gold you will ever see. Pain knowing exactly how strong they are and executing it. That is really difficult to do, man. And you see our boy there in the front row. For those who don't know, he's in the front row of every single Pain Gaming match up there down there in the Cibolo Arena in Sao Paulo. But it was absolutely lethal. And now Pain accelerating, right? And Wiser, that ult was just kind of like, hey, guys, it felt like, hey, look at me, don't look over there. No, really, don't look over there, or I'll ult you, right? And then once like the ult goes in, I think that sets off like a tiny bit of like a, does he know something we don't? Ah, shoot, they're destroying our bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be called the Unstoppable Onslaught. The nickname was the Pain Train, and that feels no more. That feels really, really on the nose when Pain Gaming's using it as a massive like waving flag to distract you, and the real Pain Train was shelling the bot lane instead.
Yeah, they didn't even get that top lane tower at the end of all of that. Furia, they kill Wiser, they don't get the objective, they lose 2 towers in bot, 1 in mid, now 2,000 gold behind, and it's not soul point for Pain at least, but Tuts has really got to get on top of these Vi Ahri combos, because twice now he's been caught out with his flash up, and they need to, he's previously been, such a solid rock for Furia, he's been such a high performer, but right now, he is a little bit disrespectful perhaps of the Pain counterparts who have now managed to get this lead. He's trying to get some revenge perhaps, but it will just be ult for ult trade in top lane.
And again, I mean, Pain not getting a ton from bottom lane this time around or anywhere else on the map, but they're slowly just chipping away at the map. I mean, you've got the bot lane is as good as toast at this point, so now you've got this long lane to play around. You could send Roamer down there, you could send Wiser down there eventually. Wiser right now locked into top lane. I am curious how they play this long lane out, but when you've broken down the mid tier 1, you don't have to commit to that, and thank goodness, because if Pain found themselves where, this is kind of the only way we have to accelerate the game, look, I trust Pain to do it, but this is going absolutely swimmingly for them. You've got, that's all you want. In life and in League of Legends, you just want options. Makes everything easier.
For sure. That long bot lane you mentioned though, 4x4, that does worry me a little bit for Pain, because Wiser can survive, or he can distract, and he can hold a lane. But to push up right now is going to be an issue that would overextend him, and Gigo is still going to be able to win out the extended 1v1, where he can chase you down. It's worth noting as well, Gigo didn't opt for sort of tank busting items. He started with the Ravenous Hydra instead.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, so he just wants to be able to push in and threaten turrets against Wiser, or when Wiser's not there. The moment Wiser's distracted, Gigo is going to look for a split push and get some gold, get some turret. But for Furia, I'm still a little bit concerned as to how they're trying to get back into this game. They've fallen behind, and they need to play for side lanes. Tuts needs to use those sort of Weaver's Wall a little bit more effectively. It's just really hard against a defensive Sion, and if Wiser just plays it safe like he is, again, he's not pushing out that bot lane whatsoever right now as he's trying to hold it as long as he can, then where do Furia go from here? If you try and team fight, I don't fancy our odds down 2,000 gold up against a team with arguably better team fighting. This is not a team fighting comp from Pain, but it feels like he has more team fighting tools than Furia's composition, at least.
At this point in the game, for sure, you do not want to be going toe-to-toe with Pain right now, right? We are 21 minutes in. We are at the peak of Pain's comp's kind of deadliness. 2-item Estral, 2-item Ahri, right? You do not want to be any part of that. Let them dash themselves against the Atacon if you wish. And I think that's what Furia are trying to do. So they're keeping an eye on it, but they're not committing. Pain now are trying to find another way in, and they might have found one onto Gigo. He's already used his hook shot, has to ult onto Titan, but Wise is around the corner. He should be able to get to safety right now, so Gigo surviving in the side lane, and Furia will at least get to clear out some vision. Maybe they'll finally take a shot at this top lane tower, but to be honest, I doubt it. Roma is still standing fast on that top side lane. And just RMC, just a quick question. I feel like I've never seen anyone in Pro build Bloodletter's Curse in my whole life, but Roma has built it second on Ahri. So would you just tell us a little bit about what this item even does? Because
it's like I've played Arena. I know what this does.
Well, it shreds magic resistance, so it's very effective, especially with the Malignant. We actually used to see it top lane with Rumble, where it's Leandries into Bloodletters. But now we're seeing it on Ahri a lot. Like I said, with the Malignants, it just shreds so much, and that's precisely what it does. If you don't have magic resistance built, you're going to get absolutely chunked. That's not even one full combo from Roamer, which has taken most of Tatu's health.
And that's how you build Ahri like an adult. All right, this is the
none of that Roa nonsense.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Well,
Furia now have started this up.
Yeah.
And Pain are kind of scrambling, to be honest. They're TPing up Karaoke and Korea coming up. Can I get this there in time? They might do this. Okay. Yeah. I think Furia, if this one, they're going to probably lose some deaths for it, as Tatu has to smite this. He's got it down. Now Jojo is going to run interference. He's going to buy a lot of time with the Unbreakable Will, actually threatening to escape, but the Vial committed. And that's going to flash away as well. Is he going to live this? Surely not. Sion comes in with the ultimate. It's going to crash straight into the front line of Tatu. Now the Curry ultimate. Ayu on the re-engage takes one down. Karaoke round the flank, but Tatu's stopping them up. Furia kiting his
finally dead.
They didn't finally lose Jojo, and Karaoke has to flash out. Tuts is low. One more Q will get him. It's a killing spree for Roma and Tatu and Ayu. Maybe they've stuck in too long. They were in, they were out. They could have just made the decision, but they give away more than they had to. Still, it is 1 for 3, but Atacon for Furia and Gigo. If he can get back to this tower, I don't think he's getting out of fear. Maybe Karaoke can stop him.
They want this.
To hold him in place. Gigo is going to try and slip the guards, but there's going to be one more Q coming through. Let's go, Karaoke! Single solo kill. Titan misses the Mystic shot. Styled on by the Furia top lane, and that salvages it a fair bit for Furia, to be honest.
Yeah, as that fight was going down, I'm kind of doing like, it's almost like seeing whether that fight was worth in real time was like the first time I tried to do like really amateur card counting in Las Vegas. You got a lot of numbers kind of, okay, +1, -1, +2, -2. The numbers, like the Rolodex is going in my brain. And now you come out with like I think that was, I don't know if worth, but that could have been a disaster for Furia. You heard me just like, no, run away. What are you doing? But now they're going to get the dragon out of this as well. So Furia, they managed to tie it up 2-2 on that front. But man, in the position I'm in, I don't know, man. Maybe this is just my risk-averse personality coming out. If I'm Furia and I get that Atacon, and I send Jojo to be the sacrificial lamb, get out of there!
I'm out of there.
Yeah, I think it goes kind of both ways, right? Like, Pain look for the counter engager to find kills on the back end of it to make it worth. And they dump everything onto Jojo. Jojo almost got away too, which was making me clench incredibly hard. And Pain just full send it. Behind turrets, by the way. That top lane outer turret still standing and healthy. And Gigo gets in there, absolutely melts Curry before Jojo even dies. However, Pain is strong, and that's why we're saying that Furia don't necessarily want this smoke. And to me, whenever Titan starts dashing forward like that, and they're dominating fights, that's when you know Pain is very, very comfortable, very, very strong. This should be where Pain walked off, right? You got the kills, you kind of answered the Atacon, but they end up over-chasing and gave Gigo extra kills as well. And that's, I think, things kind of went wrong, and they lost tempo. So Furia was the first ones to get to that 4th Drake, which should have been Pain's. They get that for free, and now they get to kind of reset and get around this Baron setup as well. And Pain, they're not really at the advantage they should be at this point of the game.
Furia is taking a lot of damage. Roma are doing a whole lot of work for Pain in this game. 3-0 and 4, chunking out Tatu before every single play, and Pain likely to continue pressuring this top lane turret. Gigo returning to the 1v1 against Wiser and Furia. Yes, they got the Atacon. Yes, they got a couple of kills in the backside, but ultimately they are further down in gold than they were before. And Tatu threatening with the engage from Ayu. Pops the ultimate, in fact, and just completely destroys him. Beautiful pick from Furia, and the tower's going to survive a little longer.
All right. I mean, you'll take that, and now Gigo going to commit everything here onto Wiser. We talked about he's not building like Tank Buster, but clearly he's doing okay here.
Yeah.
Okay, Weiser is going to have to escape to the other side of town. It's going to run over this wave and get some free minions. He's actually probably just going to be fine. Karaoke's on this bot side as well, and Gigo needs to be wary. If this takes too much longer, it's got to get tough for him. Misses the hook shot, just walk out of there, my guy. You got what you needed. Step away, and he has chosen safety in life this time.
Yeah, really well played from Gigo. He knows what his job is, right? Like, he's just buying time down here as much as possible. Whenever you see Weiser start playing aggressively, you know somebody's going to be on their way. Because if not, Sion can't match the Camille. And Gigo's second item is complete, the Trinity Force. That's the item that you pick to kind of win out those 1v1 trades. The Hydra, that was to push and to sustain through your lane. Trinity Force, that's when you start to win. And with 2.4k in pocket as well, it's getting kind of tough for Weiser to actually be able to hold in that lane. Anytime Furia sees everybody else and somewhere else on the map, Gigo at the time can start pushing very, very comfortably, can start chunking away those turrets. So Pain, they're kind of past that huge power point. They are still stronger in a team fight, but they need to be a bit more careful about how they're setting up for team fight, how much time is spent by players in lanes not getting them advantages. And if we're talking about trying to get advantages in lane now, which lanes give you an advantage too, right? It feels like Ayu's caught up with Titan. Sure, Titan's still up gold, but Ayu has kill threat, as we just saw. Weiser's not winning that one out. Deep. And I don't know if Roamer beats Tuts.
I don't know if they beat them 2v4 or maybe even 2v5, RMC. I'll tell you that much. As the full rotation for Pain, they are just dropping Earth and the moon and the sun on their head in the bot lane. And fair enough, why not? Fear laners very overextended in bot side, and a TP back to mid saves the tower there too.
Yeah, that one surprised me a little bit because I was about to launch into something giving Furia an immense amount of credit from playing from behind, especially into a team like Pain that know how to accelerate a lead. This isn't the loud, this isn't like, old loud where you come into a game down, into a 25-minute mark down as they start the Baron here, 15 gold or 15,000 or 1,500 gold, and then you just find a way to team fight your way out of trouble. No, Pain play really solid League of Legends, and Furia, they've been chipping away at this, but they've got no shot at this Baron. But it's not going to stop Ayu from trying.
No, he's going to fire the shots in. Tatu's been forced out by Weiser. They're just going to back away. And that is a massive, costly mistake from Furia. We'll see a replay of how this worked out. I don't know for RMC if they just stepped over a ward or something, or who knows what the plan was here.
Well, Tuts is almost collateral damage, right? Like, Tuts was there to try and reinforce Gigo on that particular push. And I think Furia just lost track of where everybody was on the map. We were just saying Gigo was playing really, really well, knowing when he's safe and when he's not. Wait, does that say Dance
more Tattoo, I think, is what it says.
Yeah. But that's a Pain jersey.
Yeah, exactly. It's sarcastic. It's like, all right, keep dancing, buddy.
Yeah, keep dancing, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Tatu used to be Pain Gaming Academy, so I wouldn't be surprised if he has some Pain fans there cheering him on. And his dance moves are really good. I'm actually really glad Tatu came in just as Dinkido left, because now, like, Dinkido used to have dance moves, and now we still got.
Yeah, he was Mr. TikTok dance.
Yeah.
So now Tatu has really taken his mantle of, like, I'm going to keep getting second place, but I'm going to keep on dancing.
Pain again, looking for a deep engage. Very deep as Karaoke's dragged back by Tuts, and Tatu holding down the front line right now. Ayu rotating over, but Kuria's going to keep locking down Xin Zhao. Pain taking down the Furia jungler, and again, Furia, they just get walked on by Pain, and now it's another dragon gone.
I'm sad to say, the only dancing I'm seeing Tatu doing right now is the coffin dance.
There's a joke there, and I can't think of it, but little by little, yeah, exactly. Man, Furia, no, it's a couple costly mistakes, right? And Pain are gonna amplify these mistakes. They're gonna take these small windows and blow them open. And I mean, part of it is, yes, you give Pain immense amounts of credit, but these are just poorly timed mistakes from Furia. These last two critical blunders. Oh my goodness, hold up, Curry.
Oh, we're going deep. We're going for Curry. They've eliminated one, that's for sure, but the rest of Pain coming around the corner again, and Tuts trying to escape. Gigo blocking the Mystic shots. Jojo looking for an angle. Ayu's ult has already completed, and Gigo, surely he's not going to be able to get away with this one. The ults from Vianari will lock him down. And now the mid lane push from Pain once again. Remember, they're wearing the Baron. This is a perfect position for them to keep pushing.
Yeah, they've got a minute to go, and forward, going to what you're saying about the timing from Furia, yeah, they sat back, and they're just not watching who's where. They're getting picked at time and time and time again. Now, Jojo has to burn the Unbreakable just to walk away from this. That turret is about to go down, and Tatu diving in again?
He's looking for more, threatening onto Titan, pops the Crescent Guard to try and step back. Tuts is there ready. They've got the damage dealers, and it's just the turret, not the inhibitor, but it's still more gold in Pain's favor, and Furia seems to have just lost the plot a little bit in this game. They were doing so well. They'd managed to get the Atacon and outplay, But RMC, we'll see a replay of this play again, and I guess they're looking for Titan, but still.
Yeah, so this was after the first pick that came down onto Tatu, and Furia decided, okay, we need to pull the trigger. And the idea, the strategy behind it is sound, but the tactics, not so much. So we've seen before, they've got a lot of damage. They like damage overload comps, and they can absolutely melt people. But even that particular play wasn't perfectly set up, and they couldn't find a single target to unload all the damage into. Pain was able to rotate different members to eat that curtain call, and because of that, they were nice and healthy, and then Gigo had to overextend to try and make that play a success. So again, strategy is sound, tactics is not. Fury needs to make sure that they set up a little bit better, because opportunity cost is high, and Pain is one of the best teams at punishing these sort of mistakes. We talked about how Pain is not loud. They don't just sit back. They will be proactive. And when they've got a lead, they know how to push it. If they've got a lead, if we're in the late game and you make a mistake, that's a trifecta that's just going to give Pain a free win.
And Pain are experienced enough. They're not going to, I mean, I'm not going to say they're not going to blow this lead. Anything is possible. Look, this is Brazilian League of Legends.
Done it before.
But Gigo now going for everything here. Again, trying to get on the Titan.
Oh, they've got the quite get the knockback. The shields are there, and Gigo survives at least. But Ayu finds the kill onto the Estral. Tuts is surely going to go down here. He's behind the tower. No left for him to go as Roamer looking to extend the play. And a flank coming in from Curry as well. Beautifully locked up by Ayu, but it cannot save Tatu's Xinjiao. Jojo again, surely just going to get picked off. And Furia, they cannot escape from Pain when the chase is on. The Estral by Ari, there's so much mobility. They just cannot get their hands on them, and it's another play, another Furia failure, and the inhib is now going to fall as a result.
And you're seeing how much it takes Furia to get something done here, right? And how the steps that they're having to take. This is just wallet diff territory. You've got to commit so much to get onto Titan. And look, fair enough, but everybody is playing a blinder right now. Now, like, those types of plays 5 minutes ago, that's great. You can make substantial progress here, but Titan is a full item up on his counterpart. As Gigo, you see the replay here, but everybody's just too far ahead.
Yeah, and what I want to highlight too is that curtain call, that last bullet. Ayu bending it like Beckham around the crowd, just barely tags Titan. But Pain, normally in the past, on when Titan was on red, when, you know, we had maybe like Vivo as an AD carry, a lot of times, as soon as your AD carries down, Pain kind of back off because they are a very AD-centric carry team. But now you can see the confidence they've built up recently, especially, you know, starting from last year. Titan goes down, the team goes, that's fine. We're far ahead enough. We know we're good enough. And they're willing to say, okay, Roamer, you step up as the primary carry. You're the new player, but we trust you. And Roamer goes diving in, pumps out the damage, and Pain just roll that fight with that 6k gold lead that they have. They're able to win that one, set themselves up for a dragon, and Gigo able to dodge out on the cease and desist.
Oh, the counter, the ultimates, and Karaoke has been locked up for a long time. Tries to flash away, and a blast cone to safety. Furia cannot get him in their clutches, and they'll have to try again if they want to get in here. The Mountain Soul is on deck in 30 seconds. The ults again being forced. Pain are so threatening on this front line.
The lead is just way too big, man. I mean, Roamer has a 3k gold lead over his opposite number. And again, I want to give Roamer's build here immense credit. You've got no tanks on the opposite side. Build Ari like an adult. A lot of just flat shred, raw damage. A 20 stack Medjai's? Yeah. Not for nothing. He is just printing damage right now. And he's going to get, I mean, whatever this fourth item is, or this fifth item, I should say, probably going to be a death cap because you don't need the extra pen. A voice staff on top of this is just overkill. But now Furia starting up the Baron.
Yeah, and this one's a desperation Baron. Weiser's just trying to... He used the unstoppable onslaught to kind of get in there, but he's already zoned them out. And look at the damage they're taking. Remember, Fury doesn't have a true tank. And Jojo's the tankiest guy. He wasn't in the pit.
Oh, this is brutal, guys. This is brutal watching Pain just push them out here. Pincering around the back of the pit as well. And Furia, they're losing health left and right. They've set up the Baron already. And Pain, they don't seem super committed to it, but they are surely going to stick this one. They're maybe looking to see if they have a way to keep Tatu out there as 5k HP. Ayu drops the ultimate as well. Only landing shots with the Siren right now. A Gigo flank behind. It's getting a little sketchy for Pain. They peel away.
Yeah, okay. I mean, they didn't risk it all right there, but they certainly thought about it. I mean, yeah, but I don't even know how to, it feels like I'm trying to say the same thing, you know, a few times over. It's just as Pain, they're going to get the Mountain Soul here. This could be the final nail in the coffin. It's just so difficult with this very kind of, this bursty composition that Furia have into the Mountain Soul. It does get negated just ever so slightly. It's not an Ocean Soul. I think that would have been absolutely deadly because if you can't finish off the fight, then you're just cooked. And Furia playing this kind of all or nothing style. But at the end of the day, this is kind of what you've got to do now. Tuts in with the Weaver's Wall. Maybe they can get on a Wiser here.
Okay. let's see what we can do with the front line, I suppose. Mountain Soul and all. Wiser is getting chunked down, but the TP's coming in. The rotations of Pain are there. They'll find the Scion, but what can they do after it? And Romer, caught on the front line, needs to survive this one. He's pretty important. Gets over the wall, goes golden, and Tatu looking to finish him off as Tuts is barely alive. Ayu takes the credit. Jin is miles away still, and now Pain coming in with the counter kills, but Gigo is not done yet. Tatu flashing over the wall. Pain in a bit of trouble right now. Double for Titan, but can he keep his team alive? The root from Ayu and Gigo with the dive. Furia pulled a crazy miracle fight out of thin air.
They could win here. I think this is game.
Are we ending?
The response time is way too big. Dude, what the hell did we just watch? Gigo is losing his mind in the player cams right now.
20 seconds Wiser, Curry, they have the wave.
They're just setting
They've got the damage dealers, they've got all the AD they need. Just don't die to tower shots, guys. That is crazy. What a game one turnaround. Furia, I thought they tossed it. I thought they'd thrown it all away in the first game, blokes, but my word, they lock up the first win. And what a statement to make, Furia. We know they never go down easy. They fought back so hard, they just turned around and won it.
Dansa Tatu. He's not going to dance after the first game because that is going to age very poorly. But damn, what the hell is even that? What did we just watch? Trader, to your point, it looked like it was Furia trying the same thing over and over and over again. It's like, how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? But it starts off with that
one more time.
Yeah, exactly. One last time. That just Oracle-esque wall from Tuts to get on there, and Gigo full committing onto Wiser. That's the big barrier, right? Because you saw it when Wiser has enough time to just soak up, right? Even though, like you said, Jin was 3 screens away to start it off, but it didn't matter. That was unbelievable.
And further, that's the problem right there. It's not one more time old men. It's young men try again, right? And that's what Furia do. They never give up. They just keep trying all the way to the end. And I do firmly believe that Pain just kind of got caught off guard, right? It was a 6,000, 7,000 goal lead that just kept growing, right? It just felt like a GG go Knicks angle. Like, just forfeit. The game's done. We just need to run this, carefully. Just, hey, don't throw at Baron. Do the Dragon. Just don't give space for Furia to make some sort of play. And because of that, they weren't set up. They weren't ready to collapse and back up Wiser quite as well as they did in the mid game. And just like that, hey, it's late into the game, right? With that much damage, with the damage overload comms that Furia loves, yeah, you just get picked off. It's game over. And for Pain, definitely a bit of a shocker, but they shouldn't get too shook up. Like, their strategy worked fine. Yeah, Pain has not won a single clean series this year. So this is just kind of according to plan as far as they're concerned. You're allowed one mistake, you've made it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Go next.
Yeah, this is a shake-off angle. I was ready to come out of that game going, Furia, this is a shake-off angle, right? You were doing perfectly fine, and you had a completely crazy botched idea in the bot lane that just lost control of the game, right? And then you tried to force plays, and it didn't work, right? You couldn't get back into it. You just made one bad call, it happens, and you got snowballed on, fine. But they, as you say, just kept hammering it again and again until they find the perfect scenario. And they get to walk away having squeaked out a win. They need to be thanking their lucky stars that they get to walk away with this, and Pain are the ones with the mental damage potentially to fight through now. So that is not the way I thought we'd start off today, I'll be honest, lads. I think we all predicted that Pain would win when we did the podcast episode about this, but we all would give... Oh no, we didn't all give Furia a game. RMC, did you drop
I went 3-0
a cheeky 3-0, so... Who looks like a chump now, unfortunately? Painzeche's in the dirt, everybody. With that, let's go to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 before you know it.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you've gotten your water and your Pedialyte and a cookie for some blood sugar purposes. I'm 4x4. That is still Trajan. That is still RMC. At least I believe that is still RMC, and not the ghost of RMC that has passed away after watching. I mean, like, I wish you guys could get, like, a look behind the camera sometimes to watch RMC's face as he... Look, RMC is a consummate professional. But sometimes during these games, right, where you let it slip is where the audience can't see. And that's in his facial expressions sometimes. Before we get RMC's unbridled reaction to that, we do want to take a look at, I mean, as Trajan said during break, I mean, that fight kind of ended with Gigo killing Weiser. We talked about his build, the roles that these two players were going to have to play on their teams and in this game. And this is absolutely a matchup to highlight. And it kind of worked out perfectly for Furia in this game. Maybe not perfectly, but it worked out.
Yeah, we have some graphics that have been put together to just demonstrate why we're focusing on Gigo as a win condition for Furia, right? Because statistically speaking, this is the guy that outperforms the Pain counterpart realistically. And you can see outperforms almost everybody in almost every metric. This has been a very big split for Gigo. He is a variable guy, but his highs are oh so very high. And it's not even been a down split for Weiser. Eye test tells us in some of these stats as well, he's number 1 in KDA. Weiser's not having an off time. He is very, very solid, reliable as ever, but Gigo is rolling heads and rolling sixes so many more times this split, and Furia are able to play around that. We said they're focusing on grubs, they're focusing on top side of the map. They know what pays off when they invest in it. They've got a super solid mid now that Tuts is on form, and Ayu and Jojo are very strong in the 2v2 as well. It's just when you have so much potentially to gain from focusing on top, and let's be honest, so much to lose if you let it go by the wayside, it makes sense for Furia to play this way.
Yeah, and if you look at the KDA, what's interesting to me as well is that Weiser actually has a higher KDA than Gigo. But it's the way you calculate KDA, right? It's kills plus assists divided by total deaths. So the fact that Weiser has less deaths is why his KDA is higher. But Gigo is beating him in kills and contesting him in assists as well. So Gigo is having a disproportionate impact, I feel like, compared to what the rest of the team often is able to kind of pull out. And the other thing I'm looking at is goal difference at 15, right? Remember, it's playoffs. There are only 6 teams. Weiser actually has the lowest goal differential at 15, so he's not winning lanes. And against other top laners, fine, right? Like, Weiser will have tons of impact later on. But against Gigo, who likes carries, giving him 600 gold at 15-minute advantage, not to mention whatever else Gigo can kind of scrape by on his own, that's kind of a recipe for disaster. And that makes the series interesting because suddenly top lane counterpick might actually be more important than meta OP champions.
And now with that win, Pain Gaming get to choose what side they're on. And they, like you said, they might give themselves that red side because the way, it's not, I don't think it's going to be as top lane goes, so this game goes, because there are so many more moving parts, right? We didn't, Romer, he sticks out sometimes when he has a tough game, but he had a phenomenal game on the RE. He played super clean. He hit his charms, right? I think back to that one fight where they forced Furia off the Herald with 2 abilities, EQ, touches at half HP, try again in 5 minutes, right? But yeah, just RMC, I'm going to come to you. Zooming out, what the hell happened there? Let's dissect it just a little bit more, because it really did feel like Pain were, it went from the definition of insanity is trying the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, to if at first you don't succeed, try and try again.
Yeah.
The thing is, if it wasn't you asking me this before, I'd be assuming you're kind of twisting the knife in my heart right now about what happened.
I have a tiny bit.
Explain exactly
You're
how
supposed to be a
they
Pain fan
lost.
too.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
How did Pain throw that away? How did Pain ruin that situation, honestly? Can you tell us about that?
Well, okay, to be fair, I do think Furia, like you said, it was touching the right angle and really cutting off Weiser. And unfortunately, I think Pain just thought Weiser was tankier than he was, because his health bars were thick with like 4 Cs at that point. But even that can be cut down with the mixed damage that Furia were able to kind of pull off. And I think for Pain, a lot of it is just making sure you don't slip up and understanding for Furia, until you see their Nexus explode, Furia is not out of it whatsoever. Right? We talked about the fact that Gigo, Titan, Jojo used to be on the same red roster. I want to remind people, back in 2021, 2022, that red roster had a couple of games where they had open, almost an open Nexus, and they came back from those games. And Furia has that attitude. Oh, nice. We've got the post-game charts as well. Thank you, Chippy, our producer, for managing to get us this. Yeah, because you look at the damage numbers, and it looks fine for Pain, right? Like, look at what Titan was doing up, and you compare that to what Ayu was able to do. But it's the Gigo difference, right? And that's why, Trajan, you were highlighting in the green room that, Gigo is the absolute biggest carry, and that's the big lane mismatch. And we're into draft. Pain had side select. They're still choosing blue side for the meta picks. That still gives Gigo counter pick.
Yes, it does. With Gwen taken away, again, that's gonna basically be auto ban. And into game 5, you still get 5 bans, or do you not?
You do, yep.
Okay, yeah. All right, so if we get there, I cannot wait. I really hope we get 5 games of this. Maybe not for RMC's hard health, but for every other reason, I really hope we get 5 games of this. Because, again, we talked about how these teams like to play and what their preferred style is. And I made mention of, like, if this game goes really sideways for Furia, right? Because it felt like such a comfortable draft for Furia. And it looked like, they played their best card, and they, it was great until it wasn't. This actually could go really poorly for them. But you make reference to that old Red Canids roster as Rumble locked in here B1 immediately. They didn't want to give Titan and Curry, this sort of snowbally lane. They banned away the Lucian, they banned away the Kalista. They took away that really crucial style of how they like to do things. Instead, they're going all in on Wiser this time around.
I mean, they did put him on the Scion and left him more or less out to dry in game 1. And Wiser did a pretty good job for large parts of that game, but ultimately, Gigo was very far ahead. And I think it's interesting that we're still really heavily focusing out bot laners from both sides. Like the MF and the Lucian have been massive for both of them. Ayu's got a specialty Varus, Titan's got a specialty Kalista. They're really trying to limit the impact of these bot laners, and the draft is now focusing on the other lanes as well. I don't know if I've seen, it's a very early Galio pick, and we have seen that emerge as a Rumble answer somewhat, but I feel like it doesn't actually win as often as I think the counter picks are supposed to, and it does limit Gigo's impact as a carry, right? Ultimately, this is a utility pick. If you can shut down Wiser, cool, but we're not going to get game-winning assassination from Gigo on Galio.
Yeah, and with the Galio too, I believe it was Pain who played it last week, actually, against Furia and lost into the Rumble.
I don't think it's that good. I honestly don't think it's that good in this matchup anymore.
It's quite a surprise. I do like the Wukong for Tatu, though. I always prefer Tatu in more damage-oriented picks, and it still has that utility, the team fight strength. And already, Furia, amazing team fighting with the Annie, with the Wukong, with the Galio. Very telegraphed, not the easiest engages. You kind of have to run at them. But if any CC lands, right, all of it's just going to be able to power in right away. And with the Wukong, you can always use the hero's entrance as well. For Pain, though, opting for the Azir and Poppy, that already tells me right away they want front to back. This is not necessarily the big AoE wombo combo. This is the more, have a strong front line, make sure your back line can take its time. And I'm looking for hyper carries from Titan. But I also need to see some sort of engage from Curry that's AoE to try and set up this Rumble, or else Wiser, it's tough for him to do this solo.
Yeah, you're looking at the Rel or the Leona, right? Maybe the Rakan as well, right? It's AoE engaged. It's a little less reliable, but it can be really deadly. Leona has fallen out of favor, but I mean, as a Leona enjoyer myself, that champion's pretty point and click, man. A well-trained monkey can play that champion with the greatest of respect to Leona players all across the world. As more bot lane picks get banned out here, the Ashe taken away, the Caitlyn taken away, right? You still, because again, Titan is the worrying part of this, right? Curry can draft engage a couple of different ways, so you don't want to focus that out. And again, the Xayah being taken away. They're targeting sort of these hyper carry picks and these oppressive lanes, right? In the Caitlyn, and the Ashe going to be taken away from IU as well. And I was surprised that Gigo rather, locked in that Galio immediately, but to kind of, maybe not supporting your point, but to go off your point, Trajan, they clearly see this as, all right, if we shut down Wiser here early, right? Again, if we can just neutralize, maybe we've got a shot here. That being said, there's a lot more scaling on the side. Taking away the Smolder as well from IU. I really like that, because IU, right, he's he's got a bit of the Morteus about him, where if you leave him alone into the late game, he can play safe and just print damage.
This is super interesting too, because usually Senna, right, Smolder's the counter to Senna right now. So if you're banning Smolder, you're kind of telegraphing that I want Senna. But Titan's not a Senna player.
No, if they give Titan Senna, I'm going to be really sad.
That would be very weird. And
so
I was about to say IU is, and I really like the Xayah ban. I think the Xayah ban is very, very good. The Xayah Rakan would go crazy hard into Wukong, Annie, Galio, and they now can't have that, right? So they've gone for the Justana for Titan instead. So Justana Rel, it can absolutely bully the 2v2. Senna is, you cannot go toe-to-toe with this, so I was once again likely going to be pushed around here. But Senna doesn't care. That's kind of what Senna does in pro. Like, it can bully solo queue, but like realistically, it does not win the 2v2 more often than not. And it looks like Jojo is gonna maybe fulfill 404's prophecy and offer up the Leona for judgment today. But I like the dive threat. Senna is good dive setup. It's got good healing. It has CC of its own. It's got the ult, of course, that goes over it. So I really like the way Furia rounded out their draft. I think Titan and Curry can still punish on a 2v2, which is nice, but I do think that Furia managed to finesse the second rotation pretty well. And it's going to be really potentially... For me, I think this kind of revolves largely around if Galio's actually a Rumble counter in this game, because if Weiser goes crazy, that's going to be really, really tough for Furia. But if Ego actually neutralizes it, then I think they might be sort of chilling, to be honest.
RMC, is there enough damage in this Furia composition? Because in the late game, again, Titan on, like, Tristana's just like the Ezreal, you know, the Ezreal at home sort of thing, right? You can play that Titan style really aggressively. There is so much damage in this composition and so much tower taking ability. Because and that's the thing, right? Like, to Trayton's point, if you can shut down Weiser early, the bridge into the late game gets really tough. But the way I'm seeing it, that late game is going to be nigh impossible to play. Again, and you've given Pain a team fighting composition. This is what they want.
Well, so is there enough damage on Furia? Over time, yes. Give them enough time, give them enough rotations, they'll be able to do their work. But with the way the comps have kind of come out, it almost feels like it's, can you burst down the critical targets? For Furia, it's can you burst down the Azir? Can you burst down Tristana fast enough? If you can do that, then yes, you'll be fine. That's all the damage you really need. And Wukong plus Annie is enough to do that if they can reach them. So Pain needs to separate their carries, make sure Titan and Roamer are never next to each other. For Pain, they're the ones who I'm a bit more concerned. Do you have enough damage to kill people? Because if you don't, Senna's going to top them up repeatedly, and it needs to be burst damage to instantly melt somebody. Because if you're relying on sustained damage, then you're playing two games at the same time. On one hand, you're playing dodgeball, you're playing keep away, tag away from the damage that can burst you. On the other hand, you kind of need to stand and deliver the damage. So it's a bit rougher for Pain to come through, and I feel like it's easier for Furia. I'm liking the Furia composition a lot more. It's a lot simpler to play through and a lot harder for Pain to necessarily punish. But as I think you rightly pointed out, Pain, they just wanted a Goomba Stomp bot lane. And if you're the one banning Smolder, you know you're giving Senna over. I think Pain's strategy was, we're going to run Draven. We're going to run, Lucian got banned. Tristana, like something that can just destroy that lane, absolutely crush it, and then snowball from there. And if there's an AD carry who you trust to do that here in LTA South, who better than Titan to be able to run that style?
And I think there is an opportunity for Karaoke to have an MVP level game right here, denying Furia the pickup on the key targets. The Poppy against Leona, against Wukong, against Galio. There is a lot of denial that one big steadfast presence can have from Karaoke. And if he times that right and gets Titan out of there, gives him a chance to cleanse and flash away, gives Roamer a chance to get an ult off, then this could be the kind of unsung hero Poppy game while Titan gets a pentakill. You know what I mean?
And Karaoke is very comfortable in that role. He's very comfortable being the unsung hero and allowing his carries to shine. And you've got, like you said, that steadfast presence into JoJo, into Tatu, into Gigo. You're going to get pretty good value out of this, especially because that's how, like you said, Trajan, the Senna really great into dive compositions to just like be a healer back there and just throw out the heals. And we'll see again if they can execute these team fights. Talk to me about these lanes though, RMC. How do you feel? I mean, we talked about the bottom lane a little bit, but this mid lane is a matchup we haven't seen all that often. Annie has sort of recently come back into the meta.
Yeah, and I think with the Annie Azir matchup, a lot of it comes down to whether Annie can actually get in range to get her combos off, because she's got a lot of burst. And they've offloaded some of her power off Tibbers into a base kit, so her lane trading's perfectly fine. Early on, Azir doesn't have good ways to stop Annie from kind of running at you. Yes, you can slow her, but the poke damage isn't as high, and you've got a CS as well. So a lot of it kind of just comes down to positioning for Roamer. At 6, it gets a lot dicier, because yes, you've got the Emperor's Divide to knock her away, but Tibbers' range is larger. So if she kind of gets in range to unload the whole combo, yeah, it's a little bit for Azir, tough for Azir. Ganks become very, very lethal, but at the same time, if you can survive the burst from Annie with any sort of magic resistance or just a bit of health, then you're kind of fine. Just burn the Annie, recall, and you should be able to win out the poke war as the game goes on.
Game 2, a massive, massive swing point here. Pain, it is not a stretch to say they absolutely have to win this game. Look, it's not over if they lose it, but this needs to be a statement game from Pain Gaming. And this Furia composition, it's a good composition, but it's got holes in it. And Pain are playing a composition that really doesn't have as many holes in it. Maybe you don't have as much kind of early... Actually, no, that's not even true. Like you were saying, RMC, this lane for Titan and Furia, right? They are playing for combat. This is a... Titan has taken Cleanse. Furia has taken the Ignite. They want to get up in your grill and end this game before it starts. And Titan, look, he had a great game on the Ezreal, but the damage number is going to be a little inflated, obviously, on the Ezreal as Titan goes right in here, gets exhausted immediately. Big CC chain onto him. Last embrace comes through. Io with the Ignite, taking down on him. Titan able to rocket jump to safety, at least temporarily. Jojo has no summoners, but if he can get in range and just land a Q on him, Tati's going to make sure that this is not 1, but 2 kills for Furia. It's a dream start for the Panthers.
And it's a nightmare for Pain. We were just talking about how they kind of need to stop their side lanes. And for Titan specifically, are you living? That completely shouted him with the smallest infraction. I thought he was fine. The exhaust went down and he just damaged through the exhaust anyways. I believe the explosive shot actually ticked after exhaust went down. So he got the damage that he needed to win the trade, but not enough to get the rocket jump, to get out of dodge and back to safety. And because of that, Furia, they're up there. Thankfully, the one silver lining for Pain is that the kills didn't immediately go into Ayu. One into Tatu, one onto Jojo. It's a very thin silver lining, a grayish, rusted silver, I guess.
I'll be honest, the Senna is not supposed to get all the kills in this game.
No.
That's not really what it's for. And the engage is solid, right? You see the catch out, and Pain, Titan and Curry clearly just think that they win. They think they win the 2v2. And let's be honest, they're within about 10 HP of being correct. So we'll forgive them that calculation error, I'll be honest. But Tatu's around here to make sure Curry gets away. But ultimately, the key is that Titan goes down, Ayu doesn't, as you said, RMC. And Ayu and Jojo, they're not required to outmaneuver and outplay them in the 2v2. They're just standing and watching Titan and Curry kind of flub themselves game 1 and game 2 a couple times into them. It's not as clean as we're expecting from the Pain bot lane, and Jojo and Ayu don't really have to do much. They just have to sit and wait and receive.
I just want to point out to you, like, during the replay, I realized that Titan didn't even need the reset. Like, he actually did jump out. So he was shafted no matter what. He should have just jumped in then, if that's the case. But I almost feel like he buffered the rocket jump before he double checked to make sure that he secured the kill. And now you can see Ayu and Jojo. The scary part too is Jojo actually getting the level lead over Curry, because once Leona gets a lead, she can snowball a lane much more efficiently. It doesn't really matter what AD carry she has if she's ahead, but if she's behind, she can't do anything. So you've basically now given the lane to Jojo on a silver platter. And yeah, Titan and Curry, it's a bit of a rough one. They're lane swap in a way. I mean, yes, that's a Pain thing to lane swap at 6 minutes anyways, but sometimes I think like, oh, that's not a good lane swap for Pain. This time, yeah, it's a necessary one to try and catch back up, get that little bit of an EXP to even things out.
Dude, what a fumble from the Goomba stomp lane. They ran it down, both died, and swapped away. They fled into top lane. That is not the vibe that you want from the Pain bot lane. This has been the most consistent winning avenue for Pain against Furia. Karaoke could look for well, fair enough. Okay, whatever. Okay. I guess it doesn't matter.
Are you kidding me? And now Weiser coming up here with the equalizers. Timbers drop. Pain aren't going down without a fight. They actually get something out of this. I did not have this on my bingo card. Gigo coming in, trying to salvage something for his squad. He does get a kill there. Rover able to get the big Emperor's Divide down. Ignite ticking down. Jojo will go down. And now Corey, if he can provide enough CC, maybe there's gonna be enough damage, but Gigo is just too big. Furia get a little bit more out of it. Touch with 3 kills, not for nothing, charging up that Dark Seal. It was a noble effort by Pain, but the gold lead only grows for Furia.
The Smite King of the CBLOL rears his head once again. Karaoke is back, baby. The only guy who can steal Barons against Furia, and now he's taking their dragons as well. What the hell, man?
Yeah, and the way this fight too, like, Karaoke drops that, it's pretty much immediately.
Oh my god!
Right? Like, he barely had any time in the face of Jojo, in the face of Tatu. They see the control ward go down, and I can't imagine what goes through their head when they see that. They're just probably like, "Oh crap, he's about to show up." And this resulting fight as well was actually really, really scary. Pain are not exactly in the position they want to be able to fight this. Titan's not even there. He's up in the top lane. We are back into live as Weiser's facing a 1v2, 2v2.
Yeah, we're going to see if Karaoke can change the numbers on that. Fantastically buffered by Gigo. He says, take your keeper's verdict and shove it, my friend. But Gigo does go down eventually. Karaoke says, all right, I'll shove it right where your sun don't shine, actually. As Pain get 2 kills back. And this is what I would have loved to see. I mean, look, we talk about how good these teams are at macro and how good they are setting up objectives and all that. But we've got 10 kills in under 8 minutes between the 2 best teams in Brazil. We got a rock fight, baby.
Let's go. And that's what the LTA South is known for, right? The entertainment value. And right now we are seeing them throw hands. And that bot side fight was actually really beneficial for Pain. The fact that Pain actually lost that dragon fight was really, really bad for them. So being able to answer back in any way and catch up in gold is massive. And because of that, Pain actually barely managed to stay even. And they need to be more than even. right? Like we talked about it. You've got the Rumble at the top lane. He's stronger early. His scaling isn't as amazing. Galio's job is just to nullify you. The Tristana Rel, yes, Tristana can scale up really well in the end game with her passive increasing her range as she gets more levels, but her strongest phase is in the early game, the first couple of levels. And Pain didn't have a lead. They need a lead, or else going to the mid game, I don't fancy their odds, especially against a 3-kill Annie. Tuts right now is fed, and fed Tibbers in team fights does work.
Equalizer coming down here. As Wiser trying to get a little bit of chip damage onto Gigo and take him completely out of this game. If you can get Wiser rolling, you've got a snowball's chance. Gold lead tied up, and Wiser very much on line. Trajan, you don't look too pleased with what just went down.
Dude, this is... Why are we taking Galio first, man? Why are we slamming this first pick in the draft? I just don't think this is what we need Gigo to be doing. I think we should let him hands check the Rumble. Don't use the Galio. It's looking like a fake counter right now, I'll be honest. And I think we could have gotten more out of this as, well, IU's dead as well too, I suppose.
Yep, IU will go very quickly and loudly into that good night. Furia grabbed themselves the 3 grubs. They traded for the objective earlier, but now Pain in the lead here. In the blink of an eye, they have wrestled control of this game back into their favor, as IU is the first one to complete an item for Furia.
I feel like Pain is the more consistent team, right? Like they've been able to kind of come back a little bit after the slip-up they had in the early game. So, not completely dissimilar to what we saw in game 1. Whereas Furia, they're the explosive team. They made a really good play in the bot lane, surviving against Sankuri. They made a really good play around the dragon area. But it's like flashes of brilliance right now. And I don't know if we want to see another game ending like we did in game 1, where that was a huge flash of brilliance.
I don't know about you. I would love to see that.
Fair enough. It was entertaining. I'll give it that. We are seeing them kind of scrap over the control of the Grubs pit right now. There's actually no Herald or Grubs in there. So it's just really kind of shaking hands, saying hi. And that's why we just saw Jojo just throw out the Zenith Blade. Doesn't land. That's okay. They reset. I'd much rather actually see them set up around this bot side of the map for Furia, because A, Dragon is coming up, and B, Gigo is kind of getting camped. We got to see this vision toggle as well from the observers, wonderful observers down in Sao Paulo, and they were showing how long Kuri was actually sitting in that bush to make this play happen.
He was in the literal sense of the word camping. He had pitched the tent, and he had the bonfire out, roasted the s'mores, ate the s'mores, cleaned up so as not to attract bears, and then got in the fight. Tuts, we'll be okay here, but Romer going to have some one-on-one time with some turret plates. Hopefully he can get that second one there. Tatu just shadowing his mid laner as they've rotated up to the top side and sent both the bot laners into the mid lane here. Again, kind of standard operating procedure for both of these teams as they look to extend on this lead. Pain Gaming up 700 gold now. Armsy, how big is the fact that Tuts is up 3-0 now? Because, you know, Gigo, it feels like it's kind of the only place it could go, into that mid jungle, right? Because IU's going to scale up on his own. Gigo's a tank, whatever. You got Tuts rolling here. You have a way to get into this game, into a tankless composition for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, it'd be a lot bigger if you could get out of the lane. The lane's not favoring him right now. Ooh, they baited Jojo a little bit. Okay. In lane, it's not helping him at all. Romer's been positioning wonderfully and making sure he's created enough zones of space. He's got the magic resistance from the Merc Treads, so Tuts can't 100-0 him in one full combo. And because of that, yeah, Tuts is actually starting to fall behind in CS. So for Furia, they need to get Tuts to the fight. He's got teleport. Dragon is being started by Furia. This is where we get to see how big exactly is this Annie.
And we're about to find out. Titan looking for a way into the fight himself. Karaoke just decides to go over the wall. He's got Flash. He's got the ultimate. Tatu's just going to aggress on him. Wise with the Flame Spitter over the wall. And now they may have picked a fight that they don't want. Furia, very nicely done. The ult just for good measure. The shutdown and the Dragon both going on to Tatu. And again, the mid jungle just getting stronger and stronger for Furia. Flashing away from the Emperor's Divide. Actually dropping Tibbers down here is Tuts. Tuts nowhere near the fight. And happy to be that way.
We went from arriving bang on time for the first dragon to 10 minutes early for the second, and Karaoke died before he gets a chance to take it away. So a very different story down there, and we were thinking, you know, Tuts has surely got to be important for this Furia team fight that's going to happen around this Drake, because he's got Malignance, he's got the kills, but they ended up just not even having to bother with that one. So Furia probably kind of thanking their lucky stars they don't have to deal with that one, and Tuts, of course, slipping away from the kill is very helpful. Losing the Flash takes a bit of the sting out of that tail. Titan is hard to get a fist on. Romer as well, very mobile champions. You'd love a Flash to help with the engage, but for now, I think Furia, they've even the gold out. Let's just maybe avoid the fight for a little bit more. We don't need to throw hands with Tristana, with Rumble right now, and they've managed to they've tripped and fallen and given us a little way back in here.
Yeah, and for Furia, really good patience as well on that play from Karaoke. They learned from the first dragon that got smited away, and they didn't try and rush it. They took their time. They knew that they're in a strong point for themselves right now when it comes to team fighting. And I'm really sad for Karaoke because his actual flash came up shortly after that. So if he had waited a bit more, he actually probably could have flashed back out to safety. Wiser is dead.
He's a dead duckling. Let's see who the kill goes over to. Very nicely done. You give it over to Ayu. He's got his first one of the game and probably sitting on a good little chunk of change there. He got that static shiv a while ago. Yes, had to invest a little bit into those Swifties. But now with his first kill of the game, you get that late game snowball rolling. As, I forget which one of you said it, I'm going to be honest. But eventually, over the course of the game, the damage does stack up. It was RMC. I remember now. Titan drops an explosive charge onto Tatsu's head, but Jojo flashing over the wall, drops the solar flare after the Zenith Blade. Ayu raining out damage from the other side. He's got Karaoke and Titan to deal with, though, and now they're just going to aggress on the other side of the fight onto Furia. Cyclone goes out. Roamer drifting in over the wall. Karaoke going to grab himself the kill. Timbers goes out as well, and they are just running away with this. Hold on, no, not just yet. Titan able to get himself to safety. Curry's shown up, and Ayu just flashes right over the Shattering Strike. Ayu playing an absolute blinder. He might get 2 kills out of this. They are letting Ayu run riot. Thank goodness Roamer got 2 kills because Ayu just danced all over Pain.
What was that? How did Curry get away first? How did Tattoo die after that? How did Ayu get a double kill? This series makes no sense. Guys, what is happening? Both of these teams are so... They're playmakers early on, right? They both have plans and they both try and execute on them. And damned if the other team has a plan of their own. They're going to go for it anyway.
And it was just such an odd situation because Curry gets caught out and the Exhaust on Titan has been doing work. I'm not sure I'm loving the early cleanses, but he needed to go and help Curry out. Curry gets out of the sliver of health and he's not actually the first one to go down for Pain. Instead, it's Karaoke who went in to bail him out. Now, this part got super weird because Pain should have won the fight, but it felt like they got distracted. And so Ayu gets to free fire. Titan's waiting for cooldowns. Curry is waiting for cooldowns. So there was no knock-up, no stun to come through from Curry. And I just would love to hear the comms between them right then, at that moment. It feels like Titan's screaming like, where's the CC? And Curry's like, where's the damage? And just nothing's happening. And Ayu's just, taking names and wiping everybody out. And then meanwhile, Wise's like, okay, guys, I'm here for the cookout. I'm late, but I brought the sausages.
And a big winner of that is actually Roamer. He's walking away 2-0-2 right now. He's got a lead over Tatsu already, despite the 4 kills in his pocket. And that is going to potentially be the way that Pain actually look for this win. I mean, are we committing for this? No, we're probably not. But like, game 1, it ended up being mostly around Roamer's Ahri that ended up mostly carrying that game. And game 2, I think, might be low-key the same. Titan has had a pretty rough start. He got shot down in lane. He just got shot down in that fight. But Roamer is quietly accruing gold. He's 1.5 item deep. He's probably going to be the first of 2 items at this rate somehow. And that might actually be the savior for Pain today. The new player, the debuting mid laner, might have to step up and help all the old hands out today.
And man, are they going to need it. Like we said, actually for both these compositions, but for Pain more consistently. Look, in a straight-up 5v5, we still haven't seen that. I don't know what the hell went on in that north quadrant of the jungle, but that was not a straight-up 5v5. It might have been, there were 5 members of each team there eventually at different points and in different, strata of the space-time continuum. But Gigo's going to get some alone time with that bottom lane tier 1 as they equalize it on the tower front, and the gold literally dead even. Dragons even as well. Next one going to be spawning in about 25 seconds here. Atakan not going to be available to trade it at the same time. But RMC, we've got a good one here. Pain Gaming, I mean, how crucial is it that Titan gets back into this one? Because Wiser has also gotten the ball rolling as well.
To a certain extent, I'm less worried about Titan getting back into the game. Titan has always been able to make himself relevant, regardless what happens. Relevant can swing both ways, though. I will say that much. There's been games where he's thrown his body in there when he's the most fed member, but even when he's behind, he'll make himself relevant. So is it important? Yes. Am I worried about it? No. The one who I'm actually kind of looking at a little bit more is Tuts right now on the Zanny. Now 4-1-0. He had a fantastic 3-0 start, but you were hyping up Roamer, and justifiably so. But where's Tuts? Tuts was the guy who won first All-Pro, right? Roamer was at second, third All-Pro here in the LTA South. He wasn't as well looked upon. In fact, people were saying, okay, he might be the weakest link for Pain. But let's not forget, guys, this is his debut in Tier 1. He was coming from NACL, from Team Liquid Challengers, where he couldn't quite take the starting spot from APA in Tier 1, in the LCS at the time. So coming down here, there's been a lot of expectation, there's a lot of pressure, and he didn't quite deliver in the positioning phase. In group phase, he started scaling, and since he's hit playoffs, he's actually been massive for this team, and he's the one I'm actually looking at for these team fights, not just the damage, but also the Emperor's Divide. Shall we? Charging in, securing a turret. Are they going to go for a second?
Well, they're going to ram it into something here. Taking the scenic route as Carioca able to stun up Tatu. He's on the wrong side of the train track, trying to buy some time with that Cyclone, able to flash over, dash away. Cyclone part 2. A lot of resources, but now Titan is taking up the Dragon, and Jojo's going to make him pay for it. No. There's Tuts with a big stun to help layer that CC down, and now Furia might have the upper hand in this one. They're looking to turn. Gigo goes in with the hero's entrance. Corey barely gets out alive. Again, it's deja vu all over again, but this time, Furia taking no prisoners. Wiser going to fry up Ayu, but he's got so much healing and shielding. He's able to get the CC down. Wiser only gets 1. It's a 4-for-1. Furia with a massive turnaround of the Dragon Pit.
Dude, that was inches away from Roma and Wiser carrying that 2v4 again, man. I was watching Roma the whole time going, someone's got to stop this, man. Someone's got to stop this, man. He's going to go crazy. Look at the damage he's dealing. Look at Titan's damage. 0. Bagel. This is not Titan's day, man. This is very, very tough. And it's just, it feels like judgment calls. It's the wrong time to go in. It's putting himself in the bad spots. And he's not able to just lol get away with it like he normally does.
Right, we need to upgrade the damage trackers. We're tracking currently physical damage, magic damage, true damage. We need to track emotional damage because Titan 0? No, he did tons of emotional damage to anybody watching that. The way he hopped so to be fair to Titan, it was very, very unfortunate because he hops over to hunt down Tatu, and the Dragon actually knocked him back right there. He gets cancelled, so now he's in the pit, up a creek with no rocket jump. And he cleanses immediately, but he needed to flash. The problem is he's been so reliant on cleanse, and because he goes down like that, when the exhaust comes down from Jojo onto Wiser, Wiser doesn't have cleanse. He doesn't have a good way to do it, and that's what turns the cookout into a massive just forest fire for Pain Gaming, right? They were chilling, they were doing the damage, and then suddenly Wiser's got none, Furia's surviving, and we talked about Senna. If she lives, the shielding, the healing that she can just pump out, extended fights favor Furia heavily, and that became an extended fight. Furia are now up in the lead, feeling strong, and this game so far, Pain haven't won a fight.
Bro, this is not what we saw in the winners finals. The winners finals, it was Furia who were looking rough around the edges. The plays weren't always working. They were looking outclassed moment to moment, despite the fact if they had a good plan into the game. Today has been somewhat the reverse. Furia, the ones clutching it out. They're the ones just getting away. Tuts is now 7-1 on Annie. He's got a 10-stack Dark Seal. He's probably going to pull a mid-rise of his own before the game is over. And, you know, this game could have been completely different with a couple of HP points either way. That is what we want from a grand finals. We want the fights to go down to the wire every time. We want it to be a good matchup that looks close, but we're approaching a close 2-0 right now if Pain don't get their act together.
That wire's a garrote around Pain still right now. It's just tightening and tightening, and yeah, it's not looking good.
I mean, now you kind of need Titan to get back into this one because, I mean, if nothing else, to atone for his sins. But right now, you need that X factor, I feel like, for Pain. You need a wild card, someone who isn't going to be quite as telegraphed, right? You've got the only silver lining about Titan not flashing there is that he's got flash for this upcoming fight. Now, he will also have cleanse for this upcoming fight, and you could argue, well, if he would have just flashed in the beginning, Pain would have won that fight. Because, like you said, Trajan, it was Romer and Wiser having to carry a 2v4 and putting yourself in these disadvantageous situations. I think, again, if you're looking for cope as a Pain fan, the fact that you were you were up the creek with no paddle, like you said, RMC, to start that fight off, and you still made it a contest, right? Romer, he's gotten the short end of the stick. He's gotten some grief from the fans to start off his career here, but he is clutching up right now. He is part of the reason that Pain are still in this game. This could have gone so much worse, and the goalie right now, RMC, it's just 1,400. This game is far from over.
Well, we praise Pain a lot for being able to snowball games, but Furia is probably actually the cleanest team at closing out leads that we've seen. Yes, yes, we've seen them stumble before, and yes, sometimes they do struggle against certain teams named Pain. But when they've got a lead, Furia know how to go from there. They know how to play around objectives very, very well. Their setup is usually better than Pain's, and we're seeing that right now on this rotation as well, right? Like they were pulling Pain apart. Pain went to answer in the side lanes. Immediately, Furia just collapsed right into the mid lane, take that turret and open things up. And with Ataka now on this bot side of the map, Dragon coming up in a minute as well, this becomes the primary focus in the battlefield. They've still got the outer turret in the bot lane, so they've got better control over that area. And if they can just ward up the approach, ward the tri-bush, and ward how Pain can look to approach from the river, with Tuts now actually getting into the fights, now 7-1-1 as well, huge in the last fight, available, with Tatu having that clone to be able to dodge around, and with Ayu starting to hit the point where he's able to top up his team and have a lot of impact, have a lot of wave clear with that static shiv, they can just kind of say, okay, Pain, if you walk in, we kill you. If you don't walk in, we take objectives for free, and we can take Atakan if you're not paying attention down here.
And putting a game plan like that together, that is the bread and butter of Furia. That is how they win so many games in massive 25-minute shutouts, right? When they're ahead, when they're in control, they have such a good way of approaching the game that it's very hard to break back into it. In game 1, they made a silly mistake in bot lane because it was even, they felt pressure, they were looking for a catch that is out with the normal strategy. Now that they have a lead here, and if they can put the pieces in place to just play out from ahead, from a lead with control of the map, that is where Furia is the most deadly, and that's where we're going to need the most kind of Pain, experience and magic to maybe come through.
Karaoke not able to get a keeper's verdict off here. Not one that he liked anyway. That reduced cooldown. Will that be enough here as Furia look like they got a catch? Curry caught out. Jojo picks him off that wall. Dragon up here. That could be the prize for Furia. They would force Soul Point here. But if we've seen anything from Pain these last couple fights, that they do not need a numerical advantage. But Furia's setups are better than any other team. They have set up the line of scrimmage here. Tibbers getting ripped through. But hopefully Tuts has enough in him to carry this fight still. Now the Keeper's Verdict coming back up. And again, canceled there by Karaoke. Roamer having a flash away. Ayu from a long range. Dealing a ton of damage. Dawning Shadow over the top. The Wyvern's not going to get much. Tuts is massive. Ayu raining damage over the top. They get another kill. And that is all they need to fully commit to this Dragon.
Massive from Tuts once again, and you could see Pain were trying to force their way in. Furia used big ultimates to get that kill onto Curry. Pain felt like they could play it. There's not going to be a steal this time, but Tuts, even using the Tibber, winds up for another game-changing stun. Both the big engages in that play where Tuts is, and now the Atakan is coming through.
Pain just aren't there to be able to contest this. Roamer doesn't have TP. Oh, they found another pick.
Oh, they're going for everything, and a big Keeper's Verdict this time around might have swung the fight for Pain. Atakan still there. Gigo's entrance coming in. Hero's entrance, not Gigo's entrance, but that is Gigo's entrance. He gets flashed on. He gets explosive charged on, and Furia might have just stubbed their toe. Shut down for a Titan. That is massive. Now, they want to punch right back because Kuri is low, and that means Kuri is killable.
Roamer's coming back. This has taken so long, 4i4. This has been such a mess. They could have just taken the Atakan and walked away. They got bloodthirsty. They got a bit too LTA South on us right here, and now they've lost that. They know they couldn't keep fighting because Roamer was going to come around the corner and spoil it.
Yeah, and because it's Hextech Soul as well, there are the gates, so Roamer's able to get there a bit faster even without the teleport. Look, in NA, in LTA North, you've got, your Dignitas Barons. Down here in the South, we've got Atakans, and right now, I want to name them like Furia Atakans, because this happened yesterday too! Furia threw an Atakan, and they're kind of low-key doing it again. This series of plays was great. We talked about how Furia is really good at setting up. They know they've got the burst damage. They instantly burst down. I want to highlight too what ults were used. It was Tibbers, and it was Cyclone. So you still have Leona's Solar Flare as a huge engage tool, and Pain is fighting this 4v5. So Pain is a bit over optimistic. They're saying that we've got better hands, we're gonna try and make this happen, but that's not true. Furia had just as good hands, and they're able to push Pain back. They go for the Dragon, they secure that, but the Atakan was where everything kind of went wrong. We don't have time for that as Baron is being started up by Pain, and they're kind of melting it.
Oh man, Tuts taking
a bad spot, no?
Taking a deep old Hex Gate through, and he just gets wiped. Nothing Ayu can do with the Dawning Shadow or otherwise, but now Furia have the advantage on the other side here as the Weaver's Wall, or excuse me, the Equalizer comes out, but Gigo's gonna grab himself 2 kills, and Furia soak up the pressure. The touch bait was all part of the plan. They will get the Baron as their reward, just how they drew it up.
Never mind, Dignitas Baron. Hold your drink, we've got Pain Barons too here. We got every single big throw on the objectives.
That is crazy, man. Like, RMC, we were talking before we went live that Furia is the best Baron setup team in the region, right? They play Barons better than anyone else, but for some reason they can't do it on Atakans. Atakan spawns at the same time Baron used to spawn. Why can't we play it at the same time? But how does this work for Tuts? He gets Tibbers off, which is maybe the only reason it's good.
Yeah, well, look at what he did to Weiser, right? That was the critical person he was looking for. And even if he dies, Tibbers is still in the area doing damage. They've got to focus on Tibbers as well. It's all just distraction. And when we're looking at draft, we talked about how for Furia, they just kind of need to sit back and scale. Look for Ayu. to scale up and be a monster, and IU is starting to do damage. Tatu as well is matching damage right now with Tuts, and you can see Tatu and Tuts right there. You know, they know what they're doing. They're the big sort of go buttons for the team. They're the ones making all the action happen, and once again, they did it. Tuts going in, not good for him or his KDA, but that's the team call, and that's the thing about Furia. They're willing to sacrifice for the team. Carry or non-carry, everybody has to do their job.
Tuts, as a flag on the play on cheering after that one, I'll be honest. You don't get to cheer after the team comes in to scrape up the completely bungled Hex Tech gate over the pit. Like, come on now, let's...
It's a feature, not a bug, Trajan.
He dropped a massive turd on the other side of the map, and his the rest of the squad came in and scooped that one up and said, "We don't leave these here. That's a civil that's a
you
civil
do
offense."
it. It's for your opponents to step into.
True. And then, yeah, they've got some poo-poo on their shoes right now. Do Pain Gaming in their 7th straight final. Pain Gaming staring at a very uncomfortable situation. This is Furia's first ever final. We talked about the individual experience gap here and then the finals differences, but Furia, for this franchise, this could mean everything here. TP coming in hot, Equalizer over the top, big shields coming in as well, another TP coming in from Furia to try to get more here. Now the Dawning Shadow's actually starting to hurt as Tuts try to charge up his big old stun. He gets in, IU is just free firing, and that means that Furia are probably going to run away with this fight, but the health bars are pretty low. If Titan can pull a rabbit out of a hat here, maybe they've got a shot here. Titan went forward, but he got rocket jump back here. Is it Titan time? It's Titan time, baby! IU gets taken down, Gigo gets chewed through, and Pain Gaming have found a way back into this one. The health bars are so low. Karaoke, he can get some CC down. Rover gets the shutdown, and just like that, Pain Gaming with the ace. Who doubted RFC? Not me. Not ever.
Oh my word, everybody. How is it possible? How does this game get more bizarre, get more backwards by the minute? Furia had Tuts coming in, Pain didn't have good position, they'd already lost the Atakan, and they get the anti-flash it again, but the first time Titan isn't forced out of the play, when he's allowed to actually operate, it's a massive Pain W, and they deny the soul.
Two-word Trajan, absolute cinema. Welcome to the LTA South. It's absolute cinema. Or, as we say it here in the South, Titan Sheshkadella. Because that was Titan. Absolutely popping off right there. The fight looked lost. And what we have to keep in mind is the fight actually starts really badly for Furia. It was a great keeper's verdict to knock away the Leona there, so Jojo wasn't kind of able to get in there. So for a moment, the fight was actually a 5v3. But they're far ahead enough that they were able to buy time. Tuts gets in there. Roamer gets pushed out the fight early. Wiser's hit to rights. But Titan on the side was doing a ton of damage. And once he gets the one reset, that moment, the moment we saw Gigo go down, Furia know they were dead, done and dusted. And this is why I'm not worried about Titan being irrelevant in the game. He always finds his way back in. Thankfully for Furia, it's not the same as what happened last game. Pain don't end immediately off of it. The game goes on. Furia's still in it. Furia is still strong.
But for what feels like the first time all game, for the first relevant time all game, they are now down gold. And Roamer and Wiser, they did their jobs. But now you have that X factor. You have Titan able to throw a grenade into the Atakan pit. Kind of literally there. And I mean, the way that instant when Tatu tried to go in and finish him off in that tri-brush, the instant buster shot out, holding that for that last ditch effort, saying no, you don't get to, and actually I'm going to clean all this up. He held all his cards. Titan plays on the edge, man. He held all his big buttons for the end, for that guillotine play, and that's what he was able to execute there to get his team back into this game.
But what we can expect.
Yeah, this time he lucked out. Let's not forget everything that happened before. There's like, praise the Titan for what he's done. But also, he was the one who screwed up the first time. And also the one who got caught in the back of the Dragon Pit the second
And that is not what will be remembered, RMC. It will be, if Pain win the game, if Pain win the series, no one will remember the Baron Pit shenanigans. They will remember the turnaround and the potential quadra kill.
Well, wait, hold on. This is not fair. Trajan, do your job. You're supposed to be the Pain hater here, and I'm supposed to be the Pain fan. Why are you making me so bad here?
So what I think we can expect, and we're seeing it right now from Fury, is yes, they just got absolutely flat-footed in the Atakan pit. That was going to be the game-winning play. The Atakan, the team fight, the gold leads insurmountable, they walk it down, they get the Baron, that was going to be it. It's not it anymore, but what we know about Furia is that Are they going to crumble and go and cry in the corner and go next fast? No, they are going to fight it out twice as hard as they did. We saw it in game 1. It was way worse than this, and they kept throwing it against the wall. It doesn't stick, it doesn't stick, it doesn't stick. Finally, it sticks and they win anyway. So Furia, expect Jojo and Tuts to have something to say about the state of the game in the next couple of minutes.
And therein lies the sort of danger, the tripping hazard for Furia as well. With their composition, they don't need to necessarily be trying to play it fast and loose and trying to accelerate the pace of the game. They can take their time, especially with the Senna. Their setups were good up to that point, and even around that Articon, it was kind of good. I don't want to see them, you know, over rush things. In fact, take it slow, because a lot of Pain's ability to play is burst damage, right? The Keeper's Verdict's a one-time spell. Equalizer's a one-time spell in a team fight. So you want to burn those and then re-engage. But if you're trying too hard going in on these objectives, then you're opening up for a potential karaoke steal. So for Furia, you know, take it nice and slow. Oh, Keeper's Verdict was burnt.
That was a fun interaction, and now Gigo's got something to say about it as Jojo gets ripped through Titan, trying to bully his former support into the next dimension. Corey trying to go back in here. Ayu with big shielding, healing over the top. The Dawning Shadow finds its mark. Big Shurima shuffle, able to wipe Tuts off the map. Weiser gets the kill credit, but Ayu still free firing, and that means they've got a shot. Gigo trying to get in there and run some interference. It's a double kill for him. He is way too large and is charged. Titan gets one, but at the end of the day, it's just too much. Ayu with the triple kill as Furia wrestle control right back. It's an ace. And are we gonna do this again?
No way. These fights are completely incomprehensible. Guys, how is it that you never have a fight where the winner at the start is the winner at the end in this game, in this day? It is bonkers. I don't know if they can end with 30 seconds on Weiser, 13 on Curry. Maybe they can, but they're pretty low. If this goes wrong, it could go very wrong.
Yeah, I don't want Furia to necessarily overpush right now. Watch those timers. 5 seconds on Curry, and if Curry can stall, that's a big problem. It's 15 on Weiser, though, and that's a critical thing. They don't have wave clear. Curry's just trying to distract as much as possible. Furia, focus, right? They've taken the turrets.
Oh my goodness. Yeah,
That's one hit.
It's
Jonas one hit.
Furia, are they going to be able to do it? Curry trying to get everything.
Equalizer
comes down, and it is not enough. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and non-binary squirrels, where were you? Where were you when Tatu and the boys stunned the Tradicionais? When they stunned Pain Gaming and took a 2-0 lead in this finals? In the blink of an eye, they pulled the rug out from under not only Pain Gaming, but the entirety of the South American continent.
Chill. It's not done yet, 4x4. It's a best of 5, not a best of 3. There's still a chance for Pain to come back into this, but twice now, Furia wins a critical fight, ends the game immediately. Their decisiveness is incredible. And you were questioning, Trajan, how did they win that fight? Well, they played it slow, right? Jojo gets caught out, sure, but we already said the game plan was burn out the Keeper's Verdict, burn out the Equalizer, make sure the setup isn't there, and they burnt the Keeper's Verdict early. Equalizer came across without sufficient setup. It didn't really toast anyone, and the moment those two were down, Ayu just kind of got to grind his way through that fight, and for Titan, for Roamer, their positioning is so much tougher than it is for that Senna, like we talked about, and now suddenly Pain's backs are up against the wall, and here in the South, reverse sweeps aren't common. They're actually pretty darn rare, so Pain, they've really got to clutch this one out.
It is common for Furia to be up in the series. They have been swept on at least once. It is now that the pressure becomes the highest it can possibly be. Because you have stolen 2 games now. You have robbed 2 games from Pain out of their back pocket and ran away giggling to yourself. You're now up 2-0, having almost thrown 2 games and then winning them anyway. You need to now maintain the sense of, didn't happen, don't care, I deserve to be here, I'm the GOAT. You know, get the Tattoo mindset and just send it and just keep doing this, right? I don't know how it happens, I don't know how it works every time, but it seems like Pain are a little shaky today, and Furia have the highest clutch factor I've seen from them all split. It is always high, but today it is astronomical.
They're playing like a team with nothing to lose. That's kind of my takeaway here, right? And I think game 1 actually encapsulated it more than game 2. In game 2, they were more in control. In game 1, they said, look, this is our best shot here, right? We're down 5,000 gold. We've got to take every single opening these guys give us, because they will win in a war of attrition in game 1. And then in game 2, playing with all the confidence in the world, you got a 1-game lead. You're drafting a bit of an unorthodox composition, something that relies on a guy who has been the weak link on this team, in Ayu, to execute on the setup. And he was marvelous. And now, Pain have to ask themselves some very uncomfortable questions. We'll break those down and more as Furia look to complete the upset when we come back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South. We now stand inexplicably at 2-0 to Furia. Pain, generational bag fumbling we're seeing today from Pain, unfortunately, it must be said. And RMC, you know, the producer asked us if we were good to go, and you said, no, but let's go live anyway. And that just sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, Pain, aptly named organization. They've always been a painful org to follow. And you call them the Silver Surfer Trajan. Before you mentioned 7 straight grand finals, but only 1 championship after 7 straight grand finals. They're the final kings of CB LOL, but at the rate they're going, they're not going to be the first international representatives from LTA South, Furia. Instead, a team that has never had a championship, by the way. This org has never won. Heck, they've never even made it to Grands before. They make it to Grands and win it? Now that's an amazing story.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, 4i4, we've gotten the Pain Zeche's opinion on events that have transpired as a neutral party, shall we say. How are you feeling about these wins? Because they're not clean. Are they exciting? Yes. Are they definitive? I wouldn't say so.
I mean, I'll say this. If Pain do come back and reverse sweep here, they are responsible for one of the few reverse sweeps that we have had. It was the Pain roster with Lucy, BRTT, Carioca was on that roster, and Tinones and Robo. They have pulled off a reverse sweep before over Dinkedo's Loud. Yes, that did exist at one point. And RMC, you talked about how Gigo and company, Gigo and JoJo, right? This is their first grand finals on Furia. As well, I'm not sure what the hell was going on there, but I would have liked to have seen it. But the graphic you just saw, I mean,
there we go.
These 3 players, they were pre-Loud Dynasty, right? Yep. The 3 Cade championships you see in the middle there, plus that red Canids 4th place. These were the guys that were like just power of friendshipping, along with Grevthar and Aegis, power of friendshipping their way to back-to-back CB LOL titles.
Yeah, so Titan, Gigo, JoJo, they were part of the Crush Canids roster, 2021 Split 2, 2022 Split 1. They won it. And then 2022 Split 2, it did not end well. 4th was not good enough, and that's when everything changed. But if you look at kind of how it's gone, I think Titan generally, okay, he had a bit of a rough time on Red, but the moment he went to Pain, it's 2nd place, 1st place, and then 4th place in Split 1, which wasn't, you know, the usual whole domestic split. Gigo probably suffered the most. He went to the VKS roster back in 2023, the 3G roster, right? With Gigo, Grell, and Grevthar in the mid lane. I mean, that was wonderful and fun, but it did not do very well. 9th
such
place.
A mess.
And then he was part of the CL era, right? In 2024, 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place in regular seasons both split. JoJo also struggled quite a bit. 6th place on Fluxo, and Fluxo as an org still continues to struggle now. Went back to Red, another 4th place finish, and now he's with Furia. So Titans had the most success, sure, but Gigo and JoJo this year, this split in particular, is looking to be able to get one over that paragon of Brazilian AD carries that split away to Pain.
And it has always been it's been so clear the quality that Gigo and JoJo still have and are bringing to these rosters. Like, especially the VKS era for Gigo was a peak, one of the peaks of his career in terms of domination in the top lane. JoJo on this Fluxo roster. It was the Fluxo roster for JoJo that looked like it was going to win and be better than everyone, and you know, 10-game win streak and all this, and then just crashed and burned kind of multiple times in a row. We've seen the high still present for Gigo, for JoJo. Titan has been always, I think, more considered to be the face of the region and maybe the best player in the region, MVPs of splits, right? But Gigo and JoJo have been toiling away in playoffs, in the mid-pack seedings for many years, and now they stand here ready to take one over Titan, to dethrone him after he just got there, for goodness sake, and they're ready to come and topple him right off. It is 4i4. It is poetic, but it is pretty tough, as we do have the post-game stats right here, and the damage that I was pumping out right here.
Dude.
Well, when you give your early kills to Senna, I guess that's what you get.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the snowball started to roll, right? And from then on, it was in these more drawn-out fights, despite Weiser and Romer's best efforts, despite Titan's best efforts. Pain actually got back into this one. Titan gave it. Yeah. He gave it, and he took it away in that one.
Yes.
And now we've got a very interesting spot here in Game 3, where again, because of the loss, Pain are going to get side selection. I imagine they go blue side again and just grab themselves meta picks, because on the whole, and even despite the result here, I would say, look, they are still the better team. They've proven it. more consistently. And now they've got a chance to actually, I mean, they've got this opportunity to actually do something about it here. And it's hard not to project forward to which one of these teams would do better internationally, but that's a discussion we're going to have another time as we are in a draft here.
Yes, now we have seen the first actual departure. Pain have completely changed their draft strategy. It's not MF, it's not Varus, and I said I wanted them to leave MF up and just slam it. Give Titan a pick he can't E in on, and he's gone for the Varus. So it's the same idea, right? Yes, it can carry, yes, it has damage and utility, but it is not able to go quite as bonkers by itself.
And now, again, for all the criticism that has been leveled at IU this split, on Misfortune, dude can cook. And you've left that open here on the other side for quite the wombo.
Wait,
Lord
no.
Jesus in heaven, what are we doing?
Doing it again?
No, they're not doing the Io Yasuo thing again, are they?
They are.
Dude.
If
The Io Yasuo was not good.
Like, this might be the most, aside from the Loud Dynasty going down, this is the most consequential point in modern Brazilian League of Legends. Because if Furia win this is going to be talked about for years and years and years to come. If Furia butcher this and go on to lose the series
And
because of
get
IU Yasuo, IU might not find a team next split. That is the worst case scenario. This could be a disaster. Oh my goodness.
So, to be fair to IU, this is not the first time he's whipping out the ass. This is not like
we know.
IU Belvets levels of insanity. But back in the first round of the playoffs, up against K-Stars, in Game 3, when Furia were up 2-0, they whipped this out. And it's a similar situation. They're up 2-0 right now, and they're saying, okay, IU, we know you like your weird picks. Go for it. Also, it does well into Varus, to be fair, right? And he picked in the exact same situation where Teus was on Varus. He slammed the Yasuo. So it's sort of his pocket counter. In lane, it might still struggle, but later on, the Windwall can block the Chains of Corruption. They can block the Piercing Arrows. And it's a wonderful team fight sort of pickup. And here in the LTA South, besides Furia, every other team runs team fight comps anyways. So if you're gonna just smash it with team fights, then yeah, Furia's just all winning on that. Again, the logic is sound. The execution, that's
We'll
the
see,
question.
baby. We will
Similar,
see.
yes. The same, no. VKS does not equal Pain Gaming. I will say that for the folks at home. As we have rounded out this first draft, it's Varus Braum bot lane versus assumedly Yasuo Rakan. That's what they ran last time. They could, of course, just give this to Tatsukigo, but we'll see how the draft develops. And they've locked in a Sejuani for Tatu as well. Very solid bridging pick for him. And I think Tatu and Karaoke have been doing their jobs today. They have not been the focus or the result of each game, but they have actually both been playing pretty well, setting up their team. So we've gone through the second round of bans as well. Trundle, Renekton, Jax, and Maokai, so a lot of top lane focus. And Furia still with the final counter pick. They are still potentially going to be able to get Gigo something ideal to come through in this one RMC. But now that we've gotten these picks starting to fall away, we still need a mid laner for Tuts now, and the flex of the Yasuo is really kind of confusing me as to what we're actually going to see now.
Yeah, and they're holding it, right? They picked the Aatrox into the Investor here, and they're holding a potential flex for the last pick. Pain, they're still looking for mid lane and jungle, and they did pinch Karaoke's pool in the jungle as well, right? Sejuani taken away, Maokai banned. They're basically saying, Karaoke, we're taking away all your comfort sort of utility picks, and that's why the Skarner's being hovered. But Skarner's not as effective. Yeah, you kind of got to run into them. And with an Aatrox waiting on the other side with a Rakan, they're happy to let Karaoke just kind of run into them to find that engage. If they can knock you up, if they can interrupt you, you might not even get the Impale off. And even if you do, you might not have enough health to do anything with that Impale.
This is going to be, I mean, you've drafted a couple knockups, which is good for Yasuo, right, to set him up. You've got Rakan, you've got Aatrox as well. The Yone would have been ballsy, but now you've got potentially that Yone to go into the hands of Tuts. And this could be like the Wombo combo comp to end all Wombo combos. It will be Orianna here for Roamer. So you've got sufficient damage, I think, on the side of Pain Gaming. But this I don't know if you know why I'm saying this, but it almost like maybe it's just the timbre of the series right now. This feels like a playing scared comp for Pain.
From Pain? It's a comfort pick for Pain. I think
they're playing it. I think they're keeping it simple. I think they're trying to simplify the team fight with comfort picks for Roamer especially, right? As the Akali as the final lock-in.
This
so
is a massive
keeping it simple.
Yeah. This is a you know what on the table comp from Furia.
It it makes sense though, right? Like they've done this before, and we've seen a lot of sort of AoE wombo combo team fight comps where it's like 4 team fighters and then the 1 assassin to kind of clean up in the back line.
Yep.
And I think it works very, very well, especially since Akali can get around the Braum. Unbreakable doesn't do squat to Akali. Now you can dive that Orianna, dive the Varus. So I think it's a really solid draft adaptation from Furia. Thinkart being back in Brazil maybe makes all the difference with their drafts and how well they're playing. Because he wasn't here yesterday, but he flew back in to make sure he was here for Grand Finals. I like it. I just want to go back to your point for about playing scared. I guess the reason why you might feel that way is Roamer opting for the Orianna.
Yeah.
When he's been the big playmaker, arguably the best player on Pain today so far, certainly the one who's carrying a lot of these fights, Orianna doesn't give you that agency to do that anymore. Orianna, in fact, the last time Roamer picked Orianna last week, I said he was put in Orianna jail because he screwed up the Ari.
Yeah, exactly.
He's good on it, but he can't really be that pop-off player. It relies all on that shockwave, and we'll see it this game if he's able to do it. Pain, standard front-to-back composition, really good front line, really solid back line. Let's see if they can execute it into the madness that Fury has brought to the table with the Yasuo bot lane, with the Akali to round things out and threaten.
Now, I worry about full melee comp into Braum, into Ori, into Varus, who can just go on hit and then build Runans.
True, yeah.
I do worry about the Furia all melee composition. I feel like this does feel like a big swing for the fences. Like, it feels like the draft of a team that won both game 1 and game 2 in 25 minutes with a 9k gold lead.
Yes.
Not a team that won the second game with a waterline gold graph, having stolen the second win of the series. So I love where your head's at, Furia. I am terrified for you in this game, I'll be honest. This feels like, for me, I'm expecting more like game 2 of Pain versus Furia in winners finals, in which Pain just went, okay, nice steal on game 1, and now we're going to show you who's boss. And that was not a close affair. Pain completely ranched them in that game.
That's what I expected from Pain in game 2 of this series, and it did not end up being that.
Interestingly enough, both supports are actually running Unsealed Spellbook.
Based.
Both melee supports, too. Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a couple of times, but usually it's into the ranged support or when you don't think you're necessarily going to win that melee matchup. But both of them opting for it. The last time, I think it was Jojo we saw, who's been consistently running the Unsealed Spellbook on Rakan. And he had some really good smite steals, as you mentioned, Rajan. So I'm curious to see if Curry can kind of do the same thing. And that makes the jungle, the objective fights, that much spicier.
I was going to say, I'm glad that he's already taken Exhaust as the standard, which I believe is the right idea against Akali and Aatrox and Yasuo, and it's also going to give him that extra, a bit of kill threat. If he wants to swap it to Ignite, if he wants to swap it to something else, Titan can be enabled to go deep here. And last game, we saw Io and Jojo actually win out that bot 2v2, kind of against their will. Titan and Curry decided to completely send it and reel it. Now they have a Varus from, again, it's a fantastic 2v2 dueling pair, right? This needs to be the game where Pain's bot lane get it together in the first 5-10 minutes. That is what made game 2 so tough for them,
Surely they can't send it with a non-mobile AD carry and a Braum who's not engaged, right? Right, guys?
He's taking Ghost. I'm afraid he's taking Ghost, so he's going to be sending it, I'm afraid.
No. I mean, look, you can't cleanse a knockup, right? I don't hate the Ghost here, right? And you're not going to take Barrier into this lane, right? Because you should be just fisting it, right? This is about not necessarily getting kills, but this is about just putting this lane in the dirt, at least in terms of CS. So I don't hate it, but it does... this could be one of those results-based analysis things where if this goes sideways, you're like, he took Ghost, blah, 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 but real ball knowers know that this was the right pick. Because you got to stay in range, if nothing else, right? You got to be able to give yourself a little more mobility, and Cleanse just isn't going to do it in this composition.
Yeah, ultimately the cleanse is gonna the ghost is gonna give him the ability to reposition a team fight, right? If he gets away from that first fight, Curry flies in, shields the first thing, knocks up the first attacker. He can ghost and reposition and start space gliding on them. So this is probably the right choice, as much as we like to meme on Titan a bit.
Yeah, for sure. And in lane too, right now Titan and Curry are gonna have the advantage of sort of double range in a way. Like, yes, Braum is a melee champion, but the Frostbite, his Q at least, is sort of a ranged ability to be able to kind of poke out. And they're more than happy to let Jojo and Ayu kind of step up and try and engage into them. I need to see Titan and Curry just run this lane, like get full control over it. But you can already see Tatu trying to get down here, even if he can't get the gank off because of the wards. Just his presence is going to be able to break some of that pressure.
We're fighting, we're knocking up, we're going on Titan. He's used the Ghost already and the Flash. Now Karaoke is here. They could look for a re-engage in the 3 versus 3. Titan has room to shoot, but the wind wall blocks him out. And Ayu and Jojo, despite Tatu being on Vision, they still walk away ahead in that 3v3.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, the pressure that Tatu can kind of get down just by showing up, whether or not he actually gets the gank off. And he did get the gank off. Wiser? He's opting into this.
Oh, it's Wiser on the Ambassador, though. We've seen the outplays from this guy
Oh,
before. And the potion keeps him alive. Flash into the bush again, but it's first blood. Gigo, the Korean killer, is back, baby.
Is it still a Korean kill if Wiser's a naturalized Brazilian citizen as far as
give him half a point.
League of Legends?
Give him half a point.
But wow, man, I mean, that could have gone. What a timely level up there. But man, oh man, now, I mean, yeah, Wiser, he's in a tough spot now, right? Gigo, you want to talk about a snowbally champion that can take over this game if you're not careful. Gigo on the Aatrox, man. There's another champion that, like the Camille, is something that he is known to just dominate on.
It's sort of an unusual situation to happen to Wiser. Like, if Titan does that, we're all just like, yeah, that's just Titan. But Wiser's the conservative top laner. He's not the one to usually mess up these one-on-ones. He knows usually exactly how much damage he can take, and Wiser opted into it. Like, he dashed back in against Gigo there and tried to outplay in the bush. Evidently didn't work out. So I'm a little bit concerned for Pain's mental right now. This game, has it started to crumble now that Titan and Curry aren't finding a lead? By the way, again, range into melee. I use the one up CS, and sure, there's a wave crashing in. That wave, 6 minions, does not make up the deficit. And Wiser, not able to find any sort of lead. Roamer jailed on Orianna, so I'm not expecting him to be able to pop off and hold the mid game. It feels like Pain kind of crumbling a little bit.
It's so, I mean, hang on a second. We've got the knock up onto Curry. He's going to dash away, but, you know, fans will remember, not too long ago, we saw Wiser pull one of the craziest Ambessa outplays I've seen ever against, who do you know? It was Furia against them in that bot side. The Ambessa for Wiser is very good. He's very skilled at this champion, but I think that speaks to what you're saying, RMC, that they look out of sorts. They look like they're not playing as they should. This is an off day for Pain in top lane as well as bot lane, and Roamer's been trying his little heart out today, but he's in Orianna jail. What's he supposed to do? Yeah,
and right there, I thought Wiser was just going to dash out, but he actually opted to turn around, and they kind of did to rights. You know, flashing, trying to outplay and push. Absolutely didn't work out. Gigo just knew his limits better in that situation, and that does not spell good news. Aatrox scales pretty well into the mid game. He's going to be an absolute menace, and not just in the 1v1s either, but the team fights potentially for Fury. It's not just going to be Wiser's problem. It's going to be all of Pain's problem at these mid game objectives.
Man, yeah, I mean, if IU, again, this is going to be one of the most talked about series for a long time. No matter what happens, honestly, from here on out, the fact that Furia have gone up 2-0 here, if it's a reverse sweep, it goes down in the history books. If Furia 3-0, 3-1, or 3-2 this, it goes down in the history books because you pulled off an upset. Let's make no bones about it. Actually, I'll ask you guys a question here. And maybe I asked this on the podcast, so forgive me if I did. If Furia win this, would that be a bigger upset than if Cade had beat Pain in Split 2 2024?
No. I think Cade would have been a bigger upset, personally, because I think Furia have already demonstrated a clear ability to defeat Pain in games and to look competitive before. And there's been such a bigger gap there, whereas Cade was always like, how are these guys winning regular season? So now we have to ask, how's this dive going to go? Because we've got Tots coming around, Karaoke is almost there, but they've got the knock-up onto Titan, the flashing from the Sejuani, they've got the stun, there it is, first kill secured, trying to get out of tower range, Curry's very low, but he's going to survive. And now Roamer, here's the hero play, the chance for Orianna Jail to be unlocked and for a big shockwave to change the tide here, but Tots dropping the shroud completely zones him out, and Pain chicken out and back off.
Yeah, and that's the old ball and chain on Roamer. What's he supposed to do? Flash in and try and go for the shockwave? Like, even then, I don't think he has enough damage right now.
Yes, sombrero time. Let's go. Game in your hands, brother. No one else is going to do it. Not today.
Yeah, and the dive was immaculate from Furia. Very, very clean. Yeah. The way they kind of trade off the aggro and making sure, like, Jojo's the one that started off. He's kind of hovering at the side so that he can drop immediately. He goes on to Tatu as well. It's on your tanks and your big carries of Ayu and Tuts. They're ready to go to actually pump out the damage, and they're perfectly safe. Even better for them, well, not as good for them, unfortunately, is the fact that Tatu was the one who picked up that kill there and not Tuts or Ayu. But they're kind of fine with that. And Pain, a little bit uncharacteristic for them to be able to suffer. I think once Curry hits level 6, they don't have to worry about that dive. But that it happened before then is already an issue for Pain. They don't have a winning lane right now.
Tuts? Tuts? Kill, can he find it? Oh, okay, he's the tower shot. And
he got a winning lane.
Balls it in bot lane. We was just about to say that the last time we saw the Tutsakali, it was just side lane city and it wasn't doing that much value and it didn't look that good for him. He almost had the solo kill there, but instead drops the gold into Roamer's pocket, and now Furia not feeling so good about this play. They're going to back away, and Pain going to move in on the grubs.
That is a massive massive play right there. You want to talk about some potentially fragile mental? If that's me in that situation, I break. I pee on myself.
Keyboards.
Yeah, exactly. No, I break.
Well,
the
hang on a
keyboard
second.
breaks.
Pain getting knocked up, Karaoke. The Yasuo combo's there, but still gets the big impale. But Titan not able to get the damage down just yet, but someone needs to go down at some stage. Karaoke's there, outflashes Ayu. He's pretty low, but Gigo now taking over the front line. The next Q does not land, and Furia in a bit of a retreat right now as Roamer has arrived. Another knockup from Jojo, threatening onto Titan, but Rakan surely will fall. And Furia, a little scrappy there. They walk away with one grub apiece, but they end up getting pushed back.
These last two fights that Pain have won, on the margins, on the slimmest of margins here. But somehow, some way, they find themselves in a position. I mean, Furia, they're still ahead here, right? If, you know, we talked about in game, I forget if it was 1 or 2, but how Weiser and Roamer, they were losing some of those fights by just inches. And how the game could have been completely different had a couple of heads turned to tails, had a couple of 6s been 1s. And now Furia maybe are finding some positive regression.
Well, and this is where the pain mental comes in, right? For Furia, they're not quite at the point of the game where they want to be looking for this fights. The Aatrox, the Yasuo, the Akali haven't skilled up. We saw the last breath come across to start things up, and it didn't really do that much. Like, congratulations, you took out Karaoke, the jungler. That's good for the objective, but you don't want the rest of this fight. And right here, Jojo going down, this was him doing the right support play. As in, your team was going to get shafted. Do not drag the rest of your team into it. Turn around and make sure that, hey, you focus on me. Everybody else kind of get out. So Furia, they made the best of a bit of a rough situation they found themselves in. I just don't think they should necessarily be looking for this fight. Even here, last breath comes across from Ayu. Titan just tanked it, and he's kind of fine. Like, give Ayu, you know, maybe 5 minutes, 1 item, and Titan won't be fine. But for right now, Pain are okay to kind of try and force fights toe-to-toe, even with the gold deficit.
Furia still 600k up, 600 goal up. So they are still pretty, you know, they're happy here. They got the first dragon. That fight didn't go ideal for them, but as you say, RMC, they were not at the strongest point. Tatu has walked away with a couple of kills and will become likely a very tanky frontliner, which is really what they need. If they're going to go with potentially 2 backline assassins, they really want Gigo and Tatu to be in good shape, to be properly threatening onto Roamer and Titan. So they're walking away happy with this, but they could have been much further ahead. But this is what we said about Pain in game 2, is if those fights had actually just been operated properly, you'd probably be way further ahead. And now Roamer getting assaulted from behind the tower here, surely nowhere to go with no flash. And Tuts this time will be assisted to some revenge by his jungler.
Man, look, Tatu, look, I've always said, if you're playing Sejuani, you better be ripping that ult on cooldown, because the amount of pressure you generate on a Sejuani by just showing up, right? If you just peekaboo into a lane, you can force a panic flash at the best of times. And at the worst of times, right, it's just a guaranteed kill, right? It's so simple for this Sejuani. And now Tatu, yeah, look, I mean, he's been at his best on these types of junglers, man, right? Whether it's a tank and Spanx, or like you said, your more damage-oriented junglers for, you know, like the Wukong, but his engage sense and his team fight sense are unbelievable, especially when you consider he's a rookie. He's a rookie, and there was a conversation. I'm not saying it was the right conversation necessarily, but this guy was getting down ballot MVP votes. There's a conversation that he was the MVP.
Yeah, and Tatu, I think, was the biggest, most hyped up rookie stepping into the split. We have a couple like with Marvin, with Roamer, with Tatu, but it was Tatu who everybody was kind of hyping up as the next big Brazilian phenom player. Like, in any role, he's the rookie to keep your eyes on. And in this game in specific, what we just saw Tatu do to Roamer with Tuts, that's only going to get easier. Once Tuts picks up his first item as well, that's when the Akali starts to become a huge threat. You see how nice and easy it is? Sure, this time they catch Roamer up in the lane where he's not under safety of turret, but look how quickly they melt him, right? That's effectively just 1 and a bit combo, like 1 and a second Q from Tuts to come through.
Yeah, didn't even ult.
Strike. Yeah, you could do that under turret very, very easily once first item comes through. So suddenly Roamer cannot be left to split push. There's just no safety there. Not unless they perma-track where Tatu is. Roamer does
Oh, that's unfortunate timing as Furia once again coming to really drive the nail into that coffin. Tuts given a second kill over Roamer.
Hold up, we were just talking about how Tatu and Tuts can do that to Roamer. We did not need to send a third person. Furia really want to put Roamer in the dirt, and with how the series has gone, I don't blame them, right? Roamer's been a fantastic part of Pain. If you shut him down, he's the easiest guy to abuse right now, then yeah, the team fight gets a lot easier from them. If Roamer's off the picture, the only person you need to focus down for Furia in team fights is Titan.
I'm playing a little bit of amateur psychologist here, but I think it does. I think there's a conversation here. Walk with me down this path.
Okay.
We put Titan on a. Oh my goodness, he's gonna get stunned up.
It's fine.
Alright,
Fine.
he's good.
I's already missed his cue. No worries.
All right. You've let go of my hand. Grasp onto it again. We put Titan on something where he cannot E forward. He cannot, be mobile. If you put Roamer in the dirt like this, I think Titan's spidey senses start tingling. And he goes, well, I've got to do something. He's going to be ghosting forward. He's going to be flashing forward. He's going to be using Chains of Corruption when maybe he shouldn't be, right? And Bessa is going to get a little trigger happy because I think the desperation could start to set in here, right? That's your worst case scenario because at the end of the day, look, Orianna's going to scale fine. Like she's a solid mid-range, mid-game, to late game sort of mage, but you can still be a Shockwave bot and be effective, right? Now, that's assuming that this lead doesn't get out of control. Because if this lead gets out of control, between IU, Tuts, or Gigo, pick your poison, dude. Any one of these guys could pop off and just murder blast this game for Furia.
Yeah, and the concern for Titan is definitely there. I will say so far, though, he's been playing very, very well. He's been able to actually survive quite a few of the engages that have come through on him. And I think just mentally, the mindset, he doesn't usually waste his summoners aggressively. He can use them aggressively, but usually he's better at calculating when he's burning his summoners compared to like a basic ability. So I'm not as worried about that. I am, however, very worried about the second point you brought up. The sort of carry overload that Furia has and the fact that all their carries are doing pretty well right now. Gigo is up and ahead with the extra kill and the extra assist. Tuts is getting the free farm kills because he's matching up against Roamer, and now Jojo can go gank, Tatu can go gank. Any sort of 2v1 means that the turret is not safe for Roamer. The big question mark for me is Ayu a little bit. He's doing well into Titan so far. He's actually up CS and he'll be a big threat, but we saw Ayu play as a 8-star and sometimes his engages are a little bit questionable.
Okay, we're going for the dive right here. There's no ults to use, and Wise are getting a bit tricky with it. The damage is there, but is it enough? Wise are dipping and diving, and Furia, they will make it work. They had to really work for that one, but it's still the dive secured onto Wiser.
Yeah. 2 flashes and an ult for 1 flash and an ult. Did you get the kill over as well? So I'd say that's worth it. Now, might have some action here in the top lane. Shockwave.
Oh. Baited in. Karaoke's ready to pounce, but the perfect execution does not connect, and Roamer will survive. A flash away from Tuts is there, but the bot lane tower's already gone down. Jojo ready and waiting, and this kind of somewhat answers the question that I was about to pose, which is, where's the answer from Pain? When Roamer is getting a permadove by Furia top lane on repeat, where's the answer from Pain? Where's the cross map? Where's the anything, right? This was the first attempt of a play we've kind of seen from them, and it feels like 5, 6, 7 minutes, it has been quiet from Pain so far. They're gonna go onto this Herald right now, and Titan's in position to hopefully finish it off. Furia maybe looking to try and punish, but Tatu too far away, I think, to properly contest it. We'll see if they want to fight here.
Everybody's showing up here. I mean, Tuts, yeah, I mean, you've got your shot here. Get in and get the hell out, because Tuts has TP, and here he comes.
Okay, double TP's coming in. Actually, the double flank from Furia is going to get pretty dicey. Flyquest has been locked up. He's under threat. Tuts is looking for the area. Pile in, but a triple impale from Karaoke. The full melee comp is all bunched up in the river. Tuts is working on Curry. That's not a backliner, but Tatu tags Titan with the end of the flail. Karaoke getting minced up by Ayu, and Jojo is going to go down surely as Tatu chases down the Varus. Roamer abandoned under the tower for the 3rd time in a row. He falls in top lane, and Furia put Pain in the meat grinder.
Tinone's retired a couple days ago, but he gave whatever anti-pain sauce he had to Tuts and Furia.
He went and kissed him lightly on the forehead and said, "You are the curse now."
Yes, exactly.
I mean, literally, Tuts was wearing the shirt yesterday, right? Which was like, what was it? Tuts or Tatu wearing the, it's like, rest in peace, like, Tino.
Yeah, the Jose Diodo one, the shirt yesterday. And then Tuts had the rest in peace Dinkato, Greftar, and Tinone's. He paid his respects, and this is good karma, right? You pay your respects, and you get to body Pain in grand finals, I guess.
And this fight was just, it felt like the icing on the cake. This is how you know Pain is kind of done and dusted. And Tuts on the side was the huge threat, because the Braum, Curry was doing a lot of work, right? Like the melee comp, as you said, they were struggling a little bit. They didn't quite have enough burst damage. But Titan wasn't allowed to free fire. That little bit we just saw there was about all the auto attacks he got down, because Tuts kept threatening the dive on the side. And Curry tried his best to keep the Akali out. But that's a poor little support up against a mid laner who's been fed some kills, has been allowed CS. On screen, by the way, Tuts just soloed out Roamer again.
It is going from bad to worse right now. Pain are spiraling. They are 6k down. 18 minutes. This is the biggest Furia performance we've seen so far. They'd like to strike back, but Jojo has got the IU activation right there. Titan with a lovely flash over the wall, actually. Keeps him safe for now, but Tatu and IU will follow him. And Gigo now has arrived. The cavalry is here. Furia are completely unleashed, and Pain are losing their minds. It's going from bad to worse.
Yeah, and what an unholy jungle gap we're seeing right now. Karyoka 0-3-0, tankiest guy on this team, and he's just getting melted. You look across the other side, 3-0-9, Tatu, the former understudy of Karyoka, coming up from Pain Gaming Academy. This was supposed to be Karyoka's performance if he couldn't clutch up, and we said Karyoka clutched up, right? Regular season, this guy, Pain Gaming's jungler, was the MVP bar none.
Literal MVP.
But fast forward to the playoffs right now, and Karyoka goes in. Half health, Tatu still ends up doing more in this fight. And once again, I'm just kind of looking at Titan on the side, not able to do anything. Tatu even hopping over the wall to guarantee that knockup to set up IU to finish that off. And the moment Titan's gone, Pain have nothing left in the tank. They can't make any plays. By the way, remember that Roamer's already dead when all this is happening. So there's literally no secondary carry.
And again, I mean, like, this isn't even like, we can't even talk about Titan this game. Titan's not being allowed to play the game. You see the vision for Pain Gaming. You see what they're trying to do. But it has been fight after fight, right? Whether it was Tuts just zoning him off that fight that took place right where the screen is looking right now, or this one where Jojo just gets all up in your guts. And oh, by the way, Wiser and Gigo are having, you know, a collateral damage battle just 2 pixels away. I can't walk in. I can't walk in, right? Because like you said, even if Karyoka, he's the tankiest guy on this team. Look, now he's an item down. Like, this game has gotten out of control with a capital O. But Titan has simply not been allowed to play the game. This one is not on him. I don't actually know who it's quote unquote on. I think I want to give just more credit to Furia than anything, because they are playing a relentless all gas no breaks game right now. Look at the Atacon as a reward. My goodness, man. I did not have this on my bingo card, man. Not even close. Not even close.
Well, it's on Pain right now, like an entire oil tanker, and just running them over repeatedly. And I just don't see a way for Pain to really come back in right now. Karyoka with Shelly, they're trying to make this happen, but Karyoka is... where are you gonna go, buddy? I don't think you get out no matter what, and much less when you're driving into the remains of a turret. Oh, is Tatu fine though?
Tatu might not be allowed to leave as well. Loses the flash, but a TP in from Tuts trying to threaten. Roamer's nowhere to be found as well. Onto Titan straight away, who's ghosted to safety. But that won't save you, my friend. Furia completely steamrolled them again.
That was hot. That was hot. Tuts.
And made me feel something.
Oh my goodness. I've been watching League of Legends for a long time. I've been casting League of Legends for slightly less time. I could put that on a short list of plays of maybe 15 or 20 plays that made me involuntarily make a noise. Tuts cleared the whole screen in the blink of an eye. That is what peak Akali performance looks like.
5-1-2 with the proto belt for even more mobility, and it starts off this play like this is what we're focused on, but on the minimap you can see Tatu is actually playing aggressively. He's not running away, he was going in to get more vision, and he was kind of baiting with his body. He knows that even if Tatu were to die in this situation, it does not matter. And Tuts, the backline of the 1v2, that what's Titan supposed to do, right? This is the drawback of not having the mobility spells, not having the Ezreal, not having the Tristana. You have no agency. You need your team, but where's your team?
Yeah, I think this feeds into what you were saying, RMC, or 404, I should say, that what's Titan supposed to do?
Yeah.
How is he supposed to play? This is not on Titan's Varus. This is the guy that had been struggling game 1 and 2, looking like the weak link. He's finally actually playing fine, but it doesn't matter. The whole map's on fire. What are you supposed to do? He now doesn't have the mobility to keep him from running it down, but now he doesn't have the mobility to escape from the melee comp that's diving down his throat every minute.
Between this game and Split 3, I think Pain should voluntarily get appendectomies, because the appendix actually doesn't do anything. Even if it's not leaking, you can remove it and nothing will happen. Now, it'll cost you an arm and a leg, and I don't know exactly how insurance works in Brazil, but I don't think they'll cover that if you just voluntarily decide to get your appendix removed when it's not actively killing you. But ever since Tatu has disposed of that unnecessary evolutionary byproduct in his midsection, the team has looked absolutely godlike.
I'm glad you explained that one, 4-4, because that's how they came out of nowhere.
Questions. We see another catch onto Karaoke here. Is about to go to 0-5. Titans drop the ult right now, but look at Furia just piling into this space. Now, can Pain use this to get some damage? Absolutely not. Not a chance. It's a double for Furia. They're into the base, ignoring the towers, and Roamer again abandoned, fleeing his own base. It's a matter of time.
What? The crumbling of the final kings of CBLOL. Pain, they won 2024 Split 2. They were the team that got Brazil into Swiss stage at Worlds 2024. But you can see on your screens, on the camera right there, Titan's giving up. He knows this is done and dusted. And this game 3, this last game of the LTA South Split 2 Grand Finals is unlike the first two. It's not a clutch win from Furia. It's not win one fight, suddenly win game. It's been dominant. 3-23, a 14k goal lead before Baron spawns. Furia, this is a victory lap.
I thought we were about to see a 24-minute win to close this game out, chaps, but it's not going to be just yet. Furia will exercise a last little bit of restraint. They'll peel back for the Infernal. It's not even the Soul game. It hasn't even been going that long, to be honest. So we're going to peel back for the third Infernal. And Pain, you could see that the camera shot of Titan leaning back in his chair, hands over his head. Yeah. My guy is already halfway home. He is checked out. He needs to dig deeper than anyone has ever dug to find a way after 13k gold lead. But Furia, as you say, RMC, they're taking a victory lap right now. They back off. They get the chance for one more blowout fight to put a stamp on this victory.
I mean, when Titan grabbed himself an immobile AD carry, I don't know how much that influenced the decision as we get a replay of this absolute demolition here. But look at Titan, right? He's got everyone lined up, and then out of in the blink of an eye, JoJo and Gigo just like, you know, nothing personal, kid, and just teleports behind him and just what, and just give him the chancla. And now this could be the game? Question mark. Glacial Fissure down. That'll be it.
I mean, Weiser and Roamer are stuck pushing bot side.
Okay. Objective bounties? Objective bounties?
We're going to get a little bit of gold right here. Karaoke, remember that steal from game number 1? You got another one of those in you, buddy? You might need it.
I mean, this would be the biggest comeback in the biggest League of Legends comeback I've ever seen in one game. If Pain somehow find a way to win this, a Baron might be an interesting way to start it up here, right? But they're banking on a long lane. I mean, beggars can't be choosers here right now. But my goodness, what a mountain to climb here for Pain Gaming as Furia take the Baron on spawn.
Yeah, and fair enough. I mean, Pain, I think they made the right call by not going for the steal right there. Karaoke doesn't have flash available. You lose that fight, you lose the game. So instead, we see Weiser and Roamer just pushing up on the bot lane, grabbing those objective bounties. They actually did shrink the gold lead by about 1,500 from about 13k and change down to 11.8. Is it significant? No. Is it actually
and also you get a flat 1,500 from taking the Baron, so some of that just went whoosh out the window.
True. Yeah, and now with the Baron buff, Furia, they just need to push in and win this fight. Now, we have seen teams fumble right at this last fight when they're pushing in under turrets, but this game, at this moment, that would be a shocker.
Yeah, have they done it up 12,000 gold? I think we'll get the historians on that one. We'll get the we'll get our stats people on that.
I think the biggest one I could remember is like 9k, which was some Netshoes miners complete nonsense fest, 50 minutes deep, and we're 26 minutes in, so we've got a bit of time to maybe approach that level of gameplay, but...
Titan and Gigo have come back from open Nexuses before, and JoJo have come back from open Nexuses before. It'd be funny to see if they actually did it to Gigo and JoJo. That'd be hilarious, but yeah, unfortunately it looks like 2 red cat hits is better than 1 right now.
The verging paths they may have had, but... Furia are on the path to victory right now. Top lane crumbling, bot lane as well. Attacking from all angles as Pain are being compressed in their base.
Come on, they've got to fight. Pain, don't go out with a whimper. Go out with a bang. And they're trying to play it safe. They're trying to take their time, you know, wait for Furia to kind of overplay the engage, especially under turrets. That would be ideal. But losing all 3 inhibitors, that just feels like a death sentence.
Yeah, Pain, that's not ideal, to use a technical term.
No. We don't love that for them, to use the scientific description.
Here we go.
Here we go. Weiser calling the play right now, but in comes the response of Furia. Titan immediately slammed in on, and they're looking for the dive. Big ult from Roamer. Slows down Io and Tuts, but they're under the towers. It's not the cleanest from Furia, and Pain might be able to stand their ground. 2 for 1. 1 turret down, but Furia, I don't think they can end it just yet.
I mean, look, they've got the Baron up cannon minions. They've got a lot of strength going forward, but Pain have a numbers advantage. Just surviving here might be good enough, even though they are hemorrhaging gold. These towers do respawn.
Looking for Wiser, they might have caught him on the front line, and Tattoo picks up the credit. Pain now! They had the 4v3, but can they? How have they dropped this at the very end? Furia, they don't need carries. They don't need champions. Karaoke tries to drag Tattoo back in, but he just can't make it work. And that is it. Furia unveiling the new dawn for LTA South in the first time in franchise history. Not only will they grace the grand final stage, they will lift the LTA South trophy. The next generation is here.
It's a new dawn, as you call it, Trajan, a new chapter, a new story, because Furia, the youngest roster in LTA South, their average age is 21 and a half years old. This was meant to be a roster with a lot of young talent to be developed, but they've done it, they've won it, and not only did they win it, for the first time in Furia's history, they made it to grand finals. For the first time in Furia history, they won a split. For the first time in LTA South history, they are going to be the first international reps from the LTA South to MSI. So a huge win for this team. And I just love it. That fact that LTA South has time after time churned out rookies who make it to international stage. It's Tattoo this time, but I think back to, when Greftar literally joined in playoffs and made it, I believe Gigo, I think in his first or second split, made it to an international as well. Like, the young talent here is insane.
I mean, and what a future this could be, right? I mean, look, you don't want to start projecting ahead. Pain are still going to be waiting next split. They're not going to make any roster changes, barring disaster. But Furia aren't going anywhere. IE seem to have found, their new groove as well. But I mean, what a performance here! Look, you showed up when it counted, and Pain did not. Dun satatu, like bash the camera with the trophy. You can do whatever you want right now. What a showing! And look, at credit to ThinkCard. Man, Furia have always had a knack for having like really good structure and coaches. This is the only team with a tier 3 squad. They don't have a tier 2 squad anymore, to be fair. So I don't know if I can give them that much credit, but they've always invested in young talent. This has always been their brand. I mean, yes. I say always, they had the Super Furia, but after that, when they abandoned that, they have played the game the right way, to use a phrase that I hate when people say. But they've done everything right, and as crushing as it is to see Pain lose in this way, because I really do believe that they were our best international representatives, right? Furia just have a lot of more question marks about them. They are, look, but you're playing with house money right now if you're LTA South, right? And if you're Furia, look, you get to go there, and IU finally gets to go international, right? Tattoo is going to get so much seasoning going up against G2 in the MSI play-ins right now. This team is going to learn a lot. Gigo gets to be back at internationals, man. But look, I have no words, man. They were not supposed to be here. Tatu's going to get interviewed right now, and deserved, man. Yeah. Look at all this. Gigo with his parents, man. Awesome.
Yeah. You can see even IU cracking a smile at the 3-0 that he wrought over. And
that's the most emotion you will ever see IU show, by the way.
That was the craziest thing, honestly, from that, because he came in completely, as we said, stony, ready to do a job today, and he absolutely did. Even with the Yasuo game 3, he keeps it clean, and he completely outperforms Titan and Curry, which has evaded him all split long. To be honest, always. Titan has always had IU's number.
Oh yeah.
But not today. This was IU's day, this was Furia's day, and they are absolute deserved champions.
100%. And fun fact about this roster as well. Now, everybody except for IU actually has some sort of international experience. Even Tattoo, he might be a rookie, but he did actually just play in America's Challengers last year.
True.
In Tier 2. That was the Tier 2 International, and he won that one. So the only one without actual international stage experience
That's really funny.
is going to be IU.
True.
But what IU does have is a World's Trailer appearance. What was it?
Yes.
Which is hilarious, just by the way.
A little ahead of time, but it's finally going to pay off. It's finally going to pay off. They knew back then, 3 years ago, whenever it was, that it was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. And I guess they were right. I was going to be there representing. Now, thank you, everybody. Thank you, RMC and 404 for joining me on this desk. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in through the LTA South channel, through the restream on LTA North, which we really appreciate. And we just have to remind everyone that we're a co-stream. we're doing this out of the love of the game, for the love of the region. Who wouldn't love this region, let's be honest, after scenes like this? So all of the follows, the subscriptions, when you can offer them, are so appreciated. They show us the appreciation for doing this. We do it, as I said, we do it for 10 people for no money, because we literally did, years ago. But we're happy to do it for more, and we really appreciate everything you guys have given for us. It makes us feel so good watching and seeing that you guys appreciate it. We need to thank Riot for allowing us to do this, for giving us that co-stream slot. We're not 50,000 Twitter follower Andys. We are more or less randoms, I will say, but they have allowed us to keep doing this, and we really, really appreciate that. Thank you for Dia as well, organizing behind the scenes. We got to see him on one podcast episode, and maybe we'll get to see him a little bit more in the future, but he's off killing it in Apex. All of our producers as well that have been stepping in and out, including myself and 4i4, but mostly Chippy, who is producing today. Thank you so much. Rare Adam as well. Rude Dude coming in clutch at one point as well. Rev, Orbital, TDF, and Sofchan for casting.
Rose as well for producing a bunch in the regular season.
OG.
Yes.
Prod.
Yeah, we haven't seen them a bunch lately. They've been busy lives. But also, real quick, I'd like you to do the sign up. Guys, join the Discord server as well. We don't just talk LTA South in there. We talk everything League of Legends related, and sometimes even some other stuff. But no, we've got LCK and LPL enjoyers in there, because in Brazil it's a much more reasonable time to watch. And it's 5 hours ahead of the unholy start it has here in California on the West Coast. So no, join in, be a part of this community, this region. It serves up something unbelievable. Every single split, man. I mean, there have been so few splits that have gone how we expected them to, and this was, I'll never forget this. This was, where were you, man? Where were you? We hope you were here with us, and we're happy if you were.
Yeah, and Tati went to international before FNB. How about that?
Oh,
unfortunate.
I think this is now the most aligned you and Lunar Day have ever been in thought. It's just making FNB catch strays.
Yeah, can we have a handshake, Lunar Day, on that one, please? As an olive branch at the end of this split, we'll have a handshake on the FNB hatred. Well, I'll get on the train with you. I'll join you on the train. RMC, any final thoughts before we wrap it up for today?
I mean, huge congrats to Furia. Wonderful. I'm looking forward to seeing new blood at MSI, and I'm just gonna go off to a corner and die now, just like Pain. So, just wrap it up, Trajan, and I'll just
they're waiting for him. They're ready. You can join them there. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching one final time. We will see you next split, and we hope you will tune in to support the LTA South at MSI. We cannot wait to see how Furia do. Have a wonderful rest of your day or evening, everybody. Good night.
like a giant, like a titan. Ready for comeback, we're ready to fight. Fearless of the enemy, we'll fight to survive. We are born to be conquerors. Rise to the top, gonna be the new emperors. Dragon slayers, earthquakers, bone shakers. Standing on the edge, born to be champions. We can touch the sky, we are flying high. Fighting eye to eye, we start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We can touch the sky, we can make the sky. We'll make the rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators, yeah. We are gladiators, you can come and hate us, yeah. Hands to the sky as we enter the arena. Wild animals, realize we're hyenas. Blood pumping, waiting for the enemy. The battle's coming. We're creating our destiny. Open up the floodgates, bearing our souls. Nothing can stop us now. We're going for gold. This time is for heroes. A new era unfolds. Cutting through the darkness like a thunderbolt. Boom. We can touch the sky. We are flying high, fighting eye to eye. We start a fire. We will blow your mind. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We can touch the sky. We can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire. In the darkest times, we are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah. We are soldiers. We are heroes. We are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah.
bow down and show respect. Stacking the weight, mounting the pressure enough on my plate. Moving the muscle, I'm making my way. Leaving my opponents in disarray. You didn't know what you're learning today. So you wanna try me? Nah. You know I get grimy. Nah. You're not gonna tie me down. So how do you like me now? Now is the time. The iron is hot and I'm ready to strike. Finding my flame, I ain't dimming my light. But haters gonna hate and play with your psyche. Them man don't like me.
So don't you tell me about no tears, no pain. No fear, no gain. 'Cause I know I feel like to touch the bottom. But when the time is just a moment away, leave another second wasted. You make it count so you can show the road you made. No, no, no. I know tears, no pain, my mama's too sad. just if you can. You don't need a plan. You would need an army. Oh, this is all in the bottom. You have to come now and race it on. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. So, this is all in the bottom. You have to come now and race it on. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. So this is all in the bottom. You have to come now and raise the door. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. So this is all in the bottom. You have to come now and raise the door. And when we go, there's no holding on. And when we go, there's no holding on. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your life. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. Your life, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. You're getting ready to take that jab, but just understand and just hold that.
Weekend is finally here. Today, we have a Cloud9 who narrowly lost to FlyQuest in a 5-game banger, taking on a Shopify Rebellion who's won 6 of their last 7 games. The LTA starts right now. Flashes in and face on Loki, bites him in half. Blabber's gonna fall as well. Shopify outplay.
I'm all done. Hang on. Nice.
Carry up. Let's go.
Don't worry. My W. My W 1 second. Okay. I'm so okay. Don't care.
Here's the bad news. Thanatos is behind you. You got no flash. You got no chance. B-Boy is gone. Palafox Jordan following. C9 crushing the fight. Next is Fudge on the chopping block as Loki's going to get in the backline. Steals the Azir. The Bard ult does not connect, but neither does Palafox's ult over the wall. Loki going to flash in, and he scoops them all in to knock them all down. What an ultimate from Loki. They're taking over the fight.
Slowly. That looks good.
Not kind of fast. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, maybe not. Did you guys see that? That was crazy.
No. Didn't see. Don't care.
Nice. Loki, nice. Nice, guys. One more.
They are moving in, but there is the Fate of Steel coming across multiple members. B-Boy going in aggressive. Contract's already down. B-Boy trying to get in there, trying to make a kill happen, but he's not going to be able to get it. The bailout expires. The equalizer is good, but it is not good enough. As on the other side, Loki kills another.
I'm tipping. I'm beyond tipping.
Yeah.
This is good.
I have Jonya. I can Q for you, Thanos. I can Q. Jesus.
Oh, look. Looking us.
I'm fine.
You only better than us.
Where are you, Loki? Loki's in their Nexus. I'm going to TP back. Okay, never mind. I might be dead too. I'm on Aurora. I'm holding here, Blabber. Yeah. Maybe you can kill.
I got it. Let's look.
You got it? Okay. I'm staying on mid. Can we go mid and end, guys? We can end. Yeah, you... Hurt.
Chill in 2 seconds, but... Yeah,
don't die.
I'm fine.
We can end. Go mid.
Go mid.
Nice. Nice, guys.
Nice.
Hello and welcome to the LTA North Split 2 Finals. We have upgraded the size of our waiting room for the finals.
Yes.
We also have Seos. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I want to say congratulations on a top 3 in this split. You guys showed a lot of growth throughout the split. I'm sure you're still disappointed about yesterday because you had eyes for something bigger, but talk to me a little bit about what you guys were able to accomplish this split on Shopify.
Yeah, I'm really proud of everyone on Shopify. I think in the start of the split, no one really think we will be like on the last week of the split. Of course, no one really wants to lose. We want to go to MSI, to EWC, but in the end, it was a great journey for us, and I'm excited for next split.
Hell yeah. Nice. I mean, you guys have definitely gotten a lot of new fans just based off of like that underdog mentality that you guys had. Tell me about the lower bracket run, because the journey, I feel like, for Split 2 has been crazy.
Yeah, and like for me, it feels like, I don't know, 3 different championships, to be honest. Like in the start of the BO1s, then the group stage, and then the playoffs. For me, it was like really fun to play, especially on playoffs. Like when we lose on upper bracket to FlyQuest, I think we kind of, after that lose, I think we really become a team, I think, because it was really close and everyone was really confident after that, and our screens were really well. So when we go to lower bracket, I feel like everyone was really confident.
It's going to be great to have you here all day. We're going to talk a bit more about the series you had yesterday, though, with Loki really popping off throughout that whole series, Emily.
Yeah, he was absolutely phenomenal. In particular, I really loved his Silas game. I thought it was great. I want to get your opinion, Seos, because one thing I actually did think Loki did a pretty good job with was marking you, especially when you were on the Nico. So I guess talk to me about what it was like to go up against him.
Yeah, I think Loki played really well yesterday. I think all 3 games, C9 played really well, and especially on game 2, I think Silas is a great pick against Nico, because when you get his ulti, you are just so strong. And I feel like he really played well, especially on team fights. I think his position was really good, and he did really well for his team.
And yeah, that feels like the story for Cloud9 has been members, especially Loki, really standing up and proving a point, because he was monstrous that series, like you said, and now that means that they're going to be having another meeting with FlyQuest, because that's been the story of the split.
It really has been. I mean, for me, yesterday's series was a different player stepping up in a different game. Thanatos game 1, Loki game 2, Sven in game 3. And if you look at this bracket here, FlyQuest and C9, if they don't play each other, they don't drop games. It sweeps across the board. Upper bracket in the first round, Fly 3-0, Shopify and TL. Yesterday, C9 with another 3-0. So FlyQuest and C9, it's really been building towards this matchup. They were the top 2 teams in the group stage. They were the top 2 teams in the positioning phase. They're the top 2 teams here today.
And it felt like this was going to be the case. I mean, I remember in positioning phase, C9 taking that win. And then when they faced off against each other again, it did not look good for C9 at all. That was like the crazy historic the 2-0 that FlyQuest gave them. And so it shook a lot of people's confidence, saying that FlyQuest was the team to beat. And the fact that it went to 5 games gives people a lot of hope today.
Yeah, I was going to say, by contrast, the next time they met, it was really, really close, right? And they took us all the way to a Game 5. I fully expect to see that again. As we see, this was the group stage previously. These are absolutely our top 2 teams. They've consistently been our top 2 teams, all split. And now they're going to face each other again. Also, I believe the only 2 teams to give us that full fearless best of 5.
Yeah, we want to have that happen one more time. There's an interesting note, though. C9, since we've switched to double elimination, is the only organization to have actually won from the upper bracket. They've done it several times, but FlyQuest is coming in now from the upper bracket, trying to make their own organizational history.
It's crazy because even Blabber in the interview yesterday talked about how he's like never really won from the losers bracket before. So like that dichotomy is really funny to see, especially with like how Cloud9 is so hungry to be back on the stage. Now they are, and to be back in like winning position again.
Yeah, a lot of fun parallels between FlyQuest and C9. The first double elimination was the first time we had 5 All-Pros from C9. Now FlyQuest has all the 5 All-Pros. But Seos, I want to get your thoughts on the supports in this matchup because you've been scrimming against them and playing against them this entire split. So what are some of the strengths of Vulcan? Let's start there.
I think first, since I arrived here, I already feel like Vulcan and Busho was probably the best. And I think especially Vulcan, I think he's really smart about the game. I think his movements on the map are really on point. I think he plays really well with both side lanes, with Thanatos and with Loki. And I think on team fights, he plays really well. So for me, he's just like a complete player.
What would you say is like the biggest difference between those 2 players?
I think Busho plays more champions. I think Busho likes to innovate more. I think he's really good with the meta champions, of course, but he and Masu, I feel like on lane phase, they play well together. A little better than C9. I think especially on lane phase is when I feel like Busho can do better than Vulcan.
Yeah, that's been the takeaway for me as well. I feel like, because when you talk about FlyQuest, a lot of the times people think about the counter picks on the top side of the map. But like, I happened earlier on in the split when they faced against you guys, and we saw the Janna from Busio. I was like, oh, we're willing to play Janna. Like, we can play basically anything. So that's the scariest thing about this team, it feels like, especially in a fearless meta. I want to see that the most if we go to like 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, I think like Busho already play like Rumble support, for example. Then I feel like if the games goes to 4 or 5 games, especially looking on bot lane, I think FlyQuest will be a bit better, I feel like.
Small thing, what do you think about Vulcan's Alistar? It's been one of his pocket, like, I'm not a pocket pick, it's been his main for 5 years, and he played it so many times this
Yeah, no, I think he's really good Alistar. We are talking last week about his Alistar 2. We thinking maybe I should pick because I can play 2 and he's really good. But yeah, he didn't really play yesterday, but I think if he has the opportunity, I think he'll just pick it today.
Really looking forward to that matchup as we get hopefully 5 games. And also to talk about the game, we have an old friend and current member of the Balance team, David Freak Turley's here.
Hey!
Biased Freak apparently with the FlyQuest jersey.
Here to cheer for
What
FlyQuest.
is this?
FlyQuest, of course, clearly the best team here in North America. Famously the greatest. Sorry, I'm wrong about that one. Apologies.
I see.
What is he doing? What is this man doing?
He's got something more.
We're already
Cloud9 is the best, right? Who's with me, right? Cloud9's going to win. I clearly believe in Cloud9 via how many layers I have on right now. This bit is not going to keep going.
I don't know what layer you have underneath that. He's going to keep going, by the way.
Just kidding. It's FlyQuest all over again. Eat it, Cloud9. You guys are trash.
Wow.
Okay, I'm
Good to
sorry.
have
I'm
you
sorry.
back.
Yeah.
That was for winner bracket, right? That was in winner bracket.
Sure.
They won a winner bracket. My real allegiances, obviously.
A master showman.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, baby, it's Cloud9. They're gonna win. These guys suck.
I'm fairly sure you don't have more shirts on.
Yeah, I definitely don't have one more shirt on for the entire best of 5.
Okay, what have you been up to? It's been good. It's good to see. Oh, he's doing it again.
Oh my God.
Freak's doing it again.
Let's go, FlyQuest! 3-2.
I see an undershirt. You need to stop. Wow. You need to stop.
Oh, this is for the cast.
Okay,
We're good.
We're waiting. We're going to talk to you
perfect.
now. We're done with the bits. How do you feel like Fearless has been going, and how have you liked watching LTA the split?
It's been great. I mean, a little unfortunate with some of the best of ones earlier on, but you guys solved that. But no, it's been really, really cool. I mean, it's great to see people like really branch out their champions, try a bunch of new stuff. Especially a big fan of like Whippo constantly bringing out new champs, and he's even more reason to now with Fearless, where it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna start figuring out what your third, fourth champ is. We're like, here's Set Gwen. It's like, yeah, that's pretty cool stuff. So it's been really exciting.
Yeah, one of the things that I've loved about Fearless is a lot of the players that have been around for a long time end up being able to pull champions out that they played or mained 4 years ago. Do you feel like that was something that was intended with Fearless, or is it one of these like happy accidents of the format?
I mean, I think it makes sense that it lines up, right? People who have played through so many different metagames where different things were the best thing to play, it makes sense that they're like, oh yeah, I played back when Set was the best champ in the game. I played back when Gwen was the best champ in the game. Like, they're ready to go instantly right there. York's out of nowhere. Grats. Like, that's just meta now for some reason.
Well, didn't you work on York?
Yeah,
you had something
yeah,
like that.
There we go. Yeah, gave him a lot better laning phase, and turns out pros really care about the early game a lot. Who would have thought? So, yeah, a lot of York out there, which is fine. I think it's cool to see like that spice come in.
That's the thing, because I feel like the story with FlyQuest a lot of the times is proving teams in the league that you can play a lot.
You
like,
can.
The Vladimir, the York, as you mentioned, the moment the York came through, I think it was in the DSG game, suddenly like Castle's playing York, like we're seeing a lot more York within the league. Even the Ziggs game that came through from Sven just yesterday, so there's a lot of diversity. How have you felt about Fearless coming into play?
I mean, it's been huge. I think it's been really, really nice, because I agree with you completely. Like, a lot of things have been viable. My opinion has always been that there's only so many bans, so pros don't need to learn like 10 champions, right? Like, you have enough tanks no matter what they ban. You have enough enchanters no matter what they ban. So it's like your champ pool can be 5 champs, and you're good in every BO5 forever in perpetuity. And I get that, right? Optimize your practice, pick the best things you can, of course, and you're gonna have a stack rank every patch. But now it's like, well, no, you literally must know 10 tanks. If you want to play a tank in game 5 and you aren't picking first, you better know one. It's like, okay, well, actually, it turns out that this is a good Pike angle, or this is a good Leona angle, or people finally realize Braum's actually the best tank in the game, basically. And that's great, right? It's like we get to see the metagame evolve, we get to see things jump up over time, and that's great.
What's been your favorite, like, weird or, like, off-meta pick that you've seen, Fearless? And then what is a pick that you hope pros bring out that you haven't seen yet?
Oh, man. I mean, it's got to be the Zed jungle coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Zed jungle starting showing up as of like 3 days ago, and I'm like, that's sick. That's so cool. Because we've been like, man, we'd love to get Assassins back in mid lane. And top lane as well, and jungle will be fine. We got Furia, that's great, but, you know, she's kind of played fighter. But it's like, okay, what would it take to, like, get Kiana back? The old Demonte status, you know? Like, what does it take to get these champions back in the game? And it's like, that's going to be tough. We can certainly try and, you know, move the game around and whatnot. But it's like, wow, we're actually getting the best jungle in the world playing Zed. And it's like, all right, we're going to see some Zed jungle around the world now, aren't we?
That's awesome. Do you have another jersey bit, or are...
No, we're good.
We
We're
reached
done.
the
For
end
5
of the
games. We're
jerseys.
definitely done.
Yeah, we're definitely done.
He's going FlyQuest 3-2, apparently.
Yeah, that was...
Freak.
He went through all the jerseys.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
Thanks for coming here.
Of course.
Thank you, Freak.
Hell yeah.
And right now, it is time to honor our Split 2 Kia MVP, Inspired.
Going up against Inspired, always a test in the jungle for anybody. Inspired's ready to try to shut this down. Playing on the knife's edge, trying to stay close enough to bait their opponents in for Inspired, but not close enough that they end up getting killed themselves. FBI down to about 50 HP. The bailout has landed, but it's not going to bail out a damn thing. Needs a little bit more to finish off the kill on the quad. They don't quite have it, and finally they get it, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1, making a 2-for-1 as the Super Mega Death Rocket sets it up for Inspired to knock it down. Inspired jumping in after FBI here, putting on a little bit of pressure. Third hit of the third talent strike takes him down. Oh, immediately Vulcan and Sven are killed before they can do anything. The CC break won't be in time to save you from what FlyQuest is bringing to the table. Nice stun, and Inspired shows up, and it's easy peasy for FlyQuest. Ready to come here for the smite fight, immediately stolen away by Inspired. Inspired roaring through the fight over the top, and it's over before it even begins.
Please join me in welcoming your 2025 Split 2 MVP, Inspired! And officially presenting him his award, Brad Mays from Kia.
Congratulations, Inspired. On behalf of Kia, the entire LTA community, we're proud to present you, our GOAT, with this Kia MVP award.
Thank you very much, Brad. Inspired, another MVP trophy. Congratulations on the win, but not your first. That is your third and your second in North America. So I want to start off by giving you a chance to reflect on what's different between this one and the last time you won in 2022.
What's the difference? I think the difference is that this time I'm gonna win the finals. So that's the biggest difference, because every time I won the MVP, I didn't manage to win the whole thing, and hopefully today will be different.
All right, that would put you up there with a very short list of other players that share the accolades that you've acquired. So I want to get your thoughts on this statement. Right now, in 2025, Inspired is the best Western player. What do you think about that, Inspired?
There are still like names like Caps, Jankos, I think maybe even Bjergsen, so double lift. So I think it's a bit hard to put me up there already.
Somebody out there shouted JoJo. What do you think about JoJo?
He definitely is not there yet.
Well, a win not only means a lot for you because it would mean that you win MVP and the split, but you would also be going to MSI. You'd get a chance to play against JoJo. Yeah. So talk to me about the pressure, about the match in front of you, and your thoughts on the match.
I mean, obviously, I think the game is going to be pretty hard. I think Cloud9 is the team that always pushed us towards like maximum. I think in practice, is the team that we struggle the most against, even though we don't really struggle in practice. And I think it's going to be a very close series, and hopefully we win. And I really want to go to MSI. Same for my teammates. We already spoke about it, and we really want to play against international competition again.
Now, final point here is that if you win this finals and win finals MVP, there's only one other player in history to do that. That was Bjergsen in spring of 2015. That would stamp your name next to a legend. What does that mean for you?
I mean, that would be cool. But jungle is kind of weak right now, so it's easier to do as a mid laner.
All right, fair enough. Well, congratulations on the award, Inspired. That's it from us here on stage. Let's hear what the casters think about Inspired's MVP.
Thank you very much, Kangas and Inspired. Congratulations once again on that MVP. You can go get ready for the games, which will be very exciting. We're going to talk a bit about the jungle matchup, though, with Inspired and Blabber, because the last time they faced off, Blabber did say he had an off series, but Inspired and Blabber, like, to me, Blabber was super locked in yesterday, and he might be able to carry some of the momentum through the series today.
Yeah, I absolutely loved so many of Blabber's setups, especially on the Maokai. I thought that game in particular, like, obviously we've joked about it in the past, Blabber's Maokai, formerly undefeated, but like, his setups, and especially around neutral objectives, were really, really strong. I don't know if Blabber kind of gave you guys trouble yesterday.
Yeah.
What do you think about these two junglers going up against each other, and like what makes Blabber unique and what makes Inspired unique?
Yeah, I think of course Blabber played really well yesterday. For my
Thank you.
yeah, but I think Blabber, he see angles for me that other players don't see, like invade angles or gank angles or even engage angles. I think he normally takes more risk than Inspired. I think Inspired is just a really solid jungler. He don't really like to take a lot of risks. But like for me, if Blabber can find these good angles again against FlyQuest, I think they will have the edge.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
I mean it's crazy because you're right. Like a lot of engage angles specifically, you will always see from Blabber, like an amazing team fighter, and that's why even just hearing that interview from Inspired and how much he respects Cloud9, even though he says like practice isn't that stressful, but specifically going into Cloud9, that has been something that he's been really focused on. So I'm hoping for a really close series.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really close. And what's interesting to me is this FlyQuest roster has stuck together, right? Like they've taken that success, they've really grown together, and now I believe they are currently in this age of League of Legends, the longest roster consecutively that's actually stuck together. D plus Kia right behind them at 187 days, but FlyQuest is a year old. They're celebrating their first year.
It's pretty amazing just with the way the schedule has lined up when they kept the roster together all throughout Worlds, all throughout Split 1, and the fruits of that labor are showing through. They look so organized, they look so coordinated within so many team fights and game states. It seems like they're always on the same page of what to do next.
Yeah, I remember at the beginning of the year, Inspired wondering even like, is that an advantage for them, right? Because like, but I just firmly believe that it is. A lot, like knowing your teammates, the strengths, their weaknesses, the feedback that you gave them at the end of the year, you're not being useless, like going into the next year, like all of that, especially knowing how rigorous the feedback system is within the FlyQuest system, like this is what makes them a successful team. And now knowing the players you're working with, and like I think it can attribute to a lot of the players like Fusio or Masu having incredible improvement within this split, like finding themselves in first team All-Pro. A lot of that is because you still have the same people giving you feedback last year as you are coming in this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, in talking about C9 and FlyQuest, you can see here on the screen, they hardly lose to people who aren't each other. So the combined record here is 32-3 throughout all of Split 2 when C9 and Fly aren't playing each other, and over 90% win rate. So I think it is very fitting that they are now playing against each other in the finals.
Yeah, and you kind of heard it from Inspired, right, where they felt like C9 were the team that actually gave them trouble in practice. Usually they don't have as much trouble in practice, so that gives us a little bit of insight, not only about how they've been pushing each other on stage constantly, but also how they've been pushing each other behind the scenes.
And it's funny, like Seos, some of these losses are literally against your team.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I think like these two teams, since the start of the championship, is really good. And even on practice, not only stage, when we practice against FlyQuest or we practice against Cloud9, normally it's a hard day because even on screens, they took the game serious. You know, like they are trying to simulate the stage as much as they can, and they take practice really serious.
Yeah, and one more hit on the near historic nature of this FlyQuest team. Of teams that have won the split, which FlyQuest hasn't done so yet, if they do, they would have the third best regular season win rate of a split champion in North American history, about 24 splits all in to have this record. They're also one of the only teams ever to have all 5 of their players be first team All-Pro. What I find interesting here is that the last team to do this was 2020 Spring C9, who you see up on that screen at 17-1. So they have a little bit of history that they're playing with, because what we are seeing is currently one of the best splits we've ever seen in North American history.
Yeah, it is by far the best split for FlyQuest. Like they already celebrated the fact that this is the best they've done in their organizational history. And like a lot of those teams that flank them, yes, heavily C9, but also you can see TSM underneath it, are like well-known, historically strong organizations within North America. But for FlyQuest to really like basically punch through that and say, no, we're going for a back-to-back. Like we are going to be the future of North American League of Legends is crazy, and they're making a big point for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing for me is if they are able to, again, go to international competition and also do well, because I feel like a lot of North American fans, myself included, still have that kind of Gen G series in mind. So we know that they're really capable of this. And where I think it starts is in the top lane.
We got to bring this board in. We got to bring this board in for this next bit, Emily. Yeah, it's about the top lane champion pools, because this was the big story the last time these two teams played, was whether or not Whippo and Thanatos and how they'd be able to interact in their champion pools. We're going to flip this board around right now to show you the champions that they played this split, Emily.
Yeah, so I think this is super interesting, and we talked about this the last time these two teams matched up. These are the Whippo-only champions thus far. These are their shared champ pool. And then this is the Thanatos-only pool. And the thing that's super interesting to me is you have stuff over here like the Gwen, right? And the Gnar, we all know him for his Gnar. And Bessa, super popular earlier on, just had a phenomenal game on that. But FlyQuest seems so content to just be like, you know what? Thanatos, you can have your picks. It's fine. We've got this Shen pick. We've got the Set pick that ended up making such a massive
bit demonic
in team fights. We have all of these picks that we're able to pull out. And it's so fun watching these two teams draft, because in so many drafts, I feel like both of these top laners get exactly what they want, and then it's just a matter of execution.
Yeah, and even just taking a look at the counter pick right in front of you, like Whippo is getting counter picks, like they nonstop. Like he is it prioritizes like basically what works for him to counter pick not only just the individual draft who he's laning versus, but the team's draft as a whole. And then Thanatos is like, yeah, just blind pick me what I want. Is it the Mbessa? Is it the Gnar? And he is so good at the champions that he plays that this is the matchup that people talk about in pros about like, oh, this is when Whippo and Thanatos go up against each other in scrims, it's always just like a slaughter. Like or when you see them on stage, this was just the conversation about who is the best top laner in the league.
Yeah, and Seos, what has it been like playing against some of these players? What are the unique things that they bring to the game?
Yeah, I think Vivo and Thanatos, I think they're both really good on lane phase for me. And like when we draft, especially against Vivo, if you know, like if game goes to game 4, game 3, game 5, he'll have some weird pick that you'll not prepare, you know? And I feel like Thanatos, he's just really comfortable player. So if Gwen is open, he'll just first pick Gwen. He don't really care about matchup. If Gnar is open, he'll take Gnar. I think Thanatos really likes comfort picks and Vivo like some crazy picks, yeah.
Yeah, I also want to talk a bit about the other side of this board that we have set up here.
Okay.
I'm scared. It's whether or not, and C9 fans, you can help me out if this is accurate, about how strong you've been feeling about C9 this split. So I'd say throughout the regular season, the phrase of C9 being back
What's going on
was
here,
there.
Jack?
So I feel like C9, they were back. And then they had this first series against FlyQuest where they went 0-2. It was pretty doomed, wouldn't you say? I'd say after this, though, they 3-0'd TL. They were so back. But then the rematch with FlyQuest happened, and they went down 0-2.
Oh, hell no.
It was over. However, then they were so back at the 2-2 until they lost the series 2-3. But now against Shopify Rebellion, you are here. This is us right now. What will happen today? Will it be doomed, or will they be so back? How many C9 fans do we have here to say that they're going to be so back and take down FlyQuest in this game?
That's quite a few people, Jat.
That's a few people, Raz.
That's quite a few people. I like what I'm hearing already.
Okay.
Like, oh, God. That is just the question whether they can make it back to the promised land. Because already you can hear the C9 fans. Anytime, like throughout the split, you talk to, like, there was one person even when I was heading back home, you go back and he's like, yeah, I'm an old C9 fan. Like, I'm just here to see their success. And obviously it hasn't been, like, the best during the last year. But seeing the strengths that they've been able to take to come back to this level, this is honestly the past few splits that they've had.
Yeah, they haven't been able to have a better playoffs finish than their regular season finish since the last time they won a title. But we have a few minutes left to actually say who we think is going to win the series. Emily, what's your prediction and why?
I'm really boring. And I think my fault as an analyst is I kind of default to what the most expected thing is. So I also still stuck with FlyQuest 3-2. I do think that extra dash of creativity that FlyQuest do seem to have, in addition to their setups and map play, will slightly carry them. I'm a little bit worried about this prediction after yesterday, just because C9's neutral objective and teamfight setups looked so good. But yeah, I'm sticking with my FlyQuest 3-2 prediction.
Seos, you and I had the 3-1 for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I think it will be a really close series for sure. But I just feel like FlyQuest is a really patient team. So I expect maybe even some games Cloud9 will be ahead. But I feel like FlyQuest knows how to come back on the games. And FlyQuest and Cloud9, I think sometimes really just try too much.
You align with that position, Jat?
I mean, listen, I'm aligning with it because he's agreeing with my prediction. I would say a lot of this is going to hinge on Bwipo. He was playing so well in the first 2 games of that series. Yeah. He knows he reached too far in games 3 and 4 to prove a point. If he lets the game come to him, uses his counter picks, I feel like he will neutralize Thanatos and the rest of FlyQuest will be organized enough to beat them. But Raz.
I already feel like Jack's not going to like my position here because I curse his team a lot anytime I predict him.
Okay.
But much like a lot of the people in the crowd, I'm a prisoner of the moment. I feel like, that series that they had versus FlyQuest, they were winning a lot of those games before those throws. They're feeling like they're scaling throughout the playoffs. Seos, I'm sorry, but when they went up against you guys, I was like, no, now I'm confident. So I feel confident. As C9 fans, do you feel confident? I could not hear you. Do you guys feel confident? Surely we have some FlyQuest fans. What about you guys? I think it's time to start the show.
This finals, for me, is just a chance to prove myself again. I haven't won in almost 2 years now.
I think there is a lot of ego on the line in this final. I think both us and Cloud9 think that we are like better.
Gives C9 an opportunity for an outplay here, but again it's Inspired with the tackle into the wall. Loki tries to get something back, but he dashes over the unraveled earth. Everybody on C9 is just dropping like flies.
I think we just act confident because we believe in ourselves. I don't think we think that Cloud9 is bad or anything. I think every game we play against them is always close. They are good players, but it's important to stay confident when it comes to winning.
FlyQuest go the distance against C9. They take the series.
I would definitely say I expected to play against FlyQuest in the finals again. I felt like throughout the whole split, it was just us and them. The last time we played them, we honestly could have won. We'll be able to close out the games this time around.
Blabber is for sure a very good player. He won a lot of titles. When you want to win the split, you have to beat Blabber.
Vulcan wants to keep going for it though. Masu having to spend both summoner spells as now Blabber ready to try to flash forward to grab the kill.
I think Inspired's been playing very well recently. He just won MVP, and I think it was deserved.
Okay, let's see what we can get. As there it is, the Grand Starfall, and Fudge is not looking too good. First blood over to Inspired.
Yeah, I do think that every split I'm the best player in the league. You have to have that type of mentality in order to win the MVP. Blabber is 2 times MVP, but I'm 3 times MVP.
I obviously want to prove that I'm still the best. I think this finals is going to be my time to show that I still am the best jungler in the league.
That dog's got to be careful. He tries to get back away while Blabber gets a massive 3-man impale. C9 running over FlyQuest.
After getting All-Pro on every single role, getting MVP on your team, losing the finals, I think that would be very embarrassing. We really don't want to lose.
I'm just excited to win again and lift a new trophy.
There was Lucio looking to keep him alive, but Vivo has made his way into the fight, and now Loki's going to be killed. That was a wide haymaker from Whippo.
I love putting on a show. Let's have some fun.
Thanatos is still trying to run away. Tournament away. APA falls.
C9 are looking good.
Time to prove I'm the best top laner.
Let's see what we can get, as there it is, the Grand Starfall, and Fudge is not looking too good. First blood over to Inspire.
Time to show why I'm the MVP.
Team Liquid looking to secure it, but Blabber jumps in to steal the Baron at the 11th hour.
That's where I belong. 2 years since my last win, that changes today.
The grand entrance for Quad locks up 3. Palafox about to drop FlyQuest. Just run Shopify over.
Mid get incoming.
He has no teleport, he has no ult, and he's about to have no mid laner. Loki going in looking for the solo kill on APA.
Bring it on. Expect the unexpected.
Masu's trigger finger is feeling hella itchy today, and Contracts looks like a good target.
If you want to win, you'll have to get through me. Good luck, you'll need it.
Inspired still making his way down towards the fight as Sven lies over the killer instinct, and Masu is down. Sven stays alive.
They tell me I still got it. I never lost it.
Lucio using his heal there on the Alistar, goes in for the engage, and now the bounce house is in full swing.
Championships are so easy. I can't wait to flex on them.
Ooh, Vulcan goes in for the flash engage on the dredge line, but it's not going to find a whole lot just yet. Inspired finally does drop.
Yeah, at least you can be happy that you got second, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Cloud9. In the top lane, the dealer of death in every duel, Thanatos. In the jungle, one of, if not the greatest North American jungler of all time, Blabber. In the mid lane, the rookie who's been proving himself time and again, Loki. At AD carry, one of the only men to claim a title in both NA and EU, Sven. And at support, one of NA's best, a Canadian player looking to book his MSI ticket, Vulcan. And across the rift from them, the #1 seed from the regular season. Please welcome FlyQuest. In the top lane, the man whose champ pool is as fearless as it is wide, Whippo! In the jungle, the regular season MVP looking to become finals MVP too, Inspired! In the mid lane, the man who fought Chovy to 5 games just last year, Quad! At AD carry, a mechanical monster fighting to represent Canada at home at MSI, Masu! And at support, he's been playing since he was 7 years old and he won his first pro title last year, Busio! Please make some noise one last time for your Split 2 finalists, FlyQuest and Cloud9. Flippo is tearing through Shopify Rebellion, and Loki flies into the back line for the Emperor's Divide. Team Liquid is erased off Summoner's Rift. Nice double knockback with a seismic shot from FlyQuest. Matsu is popping off. FlyQuest can't do a thing about it. A double kill for Loki, a triple kill for Zen, a clean ace, and C9 can't get away. Thanatos will die. FlyQuest go the distance. Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. Welcome to the Split 2 Finals here today between FlyQuest and Cloud9 to determine not only who is the best team here in North America, but to determine which one of those teams gets to represent North America on the international stage.
And on home soil. We're going to Canada.
Nothing better than an international event right close to home. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Captain Flowers. I am joined by Azael and Kobe here for the TriCast for what is, I'm hoping, a full best-of-5 run back.
It should be a really fun rematch of our upper bracket finals that went the full fearless 5 games the last time these two teams met up against each other, and now battling to see who gets to go say hi to JoJo in Canada.
It's going to be a really exciting one. Now, these two teams all year long have been so close, back and forth, back and forth. You know, FlyQuest leads the series this year 6-5 overall. It has been incredibly close pretty much every time, with the one exception being the one best-of-3 that they did play this split.
Right.
But I am really expecting a very close series and a very competitive series.
And I love the stat that they gave on the lounge, that these two teams, this split, are 32-3 in game score against anybody that's not each other.
Yeah.
There is a clear line of separation. At the beginning of the split, we were saying it's a top 4, bottom 4 type of state of the league, but it's clearly a top 2 and everybody else, as C9 and FlyQuest have just been a world apart.
Absolutely. I mean, they're 1 and 2 in the positioning phase. They play off, for first place there. They both win their groups. They play off for first seed. They meet in the upper bracket. They're meeting again in the upper bracket grand finals here. So it is just such an even back and forth matchup between these two teams.
All right, let's go ahead and hop into Champ Select as our bans have already finished for the first half. Gwen, Yone, and Talia banned by Fly as C9 removed the Vi, Casio, and Poppy.
Azir is up, and with Talia being banned, that seems like a very prominent first pick. The champion right now just scales so well, does so much in the meta. But FlyQuest have often crafted very tricky drafts, even in the beginning of series.
Absolutely, and we've seen Loki, even yesterday, very happy to play the Sylas into that matchup. Was popping off yesterday on the Sylas, had a monster performance. So there is the Azir.
Nothing too tricky just yet.
Is also incredibly popular these days, and they're just slamming the 1-2, so expecting the Azir to come through. They're going to answer with some power picks of their own. The Varus, by far the highest prized AD carry in the league right now, and Wukong, a really dominant team fighter here for Blabber.
So Wukong picked up for Blabber. I wonder if FlyQuest are going to respond with Inspired's pick here before the second half of the bans come in. When you're looking at the first half, there's not a ton of jungle bans so far. Vi in there, Poppy can be a flex, but there's still plenty of maneuverability. Okay,
That
no
sign is
jungler
crazy.
walked in
That
there.
was some
good Riz. I actually think that
W
was
Riz.
that was
I was
W
watching a
Riz
champ.
right
I didn't see the sign. What was it? All right, I missed the
You're
sign.
gonna have to watch the
We're,
VOD.
yeah, we're gonna have to go back and watch the
be
VOD
there.
because right now we have Kaisa and Nico locked in for FlyQuest.
And Isaiah, you already mentioned it, but we did see Loki play the Silas matchup into the Azir, so this should be a super fun one. Very confident on the pick.
And it's also, you know, the Nico as well, right? These are the exact two champions that had those kind of prime ultimates that he wanted to steal yesterday, and he was looking incredible on this pick, so we'll see if he can have a repeat against FlyQuest here.
And I will say, in that game, even though he was the one with his name in lights, getting all these kills at the end, Blabber also was exceptional.
He was there too.
He was exceptional.
Oh man, don't do it that dirty. Not in game one.
He had a Smurf Wukong game as well. And the coolest thing about you know, that series yesterday, I think from that perspective of Cloud9, was all the comms listen-ins that we actually got really well timed with Blabber talking about
Totally agree.
enemies' plays right before it happened. And on this champion, you know, Wukong, we also just had an amazing owner performance just last night on it, so it will be very fresh in people's minds. We'll see if Cloud9 can kind of keep their momentum from their Shopify series rolling.
And it's interesting because now the Bard is going to get banned out, which was also paired with those champions in their series yesterday. But I fully agree, Blabber in the comms listens, if you guys missed that, it was incredible. You know, he was calling out the plays that their opponents were going to do before they were going to do them. He's saying, get ready to Bard ult me here. You know, I'm going to bait them to engage, essentially. And it happened multiple times in this series where he had his opponents completely downloaded.
And I especially love that with him locking the Wukong here in game number one. Wukong is a character that needs to full send all in, right? You need to be able to play tricks on your opponents, play around your own teammates. And I love the fact that Blabber is in his zone when it comes to the shot calling. But the Bard and Jace banned out by FlyQuest. The Pantheon and Trundle banned out by C9. They're recognizing, hey, Inspired has not locked his champion yet. He's a massive performer for FlyQuest. We want to pinch that pool a little bit further.
So the one big difference so far from the previous series is that Cloud9 are not blind picking for Thanatos. That's what they did regardless when they were on blue side or red side. They just kept blind picking because they had confidence in Thanatos picks. But obviously, C9 have rethought the situation. They are not saving 5-pick red for a support counter pick or anything. They're just going to do it here since Nico's already showing, so they can actually have one of these games where Thanatos doesn't have to blind pick into Bwipo, which is completely different. I think very, very huge here.
And it's going to make it really interesting because it could have pretty big knock-on effects for the rest of the series. Assuming that Bwipo then just goes towards meta picks because he is blinding, that means that the meta picks are going to get thinned out of the pool much more quickly because the entire last series was blind meta pick for Thanatos, weird counter pick for Bwipo over and over and over. So even when we got to game 5, there was still meta picks available for Thanatos. But with Renekton getting taken off the table here, Sejuani obviously very strong pairing, does make a lot of sense. You know, assuming Thanatos goes for a meta answer, already we're going to be knocking through a lot of those top lane champions very quickly. So when we get to a game 4 or potentially game 5, you might have to be playing some weird stuff on both sides.
All right, Renekton Sejuani, a known and deadly top lane jungle combo there for those early skirmishes. Can give you a lot of power, particularly around the grubs early on in the game. And looking at FlyQuest comp, man, they are ready to full send. And C9 decide they want to roll out the red carpet for it with the Rumble for Thanatos.
Yeah, I mean, they're ready to engage. They're ready to go in. But you look at Wukong, Silas, Rumble, Rel, like all of the engage on both sides is very explosive. And then you're realizing, you know, it's not just this Silas going in, it's Silas with a stolen Sejuani ult, a Nico ult, an Azir ult, all of these ways to engage, you know, there to amplify all of the other tools that they have. This is going to be a really explosive game, and I think it's going to be so much down to the preparation before the fights, because the team that engages first, if you get hit by 1 CC, you're probably going 100 to 0 in CC on either side.
And I really want to pay attention to especially how this mid lane does go. Loki, obviously, he had a really good Silas game into his ear, you know, previously versus Shopify, but your jungler here is more of a level 6 jungler, more of a power farm jungler, and you don't usually get to go even in CS and have such an easy time as we saw last time. So we'll see if they can actually put out some pressure.
I am so excited to see what they've got cooked up, considering how close that series was just last weekend, right? Considering how close C9 came to being able to win that one. You know, it was a 3-2, but I think it very easily could have gone the way of being a 3-1 for C9 if they would have been able to lock in that second game at the very end, not end up giving it back the way of FlyQuest. And I feel like everybody on both teams has to recognize just how close that series was.
Absolutely, and we're going to have to see, are there any finals nerves here? So much on the line for both of these teams. You're coming into game 1 of the finals, the title on the line, the trip to MSI on the line here. Are the teams going to be able to play with the same levels of confidence? You know, are they going to be a little bit shy out of the gate? I'm excited to find out.
All right, let's get on to the Rift. Now, normally, I feel like a lot of times when we get into these high-stakes best-of-5s, game 1 can be a little bit, just touch your toes in the water, test it out a little bit. I wonder, will we get that aggro?
Well, already we're seeing something. So this is actually a play that's going on the bottom side of the map right now. You had a delayed invade where I saw on the minimap, we didn't actually have the camera over it, but Cloud9 made a 3-person move down here to try and catch if anyone from FlyQuest was in this brush. But FlyQuest had already preemptively warded this brush, and nobody was there to actually get caught. So no summoner spells went down. There was no actual combat or anything. But it's that type of prep for level 1s and those types of plays in best of series that show that you take this so incredibly seriously. And the losses last time that they actually had to them were partially due to some very good level 1 prep.
Absolutely. This is going to be an exciting 2v2 on the bot side. You know, generally, you're going to be favoring Varus over the Kai'Sa, but of course, there's a Nico involved, and supports make all the difference oftentimes, as Loki just barely got in tower range there, and that turned that trade from pretty nice to a little bit catastrophic.
Yeah, you want to talk about all the difference. Level 1 turret shot, that's an entire potion now that you're going to have to drink to get that HP back. Feels pretty bad, but it does show that Loki really wants to play aggressively here on this Sylas. I think everybody that saw his last performance on the champion there yesterday is hoping to see a repeat of those kinds of moves here again, except maybe FlyQuest. They're probably not looking for that type of a performance, but C9 with Loki here in the mid lane on this pick, obviously looking to him to be a huge playmaker. Blabber pathing his way through the backside of the jungle right now.
And the last time these two teams met in finals was back in 2020, so it's been quite a while. These were the rosters back then. Blabber still around, Sven and Vulcan still around. Even though they took some trips elsewhere, they are back. And Loki getting aggressive once again here, but it's always going to be Azir who gets the trade on the back end of these. Once the spells go on cooldown, Azir is going to keep hitting you. And you can see all-pro results. It was 5 of the Cloud9 members in 2020 spring who all got first-team all-pro. This time, it is all of the FlyQuest members who got it. And it's C9 looking to prove the voters wrong here.
Anytime in any league that you see one team's players fully dominate that top all-pro, you know the other squad's got a beef with it.
We're getting the first roam timer for support right now. Good toggle here by the observers because Vulcan, he tried to sneak out of bottom lane during their recall and try and make a pass mid. It's that sort of pressure that we were talking about in Champ Select. You know, sometimes if your jungler is a Wukong farming to level 6.
Inspired is here. They are waiting. Great ward from Sven. Wow, he has sniffed that out.
Yeah, very good heads-up play there from Sven, making sure that he does not fall victim to that. If you walk right beside that brush, that's got to be a flash at minimum.
Yeah, both teams right now actually working very well around the other team's timers and countering several of the plays that we've already seen come out. FlyQuest playing pretty safely around the Vulcan timer, and then Sven as well playing safely around their counter invade.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a great read that they could be there, that they could actually be, you know, behind the wave, punishing you on this move back. And Sven, as a result, you know, doesn't lose his summoners, is able to actually get there and pick up the wave that was at his tower as well, and then is now going to be able to get the push out here. So going to be feeling pretty good about his position, but Busio will be annoying and just stays around here, and he's going to try to force them to stay.
And they use the Bwipo teleport here for the swap, keeping this minion wave. Looks like he is going to be able to hold it here for the next one to arrive, and that one will be a freeze until it's broken, so Vulcan sticks around as the teleport answer comes out.
You can see Vulcan trying to interrupt the tempo there on the recall for Busio. Shattering Strike does not hit the target inside the brush, though. Thanatos now teleporting his way down into the bottom lane as well, as we'll send both of our bottom lane duos, up into that top side. Kai'Sa and Varus just farming alone up there for now.
Yep, and Bwipo obviously would have loved to hold the freeze, but he knew that Vulcan had the leader recall. You know, that was revealed by that Shattering Strike, so he cannot contest the wave. He's going to have to allow it to crash because he doesn't know if Vulcan had stayed around or not. Of course, Vulcan did base. He's heading out towards topside. So now all 4 TPs have been used. Both mid laners returning there as well. And you can see the Azir about a full wave up, but Loki will collect this here at his tower.
All right, it's about that 5-minute point into the game, Kobe. All junglers know this too well. The battle for chickens as they respawn. One of the tastiest camps on the Rift as Blabber wants to try to contest with these.
Though.
Loki still thinking about maybe an angle here. Yeah, the fact that the Azir has the ultimate, that just feels like a lost fight already.
Exactly. If Loki was 6, maybe you're willing to contest, but with him still being level 5, the Azir at 6, I think that's pretty much a guaranteed loss. So all you're going to do is see, can I smite away that camp? Can I defend it a little bit without actually committing? But again, Busio, we saw this all yesterday, with Seos utilizing it. You can scout out so well with that Nico clone, and they spot Blabber as a result.
Yeah, extra information in this game doesn't show up on the scoreboard like, gold and items and all these objectives do, but it is so critical. Meanwhile, we are going to have Blabber going right back down to wrap around. Does walk over the ward, though.
Okay, that Nico clone really is one of the best vision tools in all of League of Legends, as Vulcan doesn't really care as much about the vision as much as trying to put some pressure on here. Gets the cleanse out of Masu with the attempted play.
Yep, nice going to be able to get that out. Oh, great sweep!
Claude with a beautiful use of the Emperor's Divide there to knock Loki back into the turret, force the flash out of the C9 mid laner.
That greatly changes the mid-priority rules here for the matchup because you have to always be able to threaten. We've seen Loki, camera on him the entire time, going for these trades, trade after trade after trade after trade. Now that you don't have your flash, you are very vulnerable to getting punished. Meanwhile, on the bottom side there, of course, FlyQuest do get the dragon for their time, and it does mean Blabber already well, he's almost to his level 6 as well, so he should be able to answer his level 6 as soon as he finishes up his blue buff. But then you get to see junglers looking for their plays. Wukong on level 6 and Sejuani on level 6. They're immediately looking to use those ults.
Yep, and Loki just trying to shove in this wave and then get his own reset off here. But that was just great timing from Quad. Sees the Abscond Duck coming out, times his ulti to hit him back right as he arrives. And as a result, forces that flash, and now it's going to be Loki having to play pretty safe. When you're playing these melee into ranged matchups, the only way you actually put on any pressure is by trading aggressively. But by trading aggressively without flash, you're really exposing yourself to a level 6 gank here from Inspired, who could look to try to punish that. Thankfully, they have this deep ward here that they did spot Inspired, so they're going to have some information that he is clearing down from that top side.
And honestly, there are a couple options there for Inspired. Since Thanatos also has no flash on the Rumble, it is so much better for junglers to have multiple options here to keep their opponents guessing. Fortunately for Inspired, he is on a ward right now, so the guessing is going to be really accurate.
Pretty easy guess.
When you're on vision.
Pretty easy stuff to read those. But we do have the Void Grubs spawning now as 8 minutes strike the clock. Inspired will move into this top side of the river. Looking at the mid laners, Quad, importantly, does not have the Emperor's Divide available again just yet. That cooldown is almost there, but not quite. Inspired going to start up the Grubs, go after the first one, smite it down.
Blabber also sitting on 1,400 gold, so I don't think he's going to look to fight here. He hasn't based in quite a long time.
Okay, Quad moves over now. Azir ulti is ready to use. You can see the teleports for pretty much everyone, all on just about the exact same timer and all not ready, which means anybody that's not here isn't going to be here, and FlyQuest secure all 3 grubs.
Yeah, they've got their mid priority with the flash advantage. As you say, they've got the buy timings correct for themselves, so all 3 grubs will mean that they can get more turret plate money here. Plenty of time left to try and mine that.
And they're now just one neutral objective here off of that feat. They did get the first dragon. They did get the first 3 grubs. Well, the only 3 grubs these days. And so they are looking good.
Second pack.
Endangered species grubs.
Yeah, you will be remembered.
First 3 grubs, correct, technically, if we're counting the rest of the games.
Okay, all right, just a technicality. Freak comes back in the building, and now all of a sudden it's back to technicalities.
Yeah, just wait for the puns.
Oh no, okay. We've all got our lines here, all right? Let's see what's going on in mid lane. As Loki, once again, just back underneath the turret, still has quite a while to go on that flash timer, and you guys already mentioned how, that changes a lot about the dynamic of this matchup. Playing a melee character into a ranged character when the melee guy doesn't have flash is just tough, man, as Bwipo goes for the Dominus here, looks to set it up on Thanatos with Inspired coming in behind with a Glacial Prison. Thanatos is cut down for first blood.
Really nice. We said Inspired has options. He goes for option number 2, and Bwipo sets it up perfectly there. The CC, very good from FlyQuest, and that timing means that they do get to use their pack of grubs, because the 2 turret plates have been annihilated instantly after the kill. So that kill is not just that money, it's a huge balloon.
Look at that, 600 gold now in the favor of Whippo there in that top lane matchup. So opening up a really nice advantage for himself. I also really like how they actually just juggled the aggro. Whippo pulled aggro on the initial play, then stepped back so Inspired could move forward, make sure he's the one actually tanking it. So even if some reinforcements came in, Whippo, the one doing more damage, is the one not tanking the tower, could always finish off the kill.
Ooh, as Inspired now looking for another play. They want to repeat it onto Thanatos. Whippo teleports in. The Rumble is going to get chopped up again, back to back. Inspired's got his number.
It's a play so nice, they had to do it twice.
His flash was still not off cooldown, you know. I mean, he matches the swap, basically. He's hunting him on Summoner's Rift. Kill him on bottom side, then kill him on top side.
And remember, this is FlyQuest on blue side. This is not a Whippo counterpick. This is just Whippo and Inspired doing what they do best.
Hey, these meta picks are pretty good for a reason. This was that earlier play. Perfect setup there. Lands the stun, and this is where I'm talking about backstep so Inspired could tank. If someone came in to defend, he would be there to finish it off.
And then on reset, Inspired chases him basically right up to the opposite side of the map. It's also within Inspired's all normal clear. So Inspired has been clearing down towards bottom side the entire time. Yeah, exactly. There you go. The Rumble camp is between.
He's no flash, he's dead. Got him.
Great play. Nice.
Yeah, simple as that.
Calm, cool, and collected. Also worth noting, the top play was even more like the bottom play than we originally thought, because they also got 2 plates off of the top lane turret.
Yeah, and the last time an MVP won finals MVP was Bjergsen back in 2015. Inspired looking to do that here today. Off to a great start, you have to say.
For anybody that doesn't have the context on time, 2015 was actually a decade ago. That is a
Whoa, buddy, whoa! Calm down there, buddy.
Oh, man, we're doing it again! Whippo and Inspired going right back in for the repeat one last time. Thanatos with the flash manages to survive this one. But FlyQuest have a game plan, and that game plan is smack Thanatos around.
And it's interesting, Flowers, because the game plan that Whippo said last time they were heading into the best of 5 versus Thanatos, he was like, I just got to neutralize Thanatos. Seems like they have raised the priority.
He's looking pretty neutralized.
I mean, we're talking neutralized in like the special ops type of way now. Like, they're taking this guy out. FlyQuest now, they're looking to grab themselves this first turret of the game. Now, it is important to note that feat that you announced earlier, Isaac, is still not there for FlyQuest because C9 got the second Drake.
Ooh, yes, of course.
So it is still available for C9 to get the boots, but FlyQuest are looking a lot closer to it.
And it's really just so much about the objectives they're getting afterwards. 2 kills. If you say 2 kills in isolation, you're like, that game's probably fine, right? No, because they keep getting so many turret plates and the actual turret afterwards, these objectives that they're getting after these kills are so much more of the value. And that's why you have over a 3,000 gold lead here, which makes it seem like getting those feats is very far out of reach for C9.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you see this much of an isolated lead up in the top lane, that is so problematic. I feel like Whippo has this legendary Renekton, and we've seen how he plays around Sterix, so many times before, how much of a monster he can be in these team fights. And he is just off to the races. He is going to be playing in their face. He has the early Shojin. He has the early Merc Treads to deal with any sort of CC coming through from the other side. And we know he is going to be a beast in team fights.
Yeah, the Shojin completed with the tier 2 boots as Thanatos is still fumbling with the components of the Leandries, trying to get those put together with his brown bag shoes. This is not a very even comparison. Loki jumps in there, but that's only a clone.
He's got the IKEA set there. He's trying to fit
put
the
it
pieces together.
We've all been there.
Where's that Leandries go?
Look, man, some of those words are really hard to read on those things, all right? The pictures can be a little bit confusing sometimes. Hopefully he can get those items online so he can start contributing more when the bigger fights start breaking out. There are first item power spikes coming in on both teams, though. You can see the 80 carries, both hitting their first items. Also, Blabber with the Trinity Force completed on the Wukong could be a big playmaker to try and get C9 back in this.
Flowers, take a look at
That's a lot.
the gold plate difference here.
Yeah.
That is massive, and it is funding a lot of these completed items here on the side of FlyQuest.
You can also see that Quad is going the double mask build here. This has become pretty popular on the Azir. You go double mask, the passive stack, then you're building in towards the Leandries, as your first completed item, but it's a lot of HP, a lot of AP. It's quite efficient, and it's become really popular.
I had a Teemo build 3 of those in my top lane.
You only got one face. How many masks
The
are these
team,
guys needing?
we were talking to him, we were like, are you going to build 4 of those?
I had a Singed build 5 of them once. It did not work out well.
Yeah, I was like, no, I'm not that crazy. But yeah, obviously can use both of them. The first one here immediately turned into the Leandries, so already ready to fire there. Cloud9, though, they are starting up the Rift Herald, and FlyQuest are here.
Okay, FlyQuest want a challenge for this. C9 have the Herald down to about 5,000 HP, but there's still plenty of work left to do. Inspired jumps in, going after Vulcan here at the very start. Vulcan with the counter engage there for the Magnet Storm, but Boostio with the Pop Blossom finds 3 of them as he goes down. Inspired's got to be careful as Loki wants to kill him off, but he ain't going to find the damage. Lens piercing arrow over the top. Gets it done, but it's still FlyQuest winning the fight 3 for 2. They will claim the Herald as their prize and claim the feats and the boots to go with it.
What an ulti there from Boostio, catching multiple members from Cloud9 right as Whippo arrives with the teleport. Quad hits him with the sweep. It is perfection from FlyQuest. They are crushing game 1.
Yeah, Cloud9, they went straight for Quad to try and get him, but his defense...
Team is very spread. Yeah. I can peel.
I'm looking on Rumble here on this side.
I'm peeling. It looks really good.
It looks really good. They're going to get cooked here. Kill 2. Going on Silas.
I'll copy.
No flash that guy. Oh, yeah, I can.
And it did look really good from FlyQuest. Yeah. They didn't cook him as hard as they thought they were going to because of the snipe at the end from Sven, which made it end up only being 1 extra kill, 2 to 3. But, of course, they did get the Rift Herald on top of it.
Yeah, the Herald going over, plus now you're 4,000 gold ahead, 16.5 minutes into the game. You've secured the feats for the extra stats that the Enchanted Boots are going to give you. This is a massive lead for FlyQuest. There's 30 seconds until the next Drake spawns, and if I'm Cloud9, I'm not looking at this as a fight that I have much of a chance at all in.
And it's so problematic when you're looking at just compositionally as well. Like, you are a 4 melee team here as Cloud9, down 4,000 gold against this team that has the counter engage from the Nico, that has an Azir's in a great position, has this Renekton that you're trying to fight through to even get towards the carries, who's monstrously fed. It is going to be so hard for them to actually reach these carries and take them down.
And look at how Inspired is actually just mass stacking magic resistance here. He is not worried about the physical damage at all, and playing the front line here does seem like it is working out as they're trying to move in. Thanatos has his teleport ready, but the Rift Herald down mid means FlyQuest are guaranteed mid prio before the Dragon fight anyway.
All right, the mid lane tier 1 is already down. FlyQuest will not stick around long enough to try and escort the Herald further forward towards the tier 2. They're going to back up towards that Drake now as Blabber has to leave behind the clone and try to exit before FlyQuest start things up. But a TP is coming in from C9. FlyQuest could have found themselves here in a pinch spot. Nice engage there on the quad. The Azir getting away for now. Whippo trying to cover the exit, but Thanatos goes in for the flash into the shutdown. FlyQuest still getting caught out a little bit here, but again, it's Loki this time trying to use the Pop Blossom. Whippo's on a rampage as Thanatos falls. Loki's on the run. Whippo's on the hunt, but he goes too far. C9 get a 3-for-1 with a beautiful pincer attack.
What a setup, Flowers. We have to see the replay on how Loki flanked around the back of the Dragon Pit within Fog of War, and Cloud9 dissect FlyQuest here. You could tell at the very beginning, they all have the target on Quad's head again. They surgically removed that Azir from the game.
And even with how tanky he was, the CC layering was just excellent here. You talked about Loki coming around from behind. He's sneaking in behind the rest of the team. You can see him right on this ward. And then watch Vulcan. Vulcan is going to find the initial engage, and then the follow-up is all there. He goes in, then the Chains of Corruptions come through. You can see the Abscond of Duct hits, the Piercing Arrow hits, the Equalizer hits, everything committed to kill him off.
Yep, Thanatos flashing to finish it, and then they're able to take the rest of the team fight and the Dragon. Let's get a listen in on the comms from their side to see how it was set up.
It looks cooked there. Sorry, my beat.
Nice.
And you can see there, the Renekton, tried to go for the flash stun onto Loki, but Loki flashed at the same time. He gets out. And now, Loki, Blabber, they are creating some big differences here for the team in these fights. And this was back to yesterday, game 2, the monster performance that this duo had. they took over once they got ahead. We'll see if they can try to work their way back into this one and really look to do some damage.
Obviously, it is still a FlyQuest lead, but that lead is now half as strong as it was before. Plus, Cloud9 securing another Drake for themselves means less pressure going forward of having to go to these objective fights. And Sven now with a 1.4 thousand gold lead individually. You can see he's up 35 farm. He's about to hit the Muramana power spike with a fully charged Manamune as well. This Varus could be the difference maker as C9 are ready to start up the Otacon. Quad is in the bottom side river and he does not have teleport to try to join this if FlyQuest want to stop it. Now Whippo is nearby, Busio making his way over, but everybody else on FlyQuest is just not there.
Low.
If C9 can bring this down fast enough, they might just be able to force it before FlyQuest can really respond. Vulcan using the Magnet Storm defensively. C9 have claimed the Otacon, but now can they get away? Loki's got to try to get out as Masu flies in there with a killer instinct. Loki's going to be in some danger, but Whippo now too. It might just be a 1-for-1. 4v4 on the map as Whippo and Loki are both isolated and picked off. But now C9 are going back towards FlyQuest lines. The tier 1 turret is still up, so they can't keep going that direction. Blabber with the re-engage looking to find something here as Busio goes in for the Pop Blossom, but Blabber is still alive. He's trying to get himself back away as C9 scrambles. Vulcan barely hanging on, but the burn from the Leandries almost takes him out. Quad is still burning now too.
Great flash.
He dies as he goes in. A 1-for-1 trade on that, but Sven's gonna hit these arrows. Masu and Inspired still hunting for more. Sven trapped inside the alcove as Vulcan tries to get away, and FlyQuest take out 4.
Oh! Cloud9 get the Otacon, but FlyQuest will be laying the flowers at their graves. They chase them down. Vulcan actually escaped.
Loki's back.
He teleported out. He's got a Sejuani ultimate.
Here comes Whippo now. It's round 2.
Okay. The two guys who died at the very start decide they want in on the action.
What action it is, too, Flowers. That was so close. At the beginning of that re-engage, Busio actually breaks their ankles to set them up for success.
I've got to say, though, the thing that stood out the most to me is how little tank damage they have. Like, they cannot deal with Inspired in this 4v4. So the initial play happens, Whippo sectioned off on one side, Loki sectioned off on the other. They both get a kill. Now just watch Inspired throughout this fight. I feel like Sven played this whole sequence so well, but they have so little sustained damage to actually be able to pressure Inspired in this. You know, Busio comes in, gets a 2-man knockup. There was a nice backstep from Vulcan to avoid it. Sven able to get some pretty good damage out, hits the Chains of Corruption on multiple people, then the Piercing Arrow does land on Quad as well. As Quad goes in for the Zero, Sven has a great flash to avoid it. He gets the kill there, but Inspired just can never die. Like, they have no damage to actually threaten him, and he's bouncing in and out of this fight so well. Masu and Busio are contributing so much damage with the space that is being made.
And then, as you know, Vulcan is the one that is able to sneak away. All right, look at the intensity here already in this matchup. FlyQuest, even with the 3K gold lead, really starting to sweat it with these C9 plays that they have been setting up. Right back to action, though. FlyQuest on the reset do get another objective.
And of course it is, you know, a pretty significant lead here for FlyQuest, but you have to consider the stats from all of the flowers that Cloud9 has gotten from grabbing Otacon, so it's closer than it looks right now. They also have 2 dragons to their name. This next dragon here going to be spawning pretty soon. It does look like it is FlyQuest fully controlling the area, though. No one wants to give over a Cloud Soul. It is so strong, especially when you're looking at a lot of the individual champions in this game. You know, Renekton, Wukong, even the Sylas. Like, so many of these champions are incredibly strong with it.
Well, FlyQuest do have that total control of the area that you're talking about. You can see all the vision they're placing down here with the control wards in the banana brush, in the line brush, normal wards placed down in the C9 jungle so they can see anybody on the approach. And with the objective spawned, and you have a Zero on your team, not particularly difficult or time-consuming to guarantee you've got that one under control. Again, just using the power of the Nico clone from Busio to scout out that enemy territory, make sure that nobody's on the approach, and FlyQuest will secure that Drake without any sort of a fight. Important thing to note here, one big difference between these teams and a huge reason for FlyQuest's advantage right now. Cloud9 have still not taken a single turret so far this game. They got behind so early, and then they've had struggles since then getting back out onto the map.
Absolutely. It's also really interesting to me to note Whippo going for much more of an aggressive build with his lead. Goes Sunder Sky second after the Shojin here. He's not going towards Asterix or something that is a little bit more tanky. Obviously, you get healing from this, but you know, it is not that kind of like team fight item that you really think of, unless you can really kind of bounce around between a lot of different targets and get a ton of healing from it.
Okay, Bwipo, we'll see how strong that Crocodile is. Remember, he was the one that was a little too far forward in the previous fight. He was the one who got traded off in that initial 1-for-1 with Loki. So let's see what C9 can cook up here to try and stop this lead from getting back away from them, because it is still a 4,000 gold lead for FlyQuest. Despite the fact that C9 found them in that pincer attack, FlyQuest have done a good job fighting back. They're making sure that they keep finding turrets whenever they can. They're controlling the map in the smartest way possible, and they're continuing to just be that team that everybody else struggles to answer.
Yeah, and you kind of talked about it a little bit too in the previous fight up on the top side of the map, but Inspired, that had been just mass stacking this magic resist, finished off his Canic Rookern, and now into the Warden's Mail. Warden's Mail, even though it's only a little component half item, is one of the best as far as defenses for armor. So this Sejuani is just going to be so tanky, and that's why Cloud9 have demonstrated their tactic for these team fights is to surgically remove the carries. They are not trying to go through this Sejuani. You know, they have constantly tried to assassinate Quad, trying to blow up Masu here. So if they will be able to pave the way with vision to find more of these flanks, you know, allow Silas some really good angles to engage there with Wukong and Rel, then maybe they will be able to carve out a comeback. But FlyQuest right now have a very solid hold over the important parts of the map, and that is Baron.
And I do think the job gets harder because now we have the upgraded Void Seeker for Masu. He has enough AP, so now he's going to be spamming out this poke, you know, helping to track and kind of combat the poke that Sven has here on the poke Varus. So it's going to be tough to deal with them.
So the one good thing here for Cloud9, despite the 4,000 gold deficit, they do have the same number of fully completed items as their FlyQuest counterparts, right? 80 carries on 3, solo laners on 2, junglers on 2. The big difference is, though, there are some additional components on FlyQuest's side that are going to matter. Kobe, you already talked about the Warden's Mail. You can see the Steel Sigil there for Bwipo as well. But the big one, the Seeker's Arm Guard for Quad. This is an absolute fight-warping item and can really allow him to full send and go in on the Azir.
And this is kind of like this Battle Azir build where you are pretty tanky, you have HP in both your core items. Now you're going into the Seekers, you have the tank boots. You're not just going to get one shot by one little piece of CC hitting you. You are pretty durable in these extended fights, but this is the head-to-head record between these two teams in 2025. It is 6-5 in FlyQuest's favor. They are ahead in game number 1. Of course, historically, Cloud9, the stronger organization, had dominated for a long time, but more recently, it's FlyQuest making that even out.
Nice escape there from Vulcan, though.
Yeah, Quad trying to use the Emperor's Divide, but it doesn't end up working out. Now Blabber wants to put some pressure onto the FlyQuest carries, but he's not going to find enough damage to do that here just yet. The Wukong's got to try to get away over the wall of the Baron pit as Bwipo, with the Dominus active, is ready to slice and dice Vulcan all up, but he won't find enough damage for that kill either. Attempts from both, but Sven with a beautiful pop at the very end to take Busio down.
Ooh, FlyQuest had actually been earning some flashes there, forcing Blabber out after his ult and everything, but it is Cloud9 that get the last laugh. They get the kill onto the enemy support. What can they do with it, though? Because the next dragon is in just over 50 seconds here. This is only going to be dragon number 3 either way, so it's not pivotal. It's not critical that you actually fight this fight. So if you don't have good setup, I would say just don't go there and wait for the next big one.
Looks like they're going to go top. You know, they did spot Loki here on this wave, and Inspired is coming. Bwipo is in the area as well. Loki doesn't have reinforcements very close.
Yeah, you already had the minion wave there for Bwipo to guarantee the second use of the slice and dice. They force out Loki's flash. They don't want to commit their own flashes to try to follow it. They'll just take the summoner spell as the win.
So now, on these critical Cloud9 members that are trying to assassinate Quad, they don't have flash on Loki or Blabber. But, of course, they did get Quad's flash itself in their last attempts at his life. Here's the rotation over towards the Baron once again, though, as they want to be able to get some of that vision back in.
It's so hard with those stupid Nico clones, man. Every time you think you've cleared out all the vision, every time you might be able to set a trap and play around the fog, nope, here comes another fake Nico clone running in there to ruin the day.
And you can see Seeker's done now for Masu as well, making things that much more difficult. Both these carries you want to target are going to be really hard to take down.
I want to point out that Cloud9 actually drop a whole wave at the tower here to stay through mid because they feel it's that important to have that priority in the setup for this objective.
Yep, we got the dragon spawned now as both teams are ready to try to fight for it. C9 are going to take more damage off of the initial quick trade as Inspired's Arctic Armor absorbs a lot of that. We'll wait and see if he can get that back in time before the next engage is required, as C9 are going to go ahead and start up the Drake themselves.
Thanatos is split, and he has been spotted. It's going to be hard for him to rejoin the team.
Okay, Loki once again on the same flank he was on the last time around. Quad trying to look out for him as Bwipo approaches from the side. Sven has to flash over the wall to try to stay alive, but Bwipo's going to keep putting the pressure on, and Quad's taking the kill on Sven. FlyQuest have already claimed the objective and the life of the enemy AD carry. C9 on the run. Blabber at only 1/3 HP. That's the enemy jungler. That's the man who might be able to steal something away. FlyQuest know it, and they're going over to Baron.
That right there is why every pro player loves Azir. As a carry, they have safety. Here we go, though, on the face check.
Oh, Bwipo. Pretty far forward, but manages to slice and dice back away. Could still be in a little bit of trouble here as Blabber dies with an EPS from Bwipo and Masu combined, and Loki's got to try to get away, but he's stunned up by Inspired. Thanatos gets a kill back on Bwipo, but now he has to flash over the wall to stay alive. Masu trying to cut off that escape route. Void Seeker goes a little bit to the left, but Thanatos does not have any way home. It's all just about who's going to get the kill at this point, and the answer is Masu. The Acathian rain is pouring hard today.
But it does mean they can't do Baron because he bought enough time for Sven to respawn. Loki goes mid, pushes out that, and he's threatening this tier 1 tower. So yes, FlyQuest winning out in that fight, but Cloud9 hanging on, denying that big Baron play. But I really want to highlight the attack on Sven here. This flank from Bwipo comes in. The early a forced flash on Sven, and then watch Bwipo. He flashes over the chains of corruption that Sven fires at him. Perfect timing to dodge that. Gets in, finishes him off. That is beautiful play.
Meanwhile, the opposite side of the fight where C9 send everyone to assassinate the Azir, Quad, defensive Azir ultimate, and slides to safety. Something Varus cannot do. Meanwhile, Bwipo then at the end kind of draws in the rest of them for this fight that allows FlyQuest to chase down a couple more kills, and we need to get back to live because the Baron was not taken afterwards. So let's return to the objective.
Run it back. FlyQuest first into the pit, but with C9 able to respond in time, that means FlyQuest is going to disengage this one. Remember, Fly do now have themselves at soul point. If they think that the Baron is still too risky at this stage in the game, they can wait another 3 minutes, force Cloud9 to have to answer a soul situation, and try to play from there instead.
And let's be honest, if they are on even keel, even with this 4K gold lead, a Baron take is incredibly risky. You're looking at Equalizer, you're looking at a stolen Pop Blossom, you're looking at, you know, all of this poke from the Varus coming over the wall. Like, it is really hard to take Baron in the face of Cloud9's composition. So I do think playing for soul makes a lot of sense. If you're going to start Baron up, it's more for a turn in the pick.
Bwipo jumping right in onto Thanatos here. Immediately forces the overheat, and with Masu flying in with a killer instinct, FlyQuest picks up a freebie.
The Crocodile lying in wait with the Gromp here over the edge. Very deadly, nice pick. And let's see, what can they do with it afterwards? Cloud9 still keeping up the pressure, though. Every time, even though they're dropping kills, they're still trying to pressure the map. You know, Loki last time teleport out to mid, get a tower, so at least Cloud9 do get a tower out of it to get some gold, but here we go again.
Yep, and this is, you know, still over 20 seconds on this respawn, so even if they don't fully commit to it, they can try to draw in Cloud9 and look for the turn. They have a lot of tools still to go for it.
They also have a lot of DPS. Kai'Sa and Azir are not going to allow Baron to stay alive for very long. C9 knows that they've got to answer this. The Baron down to just about 4,000 health. Blabber's waiting for his opportunity to maybe go in and steal it. Baron down to 3,500 now. FlyQuest, they're so wanting to avoid some kind of a throw. But now here we go. Blabber's found his way to Masu. Masu tries to get away with a big Pop Blossom. Back and forth. Masu's dominating. Blabber's already dead. Loki stuck in the zone. He's trying to find the kill on the quad, but he will not get it. FlyQuest go 2 for 1. Inspired down to 100 HP. The Sejuani nearly falls, but it's not enough of a win for either side to try to take the Baron.
Yeah, and Cloud9 just barely can't finish off so many members. You saw this great engage from Blabber on Amasu, can't get the kill. You see Varus almost finishing off the Sejuani, but can't quite do it. And yes, it is a close fight, but Sejuani lives. FlyQuest is going to be back on the map, and they're going to be going right back to Baron once again. So here is this really aggressive TP that kind of forces the hand from Cloud9.
And Masu was also holding on to a Zhonya's effect right now. So in the face of Blabber flashing on him, let's look at live though. The Baron going down very quickly here. Nobody around to steal it for C9, so FlyQuest will finally claim the reward.
And 100 HP kind of making the difference there, I'm going to be honest, because if Sven kills off the Sejuani, I don't think that FlyQuest just run back out on the map and actually start the Baron in their face. So living with that 100 HP means that FlyQuest get Baron. Now they're in full control of the map here with this Soul spawn happening in just 5 seconds. 7k gold lead, Soul point, Baron buff. This may be the last stand of Cloud9 in game 1.
There we go, teleporting in for it. Pushing on the top side first, Quad then comes over, and we have the collapse.
Yeah, Loki's already in some danger as Whippo puts the pressure on him, but Inspire getting caught here could be the big difference. The Glacial Prison misses. Sven with a shutdown on Inspired. The pop-off catches Sven at the very end, and Whippo's made his flank onto the Cloud9. Carry a double kill back over to Sven, no. As Masu is now stuck inside of the Zhonyas. C9 looking for the damage over the carry. They can't quite find it. Blabber's gonna be careful here. Masu is running and gunning them all down. C9 thought they had it. FlyQuest says no. They're marching down mid lane.
Oh, Masu still has it in him. Here we go inside to the base with the Baron Flowers. They're gonna destroy Cloud9's hopes.
Who needs a Dragon Soul when you can take a Nexus? FlyQuest with a 3-man push. Only Thanatos here to try to stop them. The Baroned up minions will make short work of the Nexus turrets. The credit for the ace goes over to Quad. It was a battle, but FlyQuest will earn their win in game 1.
Wow. What a banger. What a fun opening game to the series. That action.
I mean, we talked about it. You know, is it going to be a hesitant game 1? We had just about a kill a minute in game 1 here. These teams were scrapping, but it was FlyQuest with the early action, attacking Thanatos, really creating a big lead for themselves. Inspired always felt like he was right place, right time.
FlyQuest got the early lead. Cloud9 did a good job battling back. Give me a whole series of games like this with both teams showing us exactly what they're made of, and I will be happy. But let's go ahead and head on over to the LTA Lounge to break that one down.
Thank you, Flowers. That was a game 1 for Whippo and Thanatos.
He's taller than you.
My actual height.
Yeah, he actually is, and he doesn't have legs.
Yeah, this is... Seos, what are some of your quick thoughts on this game from FlyQuest?
I think it was a great game for FlyQuest. I feel like they control almost every time, besides I think third Drake that C9 fight a really good flank with Loki. But besides that, I just feel FlyQuest control the game.
That's awesome to hear. We also have some comms from FlyQuest in Winning Fight.
Looking
They're
just flashed. Can I get that?
Yeah, we win this. We win this. I'm coming behind this. I'm coming behind this guy. I'm on my way behind the guy. I'll mark him and we can kill him. Yeah, we go together.
And then no flash. No flash.
Okay.
Kai'Sa Zhonya.
I'm W for Silas. We can win together. We can win together. Fight together. Fight together. Fight together.
No flash Wukong. Only Rumble has flash. I'm coming.
I have W on him. I have
no flash. No flash.
Yeah, he's dead. We can end it.
Yeah, we can.
Holy Masu.
They were straight up beating them with their wallets at that point. Masu was so fed, it did not matter how that fight started. And right now, you could see Whippo's reaction. That game was easy for him.
I mean, that game, they targeted Thanatos really heavily in terms of what we saw from Whippo the last time they played, where he's doing strange counterpicks, versus he just takes the Renekton and they gank him every time with Renekton Sejuani.
Yeah, this is the first time that Whippo actually didn't have a counter pick in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Prior to this, he was actually 100% counter pick rate, but this time blinds the Renekton, and then the Sejuani comes in as well. It was obvious that they had a plan to just keep Thanatos down early, constantly targeted him. As soon as his flash was back up, they killed him for a third time, and I believe he had to blow flash too. So it was a really, really rough start for Thanatos, but not because he didn't play well, because it was a specific targeted attack from Inspired and Whippo.
Yeah, C9 found some good fights to maybe bring it back, but then FlyQuest took control afterwards. So we're going to break down this week's Pagoda moment featuring Busio's re-engage to turn the Otacon fight in FlyQuest's favor. So this is after C9 had snuck the Otacon. FlyQuest is able to kind of retake control of the game.
Yeah, and this is really big for me because I know they pointed it out also how tanky Inspired is throughout this, but this is the fight that kind of gets Masu a bit ahead, right? And then as we saw in the later fights, he was absolutely feasting on C9.
Yeah, the fact that FlyQuest was able to just encircle C9. They had no way to escape. That was the part that was really nice. So, of course, Busio being able to find the ulti, and then they rounded them straight through. It was all hopes on Sven, whether or not he can find a pick or two, but FlyQuest was so strong at that point. The fact that C9 was fighting back a little bit, yeah, you're right. They took the Otacon. And even the Dragon before that, they were able to kind of find a win in that fight. There were hopes there, but FlyQuest just had the lead consistently.
Absolutely. If you see a Pagoda moment worthy play, let us know by spamming the Pagoda emote in chat. C9 down early. Their win streak is over right now. FlyQuest going to try and win 2 more. We have game 2 coming up after the break.
AT&T has a new guarantee because most things in life are not guaranteed. Like common courtesy. Really, Brenda?
I know you can see.
When they say,
I'm on my way.
no way. Pretty blue, though. Or a fun night at the movies. Yeah, that's not guaranteed.
Hold on. Let me put you on speakerphone.
You know what AT&T guarantees? Connectivity you depend on, the deals you want, and the service you deserve. Or we'll make it right. That's the AT&T guarantee.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings, but only if you drink it.
Aww.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed.
Siege knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Yeah, Rumble no flash, okay? He's our best target.
The team is very spread.
Yeah.
I can peel when
I'm
they
looking
go.
on Rumble here on this side.
I'm peeling. It looks really good.
It looks really good. They're gonna get cooked here. Kill 2. Going on Silas.
Oh, copy. Coming, guys.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
Can you guys do?
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm engaging Azir.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Yeah,
Looking
ulting him.
It's good.
Look, Azir no flash. No, he is here, no flash. Yeah, looks good.
Azir dead. Nice.
Look, catch the next. Catch the kind of low.
Guys, look
I'm
me.
looking.
Send your door. Look me.
Killing Nico. Nico no flash.
Kaiser dead too. Kaiser dead.
In front.
Kaiser no flash.
Slowly, I still have 3. Okay, I can carry this again.
Kill your next one. Nice. If Wukong is on me, we got a one-shot.
We can go on Wukong together here. Wukong no ult. Wukong here.
Wukong no flash. Rel W in. Wukong no flash. Front.
Hit front together.
Careful. Rumble no flash. You might have to go in quad.
Okay, looks okay. Careful,
Careful, Rel's next spells. I can find Rel.
He's stuck, okay? No flash fires.
I will kill him. Take it slow. Yeah. Play 1 HP. Can you get L2? Yeah, I'm chasing her.
Nice job.
Whoa. Kai'Sa Zonya.
I'm W for Silas. We can win together. Fight together.
No flash Wukong. Only Rumble has flash. I'm coming.
I have W on him. I block.
No flash.
Yeah, he's dead. We can end it.
Yeah, we can.
Holy Masu!
I think what made Uzi special and like what people remember the most about him is the fact that he was a very selfish AD carry that would actually deliver.
Uzi gets the kill. Now jumps in on towards them. Vision gonna try and clean one up.
Uzi.
Uzi grabs the double kill. Gonna keep moving forward. Still lost it. Oh my god, Uzi. Triple kill. He's not gonna get it all, but
I feel like being the carry was something that not everyone wanted to do. And I think what made him really special is the fact that like he took that responsibility and really like ran with it. For the people that weren't fans of Uzi or didn't know what was going on from Season 2 to Season 7, LCK was the best league in the world and no one could ever beat them. That was just pretty much, I don't know how many years of that? I don't know, it was like 5 years of that. Season 8 it changed, but my point is, I think Uzi was the only player in those entirety of those 5 years that really made people reconsider that LPL could win. And I think that's a legacy to be proud of.
Among the pantheon of great players in League of Legends history, there is one AD carry whose name rings through the ages, Uzi. Uzi burst onto the scene in 2013, leading China's Royal Club to the 2013 World Championship Finals before falling to SK Telecom T1 and again in the 2014 World Championship Finals against Samsung White. Despite falling just short of the title twice in his first 2 seasons, Uzi had established himself as the most feared AD carry in the world.
你然能炸死吗？漂亮，身后拿到人头，但是同样自己也要死。小号往后一撤，又在选择强行换一下不空带走，闪现出空，没有死，打到3伤。
Elegant yet deadly, he danced through every teamfight on a knife's edge, outputting maximum damage while staying alive with just enough health at the end, any number above 0. A player so skilled, his teammates would refer to their team comps as Raise the Puppy. So long as they could guide the little puppy Uzi out of the early game, he would grow into a fierce attack dog in the late game. A player known for much of his career as the Crownless King, Uzi would finally claim his crown at the 2018 Mid-Season Invitational, turning the Paris crowd into his own personal coronation party. A player who left his mark on the sport across generations and around the globe, changing how we think about the role of ADC. Attack, damage, carry.
Welcome back to the LTA Lounge after a game number 1 that really delivered on the action here in our Split 2 finals.
Flowers, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be casting?
No, man, casting desk got it covered. Don't worry about that. They'll cover the game.
But aren't you a caster?
Look, man, do the words tons of damage mean nothing to you? Casters, please educate my friend.
Hey! What's up, everybody? I am here.
He's back!
I'm here! I miss you!
Oh, Kobe unplugged my mic.
I was not ready for that one. That was a new one.
I still hear you.
Okay, I stopped hearing myself.
Yeah, you just...
Okay.
Yeah, that'll not be awkward at all.
The
for
dub
rest
duo
of the
isn't
game.
that close.
Accurate statement.
Two separate.
Okay, Kobe, you want to be in the middle here? Give us some...
Welcome back,
Thank
David
you.
Freak Turley.
It's glad to be back.
For those of you that don't know, he's currently on the Balance team, but he used to be goated caster.
Yeah, you see how York's getting banned? Like he's pro viable right now? That's my fault. I caused that one.
I appreciate that, actually. You're an enthusiast over
Yeah,
here.
I know. Thanks for letting us win game 1 against that one.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, 2-0 to Zale a couple months ago in Riot Rumble. It was not because of me.
You know, these things happen.
Freak still has it.
Sure. Either way, of course, we're in the draft here for game 2, FlyQuest. Heavy favorites coming in. I mean, yeah, okay, 3-2 in the winner bracket final. They won their slobber knocker here in game 1. For my shirt gag, I had them winning as well. So, you know, looking pretty good so far. Blue team and Yone actually left up and grabbed.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see, you know, if they do take it. Of course, Poppy up and available. We do see the Taliyah banned away. You know, we have seen teams be willing to leave this up, but generally with a plan. You know, when things like Taliyah Poppy are available, you know, they feel that they can actually answer that. But the fact that it was actually a Taliyah ban by FlyQuest on red side really does kind of feel like it's opening the door here. So I'm super curious to see what Quad is going to bring to the table, because it just feels like such an obvious first pick Yone.
Yeah, especially since FlyQuest have been one of our most creative team, if not the very most, fearless team. Always crafting here for the best of fives, their counter picks. So let's see what it will be. Now, Elise, I know Busio does still like to play as support, but that was just a little hover there. So we are going to get the Annie brought back.
Yep, so Andy is going to be the answer here in the main lane. Obviously, when you are playing against some of these evasive melee mids, well, point and click CC, very powerful against that.
Yep.
And if you do pair it with like an aggressive AD jungler, something that you can actually set up for it with, it would make a lot of sense. Trundle does kind of fit the bill. Point and click stun onto the Yone, be able to follow that up with the Trundle coming in, and also is a bit of a denial pick to some of these popular tanks that are in the meta.
Yeah, it's been really strong. It's cool to see Trundle come back in. I want to point out one minor mechanical interaction of Annie versus Yone. Yone's E respects damage actually dealt to the health bar, so you do an Annie shield. None of that is tracked for the pop back, so you get sort of like 1.3x value on any mitigation like that.
Got this
Venmo. He showed it to me after the game, and I was like, that's pretty good. I like that one. They got 3. Can we get, cycle through them?
Oh, I actually really like this too. So, he was kind of anticipating that it was going to be a tank jungler potentially coming out here. So it will be the Maokai. Of course, you can go phase rush. You can still go AP. We'll see if they do leave him as a potential solo AP to try to answer so he doesn't have to just build tank into this Trundle.
Yeah, they have nerfed. Actually, when I say they, I mean Freak.
What's up?
He did recently nerf, Leandries and a little bit of these things, taking some power away from the AP Maokai, but still very much a viable option. And whenever you have Maokai ultimate for CC plus Ambessa ultimate CC and Yone, like this engage from the side of Cloud9 starts to look very, very powerful.
And I feel like Thanatos is the guy in our league I trust most playing Ambessa. He is so good on this pick. If you put him ahead, he can absolutely take over a game.
I will say, coming back to the Trundle pick, though, not only is it good into Maokai, but it is kind of deceptive how good Trundle is at ganking mid lane with Pillar, especially if you're just holding the Pillar. And against the melee champion, you can speed in there, you can get your Chomp on, or if you have an Annie set up, and then Pillar after the flash is often very, very effective. But we'll get into the bottom lane bans here very shortly, because topside was answered to like Aatrox into Ambessa after those Aatrox changes.
And we saw Sven actually playing the Ziggs yesterday, so they're respecting the fact that there could be a Ziggs bot here. They're going to actually ban that away from him. Obviously, yes, it could be AP Maokai, but you do have double AD solo laners, so you're going to want more AP generally than that, especially if there is a tank on the other side. So, we are kind of looking at some potential AP bans here still coming out from FlyQuest.
Let's go down for a while, but yeah, I'm curious. He's not the type to really play Swain or Karth or anything, so I mean, you've got ones who do some magic damage, but you've got Kai'Sa and Varus who are often in that build gone as well. So, I mean, if you're full AD, you don't have a good cleaver player, so yeah, it could be a little bit rough.
It'll be interesting to see where they go. Cloud9 obviously going to be banning away the Kalista. Monster has been very good on it. And when you're thinking about some of the pairings, like obviously Renata would be very good into C9's composition. You already are showing 3 melee, you're showing dive. So banning away one of the most common pairings there with the Renata. And it would be interesting to see if they just ban the Renata itself, because honestly, I feel like you can kind of play it with whatever AD. I don't think that it has to just be tied to the Kalista. And it does feel like a really strong answer to what Cloud9's first 3 is showing.
I think Senna might actually work here. She is a cleaver builder. Slot 2, it's not that late. And anytime you got these double dive buddies, I mean, Yone and Ambessa is such a good combo together. One lands are, the other one's guaranteed at that point. Whoever the backliner is dying. I like having some level extra help there, right? Senna ult's so good at kind of helping them get over the top as well. And it would allow them kind of to fix the comp a little bit.
Ooh, interesting. So you're mentioning, like bottom lanes that have counter engage as far as Renata. Nami, who is a pairing with Lucian, or Melio, both of them have some counter engage options for themselves.
And they're just going to leave support for last. We don't really see any pairings except Nami or Melio.
It's going to be one of those two for sure.
Yeah. So it's like if you're going to draft some sort of like obvious hard CC that you can cleanse with Emilio, it's probably going to be Emilio. Otherwise, it's likely to be the Nami. So given that it is Ezreal Karma down on the bot side, I'm expecting it more likely to be the Nami. Obviously, there is the ability to cleanse off all of the Maokai CC with Melio, but that is the only thing, and I don't think that it really warrants like having to pick it.
And I just got an update, Free, because you were mentioning the Senna as a possible good pick for Cloud9. The misban here from FlyQuest was Senna.
Oh, okay.
So they agreed with you. They also thought it would have been good for C9.
And not an actual misban, just not updating on the UI. They did get it in-game, so it was banned away. And it is going to be the Nami, kind of as expected. Unless there's something that's more of an obvious CC that you want to cleanse, you're almost always going to go with the Nami. Does have, I feel like, the kind of better offensive power, and we'll have to see how Masu can perform on this, because he is one of the Lucians in the league that really can play it aggressively, that can play it very, very well. and excited to see how he'll perform.
Yeah, transitions super well into that mid priority, trying to get chunks of damage. And Nami also doubles with the ultimate as well as bubbles being a lot easier to land when your opponents are engaging, towards you. So maybe they will be able to set up some of that defensive play and be able to use both sides of the double-edged sword.
It's going to be interesting to see, how Masu can perform though, because when you do look at how explosive the C9 side is, Lucian needs to be dashing in, needs to be in their face, but there's a Yone, there's an Ambessa, there's a Maokai. There's so much burst damage and lockdown for this AD carry if you overstep, if you misplay. So he has to be on it.
Well, final comments from the coaches. And we'll see if Cloud9 can trust in an Arrow and Reaper to make it happen over the line, or if FlyQuest go for a 2-0.
I like the swagger from an Arrow and Reaper too. They got up there earlier,
Come on, we didn't need anything else.
Neck tattoos, walking up, like intimidating.
Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds. And as you said, FlyQuest looking to try to push us to an early match point. Cloud9 obviously going to be doing their best here to battle back. It does feel like game one, relatively close, but Inspired made such a difference. I felt like in the early game, played incredibly well. Was constantly attacking Thanatos. And I do think, especially with the pairings that we see on the Cloud9 side, that Blabber's going to play more heavily towards his top laner, not allow a repeat of game one.
Incredibly excited for this one because game one was action-packed.
Yeah,
very, very exciting opening to this. And if we start towards the mid lane here with Quad having his stun charged, I like the insight that you gave during Champion Select Freak for the people that weren't watching.
For what it's worth.
Yeah, you already knew.
For the people that weren't watching, though, he was mentioning the effectiveness of the Annie shield into Yone's E trading pattern because of the snapback and the value of blocking that damage. But Blabber here going to walk straight in.
Woo. First damage, Quad 100% of all damage dealt.
But he's not first strike. No!
Oh, that could have been 6 gold!
This is why we brought you back. That kind of play-by-play right there.
Yeah. I still have a memory of casting from 2012 where blue team is invading top lane red tribe rush, and we have visions. We know no one's there. And they switch vision back to blue seed. And I'm like, they're running in the tri. Are they going to find somebody? And it's like, no, I literally know they're not. What am I doing? And I've kept that in my head for 13 years.
You know what I always think of when I think of casting with you is your win call for Cloud9 as a wonderful
I knew you were going to say
that. My personal favorite is the Quadra kill for Huni. Another gem there from Freak.
Top two moments for sure.
Thanks, guys. I'm always a fan of the faithful shall be rewarded for CLG.
Yeah. You know what? Let's just dish out compliments to everybody through this whole cast.
How about compliments for the players? Because we're here. We're here.
You're here too.
Exactly. I'm here too. And so are the teams who are doing well.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, last time they met, of course, it went to all 5, so never count out Cloud9 just yet. Both trading pretty low in the early game here between Bwipo and Thanatos. Level 2 Spike. Yeah, Thanatos doesn't get to use E in the trade because he couldn't kill that last minute in time.
They're trading very heavily on this top side, though. It's getting pretty spicy, but both junglers are pathing top to bot, so we'll see if anyone wants to do anything super crazy. But it does feel like these are two players who are not just going to back down.
Wait, he might kill him! Ooh, I think a minion tanked the melee part of that Q. It looked like it did really little damage.
And this is actually even before the next round of buffs for Aatrox that are on live right now that did increase the healing that he would be getting there, so not even the full power that Bwipo could be utilizing.
Oh, and look at Inspired. He actually did do those top 3 camps and then walked back up to try to cover this. And this is the FlyQuest roster. Have been together for the full 365 days. You can see not a long time that teams are given generally as a full 5 these days. Rosters do not stay together long. If you're losing, even sometimes if you're winning, changes are made very, very quickly. So they actually are the longest standing tier 1 roster at this time.
Yeah, Inspired, unfortunately for him, he does waste a decent amount of jungle time because of his visit towards top side. Then when he's passing through mid, he just wants to cross through the other side. Can't really get any effectiveness out of showing through mid either. But when you're playing the Trundle into Maokai, that's why you often do kind of go for some aggressive plays because you do have an advantage in the 1v1, even when you are down a level. But does mean Blabber is going to get his coveted crab off the bottom side uncontested.
And he might be able to actually just go for a double scuttle because Thanatos has the push. I mean, it's always the worst feeling as a jungler when you go for an early gank, you can't find the angle, and then you look back to that lane and they're losing in the 1v1. and that's kind of the situation that he is in right now. And Blabber is going to go topside, so he will be able to get that double scuttle, full 8 camp clear, just straight power farming. He is going to be out to a nice early advantage here, and you can see Thanatos has Bwipo locked under the tower right now.
Yeah. The last time that we saw Thanatos play Mbessa versus FlyQuest, he hard carried the game. And it's one of the reasons that you said you have a lot of respect for him on this champion, because he is so fearsome. Now, I want to see some very good CC combos, actually, from the top side of the map from them, since they can layer them so effectively. Bwipo is going to have to be very scared, especially once Maokai starts getting level 6. That plus an Mbessa would be very, very dangerous for Aatrox to deal with. Bottom side as well. The double poke, always a fun side to be the ones poking. Not so much receiving.
Has been years. You are not wrong. 2022 Worlds last time. But yeah, good to be back here for this one. Of course, Flowers will be back for the regularly scheduled Game 3, but Bwipo already into the bot. So yeah, we'll see. He might call in sick. We'll see what happens. But pretty heavy trade there. Ultimately, it does delay Sven's trip back to base, as it would have gotten frozen on. They're just going to send Lucian to the top side as well. So Masu got equal farm on his recall, not the end of the world, and Bwipo's catching this. So be okay catching top side as Thanatos, I think, holding a freeze up on top.
Yeah, if Thanatos didn't base. He stayed up around top lane, so he hasn't got back to base yet. He still has his TP. He is holding a freeze, so the wave is coming in towards him. Masu likely to be able to obviously break that freeze. He has his buy, but Thanatos should be able to collect that wave and get pretty far ahead.
Q-Flash? Yep, he had to predict it.
Yeah, that's why Bwipo, he went for the play. He's just like, all right, you are going to have to respect my Q3 flash. And Sven does.
And this is both the side lanes from Cloud9 who didn't take early bases, and there is a punish on that. He's just on a Doran's Blade. He's not at a strong part of the game whatsoever, but it does mean Thanatos collects this wave that he did have frozen. Yes, it gets pushed in, but he is up over 10 CS now on where Bwipo is, so going to be feeling pretty good about his situation, and it's going to have a really big first buy because he still has yet to go back to base. He's sitting on almost 1,500 gold.
This is a kind of cool macro play. Like, FlyQuest are here with, obviously, the numbers. They knew they forced Sven back. It's his, flash barrier, so no TV back. You sometimes see that on Ezreal's, but it means that they have the map prio, and even the Lucian on the other side of the map, they are happy to take this dragon. Well done.
Yeah, well done by them to get their first objective. The minions, on the other hand, didn't even up on the bottom side since there weren't enough for Bwipo to hold a freeze or anything. So it is slow stacking here away from him. Now that Vulcan and Sven have come back to the lane, they are going to reapply that pressure, even with Sven not having his flash.
Yeah, this is a small thing, but pretty annoying. Quad actually held his stun until the cannon was very low for Loki, and then stunned him to deny the cannon, so his own minions actually were able to finish it off. Small thing, but pretty frustrating. And now just going to use Tibbers here to get pressure in the lane. Obviously, he knows Loki has no TP, and he's not on Vamp Scepter or anything. He did go to the standard Berserker Greaves early.
A big trade on the top side there, 2v1. Thanatos gonna go for the ulti onto the backline. Doesn't enough damage. Thanks to Maokai being here. Cleanse gets popped, trying to get away, but the support cannot leave. Busio drops. First blood for Thanatos.
That's that Maokai and Mbessa combo we are talking about. The CC is too much. Really nice sneak play out of the brush, but inspired on bottom side now.
Low health on Bwipo. Sven, though, not 6. Might not have a way to do anything. Gets an arcane shift away.
The tether procs right in front of Sven's face. Those trundle teeth were so close to him. He's still fine, though. Arcane shift, no problem for him.
And Thanatos still hasn't even based, and Bwipo is in some trouble now. Inspired's got to block the Q.
Yeah, that might have been lethal otherwise.
Yeah, so Thanatos is going to go back to base with 2,400 gold on his first base. He still had not yet based when he got that first blood. And then their play on the other side goes wrong, so Cloud9 in a wonderful position now. 1K up, and Thanatos is very far ahead. Sven building a pretty good lead for himself as well.
Well, maybe a camp steal, knowing Inspired was down there, had to tank some shots. Smite, yep, there you go. And Blabber, of course, already on Faded Ashes, so rushing for the magic damage here. You can definitely go for a lot of looks on the Maokai. As you had mentioned, went for the phase rush play here as well. So, yeah, he and Ezreal kind of all the magic damage on the team.
Yeah, we can see this one more time. Thanatos, of course, was spotted on this ward, but with his jungler moving up to top side, he's saying, you know what? It doesn't actually matter. I can just take this fight. Respect the fact that he realized his position. He doesn't actually just back off. Masu is fairly low here. He looks for the ulti. It looked like it was going to attack Busio. Goes through, gets Masu. The CC is there. The cleanse came out a little bit early from Masu, and they just take the kill onto Busio pretty easily.
And the big thing I want to highlight there is the timing. It was actually just very unfortunate for FlyQuest and Busio because they decide to walk up. Busio moves up just as Maokai arrived into vision on the ward that was in that tri-brush. So it was actually just perfect for Cloud9, as then you got the ideal timing for Thanatos to go in and the Maokai ultimate to get started. Sometimes your timing just works out so nicely, and it feels perfect.
You can see a 20 CS lead now on the top side. Whipple going to try to 1v2, but Arcane Shift makes that not likely. Vulcan, oh yeah, good root, good damage. Still, though, it's going to be fine. He's got Flash, so not really in danger.
Yeah, you can see, though, Thanatos having a much better time, you know, in this position, in this 1v2. The wave getting pushed into him. He's very high on health, so he's going to be able to collect the wave. Whereas there's always threat for Bwipo now this low that he might just get zoned off some of these minions as they do crash. And Thanatos will be able to collect this very, very easily. Vulcan not going to be able to put enough pressure on by himself. Of course, Sven now moving to be able to actually get a deep ward here. But with those early grubs, they're going to be continuing to put this pressure on and slowly whittling away on these towers.
And FlyQuest are very well aware of the dangers of letting Thanatos get money on Ambessa. The last time C9 played Ambessa versus them was actually the last time Cloud9 even won a game versus FlyQuest. And they did play heavily towards him and focus him and were rewarded later. So everybody well aware of the possibilities, but I still want to see what Quad is going to be able to do offensively with this Annie. Sometimes you can have some really big roam plays. He does have the phase rush in addition to his flash here, and has been doing a good job for the side of FlyQuest. He is the lone person with a lane lead on the side of FlyQuest, putting out a lot of pressure individually. Maybe he can also carry them as far as a setup for a team fight or a roam play.
No, plates. No, stay in range. Okay, 125, he's fine.
Yummy.
We're getting a little bit of money back.
Yeah, just doesn't want to walk all the way up knowing that Thanatos now has the Shojin completed.
Oh, yeah,
He
that's
is
half health bar.
way stronger at this point in the game. So Bwipo going to have to play very respectfully. Down 600 gold, but of course, going to be happy to get the plate. Blabber down here on this bot side looking to try to put a little bit of pressure on.
Oh, Maokai ulti's on. Busio not having a good way out. There's the cleanse to walk away, but good luck getting away as Nami picked off again. Sven gets a second kill.
C9 feeling some fish for dinner here. 2 kills on Busio. They can stick around and deny Masu even more. Looks like Masu's
He has no cleanse. They can dive.
Yeah, 1v3. This is not going to be likely for you. It's a good second plate. Who's going to pull aggro first?
Get the cannon.
Smite to get it. There you go. He's going to walk, but now the root is guaranteed. He cannot outplay this. Blabber will tank forever. Sven's got to drop aggro. He is fine. Feet of Warfare, 3-0 Cloud9.
I thought he was going to at least get the cannon before he died, but he dashed away from it, and he doesn't even get that. And C9 here in game number 2, pushing back so nicely. Let's see, though. FlyQuest actually wrapping around.
Yeah, they're getting onto the Annie. Bit of damage coming back, though. Knock up there for the Yone. Not enough damage to kill, though. They're going to have to walk back out. Ooh, bubble lands, but no follow-up damage just yet. Still trying for the Dragon. Cloud9 feeling good enough. Loki stepping up yet again. Doesn't have ulti, does have flash. Going to stack that Q back up. Inspired wants to walk in. Looking for a smite fight. Nami wave comes across, smited Cloud by Blabber. And they're going to slick now for Tibbers deal the damage. Blabber walking away safely. Inferno blazes, and with the pillar, might just die. They get the stun. Do they have the follow-up? They're going to try to come in there. Big damage coming to Loki, please. There you go. Masu claims the kill. Finally, FlyQuest on the board.
Yeah, they are able to get that kill back at the end of the day. Punished for that flash he traded out onto Quad, but it's topside now. Thanatos fighting with Bwipo.
I mean, should be stronger. It's Legendary versus not. Gets yoinked back, though, but even with level lead.
Oh, here's TP.
Thanatos doesn't know just yet. Should see it on his screen now. Quad's going to walk up. No stun available and no kill.
Yeah, no flash now as well. Let's see. I mean, he still has his completed item, so still should feel very confident and wave pushing towards him. But let's see. That Cloud9, I mean, it dropped a little bit as far as their gold lead, but 1.5K, 1.6K here, very nice for them. They still have their Dragon. They have their 3 grubs as well. Does not stop the recall, though.
Right. Yeah, it was a guess. Maybe you could have been a Gromp steal, but nothing to see there. They wait for the next wave, spam Q, get it back.
I say, once again, Sven here getting a lot of money early on AD carry. Last time it was the Poke Varus. He had a very big impact for Cloud9. Wasn't enough, of course, in the end, as FlyQuest did a very good job attacking him in those team fights. But this time around, on another champion that he is very, very comfortable on, his Ezreal, with his Trinity Force, already a very smooth start for that Ezreal. Could be just what they need, because he does outrange everybody on FlyQuest. He is going to be the one that, again, is going to need to apply some poke damage, and it has a lot easier time staying safe than the Varus.
Yep, and just grabbed a couple of plates mid lane, so now over 2K in the lead here. They, of course, already have the Feet of Warfare. They're one off the objective feat as well. They have a Dragon, they have the Grubs, so going to be looking potentially for this next Dragon, or maybe a play later towards that Herald, but Cloud9 definitely in a really strong spot so far, and it's going to be up to FlyQuest to try to problem solve. And I feel like, in these positions, it's going to be about, can they get good chip damage out with Dilution prior to the fights? Can they find a really good engage, with Quad to try to, turn the tables when you're down 2K?
That'll be hard because the front line's reasonably tanky. Even AP Maokai is still a melee champion who's built Leandries, and you've got, Ari on Karma to make sure you're not getting one shot. So Burst going to be a little difficult on the FlyQuest side, honestly. And so, yeah, have to wait to see how the team fights actually shake out and who can get picked off and who can actually get kind of burned down over time, because no one really has quite the one shot unless you put a lot of people into it.
Yeah, I'm also worried for FlyQuest's problem of what do you do against this Maokai ultimate? You don't have anyone who really wants to tank it, because even though Trundle can ult someone and get tankier, you rush a Trinity Force, you still can get focused down. It can be fairly dangerous when you see that Maokai ultimate coming towards your team and know that somebody's going to get focused.
Yeah, good angle in there, can shift now. Can no longer land the rest of the culling, but under the tower, Loki, yeah, they're going to try for this dive, and no one's around. He's going to try to stack up his Q, gets away from the R. I mean, I get a tank to make him go less far, but realistically, he's out every time. So ulti down, Thanatos alive. Next dive in for Blabber. It's going to be Maokai pulling aggro first. Do they have the damage? The question. You got to make sure they dodge the Q3. Flashed onto Sven to try to get a bit more, and it might mean he buys enough time. Ult over the top means they might have it, and Sven lands a shot again. 4-1 Cloud9.
Yeah, they overload the top side, so they are going to get this tower. Bottom side, though, is actually still pushing. With a Trundle, you annihilate turrets. Trundle with Trinity Force absolutely annihilates them. So I want to see if FlyQuest can finish off that bottom side secondary, because that thing is bigger rewards if you can actually get it than the outer towers.
And you can see Loki was desperately trying to defend that mid lane tier 1 and sparking this pretty low, but he is playing with fire a bit. He is quite low.
I don't know if they have the damage though.
Yeah.
Loki takes some damage. Mid outer goes down, but still bot tier 2 under fire as well.
Yeah, I mean, even with that dive on top side, they do close the gold lead a little bit there. So FlyQuest playing the map well, taking some jungle camps away, getting that tier 1 bot and the tier 1 mid, putting the tier 2 bot quite low, which is going to be some standing gold for them to try to pick up later on. Of course, those tier 2s on the side lanes have such big rewards, and Inspired is still here, but if he gets spotted, could be problematic.
I want to point as well, this Mikhail's Rush, which is pretty popular here, is going to be able to save somebody from the Annie engage that is coming their way. So Quad definitely has to have that in mind.
Oh, another good culling this time. It actually is going to burn the flash. Sven could not find a way out of it. Nicely done.
Yeah, couldn't actually build enough space there with the Arcane Shift. And, talking about problem solving for the Maokai, obviously, he is playing Lucian Nami, so he's not going to go Mikhail's first, but I would expect to see it second from Busio. He is definitely a big fan of this. On a lot of champions, he's rushing that item, so I do expect to see him go in towards the Mikhail's as the second item. Obviously, that'll be quite some time, but then you just try to have Trundle or Aatrox or whoever block it, instantly Mikhail's them, and use that as your response. So we'll see if FlyQuest can find a way to kind of buy time for that to happen.
Turret Glam, thank you for the money. And we're going to see what Whipple can do on the other side of the map, but looks like Cloud9 just owns the map now, so able to check their boxes and grab their second Drake. Still good on FlyQuest across map and functionally trade a Dragon for 500 gold. As, C9 couldn't really spare the resources to guarantee top couldn't be pushed. It's going to have Wolves maybe help. A little bit of damage, doesn't really matter. Thanks to the leash, buddy.
Yep, FlyQuest obviously going to be pushing up through that top side, trying to threaten Thanatos here, but he's well aware that they could be in the area, staying very defensive, backed by his tier 2. Not going to walk up to collect the wave, he's just going to have to sit there and wait. While you can see Vulcan is heading down to try to cover him, make sure that they can actually play towards this. And it just feels like FlyQuest clearly don't want to look for fights. They want to overload one side of the map and really try to utilize their number advantages.
If they land that bubble, they might have gone for the kill, but realistically just send 4, send Demolish, and they are just chunking this down. Plus 750, nicely done. Cloud9 feeling, a little rough about the fact they've lost 4 towers now.
I like that brute force, from FlyQuest, yeah, because they're in a tough spot. And so cross-mapping, but then still sticking around to get a second objective afterwards is something you don't see a lot of teams do. So nice by FlyQuest actually know their limits there. And even with Thanatos, in their face trying to clear some minion waves, knowing that they can just brute force another tower.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Demolish on Buppo, you have Trundle here with the Triforce who absolutely destroys towers, and they're just kind of overloading one side of the map. They don't want to have a fair fight. They're looking for 2v1s, 3v1s, 4v2s, these types of plays. And as a result, they have actually brought back the gold lead a little bit. It has been slowly shrinking over these last couple of minutes. And obviously, the further you get into the game, the less that gold lead is going to mean. So FlyQuest, I think, in a pretty good spot now that, in 3.5, you can see they've completed their second item here already for Masu. And they're going to have 2 items in for most of their players, I think, by the next time this dragon spawns. And that's likely where they'll look to fight.
Yeah, Moxo has gone for the rapid fire, Lucian, to try and deal some of that poke damage back. Get your Nami buff, go for your rapid fire, poke, and then try and get a good culling on top of it. But Cloud9 are in the river first with their control wards. Looks like they're going to have to give ground since FlyQuest bring Quad and Inspired as well. And once again, with the power of sheer numbers and force here, they actually push Cloud9 out, and they're able to clear some of that vision.
And you can see they were even threatening Bwipo. Bwipo walked down here away from that top side, so Cloud9 was really respecting it. Of course, there is a cost to this style of play from FlyQuest. You know, if you are overloading one side and you're not actually cashing out on a play, then guess what? Cloud9 is farming more places on the map, and they are looking for an engage here.
Cloud9 farming fish if they can. They get away from it to cleanse, but no, he's still going to get rooted up by Maokai. Gets pushed around. Bwipo yet again just drops. Vulcan gets the kill credit this time around.
Busio has just had a target on his head all game long, and C9 make it look easy. Another kill on the support picked up. Thanatos, because that kill was so quick too, okay, he did lose a cannon minion, but that's it. You know, he gets back to bottom side as the minions arrive here, so C9 very efficient with that kill.
Yep, and Busio, I felt like maybe he could have flashed to the right instead of trying to go up to get away. You know, maybe chose the wrong direction there, but at the end of the day, he loses the flash end, doesn't actually get the flash out of Blabber, still dies, so they are definitely picking on him. And Mosso was even standing there to block the ult, right? You know, was able to cleanse it, try to create that space, create the opportunity for Busio to get away, but it was not enough. And at the end of the day, it's another easy play there for C9, and now Vulcan down here to hover, just making sure that they're covering Thanatos. They know that FlyQuest wants to attack these side lanes, try to overload those side lanes, and they're making sure that it's going to be an even number fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think your comeback spot right now, if you're FlyQuest, is get a good gank here at the Otacon. It does a pretty good job of shredding and dealing damage. Not quite Baron status, but certainly scarier than Dragon. So if they can try to fight for their own tri-brush here, obviously Maokai trying to make that not possible, one of the benefits of this jungler.
Yeah, the sapling so annoying, especially when you do go the Landry's build.
All right, well, TP's getting sent across. Yone's going to be here. Can FlyQuest stop? They have no vision right now, so they've got to tank these saplings. Inspired takes them. Get the other one as soon as possible. It's a dot. Okay, gets basically maximum DPS from the saplings. And at this point, no one's going to walk in. No, he's going to still try. 4K health. He wants a smite. The smite means everything. Can he get their flash Q? No, he's going to kill Stry. He's going to still try. Can he get it? Loki takes him down, but it's traded back. Bwipo claims it. However, the kill still looking pretty good on the side here. Quad getting low. No, still trading down. Bwipo is on a mission to get what he can. Follows him, but he's rooted up by Maokai, and he has nothing much else to do. Busio will try to help. Bwipo gets one hit, but it's not enough. Sven is left alive to clean up after all said and done.
Well, FlyQuest may be able to get that Otacon, but it cost them all of their lives. C9 in the end collecting.
I want to see what happened with the smite here. Did Blabber misclick? Was it a smite on the Aatrox itself?
The smite cooldown I saw was used, so we'll see where is the indicator.
Because it got down incredibly low, so he definitely didn't have smite as it was dying, because it was sitting at like 600 HP for a while.
No.
He would have smited for sure. I'm just curious if he used it early to actually try to kill the Trundle. Is down to about 2K. They obviously are going to turn on to the Trundle. They look for Inspired here immediately. And let's see when it is actually used here. As Bwipo's coming in, smite's still available. And it's down to 1,400.
Yeah, Aatrox. Oh, he smites the champ instead.
Yeah, it was just a misclick there. So he looked for the Q smite. The timing was right, but the positioning of the mouse was wrong. And ends up getting punished pretty heavily there. Giving over the Otacon, that is a pretty significant buff. That's a lot of combat stats. And Cloud9, though, back to live and back to the Dragon.
Here we go, looking for the Dragon itself. Zen, of course, quite low here, blocking the front lines, but so is Thanatos, and claims one on the way for Busio now as well. But on the backside is Bwipo trying to carry from the top side. Both doing as well as they can, certainly. Blabber now pretty low. Inspire got to kite it out, though. Trying to get away from Sven. Sven jumps in, one more Q. Not quite going to land it. Loki on the board now as well. Sven flashes. Otto's going to do his job, and Busio, I'm sorry, buddy, you're running out of health here. First, though, is Bwipo. Jumps over the wall. Tries to get Q2. Gets away with it. Nicely done by Sven, but now they're corralled back here. When is the E back up? Goodbye, Busio. Goodbye. He's going to drop. Thanatos gets the kill credit. 14-4, Cloud9.
Woo, right back out to live and right back out to Cloud9, taking more off the map. The Dragon is theirs. That's the whole point. Mid tower will also go down, and maybe Bwipo.
Oh yeah, Bwipo's in a 1v4. You're not living through this one, buddy. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Turret will drop as well. Defends nothing.
Yeah, not going to be able to stop them. And Sven now 8-0-2, getting monstrously fed on this. The only two teams that FlyQuest has lost to all split long, Shopify Rebellion and Cloud9. Those are the only ones who have been able to actually take them down whatsoever. And Cloud9 looking to close the gap in the series score here a little bit, as FlyQuest is currently sitting at 7-5 overall. We can see this Dragon one more time. It's really a lot about the top laners, both Thanatos and Bwipo getting into the back lines, but you can see the peel from Vulcan making so much of a difference, while Thanatos is just there deleting him.
He 1v2'd the bottom lane, and it was not close. They did, look at that. It's
There's
like
a Maokai ult.
200 damage to Thanatos, yeah. Maokai ult plus Ambessa is so powerful. I will also say, you know, the other C9 player that we are focused on in addition to Thanatos, Sven on his Ezreal, and how he's set up in this game to be very close to untouchable with outranging, you know, all of these FlyQuest members and being able to evade a lot of the CC, doing quite well.
Nice, guys. Legendary. Just personally.
He is indeed. 8 kills here for Sven and another Maokai ult.
There we go. Thanatos on the side, but gets away with it onto the Annie. Oh, and Yone's over the top. It's only 1-for-1 so far. Huge turnaround by Bwipo to keep them in this game. They got to run, though. They're going to try the best they can. C9, though, still on the chase. They're going to get a sapling slow, but Sven is running as far forward as he can, looking for Inspired. He can try to fight over the wall. Bwipo turning around, looks for the Q3, and Arcane Shift keeps him safe. Bwipo locked up, trying to heal, rooted up in place. Can he fight Sven? He cannot get anything out, and Sven continues to be legendary, knocking him down.
Yeah, Bwipo having to sacrifice himself there because it was just going to be Sven continuing to chasing them down, looking for that kill, but it's going to be Cloud9 now heading to the Baron right on spawn. Objective bounties already available for FlyQuest. Cloud9 is just running away with them.
Inspired does not have flash. Even if he ran straight to Baron right now, he cannot get in there. So that
deal 0 damage.
There you go. It will be Cloud9 wearing purple as they match back onto the map. This is now Soul Point, 8,000 gold lead, and with Baron buff, they should be able to get even more than that before
Thanatos is hunting.
The Dragon arrives.
And kills are worth extra thanks to claiming Otacon. The team coming around, but Quid has backup. Thanatos, look, in the interest of a close game, go for it anyway, buddy. I mean, you see Nami on a ward.
I think he wins these, I'm not gonna lie.
I bet he could 1v2.
All right, in the interest of exciting fights, go for it, buddy. Flash R.
He's not going to go for it. He wants to win finals here, Freak. Not entertain you.
Oh.
But maybe he'll do both.
Could do both.
He could
yeah,
do
you
both,
could
so
do
that's true.
both.
Why not both?
Yeah. And Sven and Blabber here, again, back invading, stealing away this blue buff. Loki now level 16 on the Yone, has a QSS as well, so he's going to be able to play that much more aggressive. Feels like so many of these luxury items start to come through, and it gets that much harder. I mean, you're looking at Edge of Night, you're looking at a Shield Bow, you're looking at the Mikhails, you're looking at all of these things to kind of shut down your opportunities to get a pick or get a kill. And the job for FlyQuest is just going to get that much harder. Feels like Cloud9 on the precipice of tying up this series.
Which does bode well for our finals going a very long time
More
here.
than 3 games.
Looks like more than 3 games.
That would definitely increase our chances.
It would, yeah.
See if we can last longer than Valorant yesterday. Try.
We don't mention Valorant here, Freak.
Oh, okay. I love all of our esports equally.
We don't.
That's fair. Yeah, but see, in Valorant, we're actually good.
Oh.
Wait, didn't you watch FlyQuest at Worlds? Come on now.
Yeah, just you wait.
You almost beat Gen G.
Just you wait.
All right, yeah. Well, the base is in shambles right now for FlyQuest. Cloud9 stepping up pretty well. First inhibitor go down. Second one now opened up. TP flank comes in. What can Bwipo do with this? They're going to have to try. This is kind of their moment. He's on the flank. He's going to find Sven. Sven's been hit. He's got almost all of the gold, but he's going to live for now. Yone picks up 1. It's already a bad look. Inhibitors dropped in mid lane. Quid's going to try to die, try to live. He's low. Thanatos gets out as well, but now Loki is still farming up kills on the board. Zenmo looking good on the 10 now. And he's got a ton going on. There goes the last of the turrets. There goes the Nexus. Cloud9 wins game 2. We've got a series on our hands.
Of course, he had to go with that 21-5. Cloud9 stomp FlyQuest into the ground in game number 2 here. We are all tied up. What a way to battle back there after a pretty promising start to the series here for FlyQuest. You know, they crushed through the top side. It definitely looks like a really good look from Cloud9, you know, getting Thanatos on comfort here. Blabber playing heavily towards him, really enabling him. And Sven having an incredible Ezreal game.
Yeah, love watching these two teams play each other, and love having Freak up here casting again.
Good job, Freak.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll get flowers back after the break, but quite the banger we just had.
Yeah, it's definitely been a really, really fun series here. Anyway, we're going to check out the analysts on stage to break down game 2.
Well, look at you. You tossed.
I tossed.
Freak.
Thank you, Freak.
Thanks for the toss. Thanks for casting, buddy. Also, good job, Cloud9.
There it is.
They bounced back in a big way, Raz.
4 of the 5 losses that FlyQuest has experienced this split was to who? C9. Cloud9, I thought, had a great game so far, and it was the early game that really did it for them.
And let's check out the comms of the final fight.
Okay, I'm okay.
Tunnel, look tunnel.
Look any. Ulting here, Clever. Yeah.
And he's dying zone, so any no flash. Yeah. Look at Isurus. Yeah. Any no flash door. Yeah, we got him. Be a bit careful, but oh, we have H on Estral. Nice guys, nice. Only any.
Nice guys.
Yeah.
Two more. Focus. Get up.
Don't get cocky. Yeah. But it's good. We finally punched it. This is the exact same draft.
Calm and collected. It's a better situation than they were in last series when they were down 2-0 to try to go for the reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is Blabber's Maokai, right? Like, I think I highlighted this because I know, Seus, you guys had to go up against it yesterday. But his early presence on this map, kind of starting with this top lane gank, and his setups with this Maokai ult specifically were just so good.
Yeah, I think Blabber is just really comfortable with Maokai. And yesterday we faced kind of similar comp besides Ambessa was Rumble. And it's just a hard comp to play against, you know, because they can push lanes, they have long range, and especially FlyQuest draft don't have any reliable engage, so every on C9 play really well.
Yeah, I was expecting that FlyQuest on the 4th pick was going to go Ezreal on their side. I thought it worked really well for them on the Trundle. You're right, like, Blabber's really comfortable on the pick. Like, above 5 games, like, it is his highest win rate champion, like, throughout his entire history. And I remember 2 years ago, he was flaunting how much he was like I've never lost on the pick.
Man.
It was undefeated for so long. So he is really confident on the pick. And it worked out really well. You're right. Like the top lane gank worked out. Same that happened bot side. It felt like the Lucian Nami was targeted pretty effectively.
Yeah, I also feel like Sven's Ezreal performance very similar between this game and the game against Shopify yesterday. Because to Seos' point, the structure of that team composition with Maokai in front, giving vision for the Ezreal allowed him to succeed. But one of the great things about Fearless, it's not just like, how do they deny the Maokai Ezreal karma? It's completely gone now, and we're playing a fresh set of games. So, Seos, where would you like to see FlyQuest pivot in a game 3 to try and get back in control of the series?
I think FlyQuest should just do something similar to game 1. I think just, to be honest, this second game is just a really hard draft for Fly. You're playing Trundle, and like against Maokai, Ezreal karma, your pillar is like nothing. You really like rely on your Annie to like flash ulti 2-3 people, but this is not really easy, you know, if you play against good team. So I feel like if FlyQuest just have more like a normal draft, try 50-50 draft, they'll be more easy to win.
Yeah, it's interesting that you bring up a lot of that draft stuff, because I thought in spite of that, right, like C9 had really good comp, they executed super well. In spite of that, I thought FlyQuest were still doing a lot of like small things around the map that were really good. Like they did target that outer ring of turrets really, really well. They responded really, really well. So hopefully with a more better draft into what C9 have prepared, that's my recovery plan for them.
And this game is a great reminder, same with the 5-game series that FlyQuest had with them last time, that C9 is greater than just a team that like wins lane, win game. Their macro is really on point. If you give them a lead, they will go a mile. Like their setup around team fights, especially around the dragon fight earlier on, was really good. And if you give them a good comp like that, they will capitalize. So it is going to be a long series, I feel like. So it's going to be on FlyQuest to adapt.
It's feeling like a 5-game series. Even if it feels like a 5-game series, we don't always get it.
Yeah.
But if we're looking at this split as a whole, C9 and FlyQuest have been very close the entire split. It didn't feel that way at times because of the 2-0 at the end of the regular season, but we're now at 5 to Fly, 4 for C9 in the head-to-head with at least 2 more games left for both of these teams for their season record. And I'd say the thing that stood out to me about C9 is how good they've been in the team fights. Because even in game 1 when they were behind, they were finding angles to win. And here when they had the early advantage, they just started slamming FlyQuest when they actually had the 5v5 team fights, which tells me they're playing with a lot of confidence, which is a big sign for me for Thanatos Loki, who are in their first finals, that they're not necessarily feeling that pressure in a negative way.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Thanatos and Loki, because I feel like those two have been such massive difference makers for them in team fights, and it's been their flanks, right, and their setups.
Exactly. And also, we did the champion pool segment at the beginning of the day. Like, the shared champion pool is going to mean a lot. Where a lot of people just imagine Thanatos to be just a carry player. No, his Galio into Rumble has been really good this split. His Ornn play I thought was great too. So as the series goes long, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more of that from Thanatos.
Absolutely. And if you are loving this finals weekend and can't wait for the next one, tickets are already available for the LTA Championship driven by Kia. You can join us in Dallas this September to watch the first ever LTA Championship. Visit Ticketmaster to get your tickets now. Game 3 of this awesome C9 versus Fly series is coming up after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings. Why are we in Indiana? The retreat's in Nashville, Tennessee.
I could put Nashville, Indiana in the GPS.
Mr. Shotgun over here.
Bro.
Okay. Let me just figure this out. Oh, we're cool. There's a charging station nearby.
Who puts in Nashville and Indiana anyway?
Yeah. Plans change, but the Kia EV9 is great for road trips and so much more.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. We're looking at Aatrox to flash, Aatrox to flash. And big shield soon. Yeah, we can win this, Any no flash, Look at Aatrox, after. I got him all going. Yeah, sorry, I lost all. Nice chase part. Yeah, Lucian. I'm going to chunk a bit. Okay, slow down Trundle. Lucian there. Trundle 1 HP, no flash. I'm dead. I need to stun though. I got it. Yo, we should fight here, no? Ult 3 seconds. It's gonna be slow, guys, okay? Be slow. Aatrox is behind, he's kind of fisting, but... Lumi. I got no flash. Look, Aatrox no flash. Aatrox no flash, guys. I got Trundle. I'm fine. I don't know about her flash. Look at Aatrox. Yeah. Any no flash door. Yeah, we got him. Be a bit careful, but... Oh, we have Aatrox. Lucian dead. Nice, guys, nice. Only any. Nice, guys. Yeah. Two more.
I definitely feel like we're prepared for this finals. I think the last time we played them, we honestly could have won the second game. And even the first and fifth game, even though like it wasn't super close, I felt like we made some really bad mistakes. And yeah, I mean, I think all the games were winnable versus them in the first series, and I think that we'll be able to close out the games this time around.
Welcome back to the LTA Finals here for Split 2. Earlier today, some lucky LTA fans won Samsung SSDs in our Samsung Trivia Challenge. Congratulations to them. I heard some of the questions myself.
He's hyped.
They were they were definitely not easy questions in there, so congrats to the fans.
That's the face of a man who won an SSD.
Hell yeah, brother. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Captain Flowers. I'm a new caster bringing onto the show here to replace Mr. Freak. Good to join you boys.
Do your best.
I'll try. I'll see what I can do if I can keep up here, because these two teams are clearly ready to bring it here today. FlyQuest had a very convincing performance in game number 1, and C9 just slammed them right back in game 2.
Yeah, super exciting. We got to see strengths of both teams in game number 1 and game number 2. So now that we are deeper in Fearless, we get to whittle down on that game plan, because when you're going into all these matchups, you kind of account for some of the games is going to be like a Thanatos and Bessa or something like that, right? But as we get deeper and deeper, and remember that Bwipo even used one of his champions, the Renekton, in the first game, so we're going to start to make it a little bit more predictable as far as the top lane does go. FlyQuest consistently keeping up this Gwen ban to push him more towards like Gnar pick and Jace pick type of champions, and hopefully for them, try and have Bwipo get a counter pick, although Cloud9 did change their strategy a bit, and last time around they did red 5 counter here for Thanatos. Maybe they do it again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see them do it again, but what I will say is if we do have Bwipo blind picking, he's probably going to go for another standard meta pick, and then when you're going into game 4, assuming 2 more are off the table, the pool starts to get way more limited than for Thanatos, and that's where it's going to become really interesting, you know, and you'll have to be able to prove as Thanatos that you're not going to be giving up a lot here when you have to go into these more weird picks that feel like that is the comfort zone for Bwipo.
All right, bans are done for the first half. Gwen, Bard, and Ahri banned out by FlyQuest. C9 getting rid of the Talia, the Kalista, and the Vi. FlyQuest back on the blue side. We'll see how they want to start this draft off. That could be an interesting one. See if they decide to lock that one in. The Rise, locked in for FlyQuest, could go to either solo lane.
Yeah, very popular after the last round of buffs. You know, very good split push, but also Rise gets online so much earlier than you remember this champion getting online and being able to put out damage and pressure. So definitely could be a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, too, because, you know, Quad, obviously, he's known for the Cassio pick. Loki, not so much, but it would be fun to see if Loki actually brought out Quad's pick against him, because it is a good matchup into the Rise, and it also takes away one of the picks from Quad, you know, for future games. So if he's comfortable on it, I think it could be a really good angle, because that means you don't have to actually give that comfort ban away anymore.
Cloud9 going with some sort of Senna lane here, which it does mean that you are saying, hey, we're not going to have a very strong early 2v2, but it does put that timer and that infinite scaling, soul collecting threat for your team later on into the game.
Happy Father's Day for all the dads out there.
Hell yeah.
New dad Azale as well.
Soon to be.
You get credit already.
The future timeline. The future timeline. But we do have the Poppy locked in alongside the Senna here for C9. Also flex potential with that Poppy, right? We've seen it go support. We've seen it go jungle. Sometimes people want to take it top lane. There's a couple of different options you can take for the champion, and it also really does a lot to shut down some of the mobility that your opponents might have otherwise wanted to draft, as Sion is locked in for FlyQuest. With that being picked, we pretty much know Rise is going mid.
Yeah, it definitely is. One of the things I always think about as a weakness of Senna too is tank killing, right? So Senna, you know, not the highest DPS until you're getting really late in the game and you have an absurd amount of stacks. So Sion here, I think, makes a lot of sense as a blind pick and could be problematic here. We'll see what Cloud9 actually goes for. It's really funny because Cassio also fits the bill as a tank killer, and maybe there's no world in which Loki goes for it.
He's not going to
go Orianna.
At least not this world
that
right
is not
now.
a snake.
Yep. Yeah, it's not.
But I do kind of like the Smolder as well, kind of taking that one away, and being able to have that scaling in this going against the Senna lane. Let's see here, though.
Just a blanket proposal to anyone.
Yeah.
Well, no, it said Nick Smith, I love you before that. It was specifically a proposal to an arrow.
I just saw,
yeah, it was a multi.
I was like, brother's getting desperate. He's willing to take anyone.
Just anybody out there watching the show.
Anybody, please.
Really wants to be a dad also. Not going to be in time for Father's Day.
One comes in before the other.
Hey, that comes around every year, right? They're making a down payment on the 2026 version. All right, let's but back in the draft, we've got Jarvan and Camille banned out here in the second half of things. So let's see what we're going to continue seeing as we've got the AD carries locked in. We've got our mid laners locked in. We've got what is potentially, well, Poppy still flex for a couple of different opportunities here.
Yeah, I do really like the Camille ban. Obviously, you know, a lot of true damage here, answers the tank well, but also helps to solve some of the problems that they're going to have potentially with diving in on the backline. It's facilitated well by the Senna to allow you to play that split push style. And so I'm kind of looking at what Thanatos has played. I do feel like that was the best pick, maybe alongside something like a Gwen to kind of fit the bill. Okay. But that's always banned out already. So, you know, beyond that, it gets a lot more tricky. And I'm kind of curious, so is Thanatos going to go outside of the champions that he's already shown us? Obviously, you could just play like Gnar or something like that, but it's not exactly going to fix, I think, their tank killing problem.
And, you know, he has started playing tanks as well for Cloud9 a lot more recently, so he can try and go tank for tank matchup.
But do you want to go tank for tank against Smolder, right? And it's like that's the thing that I feel like is kind of tricky when you have, you know, Ryze who can play well through side lane, and you have Smolder that I do think, you know, scales really well alongside the Senna and is such a good tank killer later on in the game. You know, that could be problematic. So this is going to be really interesting. You know, they're going to be still allowed to have more time if they want. I do think it's a little bit interesting to see them take support on 4 because top lane's already showing. The only reason to really do this, if you don't just need more time to think about it, is because you think it's a good denial pick, right? So you are taking that away from Busio. But that being said, Blind Alistar usually not prioritized super highly, and usually, like, I don't know. We'll just see what the answer is from Busio, I guess.
Yeah, I would say if you have Vulcan, then maybe that priority goes up a little for Alistar. Seos, who we had on the analyst test, was actually talking about it too at the beginning of the day. I like how much credit he was giving to Vulcan on the Alistar, see what sort of plays he can deliver. And it is also another Orianna Shockwave delivery.
Absolutely.
So a couple of options for them here. So FlyQuest, though, let's see rounding out this comp. Whenever you have Sion, you do want something a little bit quicker as far as the engages too. Rakan definitely fits that bill.
Yeah.
So can have a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's about as standard of a jungler as you could get.
It's still up. It's obvious. It kind of fits the bill. Plays a good front line. You know, is going to fit the comp as far as the damage distribution does go. And so now is the question just going to be Gnar. Okay, so yeah, I mean, that feels like out of the champions that he has shown us, that makes the most sense because both the Camille and the Gwen were banned out. But I don't think it's like the best answer here. You know, generally speaking, you can hold on very easily as Sion in these kind of matchups unless you're getting put way down if you're getting chain dope by Poppy or something. Maybe that's problematic, but otherwise I just feel like Cloud9 could really struggle to deal with this Sion.
Yeah, so last game, I was watching game 2 backstage, just eating a bunch of jerky sticks the whole time. And everybody on FlyQuest was getting turned into jerky except for Bwipo. I feel like he was so locked in, and if he gets locked in this game, and the Sion hits that point that you're talking about where you click on him and all of a sudden Soul Furnace has a 2000 next to it, it's like, okay, what do we do? How do we answer this?
I'm going to need a, you know, Photoshop of Whipple and 4 jerky sticks now for the FlyQuest members.
But you don't really want them to be your team. Yeah, exactly. It's all about the mental image here. But the image of this game is C9 has to make sure they can get through that powerful front line. Isaac, I also like you mentioning the fact that Xin can play the front line role well too. Non-subscribers will see you in 30 seconds. But for everybody else, I want to see how well FlyQuest bounces back now since C9 showed us how well they could do it in game 2.
Absolutely. I mean, C9 does have good playmaking. I think that is going to be the X factor in this game. Obviously, you have the Orianna plus Alistar combo. You have Blabber on a Poppy who could find a really good stun or knock someone out of the fight. But if it is just kind of like these two comps smashing into each other later in the game, it feels like FlyQuest outscales. And I really do like the Smolder into the Senna. I really do like the fact that you're playing around this Sion. You know, Xin scales incredibly well. Like, I do think the whole team scales really well. And C9 is playing like a slow scaling comp too because they have the Senna and the Orianna. So they don't have the most levers to really get aggressive early. So I do think it's going to be down to those X factors, the playmaking. Otherwise, I feel like FlyQuest, I just like their draft a lot more.
Yeah, they do have a lot of options laid out for themselves as well. No sweepers early on or anything, so probably not going to be any shenanigans in level 1. And this game, I am definitely predicting will be much more calm in the early stages than, you know, the likes of game number 1. So it looks like we're in for a bit of a slower pace, Flowers.
You don't think Senna and Smolder are just going to get to scrapping right out of the gate?
Something gives me the feeling that they're going to be looking for stacks.
But something else we got to talk about, the curse of the upper bracket. No team except Cloud9 has ever won from the upper bracket, no number 1 seed, of course. So that is FlyQuest, you know, up in that upper bracket here, looking to try to break that curse, as so many of those top teams have fallen down before.
Funny because both of them on bottom side trading is like, I'm getting stacks. No, I'm also getting stacks.
That's what I was going to say, is as much as it is a scaling matchup, when I play Senna into 2v2s that don't have a lot of threat, you want to trade heavy.
All right, they're trading back and forth a little bit, but right now we've got Kangas standing by for an interview with C9 coach Reaper.
Thank you very much, Reaper. We see the trading already in the bottom lane. What were you telling to Sven going into this game as his focus to scale up on the Senna?
I mean, to be honest, they have only Rakan engages like good into the Senna. So just remind them to like be careful when you don't have flash and Rakan have flash up timer. That's the time that only they can take over the game, yeah.
Okay, well, it looks like laning phase is already going pretty well for you. We have a superstition here in the States where you pull petals to say they love me not. We're going to do it with we win not. So if you can take that and start ripping those petals here. First one is C9 win. All right, rip that one off there. There we go, C9 win. Now C9 lose. Now C9 win. C9 lose. Ooh, C9 win. Okay, inconclusive results from that one. That's it from us. Back to the casters.
That.
They don't need that last
Get
pedal.
That thing out of there.
Last pedal doesn't count anyway.
No one knows how that's going to end.
Yeah, no, you could never predict such a thing.
It's also worth mentioning, I think Masu and Busio, knowing this game is going to go late, know it's going to be outscaling. It's Conqueror here on Masu. He is not playing something early. He's also playing TP. So again, really focusing on scaling, really focusing on being able to actually whittle down this front line, maximize DPS, and it's also Spellbook for Busio. So again, not going to be playing Guardian, not worried about that early 2v2, looking more for the scaling option here where he's going to have the additional power of things like double smite at objectives, an exhaust that he can swap over to, or an ignite for some of these fights. And I actually really like the approach that FlyQuest bot lane is taking for this 2v2.
Spellbook is such an interesting rune, but it's so hard for a lot of roles to take it. Support is one of the best. You know, we see Carrier take it sometimes. And one of the biggest factors, of course, is the buff with the cooldown reduction that was fairly recent, a couple patches ago. But I love when it enables supports to go for a lot more top lane plays. When you can switch over and have a teleport, and you go for a top lane play, and then just teleport back to the bottom side of the map, or vice versa. So hopefully we get to see some creative stuff and usage out of it from Busio.
Let's see what Inspired looks for up here in this top side as Bwipo is going to lead the charge. Immediately the audaciousness from Inspired to jump in there, and Thanatos forced to flash away.
Yeah, pretty effective, pretty efficient as well.
And even more effective because look at the summoner spell cooldowns. Thanatos had just used his teleport. Now he's back in lane without the TP. He's already at half HP, and Bwipo still has his own teleport ready to use.
And I'd point to the CS differential already in the top side. He's down 10 CS, already had to use his TP early. That generally means you're getting your butt beat in that 1v1 if you got a TP back that early. Which is always concerning against a Sion, because Sion, when you're looking at physical damage from both Blabber and Thanatos, you come back with like a Warden's Mail, and all of a sudden you just don't take damage anymore.
So here's going to be our test, because Cloud9, I'm pretty sure they got information, and they'll just know that it is going to be, again, bottom side to top side clear for Inspired. So as long as they do time and again, you know, Thanatos is going to know, hey, upon completion of second clear here, should be another Xin Zhao visit up towards me. He has to play safe. He has no flash. They're going to need to get their deeper wards here to keep track of Inspired, because Inspired pretty much always is going to go for the efficient re-clears on his champions. It's no different on Xin, and we'll be making another visit.
Oh, Bwipo actually just got his recall interrupted, so he's going to pop a biscuit and has to stay around.
And they're actually going to go for Dragon instead here for FlyQuest. So Inspired actually, after just his red quadrant is re-cleared, they want to get that Dragon stacking going in their favor.
Ooh, Loki walking close to the line brush there on the side of mid lane, but not close enough to get trapped in the rune prison. Would have been a very bad situation if he did, considering Inspired was waiting right there. Vulcan knocked up into the air right now by the grand entrance. Inspired here, but so is Blabber. Sven and Masu continue trading back and forth, but Smolder has a lot more burst potential at this point than the Senna does.
Absolutely, and already out to 38 stacks, and that's the thing when you are playing Smolder. You get stacks that accelerates your stacks, because every time you hit a breakpoint, it makes it easier to farm that much more. Rise was cheating down here, threatening with the Realm Warp. If they could have found an aggressive angle, could have looked for it, doesn't find it though. And Bwipo now going to be TPing back towards topside. Has some good early armor here, and this is going to make Thanatos' job a lot more difficult.
And Inspired has just been patrolling around this dragon for almost a good minute here on the Xin Zhao. Crab spawns here for him as well. They're just going to continue to fight C9 and see if they can get any little advantage before starting their dragon.
I really like this. So Busio walked over. He had his first Spellbook Summoner swap ready. So he just used the heal on Masu to sustain him up and then swaps over to Ignite. Now he's going to sit on the Ignite. So just rotating through these Summoner spells here, getting some value out of that. Masu hits 6 as he's getting that solo experience, and Busio's just hanging out with Inspired as he takes a dragon.
And because they know this is happening, Blabber uses that information. He's going to go look for counter jungling right now. So Inspired, not only did he spend a long time around the bottom side of the map waiting for this dragon, trying to get some advantages first and make sure it's secure, now Blabber here in the enemy jungle, but maybe Bwipo sniffs something because he just pops the plant and they do hit.
What does Yordle smell like?
Oh man, no.
I'm gonna say not good.
No. I'm gonna go nope. I'm gonna nope right on out of this one.
With the
I am gonna use
you got
my
no answer,
veto.
Flowers. You got yes and.
Yeah.
Look, no man. Look, there's
He's
certain
no-butting
questions
us right now.
that I have
Where's
spent.
Freak? Bring
I
him
have
back.
spent enough
Freak would
time
have-
in Twitch chat to know the types of questions you are asking, and I do not want to see where those answers lead. I am not going anywhere near this. I am going to walk away.
Hey, chat. What does
No,
Yordle
man.
smell like?
God
He went there.
bless it.
It's too
okay.
late.
Is it feet?
You can't take it back.
Nobody's got any feats secured yet in this game, Kobe. I know that's exactly what you're talking about, but there's no kills. There's only one neutral objective. 20 seconds until the grubs spawn. All 3 grubs going to be spawning up there in that top side.
And Quad is actually going to TP down towards bot, so they're going to keep the pressure on. Might be able to get a plate here, but won't stay around. I don't think he's in range, so I don't think he actually hit the tower. He's not in range. They're just going to lose that plate. So a little bit of a mistake there from Quad. Didn't actually tag the tower as he walked by because he pulled aggro as he was interrupting Vulcan. So does just kind of lose that gold into the ether, but it is going to be Smolder now playing mid, and we'll be trying to maximize those stacks.
An interesting thing, too, because Loki still has a few seconds on his cooldown here with Teleport. Realm Warp can get you close if there is a fight, so Quad has more movement, and we should see Quad, yeah, he's doing it now. You hover into the river so that you can threaten your Realm Warps to get over there for a trap, and Cloud9 are moving up towards the grubs. So they might actually do it. Loki is following.
Flash engage from Blabber for the slam into the wall. It's first blood given to Sven. As Busio is caught, you can see the flash still up because he had no chance to get away when Blabber saw his moment.
Yeah, and you could tell the comms leading up to that because they're like, okay, Quad, leak over, maybe you can Realm Warp, you can try and trap them. But because they actually have Loki chasing, he keeps vision the whole time, he can keep that pressure on him, and they get that pick. And actually, the first kill going over quite nice into the hands of Sven on the Senna, plus the grubs.
Okay, Inspired decides he wants to fight, though, but he's going in with a bunch of backup from C9, ready to arrive. A nice Mega Gnar into the wall, sets it up for Sven to grab the second kill. A third kill goes the way of Cloud9 before FlyQuest ever makes their way onto the board. Bwipo prepares a decimating smash for a nice knock-up onto 2, but Vulcan's ready to return the favor as Bwipo drops, and C9 have a 4-kill-to-0 lead.
Huge blunder by FlyQuest going back in when Thanatos has Mega Gnar, he has Prio coming from the top side, and he makes the big flash play.
And this is one of those plays where someone makes a mistake and then everyone's trying to make up for it. And they're making the next mistake and the next mistake because Inspired overstays, he gets caught. Then Bwipo ults in, uses his flash, he dies too. Like the only positive from that is Masu got a ton of stacks, but I mean, Cloud9 now opening up a nearly 2,000 gold lead.
That is a clear example of the sunk cost fallacy. They go into it. Inspired is toast here. Nice flash in, and Vulcan even combos off of the Gnar ultimate. Everything over the top means they are dead. But as you say, then you kind of try and go in, you're like, oh no, we got to salvage this play. But you should not salvage plays like that are already losing. So Scion ult is used, so he can't use his Scion ult to get back to lane quicker. After this, he also goes down, more deaths here, and that is a very good look for Cloud9.
I mean, it would have been a good play for Cloud9 regardless, but had FlyQuest just accepted, all right, Inspired's dead, you still got the flash off Thanatos, he used his ult, that's not that bad. But when Busio goes in to try to bail him out, Whipple roams down to try to bail him out, they both die too. It does become a bit catastrophic there, especially because it's Sven, who got 3 early kills now. We were talking about some of the problems that Cloud9 might have with dealing with this Scion later on.
Yeah.
Well, the Scion is only level 8, not even that far ahead, and you have 3 early kills here for Sven, who's going to be very accelerated and have a much better time at actually knocking down this Scion.
And you can see right there, the acceleration for Sven means the very early completion of the static Shiv alongside the swiftness boots already being all the way done. We go back to the interview that Kangas had with Reaper. Reaper specifically talked about telling Sven, hey, Rakan, that's the only thing that'll threaten you. The extra move speed will allow him to maintain that distance.
Yeah, he's got those, plus he has the Ghost, so move speed upon move speed for the Senna should be able to keep safe. They're going to make a strong play at the very least on the bottom side, but they do have some evasive maneuvers available to them.
Yeah, Quad having to flash very early there. Did not want to lose more health than he absolutely had to. You can see him and Busio, though, still looking for the opportunity, maybe, for a counterattack. Masu and Inspired are making their way down, but Sven and Vulcan are going to find them in the jungle. It's a 2v2. Vulcan leading the charge here, immediately pops the Unbreakable Will. Mom rolls her way into the fight, but it ain't going to matter. Meanwhile, Loki's already got the kill on the Quad as Blabber's going to try to stay alive. FlyQuest need to fire back a little bit better. Vulcan goes in for a beautiful double knockoff with the Dawning Shadow from Sven providing the extra damage. C9 are slaughtering FlyQuest as Masu tries to escape, and Loki passes him the ball. Only Whippo is left standing, but he's in a 1 versus 5. Slammed back into the wall. C9, it'll take him a little while, but they'll get the job done. That's a 12-minute ace for Cloud9.
That's 5 for 0 here, 9-0 in total kills, 4,000 gold lead, 12 minutes in. FlyQuest is falling apart in game 3.
FlyQuest should have just called that play on bottom side a loss and then gone for a counterplay on top side, because they actually had Whippo hitting tower on top side here. Take a look at the minimap. You have Whippo already hitting the tower, so you can trade bottom side tower plates for the top side, but Quad got caught in that brush recalling. It was a very, very good pick from Cloud9 to actually stop him, and then FlyQuest still tried to make their trap play, teleporting Whippo down, which results in massive, massive losses for them instead of just going for a cross map.
Yeah, we saw Quad nice escape there, just narrowly able to get out. Masu, definitely a look of frustration on his face. I mean, this is a game where I feel like FlyQuest just needed to chill and farm and scale, and they're kind of pushing the pace. They're forcing a lot of these fights, and they're putting themselves into a position where scaling might not matter anymore. They're so far down.
I have to say, though, it was a very good ward from Cloud9 in the deep rush that Quad was recalling in that allowed Loki to go for that play and flash surprise Quad. So really good job by Cloud9. Following up, you place your deep vision, and oftentimes, even if you don't know that's going to provide you a future play, it often does. Here, though, the pressure continues. More turret plate money for them.
More turret plate money backed up by the fact, remember, they got 2 out of 3 of the grubs. Thanatos looking to fight Whippo in the 1v1 down on the bottom side at the same time as Vulcan and Blabber have to try to disengage back up here on the top side of the map as Whippo is about to die to Thanatos. Meanwhile, in that 1v1 I was talking about, he's already knocked into the zombie form as Busio with a quickness has to try to disengage. C9 going right back in. Mom hits nobody. Now another beautiful tackle into the wall. It's 2 dead in 2 different fights for a Cloud9 that is now 11-0 over FlyQuest.
And this time, they're the ones on the other side of the map pushing, so they win this side of the map, and they've got an extra. Thanatos, who doesn't even have to fight anyone here and is already rich, is going to get extra solo tower gold. He already has the Trinity Force. The Gnar is going to be massive.
And you see Zen is ahead of the average Senna stacks here, and that isn't even including the support Sennas. So in a really good position. Whippo went for the Deadmans, which is kind of this tech you go into these range versus melee matchups sometimes. It's supposed to be really good for that, but Thanatos took care of business, no problem, gets the kill. He's 3-0-5. You have 5 kills on the Oriana. You've got 3 kills on Sven. And this honestly wasn't that close. I mean, he's channeling up that Q, but this is a Mega Gnar, and you have to be so careful when they are in Mega. He had no flash, he had no ult, and Thanatos just kind of keeps him locked in. Easy kill.
wins the side lane on Trinity Force.
2 seconds, my spells. Spells. Nice. He's there. Nice, guys. I solo kill Sion too. Nice.
I love how just the additional thing. Yeah, I solo killed Sion too. Everybody else is worried about their fight in the top side. Thanatos just making sure everybody's caught up to date on the latest information. C9 going in after the Herald, but a beautiful steal from Inspired as Blabber's now in the middle of 3. He tackles Inspired back into the wall and flashes away to safety. Inspired protecting himself with a Crescent Guard, but only for a moment. Thanatos has already found the first kill as Busio has to run before he becomes the second. FlyQuest, they stole away the Herald, but C9 get the 1 kill afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. You know, you're just going for these desperation plays. It's an objective bounty, so honestly, you know, still pretty good for them that they are able to grab it. Masu has 152 stacks, so he is stacking very quickly, but it's 12-0, and Loki is in an incredible spot here. You know, he's very accelerated. We see that Sven is very accelerated. The Gnar is very accelerated. Blippo is not really going to be a problem, it feels like, at this point.
All right, who's going to put on the brakes then? If they're all so accelerated. You know, sometimes when you're that far behind.
No brakes.
Exactly. You got a full send to get objective bounties because that is the way that you try and put on the brakes. And oftentimes, at least, if you want to remain hopeful, when you steal a Rift Herald, not only is it that objective bounty shut down, but you can often use the eyeball to get one of the outer towers as well.
He didn't get the eye, did he?
Okay,
Yeah,
he did.
He got it right there at the end.
But you can often use that eyeball to get an outer tower and get another one.
2 for 1.
So that's why Inspired wanted a full send.
We've got a bit of a problem here in the FlyQuest jungle as Inspired is caught again. The Cloud9 gank squad just getting it done. Masu's got no way out of there. Thanatos jumps over the wall. Masu was 3 feet away from the turret, and that was 3 feet too far. Cloud9 are not giving FlyQuest even an inch of Summoner's Rift in this game as they continue their push, continue their pressure, continue a game that after 17 minutes has 14 kills, and they all belong to Cloud9.
Yeah, and I mean, it kind of tells the story right there. When you're a full HP Scion under your tower and you're having to flash away from a dive, it is pretty frightening stuff. And Buso even having to use the ult just to try to run away. They do get an objective bounty on the top side there for a quad, but still the gold lead extending, and it's going to be Cloud9 first to the Dragon.
I mean, you're saying first to the Dragon. I'm guessing only ones to the Dragon, especially now with Busio not having that ultimate, not having that real singular engage tool for the side of FlyQuest. It feels like it's just a suicide mission to try to go in there and stop them from taking this objective. The Herald's going to be summoned up instead, as FlyQuest will at least try to get that tier 1 turret with it that you mentioned earlier, Kobe. Looks like they're going to succeed on that one, but the cost could be great. Inspired going in after Sven does put some pressure onto the Senna. Mom also colliding for a bit of extra damage as C9 scramble to retreat, get back to a safe position. FlyQuest, honestly, good moves there, using the Herald, putting the pressure on Sven. They get the ghost out of him, they do some good damage, and now Flyer heading over to the Drake Pit.
Thanatos no TP, and he's still showing top, so they might actually have to give this Dragon here. So FlyQuest being able to take the tier 1 mid, being able to take the Dragon from this heavily losing position is honestly so good for them, and I don't feel like C9 should have allowed them to do it.
Well, objective bounties were put into the game for a reason, and this is the reason. Okay. Because it gives FlyQuest something to play for, something to get back in, and something to trade here. Actually, and in the end, they're even able to get Quad to defend the secondary tower. So Cloud9 did not get this team-wide 800 gold for a side tower, 675 individually, plus 25 for everyone on your team. And so these bounties that FlyQuest keep collecting are significantly cutting down on this lead, keeping this one, you know, a bit within reach. I'd still say Cloud9 have a massive, massive lead and setup here, especially because the Orianna has so much power.
Yeah, C9 fans have been loving Game 2 and Game 3, and if you're loving Finals Weekend and can't wait for the next one, tickets are already on sale for the LTA Championship driven by Kia. Remember, that one's going to be in Dallas this September. It'll be the first ever LTA Championship. You can visit Ticketmaster to get yours now. Let's see if FlyQuest can keep moving their way forward in this game. It is still quite a mountain to have to climb. There are still no kills for anyone wearing a FlyQuest jersey, as we've still got about 4 minutes until the next Drake spawns. Quad versus Thanatos up here on the top side. Thanatos is going to lose his Sterix. Quad trying to use the Realm Warp to guarantee the kill. Flash over the wall. Thanatos is going to get caught. Quad just got 1,000 gold shut down.
That is massive, and I got to say, Thanatos I have to criticize him for not showing up to that dragon earlier, and now he gets solo killed, giving over 1K to the Rise in the side lane, and all of a sudden, the comeback starts to become a little bit more realistic. Monster's closing in on his IE. He's going to have 225 stacks soon, and now Quad has a full large rod that he just buys off of that kill. The carries are scaling for FlyQuest.
This is one of those games where the C9 fans are going to be calling up Freak after and be like, so what can we do about these bounties? I think they're a little bit strong here. FlyQuest, let's see if they come get another one towards the Otacon. Cloud9, of course, when you're in on the Otacon, it will shred your magic resistance and your armor. FlyQuest are coming to fight it.
Okay, C9 only have the Otacon down to about 1/3 HP so far. Their DPS is not particularly quick. FlyQuest looking for an opportunity to still try to make something happen here. Blabber misses, trying to use the Poppy ult. Whippo dives into the middle of everybody, but where is the rest of the backup? Whippo still staying alive thanks to the Soul Furnace, but now finally gonna die as Sven goes on a rampage. Otacon down to 2,000. Inspired jumps in. He steals it away again! C9 still trying to fight. FlyQuest have already lost one, but they stole away the objective. Inspired stuck here in the front with the Dawning Shadow blasting right through him. Inspired about to drop as Busio has already fallen. At least they're gonna trade one back. Masu's going forward for a little bit more damage on Sven, but he can't quite find enough. Quad protecting his smolder as now they're gonna look out for Thanatos as well. Quad is the only man standing as Sven goes godlike and guns Masu down. Quad in a 1v4, but can he play those odds? Loki with the phase rush Orianna, just kiting him out. The Rise cannot close the gap. Quad's gonna grab the first kill. He tries to fire back, but the overload won't connect. Loki is godlike. Whippo is TP'd in, but the fight's already over.
The TP takes too long. Quad is already down, but he took two with him. FlyQuest, they get the Otacon. That is gonna be lasting power. Look at that, 30 petals.
Yeah.
They can continue to collect them. They are empowered. Let's take another look at it because it actually started off pretty poorly for them, with Whippo going all the way past the Otacon here and going down very early. He still got value from his Scion passive, getting back up and punching because Inspired went for the steal.
Yeah, exactly. Inspired's able to go in here. You know, Quad was getting early damage down on Thanatos. He gets in, he secures the steal. And Masu on the side got so much damage out on Loki, it was very difficult for him to play the rest of the fight. From here, I honestly thought they were going to struggle because Vulcan was kind of threatening on the side. The Senna ult comes through multiple members, the Shockwave hits on Inspired, but Masu's getting so much damage done. Loki's kind of stuck out on the side, Thanatos is stuck out on the other side, Quad's kind of zoning them out and created so much space for Masu, but then C9 played this very well, waiting for their cooldowns to come back up. Vulcan goes in, lands the stun, Sven can finish off that kill onto Masu, and then Quad, it's a lion amongst the lambs, but the lambs are fighting back.
Yeah, the Cloud9, they did a good job attacking from all sides, but not being in danger there, pulling the two FlyQuest carries apart from each other.
I'm just gonna. I'm dead. I ain't dead.
True, both sides agree.
Yeah, he's inting. Yeah, I entered.
2 out of 2 pros agree, that's an int. But I've got to say, it's under a 3K gold lead. It's 19-3, but you have the Otacon taken here by FlyQuest. You have the extra dragon here for FlyQuest. If you're looking at actual combat power, the gold lead really doesn't matter that much anymore. And you look over at Masu. Masu's at 236 stacks. He has the IE. I don't even think that C9 are in that advantageous of a position anymore. Like, FlyQuest have a real shot at this game from what seemed like an absolutely unwinnable spot. So Cloud9 have got to button up their play, make sure they are really playing well in these next fights, because you give over one more fight, all of a sudden the game is even, and you're in a world of trouble.
Cloud9 will claim that 4th dragon of the game, though, tied 2-2 on that count now, as Blabber finds himself in enemy territory. Whippo looking to cut him off there, decimating smash charge long enough to get the knock-up, but Inspired not close enough there where the wind becomes lightning. Blabber's got Thanatos nearby, he'll be fine.
The breakpoint I really want to highlight here is going to be the death cap for Rise, because the Orianna has been so far ahead for the majority of this game, doing so well. Loki, really, really big plays from him, 7-0. But when you complete this death cap for Rise, you already saw how much damage he was doing. Quad was probably the most dangerous person that was still standing for FlyQuest. And the death cap just takes it to a whole nother level. And he can use that power to split push and get it into a much better map state here for FlyQuest.
And I think he probably has the death cap. He's basing now, so he's going to likely have that gold to be able to buy it. You have to sell the Doran's ring, should be able to have it. He has enough. And he is going to be in that credible, strong spot. I mean, there's 7 kills on Loki, but he's behind on gold because one of the 2 kills for Quad was over 1,000 gold that he got from taking down Thanatos.
It's worth 3 on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a ton of money. You can see he's up very slightly in terms of farm as well, but it is still a 3,500 gold lead team-wide for the side of C9. Over half of that is Thanatos over Bwipo. Azale, earlier on in the game, you said you had to be critical of Thanatos not joining for the Dragon fight, of Thanatos pushing too far in the side lane, getting caught by the Rise, giving over that massive shutdown. And I feel like with him owning more than half of the team's gold lead, closer to 2/3 now, he's got to make sure he's not giving away those silly mistakes.
Absolutely. You know, he's got to be on point. Of course, you know, you have your carries super fed 707, 706 for the Orianna and the Senna. But on the other side, there's obviously a tremendous amount of scaling power for Masu as well as for Quad. And Quad is ahead in gold, level 16 on the Rise, has the death gap. He is fully online. So if he has that good fight, absolutely can take over.
And Thanatos knows it. He's like, I need magic resist right now. Has to immediately get it. He knows what the side lanes are going to be dangerous.
Oh, they're just going to start the Baron here. They see that Quad is down on the bottom side, and there's no vision on this right now for FlyQuest, but Inspired spotted.
Yep, exactly. They're going to use the blue trinket, and now FlyQuest are on the approach. C9 trying to stop him. Inspired taking a ton of damage here at the very start of the fight, but Bwipo's coming in to try to save his life. Thanatos in danger here, gets a Mega Gnar, but it doesn't do a whole lot, only finding Bwipo. Masu's made his way into the fight, but Inspired is already dead. C9 taking the lead in this one as Bwipo flashes over the wall trying to escape. Immediately, Busio tries to get a knock up there on the Blabber to make something happen, but Blabber's ready to just tackle right back in. Loki is legendary and Masu is down. Quad gets a kill back onto Vulcan as FlyQuest continues to scramble and scatter.
The positioning for C9 was so good there. As FlyQuest looked to the engage, they just kited back into this tight corridor where the carries, the shorter range carries here on the FlyQuest side couldn't really participate. And now with the Senna, they're just healing it back up. They're back on the Baron.
Okay, C9, let's see if they can get this done. Bwipo trying to get a decimating smash there on the board for the TP, but it won't matter. FlyQuest will not be here in time. Inspired is not alive to steal away another objective. It is Baron secured for the 4 core members of C9. Only Vulcan gonna miss out on that one.
This is looking so good for the Cloud9 Senna win condition. Let's take another look at the opening of the actual fight. Vulcan started it out on the front line.
Exactly. They're going to go for Inspired here, but then watch the positioning. Cloud9 kind of kites back, and they're playing in this corridor where you look at the Sion. Sion is isolated. Everyone's hitting him. Look at where Masu is. Look at where Quad is as he tries to go forward. They are getting sectioned off. They're not able to free fire. Sven is kiting back. Loki's kiting back. You're having to fight through the Orianna ball and this superior range from the Senna, and Cloud9, I think, just played that out expertly.
Yeah, and it just even gets better. Blabber flashes in, got the Smolder against the wall, they get the extra kill, they get the Baron afterwards, so you know they're immediately going to march on these secondary towers that FlyQuest have left standing so they can get this gold and push the game through.
You can definitely see the frustration on Masu's face in that replay as Bwipo losing 2/3 of his HP, forced back now. C9 continuing their push. That first tier 2 turret is removed.
As hard as FlyQuest fought to keep themselves in this game, they have been unable all game long to kill either carry on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah.
Still 0 deaths for both Loki and Sven. Still, they have their flashes up. Like, they can keep their range so easily here, and they're doing it very well with their positioning. You see Vulcan, this bodyguard, just hovering by them, ready to headbutt anyone back, ready to peel, ready to step in front.
Immediately, FlyQuest decide they want to try to go in, but a nice use of the ulti from Blabber turns it into an unfair fight. Bwipo is already dropped, and C9 is disengaging before the zombie passive can do anything. Blabber with a stun back into the wall. Thanatos isn't even here. He's pushing over in mid lane. They wanted to use the Realm Warp from Quad to try to catch him, maybe make it a 1-for-1 on the delay, but they don't find him. Now, immediately trying to re-engage. Thanatos knocked up into the air, but he flashes back to the rest of his team as FlyQuest are still trying to find some kind of an angle here to fight. Inspired with a knock up onto Blabber as Quad tries to chase forward, but instead the Rise doesn't have the range, and Sven is going to take him out.
Also has him low.
Danger. Masu's got a lot of damage, but does he have enough? Sven tries to get away. Immediately, Busio goes back in for the grand entrance. He can't find him. Masu's going to grab the kill. Masu trying to go to town. He gets a triple with the Smolder execution. And Busio and Inspired now got to deal with Loki and Thanatos, and they want nothing to do with this 2v2. FlyQuest will get an even fight and hold the line. The TP's coming in, but you've already got Baron empowered recalls. It should be C9 getting out of there, but Loki overstays his welcome.
welcome. Whippo has found the enemy Orianna. Sven got his first death in the last fight, and Loki might just get his right here.
Thank goodness for phase rush there. Loki's able to proc it. He runs out, and it actually delays that dragon take. Cloud9, they're still chasing to the ends of the earth here, but the Orianna is just running them across the map.
Phase rush only works if you can hit dudes.
He has nowhere to go.
Here comes the Whippo train, and Loki gets buried from an 1,100 gold shutdown.
Yeah, that is a huge shutdown. Thanatos is already on the dragon, though, so we'll see. They can't get there in time. It's going to be a C9 dragon.
That's why he's running them up to the other side of the map to try and buy time there. And Cloud9 looks like they'll be the ones getting to soul points.
Still, I got to say, kind of costly there. Loki canceled his recall. He decided to cancel it. He wasn't sure if he wanted to stay around or not. His teammate finished the recall. He stayed, gives over 1,100 gold. And it is just this 4K now in the advantage here for C9, but Whippo maybe in a little bit of trouble. Could get chased down, has no ulti.
Yeah, Whippo without the ult to get away from this one. It will take him a while because he has the Soul Furnace. Inspired jumps in.
Masu's here.
Now they're going to look for Thanatos. Masu, keep your eyes on him. There's so much damage on this Smolder. Whippo and Inspired doing all right here in the 2v2 so far with Mom coming in. But the Sterix from Thanatos keeping him protected. Vulcan wants to try to go back into the fight immediately as Booster has found the angle on Sven. As Masu is down, Blabber with a massive pick on the big cannon for FlyQuest. Whippo stuck on the front line, about to die. Inspired solo on HP, it's hard to fight back. Quad is behind enemy lines, and he'll be buried right there. A double kill for Loki as Blabber continues charging forward. Inspired and Busio both knocked up into the air by Vulcan, and Blabber keeps hunting. Another hit should be able to find the final bit of damage for the kill, and Sven will do just that. Inspired's the last to die, and C9 get the ace.
Blabber making the difference there. He wrapped around into the banana brush above the red buff there, found an angle, a flash over the wall, gets the stun on Masu, takes the fight into his own hands, takes down Masu. Blabber said he wanted to prove he is the best jungler in the league, and he's finding a good argument with fights like that.
Meanwhile, on the other side, they dive Thanatos, and Quad actually goes past the turret. So this is a very long fight. We'll go back to the origins because both teams, you can see on the minimap, have members on the way. They are both willing to fight over by the Krugs. Masu then can flap over the wall. They want to go for Thanatos, pops both of the shields, but then here we go. The Blabber moment, he flashes over. He's able to tackle him into the wall. He takes out the carry. He has enough burst damage to do himself, and there's Quad's tower dive I'm talking about, sectioned out, but on live Flowers, they are looking like they're positioning for another scrap. And we all know how this one ended up here with Cloud9 being the victors, grabbing the extra kills. They're the ones on Soul Point. They're the ones right in front of Baron as it spawns.
Still in a good spot, but that scaling from FlyQuest is always making things tricky. You know, it's not a guaranteed win. Cloud9 have got to be clean in these fights.
C9, though, scaling on their own. They've got lots of center stacks. Blabber jumping in here with the very start of things. Thanatos wants an angle, but he's going to be CC'd. He has to crunch back out as FlyQuest. They lose 2/3 of Whippo's health bar, but everybody else is still doing just fine. Again, Sven at 130 stacks here in the Senna. Yes, technically Smolder scales for infinity, but it's much less effective after 225. Senna keeps that efficacy all the way to the end of the game as C9 are going to start up the Baron themselves. FlyQuest on the approach. Keep your eyes on Busio. He's got the smite ready to maybe steal it away. Loki's going to lose half his HP here at the very beginning of the fight as Inspired jumps in and makes some space versus 4. Thanatos, no Narvar, but now he's at the pincer angle. C9 disengaging. FlyQuest have disrupted the Baron for now.
But look at Inspired's health. He's incredibly low. They're going to look for Thanatos.
Thanatos knocked up into the air. A beautiful little bit of juggling coming out from Busio to set it up for Masu. But now Whippo's going to get traded back. Both top laners down.
The fight's going to continue. FlyQuest are posturing here. They do have control over mid lane, but look at Blabber again positioning himself for a surprising angle of attack. FlyQuest just going to go mid, though. They get the tier 2 already, and Masu is pushing this in, so they're forcing C9 to base and respond to the play. FlyQuest again holding on, extending the game. This one is not over.
If you look at the scoreboard and see 10-30, most of the time you'd be like, it's just got to be a stomp of a game. This is so much closer than those kill scores would lead you to believe. Sven's Senna, now at the 140 souls mark, almost full build, has 4 fully completed items, BF sword for the last one in inventory, but Masu, look at that. 4 fully completed items on the Smolder with the Seeker's arm guard occupying the last slot to try to make a big play in the next big fight.
They're going to have to get a really good engage here. The Dragon, and this is for Soul, is only 36 seconds away. Cloud9 already have vision control. They're going to have priority. So FlyQuest have to put some sort of pressure here, either to bully their way in and get their vision back, or threaten up by Baron. Looks like they're covering the other side of it. Rise split pushing.
And critical to note, Busio did swap out his smite, so now he's on exhaust here. So he spellbooks over to the exhaust. Really powerful if he can use it at the right timing. Was so on point in that last fight, with his grand entrance, catching Thanatos out of his hop and allowing them to get that kill.
Yeah, if you can exhaust Orianna before her combo, if you can exhaust the Gnar when he tries to go in, so much potential.
They're going Baron.
There's only 10 seconds left on his flash, but they're going to trade objectives. The fight will not happen now. It will be after the Soul has been claimed.
Okay, Baron over to FlyQuest. The Baron for Soul trade is always a classic because the Soul lasts forever, even if the Baron is more powerful in the moment. It just means you need to get a lot of value out of the next 3 minutes.
And it also means to me that FlyQuest made the evaluation that we can't actually win this fight. We can't actually get to the Dragon. So they're saying, we're going to take the Baron now, we're going to try to get gold from this, and then we are going to come out and we're going to fight an Elder, which can be the true equalizer. Because by taking the Baron off the map, it's hard to utilize this power of the Soul to end the game as long as FlyQuest plays safe. So they're going to look here for 5.5, go to the Elder, try to win your fight there, and try to end the game right off of that play.
Exactly. The Baron for another 2.5 minutes. The Elder timer slightly over 5 means you're going to have about 2 minutes and change for both teams to jockey for position looking at that massive Uber buff.
And I 100% tend to agree with them because vision control for the setup for these fights is more massive than a lot of these gold leads that you'll see on screen. So because Cloud9 already had positioning, they already had the Scuttle Crab, you should just go for the trade. That doesn't make it a lot easier though. Sven completes the Guardian Angel. This Senna that is going to get so much range here, already has so much range in scaling and has been so far ahead. Soon we'll have Ghost up as well. Will be so mobile, so difficult to deal with.
Speaking of difficult to deal with, Thanatos is up in the top lane, completely unanswered,
Realm
pushing. Realm Warp into the back, Inspired to Busio, looking to make something happen here as they try to dive towards Cloud9. Mom roars in, Sven and Loki both nearly killed, but everybody's still somehow staying alive. Thanatos has made his way into the fight now as Blabber tries to tackle into Masu, but he ain't gonna find the angle here for the kill just yet. Thanatos still chasing, Masu getting away off to the side, Inspired about to die, but still hanging on. The tier 2 turret is claimed, but now C9 of a 5 versus 4. Masu and Bwipo still trying to get away from this one. Blabber tackles forward, but there's no wall to slam the Smolder into. Bwipo's still stuck in the front line now, but that's not an easy to kill target. C9 got the firepower. They're looking to take him down as Busio can't get away either yet. The steadfast presence locks them up, and C9 beat him down.
FlyQuest went for the surprise play, but with the Ocean Soul, Cloud9 win out in the war of attrition. They will chase them down. Masu flaps away from Loki, but can he get away from Blabber?
He's got to try to avoid getting tackled into these walls. Blabber doesn't find a stun right there. Ocean Soul is so strong, man. Blabber's going to look for another chance here. Masu misses him with the snot bubble. Blabber still chasing. Masu trying to flap over the wall. Blabber gets the ace. C9's in the base, 35-10. It was such a closer fight than we thought it was gonna be. But C9 will emerge triumphant in this third game. Inspired will not stop the game-ending push. Busio just gonna be another kill for a 37-10 scoreline. C9 going to match point.
C9 very nearly getting a kill a minute in such a bloody game here. It looked like it was going to be an absolute stomp for Cloud9. FlyQuest made him work for it, but it is Cloud9 moving to match point here. What a banger.
Banger series, banger indeed. Cloud9 have to be feeling good about that because now it is series point. From here on out, they just need to win one more to win the LTA Split 2.
It was a battle in game number 3. Let's go in and check in with the analysts on stage to break it all down.
What was that game?
It's happening. Oh my God. By the way, the fact that that was even close is insane.
It's insane, yeah. I mean, credit to FlyQuest, but then at the end, Senna plus Ocean Soul, absolutely disgusting to watch.
At one point, C9 was up 14 kills to 0. By the end of it, they were up 37 kills to 10. The fact that FlyQuest was in it is absolutely unthinkable. I was pulling stats during that game, and if FlyQuest would have won, the most a team has been down in kills in an A to win was 9. They would have been down like 20 kills by the time they won that. But let's check out the comms and hear the relief when C9 won that game.
Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, one time. Wait, make an R. Yeah. Okay, no flash. Cover 2 seconds.
Look rise. Look rise.
Look rise. We have combo.
Look rise, guys.
Careful, careful, slow there, guys. Careful, slow there. Come on, 5. It's gonna be good. No flash. I can get him. If you guys help me. I have combo, actually.
I can look, guys. I can look.
Where's my team?
I'm looking.
That's flash, I guess.
Yeah, I'm fine. Maybe. Nice.
Go here, guys.
Okay, come here.
Light.
We're kind of far.
Go Baron, no? Or?
Crazy game. Seos, what were some of your thoughts watching this one?
I don't know. When I see the drafts first, I thought this is a pretty good game for Fly because Cloud9 don't have a lot of damage to kill Sion. Like Senna and Orianna, it's like at least 2 or 3 items to kill Sion. But I don't know. I feel like FlyQuest just took a lot of bad fights early game, and even then they are so behind, they still managed to play the map well. So I just feel like if FlyQuest don't give so much advantage early game, they could win.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up a lot of those fights because it did feel like there were several objectives. Like I remember right after Grubs, Inspired going back in, and I was like, they don't have to fight this, right?
Yeah, they're fighting against like Alistar level 6. So.
I feel like FlyQuest might have saved their mental with the near comeback though, because let's pull this up. When the game felt the most over to us watching was 14 kills to 0, 17 minutes in, 6,500 gold. And then FlyQuest just started collecting these objective bounties. So we can roll through some of them. They got the outer turret. They also won an Otacon fight. They got the Rift Herald as well. So it was just this desperation play after desperation play that actually rescued the game a bit for Fly.
Yeah, and the big thing was it did give room for some itemization to come through, especially on the Rise, right? Like getting that Rise back into the game was massive.
That's why even in that freeze frame that you had it at right here, just like the recognition, we are so far behind, guys. Just have quad collect topside.
Yep.
The idea that C9 was trading sides was rough for them, but then it turned into top turret, as you mentioned, Herald, as you mentioned, like being able to take Dragon, like all of these things kept happening to make it so, even there was one time they were chasing the hell out of that Orianna just for that 1.1k gold bounty that she was able to collect.
Plus assist gold.
Yep.
Even more, it's like a 1,500 gold cash out. Okay, interestingly enough though, C9 are the ones that are up 2-1 in this series now. One more game, and they are LTA North champions. They're going to MSI. I wonder, I'm just in the head of FlyQuest a bit, because we had Inspired's MVP interview before the day where he said having all 5 All-Pro first team and losing finals would be, his words, embarrassing. I wonder if that's in the back of their mind now that they're completely backs against the wall, really for the first time, all of Split 2.
God, even just hearing from Inspired, winning that MVP and being like, yeah, winning an MVP
but
is
I've never won finals.
Never won finals at the exact same time. And even talking about winning finals being more important, of course, having eyes on international, that's all on the line today. And they are now one game away of losing that all.
Well, and by contrast, listening to Blabber, right, and talk about how much it would mean for him to overcome not just this titles drought, but the ability to return to international play. And as we see on either side of the stage, we have the remaining champ pools of the champions that both of these teams have played throughout this split.
And Seos, I see you're looking at the C9 champion pools. I want to get your thoughts here because you were just prepping to play against C9 in the best of 5. Now that we're 3 games deep into Fearless, where should FlyQuest attack Cloud9?
I think it's kind of hard still. I was thinking about Thanatos, but he still can play Gwen, right? He still can play Gnar. So I don't know if FlyQuest will maybe ban these champions and like try to give Whipple some comfort matchup. But I just feel like FlyQuest need to have a stable early game, you know, like game 1. I think game 1 they control really well. But especially this game, I feel like they just fight too much.
Yeah, apologies, the graphic was incorrect. He played Gnar in this last game, but the rest of it should be accurate, Raz.
Yeah, and I mean, so much is going to be on, I think, the pool of, we talked about Whippo a lot, seeing what he can play I think that, but at the same time, the level of play just needs to get better from FlyQuest. C9 looks so good at the early skirmishes, they're set up in team fights. They are clearly the better team today. We need to see something from FlyQuest to make this even more competitive.
Since North America switched to double elimination in the spring split of 2020, only C9 has won from the upper bracket. They're going to try and keep it that way. We are headed to a break. Game 4, series point for C9 is up next.
Looks in, guys.
I will do.
Yeah. Looks in.
I can walk off. I can cancel.
Look, he's on.
Yeah. Last ulti. You killed the guy too, no?
Yeah. Fire on that.
Dubbing him. Yeah. I have come on 5. You have spell?
No, I don't nothing.
I have come soon, okay? We can kill him. He's low, perma.
Nice, we got him.
Oh, small attacks though.
Yeah, careful.
Yeah, it's not worth. I have come in 5 seconds, okay?
Look me, guys.
Okay, coming now. Xeno flash.
Xeno flash.
Looks in.
Local con.
I can cancel his Q.
Nice, guys.
Someone no flash. No flash. Yeah, I don't have juice. He's no flash. We can play this, no?
We go.
I'm gonna flash on him. He has flash, right?
How's flash?
Yeah. I'll be there soon, quad. Just me, no one else.
No flash.
Nice job, huge.
Nice, good job.
Massive shutdown.
Keep fighting. I will knock you down. There's Senna, or you can't hit. Okay, now they can hit. I'm behind Senna. I can exhaust
Senna is ending.
I don't want it to be. Or you flash. No flash, both carries. Both carries. Not a mega. Can I kill?
Garbage.
There'll be a 2 caster.
Yeah. Keep hitting.
Yeah. Just tower. Focus tower.
Yeah. Kill.
Yeah, kill now. KD.
No, it's mine.
Nice.
Lock on 2.
Yeah, kill him.
Nice job, guys. This is good, my KD. This is serious.
Yeah.
If we win, of course.
Sorry.
One more, guys. One more.
It's fine.
One more.
Yeah, I would definitely say I feel hungrier for this title than I have in a while. Even though I didn't take the wins for granted in the past, I would say like I kind of expected myself to win, expected myself to be in the finals, And now it's like, I'm just hoping to win. Now, like, it's been a while since I won, and now I'm just working really hard to be able to win again. And to be back to, like, you know, the C9 glory days, the Blauer glory days.
And they are just one game away from those
Wait, that
glory
zoom
days.
out is crazy. I thought we had a normal Teemo pick.
Going.
It just keeps going.
Okay. Welcome back.
I was like, oh, hey, look, nice Teemo drawing. And starts zooming out. Whoa.
Yeah.
Did Raz commission that poster? Be honest.
There's got to be some sort of Raz association there.
You already know.
Right now, we are potentially on track to have a longer series than that Teemo's legs because we are having some close battles here today. Now, Game 2 might have been the stompiest, but Game 1 was close. Game 3 started 14-0 in kills, but still
then was close.
Really went the distance with FlyQuest fighting back. But it's still C9 up 2-1, needing only one more game to become the winners of LTA North Split 2 and go on to MSI.
FlyQuest here got to pull out all the stops, starting with their draft as we head into game number 4 of Fearless, and we really start to squeeze down on these champion pools.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the top lane matchup looks like. So far, Bwipo has just been playing standard stuff, right? We haven't seen any kind of like Bwipo crazy picks coming out.
Yeah.
And they are choosing blue side after losing. You know, they're on blue side here. They are not going to be on red. And that means that Thanatos, again, can have counter pick if he wants it.
I mean, you're talking about a guy who, in their upper bracket final last week, was playing Set, was playing Yorick, was playing this more out-of-the-ordinary stuff. Today, it's been Renekton, Aatrox, Sion in that order.
Yep.
Nothing really surprising in that mix, but let's check in on what the bans look like. Gwen, Sivir, and Ahri banned out by FlyQuest, as Vi, Kalista, and the Yorick that I just mentioned banned out by C9. Now recognizing, hey, we're pretty deep into Fearless. This could start to be a Bwipo problem.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I am very much a fan of Yorick. I'm very much not a fan of blind pick Yorick, though. So it is interesting to see Cloud9 banning that out. And hey, if you're not down to play any of the counters, then it does make a lot of sense, right? If you're not going to be willing to bring those out. But Taliyah is up very conspicuously so, and is going to be grabbed immediately. When you're going into a game 4 and Taliyah is open, if you're going into a game 1 and Taliyah is open,
Boom.
you are slamming that thing.
Especially, yeah, because, you know, it gets banned so frequently in the first 3 bans, all the early games. Then it drifts through here. Your answers are also not there. A lot of the things that have been played have been taken out.
Yeah, and I mean, there are still great AD pairings that are up and available. Things like the Pantheon that actually haven't been played. Even the Nefiri that hasn't been played. That could be a pretty strong pairing alongside it. The Pantheon, of course, going to get taken away. I think that is smart by C9 because to me, that is kind of that prime jungle pairing that has not been played or banned for that Taliyah.
I mean, it synergizes perfectly with the Seismic Shove because of the point-and-click setup, and it synergizes even more perfectly since they both have the semi-global ultimates to immediately turn any fight unfair.
It's also interesting because while it's not, you know, like a mid-jungle pairing, I do think Leona really kind of rises in prio because when I'm looking at a lot of these champions that have already been picked, a lot of the really good engaged champs have been either banned out a lot, like the Nautilus has been getting banned, or have already been picked. Nautilus and Leona are those two that are kind of up and available because you do want some sort of point-and-click guaranteed setup generally for the Taliyah to really increase the power that she does have going forward into these team fights.
And I've seen a decent amount of the Aurora into it, and I just feel like I always definitely prefer to have the Taliyah on my team, especially as it goes deeper. It feels like the Aurora, the break point between having enough burst damage to still be an effective champion and still execute your pattern of play as a champion is a really thin line. We'll see if they can actually accomplish it here, though, because kind of like you're saying, the other pairings with these mid lane champs do matter so much. And grabbing that Pantheon is huge to have the pairing here to go with the burst damage and to have this setup.
Absolutely. I will say, you know, Aurora, I agree with you. You know, it often is hard to execute, but when you have those good games, they look incredible because this champion, all its damage is up front, right? If the QE hits, you throw down the ulti, sometimes people just disappear. They lose the whole health bar. But it's all about that execution because if you miss, if it gets sidestepped, you have nothing coming after it. And it is going to be Jace here. It is Jace blind, but it's Jace with multiple protection picks available. Yorick's already banned, and the Sion has already been played, which are two of the most popular counter picks that Bwipo does play into it. The AD Nidalee is available, though, so I'm curious to see, are they actually worried about it? Well, hey, this is one of his picks that he talks about really liking into the Jace. Yes, the last one didn't go well, but remember the first time he played AD Nidalee, it went horrible. He brought it out again the next week, and he smurfed on it. So I do think it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but I do think it's possible.
I mean, it makes the Yorick ban in the first half make a ton of sense.
Yep.
If this is what you were going to slam, you don't want to have to deal with Bwipo on that Yorick. As the Ornn is now banned away too, you're talking about Scion traditionally being one of those things people are fine playing into Jace because who cares if you're down after laning phase, you can go low econ, be a tank. Ornn can play a very similar role. They'll remove that one from FlyQuest as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, going to be trying to whittle that down. Yes, again, it is blind, but when you pick Red 3, you have all these protection bans, so it's like not really that big of a deal.
Yeah.
And I am very excited to see what Bwipo could cook up. They're going to ban out the Gragas as well, another one of his comfort picks that can be a good matchup into that Jace.
And our FlyQuest worried about the Braum answer in the bottom side too, because they take out the Leona, and the Braum is kind of one of the other really good answers into Nautilus, and you can have a lot of power for the team fights as well.
Absolutely. I do think it's a good shout out. With that Leona being banned, though, to me, this is like all the kings of engage in the bot lane are now gone, right? Yeah. Leona, Nautilus, Rel, Rakan, Alistar, to me, those are like the primary hard engage champs. Bard is going to instead be that target because they are clearly more worried about engage than the defensive powers of that Braum. And so we'll see if the Braum ends up being the pick.
And they're really worried about, the cross map and the globals here. Aurora very good at flanking, making big plays. Pantheon ultimate, some split push opportunities available. Let's see what it's going to be here, though, for Cloud9. There it is.
Something worth noting, they are leaving AD here for last, so to me that means it's a lot more situational. I wouldn't be surprised if they're considering something like a Ziggs that was banned against him earlier. He played it in his last series. So the fact that you're leaving it to 5th, does make me think, okay, you're really wondering, you need to see the whole 2v2. Can I get away with this? Can I punish something? Because generally speaking, you would otherwise always, leave that support pick for last.
And when you have a player like Thanatos on the Jace already, you know that
Nocturne.
you will have physical damage.
I think we're going to get spicy top lane.
Okay.
We're going to get some Bwipo cook here, because if you're going Nocturne, you want to play heavy towards sides, you have Nocturne Talia, you need a side laner that is worth playing towards. So I do think we're going to get a carry here. Whether it is going to be something we've seen before or something new, I'm so interested to find out.
That's what I'm talking about with the globals. All right, what's it going to be, Bwipo? Into the Jace. Okay,
that's not what I was thinking.
It's gonna be much more. Another tank, a more sustained up there.
I will say you can do, like, sometimes people like this in arranged matches where you do Qmax and Comet, and so sometimes people can go that route. So it'll be interesting to see if he goes that kind of a style, or if he just wants to build pure tank. Obviously, Scion was already played, Ornn was banned away, so a lot of those big picks are gone. And seeing that it is going to be a pretty beefy front line here with the Cho'Gath, they want some upfront damage. They want someone to be able to deal with it. And it is going to be the Tristana as the answer.
Yeah, I think the other things they were hovering, like the Jinx and stuff, kind of would make sense from their perspective of the team fight, but then you have to play it into a Nocturne, and Jinx has no escape from a Nocturne, so much safer to have a Tristana. Plus, I love Tristana-Braum combinations. You can actually turn them into kill lanes. When you have a jungler that is a potent level 3 gank, guess what? Pantheon does have that. There's a lot of avenues for aggressive play for Cloud9. That is when Blabber has looked his best. That is when they have looked their sharpest.
And I'm going to be so interested to see how Inspired does this game, because I don't see any traditional dive buddies here for the Nocturne whatsoever. Yeah. It's like, Nautilus can try to go in with you. Sure, Cho'Gath could try to flash into the backline with you, but you don't have that traditional diver with you. And so sometimes these games can become very awkward for Nocturne, where you're just kind of popping your ult just to turn off vision and just, using it on the front line or staying by your team anyway. So we'll have to find out how he can do and if he's going to be able to really find success in the 5v5, especially where it can be tricky as Nocturne.
Yeah, and it depends on how good of a relationship do you have with your mid laner, with your Talia. Because if that Talia is confident to go in with you and do the...
You got to be homies, though.
Exactly. You have to be very close because it's way more dangerous for the Talia. Because when you want to ride the wall in, you want to cast your E rock field when you're getting off so that you can block the Aurora escape, you can block the Tristana escape as you're going in. And if you guys don't have good timing, it looks very bad.
Mid jungle trust fall. Will Inspired catch quad?
That will be the question. I do think Blabber has the opportunity here to have a very explosive early game. Nocturne generally goes for full clears, generally wants to just power farm to level 6, but Pantheon, I think there's a lot of openings.
So one thing that I'm really looking for here in this one, talking about early games,
FlyQuest, it felt like last game was just hard forcing, responding to C9 stuff that was already a lost play when we were all expecting them to play a slower style, play more for the scaling that you had drafted. This time around, I want to see them rein in some of that wild decision making in the early game so they don't have to play from a 0 to 14 game point at any point.
So it is going to be the first ever international tournament in Canada. Both these Canadians here on your screen, Vulcan and Masu, fighting for the right to go there. Jojo qualified from EU, which is pretty cool, but definitely nice to know that we are going to have at least one Canadian player here from the LTA North that is going to be qualified and getting to play at home.
I want to see if they can get that aggressive Braum Tristana plays that we know and love. Bush priority is theirs.
Is also worth noting, it's going to be Spellbook for Vulcan, also Spellbook for Bwipo. In tanks versus range matchups, I think it's quite good, but we have Kangas standing by with Nutak.
Thank you very much. Following the question Zale just asked, the choice of the Cho'Gath top lane, I want to get your thoughts as a coach as to how that top lane champ was pinched a little bit.
Yeah, so, I guess this finals, I can say, basically, we knew like this Jace possibilities could be coming, so basically what you do is you just pick like a tank into Jace, and then Jace presumably can win lane and get ahead, right? So you just cover that with like Nocturne jungle, basically. And that makes it so Jace shouldn't be able to like make a lead 1v1 on side lane, because he could die. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of that's the comp. Like you pick a strong team fighter top, and you pick a weaker team fighter in jungle to make sure the enemy can't abuse him in laning phase, basically. So that's the plan. Yeah.
All right, well, bot lane's going pretty well for you so far. What message did you give to the players to get their heads back into the series?
I was a bit angry because we have scouting on them. We know when they're weak and we know when they're strong. And yeah, last draft we had a perfect situation to like exploit their weaknesses, but we didn't do it because we were getting excited because we were like winning our lanes. So I was mad about that, and then Quad said like, "Hey guys, we're better. Just like focus up, So that's I was just mad. Quad was like cheering on the team.
All right, on Father's Day, a little bit of disappointment coming in from the coach. That's it from us. I'll throw it back to the casters.
Like, what message did you give him? Well, I was mad at them. That was the message. But makes a lot of sense talking about Bwipo. Obviously, tanks into Jace, and you might lose early, but you have the Nocturne to cover. I do think the extra wrinkle, though, is that, guess what? The other jungler can cover with his global, too. So you have to not only be able to win the 2v1, you have to worry about potential Pantheon ulting in and winning that 2v2.
Exactly. If your top laner gets such an advantage before the fight breaks out, and then both junglers match, can be very dangerous. I also like this point, though, about, hey, fight on your power spikes, even if you're getting excited.
Whoa, speaking of getting excited, Boostio with the flash over the wall. Blabber is in danger, but he defends himself well with the shield. A little more damage is needed. It's first blood for Inspired. C9 firing back with a kill onto him, though. A double for Loki. Sven's barely staying alive, and Quad and Masu are trapped behind enemy lines. Loki gets him with a twofold hex. C9 is off to a 4-1 start.
And you can see Vulcan was almost jumping in his chair there in the player cams as that was happening. And Sven was literally jumping on the rift right here. Cloud9. Blabber actually gets jumped on first, but then they collapse. Look at the bottom lane heading up, and they can just jump over the wall. Both of them.
Inspired flashes to follow, but the Fear Tether had already broken. Sven is in there so early, getting a ton of damage done. And I feel like Masu here just kind of checking out a little bit on the fight. He was worried with that Braum passive hitting him, but then when you walk out of the fight, everyone's turning on Quad, and it kind of just turns into a 3v1 and then a delayed 2v1. Masu was not there to really contribute, but it just felt like they overcommitted. And when that Fear Tether broke and they couldn't get the insta-kill on Blabber, that fight went so bad.
Nice! Yeah, you can feel it. Yep. He was jumping out of his chair a little bit during it. We could see it live action. And I will just update that if you tell me that the Aurora is 3-0, then I change my mind. I'd rather have the Aurora on my team than the Taliyah.
Yeah, I mean, he is looking really strong. This is the Fearless health bars. These are all the champions that they have played throughout the split and how many they have remaining. So if it goes to a game number 5, still with a lot of picks available, obviously FlyQuest having more in the bag. They have had more of these kind of niche picks. But I do think it's always cool to see as you get far into these series who has the advantage. But of course, we may not be getting to a Game 5 because Loki has 3 early kills and Cloud9 are off to the races again.
And Sven on the Tristana, not necessarily a pick that you would be like, oh yeah, they've got the Tristana in their bag for bottom lane. But he getting one of those early kills was also very, very big too. This mid prio though is a double buff with the 3 kills for the Aurora. Cloud9, no hesitation, immediately had moved in, started it up when Bwipo teleported down to do their swap.
All right, well, we've got those double buffs faded away now, but before he lost them, Loki was able to chunk Inspired out with that very snappy Aurora combo that you talked about, Isaac. Twofold Hex into the Weirding, boom, the Electrocute procs. All of a sudden, half your health bar is gone. Bwipo down here in this bottom lane now on the Cho'Gath. We'll see how effective he is at stacking up the Feast, making sure that he has all 6 of those guaranteed stacks ASAP so he can be the front line that FlyQuest needs.
Yeah, and he used the first Feast stack just insta on a minion. He is playing Spellbook here, so he's sitting on Cleanse right now, so if there is any potential gank coming through, obviously you can cleanse off the Pantheon stun, potentially just walk that out. So that is going to be something pretty nice. And Masu has moved up to the top side here with Busio, but Vulcan's getting aggressive.
Yeah, Vulcan applies the winner's bite, but not quite enough to guarantee a stun from either side. Important to note, Blabber just hit level 6. Both of these junglers have semi-globals. Blabber is the first one to actually activate his, as Masu and Busio have to continue walking back up here. Masu down to 1/3 HP on the Corki.
This is why I love the Braum pick, you know, into Nautilus and stuff like this. Like, he's put so much threatening to stack up these stuns, Q after Q after Q hitting, and they're going to be able to keep that minion wave in front of the tower. I mean, there's no reason for Thanatos to let that freeze break up there, so minions just going into the dirt right now, golden experience right in front of them.
Okay, Sven answering the shove from Bwipo down here in this 1v1 in the bottom side. 30 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn. C9, they already claimed defeat of Warfare. They already have the first Drake as well. The early game certainly going their way. Quad hits a nice seismic shove there onto Loki. Hex splash forward from Busio, but nowhere near in the range he needs to be to try to follow it up. Inspired is going to move into the enemy jungle. He does have level 6 on his own champion now. Going in after Blabber. Fear Tether about to proc. Does find that one. Knocks the Blast Cone back as Quad shows up, and Blabber is down. Nice invade from Inspired and Quad.
That's the trust fall. I'm telling you, you got to have a good relationship with your mid laner. Looks like it's pretty good for FlyQuest.
They have Nocturne ult, they're going to dive.
Immediately Thanatos in some danger as Bwipo in the bottom lane has no similar problem. A 4v1 is easy enough money for FlyQuest. Inspired is very low from the turret aggro, so he's going to have to back off, but Fly don't lose a man.
Yeah, credit to FlyQuest, they're collecting themselves. It is match point for Cloud9. That first fight went so bad, and they're able to get a couple kills back here. Bwipo does have the cleanse.
Yeah, Bwipo cleansing between worlds is enough damage, and Loki goes on a rampage. The Cho'Gath is not big enough.
Look at the reaction there on the player cam. You saw the frustration on Bwipo's face. He was not expecting that much burst from Loki. He's got armor, but he only had the Ruby Crystal there. No MR whatsoever. Loki just shotgunned him, burst him down so fast, and you could see was not happy about it.
And one of the most scary things is a Malignance early on that Aurora. Those 3 kills, it turns this champion into a turbo ganking champion. It is very, very painful. Loki, you can see, is the only person on the whole map with an item fully completed, and it is just the best item because you can tell the cooldown on ulti already so low. He's going to be able to roam around and continue to make those dangerous plays.
And it is this weird situation sometimes when Aurora gets this far ahead because it feels weird to have to just flash the first basic ability that is coming out. But when you get QE'd and it's just all your health, like that's what you have to flash, right? And Bwipo obviously wasn't expecting that much damage, you know, didn't flash the QE. He just straight up died to it. If he can straight up die to it, so can Quad, so can Masu, so can everyone on the map. So they're really going to have to respect the power that Loki has now. He's so ahead of the pace of where you expect him to be.
Talking about pace, let's look at where everybody is on their item completions because there are a few fully completed already, just about 10 minutes into the game. Malignance for Loki, no surprise there with him having 4 kills. Yuntal Wild Arrows completed for Sven on the Tristana as well, ready to start stacking that. But on the other side, Experimental Hexplate for Inspired, since he's got 2 out of 3 of their kills, could give that Nocturne the opportunity to really be the X factor with a well-timed ult.
Yeah, it's the same idea. He's getting his ultimate cooldown reduction. Same idea as the Malignance here. See where he can actually utilize it, though. He's going towards the Grubs first. There is no flash on
They're
Jace.
looking for a dive bot, though. Look at this. They're again going.
Okay, Inspired is working on the grubs alongside Quad. They're just going to be able to secure these easy peasy. FlyQuest has to know, all right, if we're up here, there's no contest for these. Cloud9 has got to be plotting, planning, scheming something on the other side of the map. So they tell everybody to fall back. Masu,
it sounds so sinister.
It is. If you're the one, if you're the one in the 1v4, there is nothing more diabolical than what your opponents are planning in that moment. Masu just decided to leave the entire lane, not just the turret. He is going elsewhere right now, as C9 have lost all 3 grubs, but they're mining turret plates, and it looks like we might just get a race for the first turret. Whippo's going to try to walk up here, but he's got to be careful. Man, I don't know how close you want to go.
Vulcan just TP'd back, so they're just trying to go for this. They know they get feats if they get first tower, so they are really heavily committing to this, and it is likely to be very hard to stop here for Whippo.
Yeah, I mean, they see the Nocturne and the Talia on the top side, so this should be the Dragon plus the tower. This is a lot gained for Cloud9 on their strong side. Whippo sneaks back in as Busio is coming.
Whippo is ghosting to the turret to try to kill the minion wave in time, so there's no chance for them to fully complete the kill onto the tower. Now, immediately, Busio ready to try to follow it up here with the dredge line into the depth charge. Sven keeps firing back at these guys, but the turret itself stays standing down here in the bottom lane. C9, however, will claim that second Drake for themselves, but the first turret went to FlyQuest on the other side.
Yeah, it was the delayed play. They were talking about it. Whippo's like, I can one-shot this minion wave. You saw the AoE on the back line. He's able to feast on the front, and they actually get it done. Nautilus ult was also invested, so they really think there is some pretty high priority on the feats upgrade for Boots.
Absolutely, and I think that was really smart from them, forcing their way in. They use the ghost, they use the heal. Yeah, you have to spend some resources, but you keep that tower alive, you get yourself first tower. All of that plate gold is, again, going into, Quad and Inspired. Inspired's up 1K. Look at the mid lane gold lead. It's not that big anymore. It's 4 kills to 0, but he's only up 600 gold because of all the plate gold that Quad has been able to farm. Now, Whippo's going to get more of this. We are close to a dead even game gold-wise, even with how bad that early fight went for FlyQuest.
Whippo now flashing away, trying to get the distance to escape from Blabber. Vulcan's going to stun him up there with that last little bit of the concussive blows. Almost called a winner's bite, but that's the cue. As Whippo continues his full retreat now, Thanatos has also been brought down here to the bot lane party. Meanwhile, FlyQuest taking the opportunity. They see that C9 constantly sends multiple players down here to the bottom lane. FlyQuest will do the same thing on the other side of the map as Loki tries to defend here at the tier 2 turret while Thanatos takes the FlyQuest tier 1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, they know. They've drawn their battle lines and they're sticking to them. This is your strong side. That is your weak side. You can sell Loki here. He knows there's a Nocturne on the map. They could go for the dive me. He stays well under the tower. So their weak side plays safe while they get that turret to reclaim their gold lead. That being said, with all of our fighting over the attempt at the Boots upgrade, Cloud9 only need one more objective to be able to actually fully complete.
Exactly. Even though they couldn't get the first turret in the bottom lane, Inspired still secured that second Drake without any fight. So now 2 Drakes for C9 versus the 3 grubs of FlyQuest. That next neutral objective to spawn will be 90 seconds until the Herald is up and running.
Yep, and they should be able to do it. FlyQuest just trying to continue looking for plays, and Blabber going to get found here, but Sven is around.
Okay, Masu and Busio get a little bit of damage. Blabber's use of the Pantheon shield there.
They're TPing bot. They can actually try to go for more.
Most of the damage. Thanatos making his way down to the tier 1 turret. Wants to try to get out of there. Has to flash away from the seismic shove, but now a TP is ready to arrive from C9. Paranoia placed there by Inspired just to block any chance of a coordinated C9 counterattack, and FlyQuest make their exit. Seismic shove again. This time only hits Vulcan. C9 continuing to walk forward and force FlyQuest out.
Yeah, Quad had actually flashed there. That time he does respect the QE from Loki. Sees it coming over the wall, insta flashes, knows that there could be follow-up if that connected onto him. But a lot expended for not much on either side. To take stock, we lost the flash off of Quad, flash off of Whippo. There's the flash gone from Thanatos, from Blabber, as well as the TP from Loki. So a lot spent there. Oh, Whippo's in trouble. He's got no help here.
Oh, boy. All right, let's see if he can try to get away from this one. It doesn't really look like it. The Rupture missing on Thanatos. Whippo tries to burst him down, but yeah, there's no way to get him in feast range there. C9 pick up their 6th kill.
And that one's a little surprising as far as the break in concentration. They had been so good at sticking to, hey, this is strong side. We are respecting when Cloud9 have overloaded a side, but we just saw Cloud9 teleported Loki into bottom side, and Whippo has no tower there. So there's nothing that FlyQuest could answer with any sort of cross-map play. That is just an extra kill over.
And sometimes when you're in these weak side positions, it can kind of get a little bit mentally exhausting where you feel like you have to give it up, you have to give it up, you have to give it up. And then finally you feel like I can push in here. They're going to look for Blabber. Remember, no flash.
No flash on the Pantheon, but he's still always got that shield. Blabber's going to deploy it, but in a 1v4, you can't block enough. Bwipo takes the kill. FlyQuest pick up their 4th.
And he does hold on to the Feast, so he saves the Feast so he can have it for Dragon. Quad is going to answer topside. Bwipo has cycled through already 4, I believe, on the Spellbook Summoner here. He's been rotating through that pretty quickly, so is going to be having that cooldown getting lower and lower.
Okay, 5 stacks also on the Cho'Gath Feast. 6 now, as he does go ahead and use that one early. There is 35 seconds still on the Drake timer. Looks like Inspired and Quad just going to go ahead and take their 2nd blue buff as C9 has a lot of men mid.
And the idea for Cloud9 here is if you can delay until Dragon comes up, Rift Herald's on one side, Dragon's on the other. You're the team that only needs one more objective for the feat upgrade that they've been fighting over so heavily here with FlyQuest. So then they'll have the opportunity to just cross map.
Inspired 7-2 on Nocturne, definitely really strong on this champion. Also really want to draw your eyes to the fact that Bwipo has exhaust. This is always one of the key ones when you swap over to it with the spellbook. And Loki, he is all upfront damage. So if he can time it, trade of flashes there.
Okay, Rupture hits Thanatos. Busio following it up as immediately Vulcan is just shredded. Inspired wants to go into the back line as now both supports are already going to be dead. Loki's in danger. He tries going between worlds, but he's only going to the underworld. Thanatos will go right there with them. FlyQuest just took the kill lead. FlyQuest just got 4 for 1.
Loki tried to walk right through them there. He got annihilated.
He got destroyed, and his full combo was exhausted by Bwipo to boot. Bwipo silences him. He's in his face. They're pressing their advantage. They want more.
Sven is down. Masu on a rampage. Blink and you'll miss the whole health bar disappearing. FlyQuest will claim the delayed ace. They will claim a turret mid. They will claim a Drake for themselves. They will claim a 5-for-1 trade. That was a massive swing.
Will they try and rush the Rift Herald to still get the feats, since they only needed 1? Right now, I would assume Nautilus is going up to at least ward that Rift Herald so nothing sneaky happens, but here's the fight again.
That Rupture connects there onto Thanatos. Vulcan can't get the wall up until a little bit too late. They had already called that they're going full in. Look at this exhaust here. The ulti comes down, the QE even comes out. Well, he's still exhausted. He tries to go to the other side, but he gets burst down there by Inspired. This was such a good fight for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and Loki, you cannot go through a Cho'Gath right there. Or at the very least, if you do, it's going to cost you a lot. So Rift Herald remains alive. They actually had Busio go out there, defend the vision, put down the wards for FlyQuest. And now back out onto the map. Actually, look at this. Bwipo now attacking the side lane.
Yeah, now Inspired coming down to help his top laner. Thanatos in some danger, wants to make it a trade, but no shot, man. Bwipo taking that one.
Bwipo just bites him in half there, grabs the feast stack, and is able to get that kill onto Thanatos, attacking that side lane. Now, quietly, Masu getting very, very strong. 4 kills here on this Corki, and the mid lane gold lead completely gone. It is just 140 in the favor of Loki. Honestly, that doesn't mean anything.
The jungle diff, though, is getting like a very, very big gold difference here. This Nocturne is going to put so much pressure on the C9 carries. And when Nocturne is the biggest gold, difference in the game, how do you play the side lanes? Everyone who walks out to farm a side lane,
it's the part. You don't.
Exactly. Everyone who walks out to the side lane is like, oh my God, is Inspired coming? Is Inspired coming? Because that will be very, very dangerous upon 2-item completion. And he's already shown that he passed his trust fall with Quad, so you get the Talia wall pressure to come in, and you can just not escape that duo.
Absolutely. And I mean, earlier we talked about, okay, well, yeah, but you have to deal with the 2v2, and Blabber's there too, but he's so far ahead of Blabber that you're going to win that 2v2 very easily.
Feats claimed by FlyQuest. It was 19.5 minutes into the game before we finally got there. But the battle for the shoes has finally been decided, and it's FlyQuest walking faster.
And honestly, credit to FlyQuest for realizing how heavily they should fight for the Feats. I flash back all the way to them defending this tier 1 tower bot, tooth and nail, to stop that from going over to Cloud9. Winning the first tower race gets them that little extra bit of power now.
This is why this series has been so fun. It started out with Cloud9 getting 4 kills in the jungle. They're fighting back in, and this is going to be a banger. Loki has teleport as well for the Aurora. Ultimate ready.
Okay, C9 thought that they might be able to rush it, but FlyQuest was ready. C9 still have the Otacon aggro. They've got it down to about 3/4 HP, but Bwipo is wrapping around the side. Quad sends in the Weaver's Wall, but he's not going to ride with it. Now Bwipo goes forward for the flash silence. They've immediately found the engage and killed Sven before the fight even starts. Thanatos can't find his way to the FlyQuest carries as Masu forces everybody else on C9 away. C9 felt desperate. They felt that the Otacon was the play, and FlyQuest knew exactly how to respond.
While Cloud9 were setting up the Otacon, Inspired was buying his second item. The Black Cleaver was completed. He annihilates Sven, and Bwipo wants more of the jungle.
Oh, a big hook there from Busio to continue locking up Blabber. No firepower from FlyQuest coming up behind him here yet. Loki wants to go into the back, find a little bit of damage on Masu, who has to Valk away. Bwipo's going to be shut down there by Blabber, and FlyQuest may have overplayed their hand. Thanatos gets traded back in a 1-for-1, and now it looks like we are going to have the Otacon secured by Inspired as Blabber goes into the back. It's a jungler 1-for-1 trade. Everybody's dropping dead on both sides, but Quad and Masu look for a little bit more damage. Quad throws another rock, and Vulcan gets another death. Loki continuing to try to run, but Sven has already respawned. He rocket jumps forward, but he doesn't have enough distance. FlyQuest will walk away. There are 3 dead on both sides. It was actually a 4-3 trade since Sven respawned, but Fly get the Otacon.
Somebody get a cam on Nuke Duck. He said he was mad that they got too excited in the previous game. This one, they just had the Otacon. It is yours. They killed Sven, but FlyQuest want too much. They get too excited. They chase into the jungle, and look at where Talia and Nocturne were. All the damage was still by Otacon, so now they're doing 2 things at once.
And look at the summoner setup. He has Smite and Feast. Just stand on the Otacon. It's guaranteed. It's not like it's a flip. You have double Smite plus Feast. You can kill that thing from such high HP. Bwipo definitely getting a little too confident there, chasing after him. Gives over some kills. This is where it got crazy because Blabber ults in there. Imagine if he steals the Otacon before he gets this kill. He gets that shutdown plus 866 gold. Got a kill earlier as well. So he is kind of back into it a little bit also. And we are just scrapping again. Let's go.
Let's do it. 3,000 gold lead for FlyQuest. Drake started up. Blabber going to go ahead and begin the fight on the side of C9. Loki goes between worlds looking for the damage here on a Quad. Zipping and zapping back and forth. Quad takes a ton of hurt from that one as Masu is finally able to join the fight. Blabber re-engages. Bwipo here on the front line. Still tanking for now, but he will drop. FlyQuest lose the fight. C9 outplay him.
Bwipo just way out of position. Again, back-to-back fights. He's just walking in so overconfident. Yeah, you're tanky, but you're not that tanky. The Aurora is zoning your team off on the side. Masu's not even there yet, and he is just running into the pit here with no flash because he was on Cleanse Smite as his double summoners there, trying to get in range for a potential steal, but they're never going to let it get that low. They're just going to turn and kill you.
He's so focused on the steal. Look at this. Comes in again.
Look where Masu is.
Has ulti, has Smite. He just wants to steal it, but it's a good call to stop damage on the Dragon. They make the turn here. Blabber says, hey, just focus front line. And this time around, by the way, Loki on the other side, he did a good job actually avoiding the counter kill from FlyQuest while applying that pressure.
And I feel like you could just play it slower there as Bwipo. Your 6-kill Corki's not even there yet. Even if you lose the Dragon, you could win the fight and then potentially take more off that, take tier 2 towers and things like that. Instead, he overforces. That gives a potential Soul Win condition now to Cloud9 here. They are on 3 Dragons. They are on match point. Yeah, you're up 2K, but you lose Soul. Who cares?
When you are in a high-pressure series, a finals game on stage, who will thrive in the excitement? Who will thrive in the higher energy? So far, it is Cloud9 making the comeback a real possibility. 3 Dragons here. Even though FlyQuest still have the gold lead, if you grab Dragon Soul for Cloud9, and it does feel like momentum has started to swing back in their favor. I mean, the Nocturne gold difference has been chopped down in about half here. So FlyQuest, they got to lock in if they want to actually push us to that game number 5.
Exactly. You got to play towards your win conditions, slow it down a little bit. Bwipo, I think, getting definitely way too excited in these last couple of fights. And they got to be playing as a unit. The skirmishes, I think, are a lot worse for FlyQuest than the grouped fight. They want to be playing, as this squad here. And C9 definitely taking advantage of it, putting pressure on, forcing some of these mistakes out of them. And we'll see if FlyQuest can kind of button it up. They look like they want to play towards this Baron.
The big thing I'm looking at here, we got 3 fully completed items, including a fully evolved Muramana on Masu's Corki. It is massive. We'll see if FlyQuest can take a fight here as they're immediately starting up the Baron. Now, they were wise when C9 tried to do this with the Otacon, and C9 is going to be just as aware of FlyQuest trying to sneak the Baron away now. Quad throws out the potential there of the Unraveled Earth, but now it's Vulcan going to get caught out again, trying to be careful here with the shield. The Feast just barely doesn't kill him, and now they're trying to turn the fight around. Whippo takes a ton of damage, nearly about to die with a Jogath here, and he can't get back over the wall. FlyQuest came so close to finding a pick, but close isn't good enough. Whippo dies again.
Yeah, Whippo dies again there, and Inspired used the Nocturne ulti for cover. I don't even think he actually got to reactivate it for damage, so now C9, they have TP Vulcan back in, they're fighting!
Yeah, Blabber ready to keep pushing forward with Vulcan right behind him. Masu's got to be a little bit careful with these accelerated shot blasts from Thanatos. Inspired is already down. Another kill goes over as Sven kills Busio. He hits him with his trademark emote, and C9 have taken control of the game.
And that's going to be Baron for Cloud9 as well. Flowers, the comeback is just about complete for C9.
No chance of a steal. No chance to redeem themselves for this mistake. FlyQuest are hurting after that one as C9 stand with Baron with Soul Point. There now could be possibly a bit of a problem for Thanatos, but he's the only one. Should be able to pick him up here on the side of FlyQuest. Whippo will get that one for the Feast, but it is a small consolation prize in the wake of what FlyQuest just lost.
Yeah, Cloud9 now pretty much equalizing the gold there across the board. We go back to this initial play where, again, they're turning off the Baron. They could have just been happy with the TP. Instead, they're going for this engage. You know, Whippo popping the Ghost, running into the backline. But where are the carries? No one is there around. You have to look where Quad and Masu, and they are not able to follow up. Well, everyone from C9 is just pummeling Whippo, and you have so much space created by Vulcan. He lives with low HP, and then he swaps to the spell with TP. He TPs right back into the play and re-engages.
Exactly, they go for it. Blabber leads the way on the charge. Here comes Vulcan with his teleport. He jumps in with the unbreakable to close the gap here, and then all of your DPS gets to follow up. Thanatos and Sven just free firing here, and they get the big pop. Sven eating up. The Tristana here will be a problem.
And I don't think Inspired tracked that it was actually Vulcan TPing back in, because he was fighting, you know, in that side brush with Blabber, knowing he had the HP advantage in the 1v1, but didn't track that Vulcan was there.
So much frustration on the face of Whippo. You can see this game. Now, FlyQuest, they've got 7 seconds until this soul spawns. They do not want to give Ocean Soul over to C9. Control wards from both teams in the ocean brushes beside the Drake pit. Whippo here on the front line. Potential Hex Flash over the wall from Busio, but it's not going to find anything. Whippo takes a little bit of damage, but nothing crazy here just yet. Keep your eyes on Inspired and Blabber. Let's see where these ultis try to enter for the junglers. Loki looking for a wraparound on the other side of the fight. This pincer attack could be huge. Quad is onto the idea that he might be over there. Throws some rocks into the grass as Loki is now spotted and marked by Inspired, but that does mean that the Nocturne will have to use his ultimate to try to get the distance into the Drake if they want to smite fight for it. Blabber's already on top of the thing. Inspired goes in after Loki. They're trying to target the enemy mid laner instead, and Loki is already shut down. C9, massive 3-man shove coming out of Quad. The Talia to shove them all straight into the grave. FlyQuest with an ace for one, with a Quadra for Masu, with a march down mid lane.
They're looking to end the game. Off of that, the Quadfather comes up huge, and Masu grabs the Quadra. Whippo is tanking the towers. They want to send us to a game 5.
FlyQuest make the call. They catch the carry, and then they slam the fight. They'll march straight down, unimpeded, right to the enemy nexus. Nobody on Cloud9 is going to be alive to stop them in time. And just like last week, C9 and FlyQuest are going the distance. It's time for Silver Scrapes.
Let me hear ya! Silver Scrapes again for FlyQuest versus Cloud9. These teams always going the distance.
That was crazy. What an engage there. Inspired flashing over the wall to keep the fear tether onto Loki, setting it up. Masu full faith. You talk about a trust fall. He is going into the pit on top of the Aurora to finish him off.
You already heard it. It's time to hear it again. We're headed for game 5. Cue up the Silver Scrapes.
Hook Braum and poke him, but otherwise we can't.
Maybe just wall, just wall. I'm fighting. We're heading front for free. Aurora flashing. Done.
That's a flash out.
Big rupture. No flashes.
I secure Drake.
Go mid.
Holy, you're a beast.
Go mid. Fast.
We end. They're bursting. Or hitting it.
I can block Aurora any moment if you guys force a fight.
Okay.
And then Aurora can't.
If Tada comes with us, then we can hook Braum and poke him, but otherwise we can't.
Maybe just wall. I'm fighting.
We're heading front for free.
Aurora
flashing. Done.
That's a flash out.
Big
rupture.
No flashes.
I secure Drake.
Go mid.
Holy, you're a beast.
Go mid. Fast.
Focus. We end. Woo! You're the GOAT, bro.
7 weeks of best of threes, 4 weeks of best of fives, and it will come down to this single game to see who is the LTA North champion. These teams have been delivering for us every time they play. Are you guys not entertained?
I'm so happy we got the game 5. Insane Talia flick. That's why I'm holding up quad here. I still think Talia is one of the best mids, but just an insane back and forth coming out of the Nutuck interview where he's like, yeah, you know, I think we got a little too hypey. We just had to relax. I was pretty mad. It was quad. He was calming us down. To immediately seeing them overextend in the river was pretty interesting.
And Seos, you've been in your fair share of intense series. What are you trying to do to recenter yourself before game 5s?
I think, especially on game 5, is a lot about momentum. And I think like right now, FlyQuest is probably really happy, right? Because even on game 3, they almost win, and the early game was a disaster. And game 4 too, they give like 4 kills on 4 minutes of the game. Normally the game will be really hard, but they still bounce back. I think when you are a player on game 5, you need to just try to forget everything and just focus, especially on fillers. You need to focus a lot on picks, you know?
Yeah, all the conversation is probably focused on draft, but it's been such an interesting series to me because FlyQuest has looked nervy. Like, I'd say Busio's had one of the worst series that I've seen him play. I'd say Bwipo, the Sion game into the Cho'Gath game, there was a lot of him just dying on side lanes, but they've almost, to me, been given this second life because they were able to play the map so well, keep themselves in the game, give themselves opportunities, and now make it to this game 5, Raz.
Yeah, especially when the pressure is there, you're in the moment, just being able to simplify the game and focus on objectives is like the most important thing you can do, because you're finding games like the last one where it's really back and forth, and that's the case of FlyQuest losing their advantage, getting it back. Same with Cloud9 when they had like the 14-0 game and then losing. It felt like they were it was really close for FlyQuest to pull that one back in. This last game, Loki went insane with his Aurora. This brother, I would like to have an interview with him, but he's in the back, the real one. He found so many great plays, like threatening flanks, threatening the backside, and then in the last fight to be able to get targeted before he even really gets his ulti to come through. That was really clutch from FlyQuest to nail the series.
Couple of really cool things going on here. We talked about the history of double elimination in North America. Cloud9 is the only org that has been able to win from the upper bracket. Also, the last time we have gone to a 5-game final, 2021 spring, Sven, Vulcan, Blabber versus Team Liquid. I was on the wrong end of that one at the time, but they have the Game 5 finals experience from back then. They're running it back as well to not only try and get another title, but also maintain C9's organizational supremacy.
If it makes you feel better, I did like your draft back then better.
Thank you.
I think the big thing to me, though, is kind of something that Seos pointed out earlier, which is C9 have been a lot better in a lot of these team fights, right? They've been taking advantage of some of the maybe nervy or like over-aggressive choices.
Happy Father's Day.
That FlyQuest have made. We have 2 Bwipos over here. And I think that's the key for me, right? Is not only draft, but then team fight setup specifically, because I think generally overall in this series, C9 have been team fighting really, really well.
Yeah, I think especially early game, C9 is doing a great job on skirmishes. I feel like FlyQuest don't really recognize their force on early game, and C9 is taking advantage.
And the reason we have these Bwipos here is we have a real analytical point here. We have the wide giant Bwipo that you almost need to have FlyQuest win the title, and then we have small Bwipo who's been showing up a bit more than we'd like to see, Raz.
Yes, it's like, for instance, in the previous game, you already mentioned the overextension, like when he's looking for fights when necessarily they want to go for Otacon. Like moments like those where C9's finding their way back in. But I bring out both these Bwipos, maybe putting them on top of each other, because when you're in a Game 5 situation like this, I look at the champion pool and he has a lot to go through. So yeah, it feels like he's going to be the player you watch out most for when it comes to like an X factor in the draft.
I mean, we're about a minute away from draft. We know in Game 5, Seos, support pools get pinched a lot. You also mentioned Busio has played more supports this split, has a large champion pool. But in terms of number of available champions that have been played, Bwipo has an Ocean. You could argue Thanatos is a little bit pinched because I'd imagine the Gwen ban is going to be happening. Yeah. What stands out to you for this final Game 5 draft?
I think especially Leona will be a really high prio. I feel like on the last series, they just first pick Leona on Game 5 and is the only midi support. So if you guarantee Leona, you can just pick whatever you want on the rest of her comp. And besides that, I think Bard is a pick that Cloud9 likes a lot, and FlyQuest too.
Okay, you and me picked FlyQuest to win the series. Raz, you picked C9 to win the series.
I'm sticking with my
Emily
boy.
never changes her predictions, so we're all sticking with it. Why is C9 going to win Game 5?
Look, it just feels like these games, they find the edge. I think, yes, I'm holding up Thanatos. Thanatos has been great, but Sven has been stellar so far for C9. And I think if I'm imagining what it all comes down to, late game stage team fights, I think Sven has been the better player between him and Masu so far. So I'm still keeping it. This time I'm not flip-flopping.
I am so nervous for FlyQuest and Bwipo in particular. I feel like this series means so much for them. I want to see wide, big Bwipo show up. Casters, get us into it.
Is Raz not flip-flopping the equivalent to someone else flip-flopping?
I don't know what is going on right now, but I can tell you the series must be crazy if Raz is standing his ground on those predictions.
I don't know if this ever happened before.
Both of these teams have stood their ground thus far and brought us now to a 5th game. For so long here in the LTA this year, we were not seeing Game 4s, Game 5s, and now the 2 times these teams have met in a best of 5, it has gone the distance both times. 1 game left. to decide who is our split 2 winner, who's going to MSI.
You've heard of a game 5. How about a game 10? Because that's where we're at with these two teams here. Back-to-back weekends going the distance. You know, Cloud9, I think, definitely going to be frustrated with how that game ended. You know, they had regained control after a couple good fights from them. You know, Bwipo overextending, them really punishing. But this last fight, the clutch factor there, you know, Inspired and Matsu getting that initial kill and then Quad with this monster seismic shove to seal the deal.
And his ultimate to start it out, too, and kind of section them over into the correct position to get that play. Just really, really big stuff. Talia, of course, mega high priority champion. Yeah. Now a lot of these tier 1 prio champs are completely off the board. So super, super excited here for game number 5 because this is where the spiciest of picks come out.
We heard Seos talking about it though. Leona still up and available. That is kind of the last, you know, really high tier engaged champ that is up and available for support. That was banned out last time around. And when we get into this game 5, the question is, do you target ban one player? Do you target ban pocket picks? Do you still just continue to ban some of the meta champs that are left? You know, the strategies in game 5 for Fearless, I think, are so important. And it's an opportunity for coaches to really showcase their skill and their knowledge to not only get good individual picks, but to get a cohesive comp to get your team that LTA title.
Well, we're already seeing a little bit of focus into those pocket picks that you were talking about. The Cassiopeia, the Quad is known for, that's gone. The Yorick that we see Bwipo very often eager to lock in, gone as C9's first 2 bans. The response from FlyQuest, the Vi, which is always a stock standard ban, and then the Sivir also banned out. That was banned out in a previous game. The Set, this is another Bwipo special. It is one that many top laners do not have much practice against when it's out of the meta, so they don't want to deal with that.
Exactly. So, you know, Cloud9's read is, you know what, we're going to ban 3 pocket picks. We're going to ban 3, you know, champion player duo picks. And on the other side, it is FlyQuest just kind of banning the meta right now.
And the advantage for C9 is because they're on blue side, they can snatch up that Leona if FlyQuest doesn't want to pay the tax of getting rid of that last big engaged champion.
Yes, sir.
But instead, no, they're going to go with Kalista first pick here for C9. Gwen was the last first round ban on FlyQuest.
And I mean, Kalista Renata is still available in a game 5 here, right? So there is a lot of power in that duo. You're kind of able to say, okay, great, you're going to go for Leona? Sure, you take Leona, we'll take Renata, we'll disengage that engage, we'll win the 2v2, we'll play for that. So now it's time to find out what the answer will be from FlyQuest. Did they just throw down the Leona anyway? Or are they going to go for range?
Caitlyn
Lux will be
binding.
spicy, man.
Caitlyn, let's see, what's the pairing going to be?
Karma, also one that you sometimes could see.
Karma was used in Fearless, and Nico was used in Fearless.
That's right. I forgot about the Karma.
Yeah, Caitlyn Lux definitely an option on the table because, I mean, like you say, one of the answers to Kalista is traditionally just long range. You play for poke, you play to chip her down, you don't allow her to take these all-ins. They can, of course, wait to see what the support pick is for C9, but it's going to be Caitlyn Victor, 2 pretty long-range, good area control champions here to answer this early Kalista.
And 2 characters from Arcane, the hit show.
Oh,
Kalista was not on TV, ever.
That's tough. That's tough for Kalista.
Team Arcane looking pretty good here, but Jarvan actually is a champion that can put a lot of pressure onto Victor, so maybe we'll see Blabber going for some very aggressive early plays. This is a theme for Cloud9. They've got super aggressive bottom lane with an aggressive jungler here. They want to push the tempo. They want to keep the action going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you have Jarvan into this Victor here, who obviously can't get out of the Cataclysm without Flash. You know, that is going to be difficult to deal with. And you throw down that Cataclysm, you have the hostile takeover coming over the top. It could also be Elise support potentially. So Elise support as an answer. If you hit the Cocoon, you can follow it up with the Trap. You know, that, of course, is a lot of upfront damage. Yes, there is the Renata to deal with that 100-0 kind of angle that you're looking for that burst. But Elise definitely has a lot of power, and Busio's super comfortable on it. I've seen him play it a ton in solo queue.
That's exactly what I was going to say. He loves roaming champions from support. So not only does Elise fit the Caitlyn lane as far as these trap combinations that you always want to have, this poke damage, but also he loves roaming, especially to top lane, and that could be another way that FlyQuest want to keep Thanatos under control and attack that one. I will say it's very dangerous, though, because Elise, if you get caught by the Jarvan, like, Elise will also get popped and die.
Watch that bug.
I mean, it's a pick that is so
Don't pan down. Don't you do it. Pan back up.
This is such a difficult pick because you are saying, I have confidence in myself over anything else. If Elise falls behind, if Elise doesn't get to play her game, worthless champion, does not do anything.
You are saying that you are ready to answer the Kalista Renata challenge. I love the confidence, and I can't wait to see how it plays out.
Absolutely, and I think Busio has earned that confidence from his teammates. He's played an incredible split. We do have to say there's a tiny, tiny chance that it does go jungle, and then they try to really flex things around, because we've seen them cook up some crazy stuff where they did, last time they played against C9, remember they did this, oh, we're going blind Rumble top. Turns out it was a Rumble support. They were putting Volibear top, so I wouldn't put it past them to try to flex things around and really surprise them.
Exactly, because they are red side, so they want to have the surprise at the end.
Don't get baited. Don't get baited by the hover crowd. Hold it in. Hold it in.
No way. Ain't no way we get a Shaco in our finals.
Yeah, I don't believe it. Masu is a known troll, so I do not react to his hovers.
Yeah,
well, we did react.
We got the
let's
Kha'Zix.
go.
This will be, you can see right there, one pick so far this split. It is a 0-1 champion, but Inspired, we're going double bug for FlyQuest in Game 5.
And it's really interesting because both the Elise and the Kha'Zix, single target damage, all kinds of bursts, but you're into a Renata. You have got to be so picture perfect with your engages, 100-0 people, and then get out before they can get that bailout.
The way that these two are the most dangerous, though, is not even in team fights. It is duos linking up and going for invades. That is a 100% 2-0 combination. It's a dream world for Kha'Zix to have an Elise to play with. It almost never happens because both are typically jungle champs, but we're going to get it. Should be very aggressive.
But the thing I'm looking at right now, there is legitimately zero frontline on the FlyQuest side. You're talking about them invading, setting up these traps, playing these like small skirmishy ambush type of situations. And right now, that's about all they can play because they don't have any way to engage a real fight or frontline a full 5v5. Back on the other side, it'll be Hwei in the mid lane for Loki, Control Mage answer to Victor, and then the pick for Thanatos, the Cassante in Game 5.
Yep, and Cassante coming through. Gragas is up and available. That would be some of that engage. This is a Bwipo classic. He is very comfortable on this pick. I just checked 4-1 all time. They are 4 inspired on the Kha'Zix, so he does have some experience playing it. This is going to be an explosive game here. These two compositions have got to fight. Range is relatively limited, on both sides, especially for this Kalista, kind of has to get in the action. The Elise and the Kha'Zix have got to get involved early and often. You don't want to just sit back and try to scale as Elise. You need to get way ahead of the pace of the game, because if you just show up to a 5v5 on even gold against this Renata's going to get so much more done.
What's really interesting, too, is that because everyone always focuses on the identity of Kha'Zix as an assassin, but it also can support siege comps in some times with your W evolve. It is super high priority for pro play. And when you've got a Caitlyn plus an Azir, even Elise and Gragas, lots of long range stuff. So possibilities of these sieges here, definitely an extra wrinkle for the macro.
I really like, the point out there, because not only do they have Caitlyn traps, they have the Victor W. You can drop a Gragas Q. You can be spamming Ws here, from the Kha'Zix. Like, they have so much zone control. If FlyQuest get first to an objective, it is going to be really hard for them to deal with. Non-subscribers will see you in 30 seconds. So I do think the setup here from Cloud9 becomes so important.
Yeah, C9 have got to figure out how to deal with these crazy picks that have so much of that pick potential that you were talking about, Kobe. Meanwhile, for FlyQuest, I think there's also going to be a lot of pressure on Bwipo in particular as the only one who can really be a frontline for this team. Last game, we saw a lot of blunders from Bwipo. We saw a lot of frustration on his face when we looked at the player cams, but we also know that this is a man who has played in the World Finals before. This is a guy who has been playing professional league for a very long time. He's someone who specifically talks a lot about the mentality of being a pro player, and I want to see how well he bounces back in this 5th and final game.
And I want to see where is Busio going, because he started with a sweeper. That's what I like to see from Elise support. He is going to be getting into the brush early. You can see it already in bottom lane, always looking for brush advantage for your burst combos. And maybe he'll be able to use that sweeper to get out of lane later.
Okay, nothing happening just yet, so let's take a listen to Cloud9 discussing the stakes of this series.
Did you guys know that Game 5 is the most important game of the series? That's crazy. I actually didn't know that. You know, crazy statistic, the team that wins Game 5 always wins the series. What? Yeah. No way. That's a crazy stat.
That is a crazy stat. He's not wrong.
My favorite part is Blabber's laugh, though. So
the vibes
good.
are good on the C9 side. They just lost that game. They don't care.
And those three that were just talking there, the bottom lane and the jungle, they went for the invade. They're splitting the map. Splitting the map when you have a volatile matchup like this is so critical. Okay, he's not going to do a full split. He just takes the blue and then out.
I want to watch bot side, though, because Masu and Busio knew they weren't there. They hard shoved this wave as fast as humanly possible, knowing that they could be coming behind them with this split map situation. So they bounce the wave super fast so then they can back up and receive that bounce if there was a concern about Blabber coming. And I just think that's really smart stuff.
I like both of the kind of ideas. You know, the response there from FlyQuest, also the original idea from Cloud9, because Jarvan has so much better early gank potential than a Kha'Zix.
You might have to flash.
Oh.
That is big.
Yep. So if you could take away some camps from Kha'Zix early and get Kha'Zix a little bit slower in scaling up and getting to the threatening point, then you can create a lot better plays there as the Jarvan who has CC to pull off a lot of these ganks.
And this is Cloud9's record in finals. As the first seed, they are 5-2. As any other seed, so second and below, they are 1-5. Of course, they are not coming in as the first seed this time around. So looking to get, their second ever finals win here as a number 2 seed or below.
But that also works directly against our other stat we talked about earlier, where C9 is the only team that wins from the upper bracket. So this could be...
all the stats this game.
Yeah, we got a lot of numbers that we're cranking out here as Thanatos has control over this top side wave. You can see a little bit more stats we got on the screen for you. In game 4 and 5 of a series, Sven has a 60% win rate, just about there, 59.3. Wait, isn't that? That's exactly 60. It's what? 3 out of 5. That's
Don't
60.
do math on broadcast.
What?
Whether you're right or wrong.
Okay, all right.
Out of sight, out of mind.
I've had enough numbers anyway. We don't need any more numbers unless they are KDA. I want to see these bugs start making a couple of plays. Kobe, you were talking about these two working together, the Elise facilitating the Kha'Zix. When are we going to start to see that?
I mean, it's going to have to be, basically, you have to...
You promised us blood, Kobe.
Well, you can do it really early, but usually you want to, you call it unlocking the other person that is going to go gank with you. So either you unlock the mid laner, you're going to unlock the support. In order to get that, you kind of buy your time for Busio to get those recall timers.
Battle pass kind of deal.
Exactly. Yeah. So they got to buy Busio the battle pass. First thing, they got to shove up their lane, get their pressure here, and then give him an opening to go roam with.
Okay, Hui immediately getting a little bit of damage with the Baby Rumble ulti that he has on his Q as Quad arrives back into the mid lane. That is both of our mid laners now having used their first TPs to get back to lane. Neither top laner has recalled yet thus far, as we're going to see. There's a bit of a cocoon. Lots of burst damage down to Vulcan. The headshot is out. Vulcan is down. FlyQuest, first blood.
You can see the idea. Oh, yeah, they're probably recalling right now. Let's stop the recall. But if you face check the brush, the burst damage there from the FlyQuest duo is insane. Easy to land that cocoon, easy to land the full combo there with the trap, with the E as well from Caitlyn, from Masu, and they finish it. They get their first blast. Battle pass acquired.
There you go. And you could tell that Busio was desperately trying to give that kill over to Masu. He walked away, but the last tick of the Ignite was the last instance of damage during that bailout. So you have to get the last hit, and because the Ignite was still active, pretty hard to time in between Ignite ticks there. It's kind of just a 50-50. Busio walks away with it. But if there is a support to give that kill to, it's Elise, because this champion is so strong from ahead. Like, you get early Stork boots, you get early Proto Belt, you go around the map, and sometimes you are just 100-0ing carries.
Exactly, and you can see he did just that. He bought his boots very early with that money, and then he always kind of resets from Fountain through the mid lane, and they're coming bottom. The double gank is here.
Yeah, Bwipo taking a lot of damage there, turned into a pin cushion, but Busio immediately ready to follow it up with the cocoon, and Inspired is right behind him. Vulcan is down. FlyQuest now with 2 kills on Busio's Elise support.
He's unlocked one of the first rewards with that battle pass already.
First tier.
Another kill, and this is why I love it so much. From the jungle perspective, you basically get to have another ganker with you. Busio goes for the flash, hits the cocoon, and they get their lead. Let's see, though, with the response from Jarvan, because it did start out with stealing away blue buff, and so Blabber does have this little bit of a jungle camp lead over Inspired. But on Vision now, and probably shouldn't get any surprise plays, so it'll be a start on the Dragon. It's actually very dangerous when you have the slow from the Ocean Dragon. Makes it easy for cocoons to hit.
Yeah, they're walking in. I mean, Quad does have mid lane prio, but he's kind of out of mana, and he has no TP. So if he comes, he's going to have like one round of spells, and Bwipo's getting chunked out. So it's a bit of a difficult approach for FlyQuest.
Bwipo's chunked out. Thanatos also has his TP ready if FlyQuest wants to try to commit to the fight. Bwipo LT's not going to get a lot done here, as Vulcan is ready to counterattack. C9 still staying on top of the Drake for now. Quad hit with a Spiraling Despair, but it's not going to be a ton here just yet. Drake still low, down to about 600. Secured by Blabber. C9 going to get the objective for themselves. Vulcan goes for a handshake, but Busio goes for the repel. Now in a little bit of danger. Blabber flashing right back out. Sven wants the kill, and he's got it. Busio is squashed as C9 equals up the gold difference and takes the objective.
Yeah, that's a big kill there. Busio, of course, missing his flash from the flash cocoon earlier. He was able to force the cleanse early on Sven in that fight with the cocoon, but then couldn't find the angle to get a re-engage there. And Sven is able to get in and just barely finish him off. FlyQuest solo laners just kind of didn't have the resources to really fully commit to the play. You know, Quad was stuck kind of out of mana. He didn't have any mana purchased up. You know, he's just on a double Ruby Crystal at this point. So great, he has the push, but he can't really do a lot with it.
Yeah, and then we're going to see how it all started out. So the wrap around over to the Tribe Rush. Sven, I will say here, with his both of his sums, very effective with each of them. He knows he can play on the front because he has the cleanse. So he's up by that Tribe Bush. Like you're talking about, he cleanses it off, the Bwipo ultimate goes down, and then they know they can actually section them out. Loki fires off the Hwei ultimate to keep Quad up on the outskirts.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, Quad just kind of throws that E, throws the LT to try to help in some way, but he can never walk through Loki. And Inspired can't really walk into the rest of the team as well. Blabber, great flashback after the flagging drag to avoid that body slam from Bwipo, and that just buys the space for Zen to go and get the kill.
Yeah, Sven, nice Q flash auto here on the Kalista. The longtime Sven fans will remember OG Sven, Kalista main. Maybe I should say ancient fans nowadays, as it has been quite a while, but he was an absolute beast.
Yep, he definitely is. And these two dynamic duos, a lot of games spent together from Sven and Vulcan, because if you are a newer fan, they were back on Cloud9 years ago and really successful together. 213 games played, 122 now for the other side, Masu and Busio. And you can see both of them having reached a number of finals already. Masu and Busio coming into the scene and having success already as FlyQuest is looking for a fight.
Okay, FlyQuest, Busio in danger though as he gets hand shook forward. Blabber tries to finish off the kill. Cataclysm's right back onto Quad. FlyQuest staying safe enough for now, still with control over the Grub pit, as C9 with their jungler so close to death's door have to back away. It's 1 Grub to 1 so far, and it looks like FlyQuest is going to come out on top, Inspired with a little bit more damage to secure the third. He'll get it as C9 try to reapproach, but the objective is already gone.
A bit of a concern for Bwipo is he has really been roaming heavily to try to answer the team. He moved from bot to try to come up and help. He got pushed off of multiple waves. He's down 20 CS, and Thanatos has taken some plates and has, a good half level of experience advantage as well. So, Bwipo needs to make sure, yes, it's important to help your team, but at the same time, you have got to stay relevant in that 1v1. And Cassante can be a problem if he gets too far ahead.
Yeah, Bwipo here trying to neutralize, going to neutralize mode here. He's got Phase Rush Gragas, so focusing now on the minion waves. Let's see as far as this next move from Blabber. He's got his red quadrant to go to. Okay. Afterwards, though, my sights are completely on this Victor with no flash. When Quad has no flash, Quad should be a target early on. Inspired, though, he's going to try and help out in that by going to seek out Blabber. This is one thing as a jungler. Wait, he still gets the smite. Nice job there from Blabber. Blabber actually secures his own, even with the invade. But one thing as a jungler, when you have a laner that has no flash like that, oftentimes the best way to keep them from getting ganked is not even match 2v2. Go seek out the enemy jungler in their jungle to get vision on them and to keep your pressure on.
Kind of a random fun fact that the production just hit me with. Last time that we actually had Kha'Zix and Elise in the same game, together as a duo, 2014 in NA. Huh? And that is a long time ago, and it's only the 12th all-time in the region as well. So obviously was played together, as a duo a long time ago, but these champions have not been seen in over 10 years in North America.
That's a long time.
So you said, was it together on the same team or
on the same team, I believe?
Okay.
As a duo.
Because 2014 was back when Kha'Zix could be played mid.
It was back when you could have mid.
Yeah, like Alex Each.
Yeah, Alex Each, mid, Kha'Zix, Muramana,
And high.
yeah.
Maybe it was high. Somebody call high right now. Cloud9, I know you have his number. All right, let's back to the actual game at hand, though.
All right, let's see what we've got here, as it is the 2-1 grub advantage for the side of FlyQuest, but C9 secured the first Drake for themselves. FlyQuest 1 kill away from securing the Feats of Warfare. But we're at the point in the game now, gentlemen, where an explosive skirmish could be too fast, even instant kills for either side. So everything's pretty much still on the board.
And this Elise advantage has not really extended whatsoever. Blabber in some trouble.
Now Blabber goes over the wall, but immediately finds himself eating one of those cupcake traps. Takes a headshot from Masu, a little bit of damage from Inspired there as well. But the Drake has already begun by the side of C9, excuse me, as they're also going to secure that Scuttle Crab first. They've got everybody down here. Thanatos also rotating his way over, hits level 10 right as that minion wave dies as he passes by. And FlyQuest, although they have plenty of players around the area, they're not going to contest for this objective. They know that C9's there first, and C9 take the Drake.
This time, though, it is actually Thanatos that is going over, and Bwipo stays by his lonesome at the tower. So Bwipo here does catch up individually, and he is now ahead in gold. Look at that turret plate money.
Yeah, he's farming plates. He's going to profit top lane while Thanatos makes that roam, but it is 2 dragons now to Cloud9's name. And we haven't seen this Elise Kha'Zix duo really amount to much, even with these early kills from Busio. Has not been able to kind of find any action after that. And if I'm playing, Vulcan's side of this matchup, every minute that passes without Elise doing something is a minute that I am very, very happy about. Elise in a 5v5 is just so hard to pilot. It's really tough when Cassante is there and Jarvan is there to find cocoons on priority targets. And if you just repel into the backline, you're going to get exploded.
Exactly. That's why right now he's roaming around into the jungle. He's trying to find those skirmishes, trying to create those aggressive plays. And I do think it would be really funny, because Meteos is now a co-streamer, if the duo was actually Meteos and High, as the last Elise and Kha'Zix was.
We'll ask Meteos. We're doing the dive after this.
So. Perfect. Yeah,
hit him up. I'm really curious.
He's driving in. Okay, so will he actually be able to find one of these burst plays? Because Kha'Zix with the Ghost Blade is at the first really nice break point. You have lots of lethality here, and you have lots of move speed to go pick off isolated targets.
Wibo also went Rocket Belt, which is pretty atypical for Gragas. Going more for that playmaking. Normally you see Cosmic, a lot more common. So instead, he's just actually sitting on this Lost Chapter in towards that Rocket Belt. Really going to be looking for that X factor here.
All right, let's see. 14 minutes about to strike the clock. That means that the plates will fall. FlyQuest with a very modest gold lead of only 600 here, as our next Drake is still 3 minutes away. C9 with the 2-0 lead on those. We're going to get any big fights anytime soon. 45 seconds till the Herald. I would expect some kind of a battle for those, as Bwipo, now with turret plates no longer a factor, will be able to easily secure first turret for the side of FlyQuest. Now, Blabber is waiting around in this pixel brush, but if he face checks Bwipo, he doesn't know that FlyQuest has extra firepower nearby. They saw Inspired out of the fog there for a second, but Sven walks a little bit too close. The bugs are here, and there's no way out for the Callista. Now FlyQuest is still ready to keep fighting as Blabber goes in for the Cataclysm. Inspired trying to get away. A beautiful hostile takeover over the top. And that sets it up perfect. FlyQuest are going to lose 3. A triple kill for Loki. And Vulcan just hit the perfect Renata ult.
The bugs attack first, but Vulcan squishes both of them with one button. And that's going to be the Rift Herald here for Cloud9.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get this. And Loki getting all 3 kills is really tough. This way is going to be a problem here. FlyQuest, it started out so good, but hostile takeover, so tough to deal with. We've talked about it a lot throughout this cast. There it is. Perfect example.
And as you say, it's very important that a lot of this kill money does go directly onto the Hui, the one that actually has long range on their team and actually has the ability to deal with that siege. But here we go. That was the bugs attack. Nice job there. They use their invisibility and they jump through. But here it is. Blabber actually forces both of them out to try and escape on that side, and then they get the big combo.
And the R flash there from Vulcan. He gets the handshake, pulls them back in, snaps them together. Beautiful.
We're already back to live. Hold on. Busio immediately trying to repel defensively, but he's going to get squashed. Blabber smites him down like a jungle minion as Masu and Inspired have to continue their retreat. C9 defending well against the attempted invade from FlyQuest.
Okay. The action maybe calm down a little bit here because it is getting to that pace again where Cloud9, you know they kind of thrive in this, and they're stacking dragons once again, so they do have another out here later on. It's only 1 minute until that next dragon, and if they're the ones that have prio there first, then they don't have to worry about what we were talking about earlier with all the Caitlyn traps being set up and Elise having brush control and Kha'Zix lurking around without vision. So the setup preemptively towards this objective is going to mean a big difference in the ability to actually take the fight.
It absolutely will. I mean, we talked about all the power that FlyQuest have if they're first to set up, but C9 have a lot of power as well. The zone control with Wei, trying to walk in through that. And if you're trying to walk through Thanatos as these squishy assassins here, the Elise and the Kha'Zix, it is going to be nearly impossible to do that. And the job is going to get harder for FlyQuest as time continues. Of course, they do still have always the playmaking, the potential to find that perfect Grag assault. Here they go.
There it is. Bwipo with the flash body slam into the cast backwards. A little bit more damage gets it done. Bwipo takes the kill. The pick onto Loki, the shutdown on the 3-0 way there. Big for FlyQuest, but C9 is going to use the Herald mid at the same time. Normally, the Cupcakes are a great defensive layer, but the Herald still gets past them. It won't do enough damage to secure the tier 1 turret. C9 setting up a potential death brush here in the line brush towards the bottom side river as Inspired goes back towards Busio, towards Bwipo, who's still putting in the damage on the tier 1 in the bottom lane. Bwipo will claim that structure, and now C9 is starting up the Drake, but they've only got 4 men alive. Loki does not have teleport when he respawns to try to participate here. Thanatos gonna get stunned up here at the very start. Inspired's gotta be a little bit careful, still looking to maybe try to steal away the Drake. Thanatos down to about 1/4 HP. Dragon still in control to the side of C9. They will secure it, but what about the rest of the fight? Inspired gets away, but Quad's got the kill on the Vulcan. Blabber goes over the wall and takes Inspired out. Blabber now still on the run, but the ace in the hole guarantees he's not going far. Bwipo with a beautiful explosive cast to stop the escape for Thanatos and Sven. Cassante and Callista might be tough, but it's hard to get away from one of these. A perfect all out through the wall from Thanatos to make sure that he takes Quad with them. It's a bloodbath in the bottom side of the map as C9 reach Soul Point.
Man, Bwipo herded them so beautifully in this play. He is rejoining, but remember, Bwipo had no GP, so couldn't actually base. He stayed bot, he killed the tower, he joins up. They got so much chunk down on Thanatos, but Inspired is by himself and can't really find a way in here. Quad and Busio and Mazu are stepping forward, but when that turn comes from C9, they put this pressure onto Inspired. He has to get out of there. Quad flashes in, and then C9 are able to get this kill onto Inspired, but watch Bwipo in this next play. He baits out the Pathmaker with his rocket belt from Thanatos, saves the body slam, and then is able to herd them in. Look at this. Goes forward, uses the proto belt, goes back, then the body slam comes in. That was just so clean from him. A nice bait from Bwipo.
And from the other top laner, then Thanatos still finds a play. He's able to hit Quad, knock him in towards the wall, and still trade another kill for his life.
They can't leave. I'm behind them. Play slow, play slow. Yeah, go in there. We killed them all.
He's into it, and we're into another fight. Sven takes Bwipo down straight out of the replay, but now Blabber is also dead. Sven the next to die. FlyQuest hitting back hard as Thanatos is forced back into the waiting arms of the FlyQuest squad. The blast cone takes him low. Ace in the hole, critically blocked there by Loki as Blabber is dead for the next 20 seconds. Sven is dead for the next 20 seconds. Otacon is spawning in 15, and that's where FlyQuest is going.
Exactly. There's so much riding on this because while FlyQuest have over a 2,500 gold lead, Cloud9 have all 3 of the dragons, so you know they are going to force on the next dragon. Here's a look at the origins of that play, and Bwipo got his ultimate off, but Vulcan got his as well. That started it out. They know they could chase afterwards.
Exactly. I mean, they do finish off. Bwipo, Matsu's free hitting. We got to go back to live because Vulcan is here. He's spotting this, but Blabber is so far away. It's just gone. There's no chance of a fight. There's all the Caitlyn traps in a line, blocking them out. FlyQuest, they are up 3K nearly, but C9, they're on Soul Point. It's been back-to-back-to-back dragons for Cloud9, and you get Soul. That eliminates the power of that gold lead. So Cloud9 by no means are out of this yet.
Neither team is out of it. FlyQuest here with the Otacon. This is a team that's focused on getting all these kills with the action of this game, the pace of this game. Now, when you get kills with the Otacon buff, you're going to get the extra power of another petal every time too. So they get value there. And look at Caitlyn. 3 kills for Masu here. Infinity Edge is done. The headshots are going to be painful.
And talking about, you know, the Otacon helps you snowball when you're looking to get these fast, snappy kills. Over on the other side, though, C9 are on Soul Point on a Chemtech Rift. Now, normally, this is one of the souls that gets more overlooked, but it's very effective against resisting burst, against resisting that quick 100-0. And if C9 can earn it for themselves, all of a sudden, Elise and Kha'Zix's job became even more difficult than it already was.
It absolutely does, but Inspired now, you know, he passed level 11 a while ago, so he has the Evolve Spike Racks, he has the W Evolve, so he can poke and slow and use that to have some value without actually having to fully commit to that fight. You know, if you get tagged by that, the slow is actually so powerful. The follow-up of things like a Cocoon or a Gragas ultimate are so much easier to hit.
Yeah, exactly. And Victor lasers, all the poke that FlyQuest have in their toolkit, which is why, and Gem Select, we're kind of looking at some siege possibilities for them later on. This mid tower is still available, so FlyQuest could try and use that power there. It is usually critical to get that mid tower before a fight for Soul Dragon, because it makes it so difficult to actually get your mid prio and have a good setup to the fight. So Cloud9 defending it, Inspired here, just trying to keep an access route.
Masu 3-0-4 on this Caitlyn. Remember back to some of FlyQuest's greatest moments. When we think back to Worlds last year when they took Gen G to 5 games, Masu performing mechanically was a huge reason why they could do it. We talk about the pressure of finals. We talk about who can rise to the occasion against the nerves and the stakes. And I feel like Masu, this is just another great chance for him to prove that he's that guy.
Sven also just finished the Rage Blade and barely back in time. 15 seconds until Dragon. He is here. They're on their 2-item power spikes. This could be the fight that decides the entire series.
The series, the split, everything could come down to this battle for the Chemtech Drake. C9 grouped up as 4, trying to make their approach. Masu on the Caitlyn. Keep your eyes on where he wants to lay down the traps. Currently blocking off the approach from the Tri-Brush. Thanatos is hanging around nearby. They knock Thanatos over the wall into the pit. They wanted to destroy that blast cone so he doesn't have it as an angle to enter when he wants to. Bwipo currently being zoned away by C9 as Vulcan makes the engage after the Gragas. Bwipo is caught. He's down. The hostile takeover flies out and doesn't get a lot. C9 has lost half HP on their top laner. FlyQuest going to DPS the Drake. Inspired has to jump away, and he claims the Drake with a rocket.
Oh my god, barely in range there. He got the smite off as he jumped away, and the W. I'm not sure if it was the smite or the W that took it. He was barely in range there. Blabber flashed in, tried to push him out. That is heroics from Inspired.
Heroics in a Game 5 of finals here in the LTA North. It was Vulcan who made the pick, though. Vulcan out of the bush on that Renata with the handshake here with his flash, and then FlyQuest are panicking like, oh no, we have to burn it down. He jumps out, he turns around, the fadeaway, and he smites it. 400 HP left, under pressure, Game 5 of finals. That is what matters. It is those critical plays.
That is a big time play here from an MVP and who is looking to become a finals MVP potentially. Has been a long time since we have had an MVP win the finals, win that finals MVP. And Inspired has been playing an incredible year for FlyQuest. Last time it happened, 2015 spring for Bjergsen. Only time we had an MVP also win the finals, then win the finals MVP. And I think Inspired, if they were to win, would definitely be in the running.
The year's got to end with a 5, apparently. We'll see if Inspired can get this one done, because it's still a very close game. FlyQuest may still have their gold lead of 1.7 thousand, but C9 still has Soul Point status. Now, Baron is going to be on the map here in just a few seconds, so now it's that much more intimidating if somebody's caught out of position. If you give away a free kill or have bad positioning, it's very easy for the other side to now put you in a real tough spot.
And Flowers, we talked about the Otacon earlier, but the kills have kept up, and so you see all of these stacks with the pedals. Not only is it burst damage for the champions, but look at these levels. Baron. Look at the level differences.
Yeah, they've got a lot of extra adaptive force and EXP. FlyQuest on the approach. C9, they've got the Baron down to 10,000, but that's not low enough, not at all. Inspired fires off a couple of rockets. Bwipo into the back line. Sven's only got 200 HP remaining. He tries to pull Vulcan back to help him. Bwipo going to be the target now for C9. They assassinate the big man. But what about the rest of the fight? Health bars on C9 are injured, but FlyQuest are in a 4v5.
Yeah, they're going to be able to turn their sights towards this top tower as Ven pushes the wave. That thing's going to drop. FlyQuest don't really have a response because without the Gragas, they don't have a front line. That play is everything. That is a gambit. They sent it on trying to assassinate that Kalista. All in, trying to knock him in. They didn't quite have the burst damage, even with the Kha'Zix there. And so Cloud9 were able to get the top tower, were able to survive. FlyQuest still at least finally get the mid one, though.
And critically, yes, they got the flash off Sven, but that was the flash from Inspired and Bwipo. So that is 2 for 1 you're trading there, and you don't get that kill. And it's going to mean Sven is that much safer in the next fight, because now those primary people on FlyQuest side that can threaten him, they don't have their flash. They don't necessarily have the ability to get in on Sven. So we'll see if they can make it happen here. FlyQuest trying their best to find these angles. Definitely feels like a difficult problem to solve because Cloud9 are so powerful in their battle lines with this massive front line of Thanatos, with Vulcan behind them protecting the team.
There is one other player who can make a snap flash play on this team for FlyQuest, and it is Busio, this Elise that is so squishy.
Oh. That was close.
Yeah, it's so risky for Inspired to check these brushes. If he gets caught out, if there's CC waiting on him, that Kha'Zix, I mean, look at the inventory. It's all damage. The Tunneler, the only thing with any defensive properties in his inventory.
I mean, you want to talk about an aggressive build. Look at what Bwipo has. He went the Protobelt, and then he went Horizon Focus here. He's probably going to get like a Ludens or a Deathcap or something next. Like, he is going full squishy Gragas, all burst. This is not like a pseudo-tank style Gragas. There's no Zonias. It is all aggression. Your engages have to be perfect or you are useless.
Exactly. This team is all damage, and so that's why the flashes are so critical, because you have to make the snap play. You have to get that kill onto the enemy carry.
Something pretty big, though. Edge and Knight now finish here for Inspired, so that is going to be helpful to absorb that initial CC that would be coming out. If you can get in there with an ulti and eat that first CC that would hit you, something like a Wayfear, it really can change the math in these fights. You know, eat a handshake, eat a hostile takeover. It can be critical as long as it doesn't get poked off.
Okay, back to contesting for the mid lane wave. It is 20 seconds until the Drake spawns again. Inspired barely secured it last time around to guarantee that C9 did not take possession of the Chemtech Soul. But now, C9 is threatening, hey, if you want to go for the Drake, go for it. We'll take the Baron instead. This was not an option on the last Drake spawn, and now C9 is just going to start up the Baron yet again. The DPS isn't particularly fast, but they've got it down to about 10,000 once more. C9, spotted. Defensive positions, Bwipo right back where he was the previous attempt. Plenty of spears on the Baron right now. They got it down to about 6K. Redemption going to be summoned up. C9 going all in for the Baron right now. Look at him maybe try to secure this one. Quad with a laser over the wall. The Baron is secured by Sven and C9. Blabber is already down, and FlyQuest are looking for another angle. They've got a 5v4, and they want to use it for a punish. Busio flies forward with the empowered blast cone, but he can't catch anybody. C9 will claim the Baron in trade for their jungler.
And might be in trade for that dragon. FlyQuest heading over to it quickly here. That would be Soul if Cloud9 had some sort of contest, but nobody's going to go over. They're going to say, fine, we will just take this Baron for the 1 kill and the dragon. I was a bit surprised when I saw Quad flash there, though. Quad flashing to chase just for a little bit of laser damage, you could tell they also got super hyped, and they were like, maybe this is the opportunity. We chase them down, we get more kills, having Blabber down. It is not going to be quite that comeback, though, not to that level.
And now it's really scary because Jarvan has flash, Thanatos has flash. You have no flash as this very vulnerable Victor over on the other side. No way out of the Cataclysm. That could be devastating if he gets caught. But I agree, you know, they just wanted so much more because Inspired never could actually get to the pit. He had to use his leap to even get to the blast cone to try to get close to it. And then they're saying, okay, well, at least we have a spike rack slow. We could maybe chase and try to get all the kills. But they overforce, and Quad is going to be so vulnerable as a result.
C9 now with the Baron for the next minute and a half. Remember that the default bonus gold of Baron is plus 1,500, 300 for every player, and they're only at plus 200 right now. Thanatos gonna find himself in the middle of a FlyQuest ambush. He wanted to go all out on Masu to try to get some sort of a counterattack angle, but he can't get it. Ace in the hole flies in over the top, but Blabber does a great job protecting Thanatos. Meanwhile, Bwipo thought he had an angle, but he gives it away for free. C9 turns the play around.
You try and pick Cassante, Cassante picks you. They get the kill. He's alive. And now Cloud9 with the Baron buff. They will wipe these towers off the map.
And even with Masu flashing, so he couldn't take him over the wall, he was stuck in the middle of the team. It didn't matter. They didn't have the damage to get him. Blabber did flash in to try to get in range of Masu for a Cataclysm. Couldn't get it. So that is another flash gone for C9. But they are really picking up a lot of gold now. It was 300 was all they got from the Baron. Now it is going to be up to 3K very shortly here. And FlyQuest just trying to wait for Bwipo to respawn. He TP'd in. He got caught out. He's going for a very risky build. Does have the Zhonya's now, though, so he will at least have that in the toolkit.
Here's another look. The triple super blast cone. But it's onto a Cassante, and you can tell they scramble. Nobody wants to get close to the wall. Masu uses his summoners just to make sure he doesn't get kidnapped over the wall. And even with that, they still can't kill him. Those honey fruit on the ground. The super fruit there do mean he can survive, and the other tail is the other top laner that was coming up through the jungle.
Full AP Gragas, not as squishy, turns out.
He looks big.
Oh, he actually changed it to he changed his Zhonya's to a death cap. So he actually undid that purchase. So he's going full in on it. He is on death cap. He's level 16, has his flash, so there will be an opportunity for a potential 100-0 play. He's saying, you know what? Whether I have Zhonya's or not, it's not going to change anything. I'm going to get one spell rotation out. We're going to win the fight or we're going to lose the fight just like that. He's putting all his eggs in that one basket. And I think it makes sense based on the compositions.
We'll see if Bwipo can hit his target on the big man bazooka, because so far in this game, it's been close, but not close enough when we think back to the attempted play around the Baron the first time around. That play there, not working out the way that he wanted it to, but all it takes is one when you've got that explosive force. 2 minutes until our next Drake is alive, just about the exact same timer on the next Baron.
I would say all it takes is one, as long as that one's not Cassante. Pick anybody else.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Pick anybody else. They should definitely, look for this full damage, pick and try and win the game that way, but do not full send on Thanatos.
And while it is really risky, think back to last game, to the position it looked like FlyQuest was in. They had that one fight where they turn around the game, they find a pick, they believe in their ability to make these outplays, to make things happen, but it's C9 now with the gold lead, with Soul Point. Both these teams, of course, at match point. We are in Game 5. Only one can hoist the LTA North trophy. Only one can go to Vancouver here to play at MSI. And it is going to be all down potentially to one fight.
Inspired level 16, you can see his armor changing from silver to black, means that he has evolved the ultimate for the extra cast in the middle of the fight. Could also be a big difference maker in terms of being able to keep the aggro low enough to survive the initial explosiveness that these fights have shown us so far in this 5th game.
And look at Sven, you want to talk about targets to pick? Well, he has the cleanse, he has the flash, Jack Show completed, plus he has the Terminus, so now he's getting pretty tanky. He also, of course, has the Guardian, the heal, the bailout, all of the protection that Vulcan is going to afford him. So things are going to be really tough for FlyQuest. It feels like the engage has to be picture perfect, or it's going to fall flat on its face.
All right. 30 seconds on the Drake, 45 on the Baron. C9 still at Soul Point. FlyQuest have got the last 2 Drakes, but considering they had nothing before that, C9 can still afford to give away this next one if they want to trade it for the Baron or something of value elsewhere. Masu escaping from Blabber. The hostile takeover gets 0 value. Now Blabber's knocked back towards the team. A massive catch coming out from Bwipo. Inspired cutting off the escape route. Thanatos wants to go in as Inspired has to disengage. FlyQuest struggling to deal with a Cassante from the top lane, but they've got the damage. That's 2 kills, 2 big kills for FlyQuest.
Cloud9 chased too far. They wanted to punish Masu while his flash was still down, but they go too far. Now, FlyQuest, what can they do afterwards? Can they chase them through this dragon?
Okay, you got the teleport from Quad back into the fight. He's ready to rejoin the rest of the team. FlyQuest are going straight in for the Drake. Blabber is dead for the next 20 seconds still. Drake will be claimed. No fight for FlyQuest.
Baron?
It's 3-3 on Drakes, and FlyQuest is marching straight over to the Baron.
Thanatos does have teleport, so when he arrives, he will be able to teleport there.
Loki's going to try to delay.
There's a super blast cone.
Okay. FlyQuest going forward towards the Baron. 15 seconds on Thanatos, but yeah, you've got a 3-item AD carry. You've got a Kha'Zix. You've got a full AP Gragas. It looks like FlyQuest, off the back of Cloud9's overplay, are going to stop the Soul. They're going to take the Baron. They're going to take the lead yet again.
And then his back-to-back fights, Blabber just barely cannot get in range for ultimate on Masu. Masu was barely out of range when he was going for that big pick onto Thanatos. And then again here, they're going for the engage. Masu just runs it out, stays away, outruns the ultimate from Blabber, and outruns the hostile takeover. Look at that quick thinking, gets out with the E. The 90 caliber net creates that space, dodges out, and then they get the ultimate there from Bwipo, knocks Blabber back in, gets the kill onto him. And yes, Thanatos is tanky, but with Kha'Zix threatening behind, the carries can't support Thanatos at all. So eventually, FlyQuest gets the damage to knock him down. We are now 3 dragons apiece. We are now 500 gold, the only thing separating these two teams in a Game 5 finals. It can't get closer.
They have to remain calm. They have to show poise on this stage when all of the pressure is mounting. The entire split comes down to this.
30 petals for FlyQuest versus the 6 of Cloud9. Inspired just now ticking level 18. Blabber still level 16. Solo laners on both sides also max level, but Masu's about to tick 18 before Sven even hits 16. The level advantages are a very real deal. Here at this stage of the game, 37 minutes in, we've got 3 minutes until the Drake spawns, and critically, gentlemen, it is not synced up with the Baron this time around. There's no way to try to just pull attention to somewhere else on the map. I think this one's going to get bloody.
Look where Blabber is. He is trying to look for a potential flanking angle. The side waves are both pushing in the favor of FlyQuest right now. Inspired is top lane, pushing that in. Mid lane is being escorted in here by Bwipo, and the team is going to move towards top to try to take that last tier 2 outer. And that's worth a lot of gold.
Blabber with his Guardian Angel going to step up there next to Thanatos, but continue his journey towards the top lane as FlyQuest, with their 4-man squad, look to put the pressure onto the tier 2. Inspired just poking them with those rockets, those spike racks, as Masu takes one shot, but it doesn't matter. He'll clear out the tier 2 turret. FlyQuest will claim that one, now turn their attention back elsewhere.
Again, the siege for this comp is so good with all of the range tools that FlyQuest have to them. And Cloud9, it's all about the burst engage. Guardian Angel there for Blabber. They can choose their moment. They can full send with an extra life.
Chaos Storm has already been used by Quad. Tier 2 turret about to die to one more shot from the cannon minion. FlyQuest committing a few resources right there. They know that there's no objective they're going to have to fight for soon. Those cooldowns are going to be back up in time as long as they don't get caught. So they just want to use the momentum, take that extra tier 2, get that extra gold, sweep through the enemy jungle, and take everything they can find.
Exactly. Keep on sieging. Use that Baron power. Use that range. So many resources here gained before the next fight.
I mean, triple tier 2 if they can get it. Looks like they will base before they actually get that bot lane one. But this is a lot of gold injected into them. You can see some critical items being finished. There's a QSS grab for Masu. So now finally he has an answer to the hostile takeover. He can actually position more aggressively, be able to eat that and continue the fight. Death cap done now for Quad. Full Void Staff now completed for Bwipo. Again, just continuing with this full damage build. But on the other side, Cloud9 is looking just as lethal. Death cap's been done for a while for Loki there. And he is so ridiculously strong. One full combo from Loki is death from any of the carries here on FlyQuest side.
Yeah, FlyQuest does not have a Cassante of their own. Nobody on this squad can frontline with Bwipo's very damage-heavy build. So we'll see if the C9 carries can find those big hits. Speaking of big hits, part of Masu being nearly full build now, 100% crit on the Caitlyn. Every shot is a backbreaker at this point. 45 seconds on the Kim Drake on what is guaranteed to be Chemtech Soul. C9 got the first 3 Drakes of the game. FlyQuest have got the next 3, and it all comes down to lucky number 7. Blabber's going to go ahead and drop a quick smite onto the Scuttle Crab in the top side of the river, but he will have the cooldown back and ready to smite fight for the Drake right after. A standoff in mid lane is going to favor the range of FlyQuest's AD carry as the Cupcakes are in a position to allow the rest of the team to continue stepping forward. Thanatos takes a bit of damage there, losing about 1/3 of his HP to the poke from Masu.
As we crest almost 40 minutes here, Bwipo and Masu both playing Gathering Storm. The only players in the game with that. That is a massive amount of power this late in.
Okay, 10 seconds until they get the next upgrade on that Gathering Storm. The Drake has spawned. The rockets fly over the wall. Explosive cast just distracting C9, but gets very little value overall here for Bwipo. FlyQuest starting at the objective, laying down the Caitlyn traps, looking to draw their battle lines here as C9 goes for the approach. Vulcan coming around from the side, looking for an angle for the hostile takeover, but he will not find it. Blabber walks in between the traps as Busio already has to cast the repel. Thanatos wants to position himself here in the front line as Bwipo is wrapping around the back, but he still doesn't have the explosive cast ready. Loki nearly killed by Inspired, but close isn't going to be good enough. Hostile takeover doesn't find a lot of anything. Blabber's looking to trap everybody, but he's already going to be knocked down. The Guardian Angel needs to bring him back. Thanatos making so much space. Bwipo has already absorbed the Spiraling Despair, but Inspired is down. Sven trying to get the kill back onto the Gragas as Thanatos will fall to quad. It's 2 down on both sides. Jungler and top as FlyQuest maintain control of the bot side river.
There's no smite on the map, but Cloud9 just can't get in. It will be FlyQuest, Chemtech Soul!
4 in a row for FlyQuest in the Drake pit, but C9 now have to try to escape. FlyQuest are not yet done. Masu has plenty of range, and Quad is still full HP. Loki, Vulcan, and Sven all continuing to try to retreat back to the base. Masu steps up, but Sven is ready to answer. Masu hanging on, but surely doesn't want to go any closer as Loki also barely hobbles away.
FlyQuest want to take the reward and just go back to base. They got the soul. That is 4 Chemtech Dragons in a row for FlyQuest.
Absolutely insane scenes here, man. Just look at the engage they're going for Masu here. They forced out his flash early on. At the same time, Inspired forced a flash on Loki. Both of them go for the pressure. Blabber flashes in, but Masu, 90 caliber net, gets out to safety, has the traps to kill off the jungler as he respawns. Then Sven even, he's flashing aggressively. He's trying to get involved. We're back to live. They're just going to go for the Baron.
C9 starting it up. FlyQuest need to try to get in position to shut this down. Sven is so strong with so much attack speed. He's trying to control the objective. Vulcan nearly is already dead. Inspired looking for more damage, but he won't find the opportunity to re-engage here just yet. Explosive cast knocks everybody on C9 around, but nobody's dead just yet. Hostile takeover flies into a whole lot of nothing as Thanatos is just eating free damage from Masu. Cassante is down. The gates have fallen, and C9 find themselves at the edge as FlyQuest take the Baron.
FlyQuest get the Baron. FlyQuest have 50 seconds on the respawn here from Thanatos. This could be the window that they need to try to end the game. Let's see how aggressive they're going to get with it.
FlyQuest pushing down mid lane as a 4-man squad. We'll see how far they can go. All grouped up as 5 now. They've got the minion wave. They've got the Baron. They've got 30 seconds until the C9 top laner is back on the map. The tier 3 turret will not even attempt to be defended by C9 as they know that is not the place to take a fight. Not 4v5, not in game 5.
They shouldn't get too excited. Remember the words of Nuke Duck, their coach at the end of the previous game. Focus on the win. Do not get too excited. Do not siege for Nexus turrets that just respawn. Go with that Baron, with that Chemtech Soul to siege another lane.
And Masu's sitting on 3k gold. A Seeker's just got bought there by Quad. You can see the full Mercurial Scimitar finished now by Masu. So they had a lot of gold in pocket here. They are getting ridiculously strong. But again, Cloud9 still is going to have an opportunity. Yes, there's a soul on the other side, but if you get that perfect front-to-back fight, you can win a fight. Loki in that last one couldn't hit the Spiraling Despair. The ulti whiff just barely on Masu. That couldn't hit. Thanatos was sectioned off. He got killed off. So there's still an opportunity to win this. Cloud9 just need to lock in and try to really play to their win conditions. Tracking Inspired. Don't allow him to get in the back line and create so much chaos.
There's a soul. There's also 27 flowers of extra adaptive force. There's also the 2 players running Gathering Storm for all the extra adaptive force. There's the entirety of the Rift controlled by FlyQuest. All of the intangibles are in their pockets.
You might love the stats, Flowers, but I love the magic. Let's see if there is any magic left in this finals, because FlyQuest want it to be theirs.
Masu nearly 500 AD, and Bwipo just crested 900 AP on the Gragas.
All right, FlyQuest, they'll continue their push. They have less than 1 minute remaining on the Red Bull Baron. 50 seconds to go. They've already got the inhibitor down
in mid lane. Thanatos will try to just absorb the pressure from the super minions over there. FlyQuest, you can see here, look at how close the traps are placed together by Masu. They are in that corridor, wanting to guarantee nobody from C9 can use the path.
Whippo just rocket belted the Banshees off of Loki as well, so now he's missing that tool.
Okay, Sven down to half HP from the poke. The explosive cask nearly kills him off. It makes enough space for the tier 3 turret to be bulldozed here in the bottom lane. The inhibitor falls, 15 seconds left in the Baron. FlyQuest continues going forward. Sven still had to heal back in the fountain. FlyQuest ready to crash 2 waves of minions into the Nexus turrets. But again, being careful, being mindful, not to overextend. The pressure continues as the Baron Enchanted Siege minions continue living up to their name. The Nexus turret's down to about half HP. Inspired loses his Edge of Night Shield. FlyQuest gonna continue their push. Masu with a couple of shots onto the Nexus turret number 1. Should be able to take it down. Can't quite finish the job. Blabber wanted to go in and threaten him. The Hui will not lock up the enemy carry, and Masu continues spacing beautifully. Thanatos, half HP missing at this stage in the fight, and FlyQuest are waiting again on more minions. Explosive Task is gonna find the angle they want. Blabber tries to go in. He's caught up and shot down. Guardian Angel should not be enough. Hostile takeover in Masu. He's trying to get away from it, but Sven with a massive shutdown. C9 hold the line.
And there's an Elder Dragon in 45 seconds, so we still have game to play here. That is just 2 inhibs down. They're going to teleport to look for more kills.
They're going to chase. Can they actually get them? I think the gravity field will buy enough time. They should be able to walk this one out, but this is insane. Loki is looking for Whippo as well. They're trying to not let them get out of here. That was the last possible moment they had to engage. The Nexus towers were dying, and they find a window to get Masu.
If they could have gotten a chase here, a chase kill, the death timer would sync up really nicely, but still, the Elder Dragon is going to spawn. They've got 1 tower left at their Nexus. Teleport comes out here for Whippo. Whippo has burst damage.
He's pinging on it.
He is going. They are double teleporting. Teleport for FlyQuest.
FlyQuest is trying to get
C9 has no TP.
Victory.
They have no answer.
C9 has no way.
They don't know what's happening.
C9 doesn't know what's happening.
They're gonna get in.
FlyQuest has made their way into the base. Whippo and Quad, the 2 massive AP threats. Bucio's just going in to waste their time. The back door should work. The shutdown on Bucio doesn't matter. FlyQuest were first all season long, and from the upper bracket, they will earn themselves their victory in Split 2 and their place at MSI.
The double teleport backdoor. FlyQuest does it.
What an insane way to end it. We have the Winions, now we have this. That is crazy. FlyQuest finishing off one of the best finals we have had in NA history. What a finish, what a deserved victory. What creative thinking in such a high pressure moment to be able to take the final game.
Wow, Cloud9 fought so hard to the end at their Nexus, getting the kills. But FlyQuest find a way in, and they finish the series as winners.
Whippo holding up the trophy now. You know this man's hungry to get back to some international competition. Had a couple of big Gragas casks in this last game. Had the confidence to go for the full AP bazooka build.
I mean, it's just insane. The confidence that they have here. How difficult is the composition to play out? You're looking at it, we're nearly 50 minutes in. You're playing Elise support, Kha'Zix, full AP Gragas that doesn't even have a Zhonya's, and you're having the confidence in your players, in your teammates, to be able to execute in this high pressure moment to be able to get it done, and they are able to make it happen. Absolute insanity there. When you go back to game 4, you look at what they had to pull off to actually win that game from the position they were in. You look at game 5, the way that they were able to pull that off. These are deserving champions.
And let's go ahead and hear from those very deserving champions right now. You can see them on the stage, and we got Kangas standing by, ready to interview our Split 2 winners.
What a beautiful end to a beautiful series. Incredible Game 5 close, and we can see the team celebrated on stage right here. Quad, I want to get your thoughts immediately after that one. An insane rush for the Nexus. And I got to say, who made the call? Because it was you and Bwipo going in together, but who was the one that identified you can go for the end?
Actually, Inspired called that. Then I should, but I should base TP because they can see my TP people base. So I base TP and then we end here.
So Inspired's the one that called it, but the team had to commit to it. What was that moment like? What was the energy like in that moment, thinking we can end it right here?
I mean, actually, I have no idea that moment, but when Zarban EQ flashed in, I think I thought we just win because I think he was hinting, but I mean, must die somehow, so... And then I was panicked because they're gonna get nether, but Inspired call with double TP and then I'm just did it, yeah.
What an incredible end to that series. Again, it was back and forth, and I want to hear your thoughts on C9, because they were your rivals all split long, and it really did feel like the top two teams going up against each other. So what are your thoughts on C9 in that best of 5?
I mean, it was bangers, but... I mean, also after game 3, actually I was panicked, but I was still confident because I know I'm better than enemy mid laner, so I just telling team I'm better than enemy mid laner, so just play the map to play, yeah.
Fantastic, and I actually have an announcement for you, Quad, because I just heard from production, if I heard that correct, Quad is your Kia Finals MVP. Congratulations, Quad. After hearing that, what are your first thoughts?
Oh, sorry, again.
Finals MVP, that's you. Yeah, so what do you think about that?
I mean, actually, I don't know. I get MVP this series.
Nice, Quad.
Actually, Bwipo was really good. I mean, everyone was really good, so I don't think I get MVP, but it really feels good, yeah.
Well, congratulations on that. A round of applause, everybody, for Quad. Inspired, I want to get your thoughts. Inspired, let's have you come up here, because this is your another win for you, first of all, here in NA, but I know you're putting pressure on yourself before coming into this match, saying you won MVP, but you haven't won a split yet. How relieved do you feel now knowing you got it done?
Very relieved. I don't know, the games were very weird, because I think in carry meta you just fight and you don't really like think too much, because I think shutdowns give so much gold. Once you fall behind, you also can get so much gold back for like getting towers, or like even one tower or one drake. If someone from enemy team mispositions and dies, gives you 1k, instantly you are back into the game, and feels like if you give up all objectives, you can't really win. So sometimes it just feels like better to go and die trying to fight rather than just give stuff. And you never really know if you are winning. Like every game, like even if you're a 5k go down, you can win the team fight. You just complete your items, go fight, and yeah, I think we were all like pretty nervous in every part of the game, in every game, because like you never know what's gonna happen, and yes, I'm very relieved we won, because it looked like we were about to lose.
How much of that was nervousness, was playing Kha'Zix, very squishy assassin champion, not something that we necessarily think of when we think of a Game 5, clutch moment to step up, but you decided to pull it out.
Yeah, I mean, I saw their comp and I knew that they don't really have much like engage on Kha'Zix, so if I stay on the flank and just keep being annoying, they can't really deal with me, and I think I was doing a pretty good job about that. But yeah, I think I just didn't have anything else to pick because of Fearless, so just wait for Kha'Zix.
Well, we also heard from Quad that it was you that made the call at the very end to go for the back door and push for the end. How did you spot that that was an opportunity?
I mean, me and Masu were spawning exactly when the Elder was spawning, like 5 seconds later, so we knew that they will get the Elder. And the fights already looked pretty hard because we were surviving on low HP, so I knew that if they get Elder, we lose. And then I saw the mid wave, they didn't really hit the mid wave, and I was like, maybe we'll TP on mid. And then they started hitting mid wave. I was like, oh, there is a ward here. You guys should both TP, super cone forward, and I think you're gonna get it, because Victor also had flash, so he could flash over the wall. And the tower was low. I recently saw something on YouTube somewhere that the towers, Nexus towers, regen very slowly, but if you kill them, they respawn faster, then they would actually get HP back. So like, it's better to just leave the towers on 1 HP rather than kill them. And it was already really low, so we knew we were gonna end, and I don't know why, but Quad and Bwipo, they thought the towers are like so tanky or something without minions, but it was legit 1 HP and we were full build, so like, they will one-shot it. I mean, that was the last play we could have made, so we played to us.
Last title was Minions winning it. This title was the backdoor with Champions. What's the next title going to look like?
I don't know. I already talked about it. I don't know which one is crazier, this one or the other one. I think the other one was probably more crazy because it's like Minions ending. And this one, I kind of saw the angle we're going to end the moment Elise walked up to the Drake and there were 5 people there and we were like soon close to their base. Like I knew they can't recall because it's 8 seconds and I think Alan can do the good job of stopping the recalls. So it was like not as unexpected as the first one, but it was also really crazy. So I don't know. Maybe next one, I don't know what we're gonna do. Come back from 10k gold down like we were trying in game 2 or game 3. I don't remember which one was it.
I think you got to go from your Nexus to their Nexus in the next one. You know, switch up the script a little bit. But thank you, Inspired. I want to grab some other members here. Let's get Masu, Busio. I want to get both of you together over here. Sorry to pull you away from the team. Well played series from both of you, and I gotta say, one title is an accomplishment, but the second begins a legacy, and you two, kind of a new generation of players coming into the league. So Masu, I want to hear from you first. If you go back to when you were like 15 years old playing on Wi-Fi back home in Canada to right now, reflect on the journey and maybe some words that you might have for your younger you.
I mean, honestly, the journey so far, it's like, I thought I will like eventually become the best AD in the league, and just like I believed in my skill, I had enough confidence, but I didn't think it would like happen this fast or that we would win this fast. I think just like having such a good team and such good like positional coaches and everything helped us a lot. I think it made the process way faster. And with some words, I mean, just to stay confident and just focus.
Confident and focused. I mean, you took down Jan last time. Now you're taking down Sven. So, I mean, you're cutting down those 80 carries in the region right now. I want to hear from you, Busio, though. Again, a legacy and kind of building that right now. You're still early in your career, but I want to get your thoughts on where your confidence comes from, because Elise in Game 5, not something that we expect from all supports.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a video game, so I'm just going to play the champ that we want to play. It's not that serious. If it becomes too serious, that's when you start playing really bad. So I just picked Elise and I just did my job. You don't think more than that, because then you're going to start inting.
All right. Hey, you know what? Sometimes simplifying it is how you get through that. But you were up against Vulcan and Cloud9. They've given you some trouble so far, pushing you to 5 games last time around. I want to get your thoughts on Vulcan, your opponent today, and also what it's like playing versus Cloud9 in this region.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan's a great player. I think he gapped me in a lot of games this series. But I just think we're a little bit more of a creative team. So when it gets to the 40-minute, 50-minute bangers, you know, we're problem solving while they're just more of a scripted team. So we won, but it could be anyone's game, and thankful for my team.
All right, well, congratulations to both of you. Again, round of applause for the bot lane of FlyQuest, but there's one member we haven't heard from yet. Bwipo, we got to get you over here. Let's talk to Bwipo, the wide top laner himself. And now making it back to the international stage here. You're going to MSI to represent NA, so I want to start there, because I know it always means a lot to you as a player to prove that you're an international caliber player.
100%. I mean, for me, I mean, Jesus, like, whoa, what a game. Holy. For me, performing internationally, I feel like at the end of the day, it's like, when I think about, you know, so, you know, earning the right to play international, I mean, this is what I do it for. I'm just super proud of my team. I especially for Masu, you know, he's going to play in Canada. He's going to have his family there, I hope. And I'm just enjoying the moment.
Well, I think on behalf of all of us, thank you for continuing and keep playing, because it's always a treat to watch you. You had mentioned before that, you know, team has a bit of an X factor, and last time you went up against C9, you felt like you had something to prove, and then you started to stumble a little bit. So I want to go back to that statement for this series. What do you feel you proved in this best of 5 versus C9?
I don't know. I don't feel like I played that well, especially I had Stinker on Sion. That was a really rough one. I don't think I hit a single ult in that game, so I'm not sure. For me, the most important thing for me was to remind myself to just play my game, and together with my team we'll find good things, and I think we managed to do a good job. I do think there were some hiccups, and that's why it was exciting games and like back and forth. I don't think we were all on the same page all the time, but neither was the enemy team, and I think that's what made it so exciting.
It was a very exciting series for sure. Now, final thoughts from you to all the fans out there. Whether you're a FlyQuest fan and cheered, whether you're a C9 fan or cheered, you'll be representing us at MSI. What message do you have for all the NA fans out there that are going to be cheering you along?
I believe we're the hardest working team when it comes to international play. I think we're going to cook up some really good shit, and we are going to be performers on the international stage. I think you can trust in us.
All right, put your trust in FlyQuest and Whipple. Congratulations one more time, everybody, for the victorious FlyQuest. That's going to be it from us on stage. Now it's time to head back to the lounge.
Congratulations to FlyQuest. What an insanely entertaining series and entertaining Game 5. 13 games played between FlyQuest and C9 in Split 2 alone. FlyQuest has the final tally, 8-5. They played Kha'Zix Elise in Game 5 and won with the backdoor. It really doesn't get much better than that.
I also love how they had to decide, okay, was this one more crazy or the minion win more crazy?
Yeah.
So that was actually a team discussion internally.
And just hearing how rough Inspired's voice was, because you must be believing he's yapping nonstop in perhaps one of, if not the most exciting Game 5s in a finals North American history. That was crazy to be a part of.
Yeah, I think it was just a really crazy series. Like Game 5, either way, C9 could have won. Game 4, Game 3, like was a lot of back and forth, so it was really fun to watch.
We're going to keep talking about this series here, but we have the comms from the winning moment for FlyQuest. Let's listen to this.
Go.
Cancel off.
He canceled we're gonna end. I'm hitting.
Hit. Fast. What the? Let's go. Let's go.
We actually now confirm that's the moment Inspired not only lost his glasses, but lost his voice. He was legible, but he screamed so loud. The primal scream at victory there for FlyQuest taking it home in Game 5. That's just awesome.
Pure elation. Like, there's nothing better than that. Being in that moment, finding that one final angle, he said it. If they got Elder, if Cloud9 got Elder, the game is over. Just being able to call it out and seeing the elation immediately afterwards, it's insane.
Yeah, I think like probably FlyQuest will be really happy about that game, right? Because when on the final fight when Masu died and Elder was up, I thought, oh, this is over, you know, because when you get Elder on that part of the game, you just group on 5, go one lane, and you just dive them. So it was a really smart call by FlyQuest.
There's so much to talk about in this series. The legacy that this is going to leave as a 5-game series. I'd say we were going through some of the best series in the history of North American League of Legends. Yeah. We'd have to go back to 2019 when we had the previous 5-game series with TLC9, but there were some insane banners. We had C9's Jensen Chrono Break game. We had Stixay's Pentakill on Tristana against Doublelift. We also had Sven's no QSS in a Game 5 when he was TSM versus Team Liquid.
That's a good one.
Maybe this one for C9 would be Blabber's failed engage in the mid lane. There's some things that are going to live on for quite a long time, but hopefully the thing that is remembered is the genius of that final backdoor call.
That and the fact that these teams were so close the entire time, right?
Yeah.
Like there were, like Seos, you pointed out how, oh, you know, if C9 end up being able to get that Elder, how much it changes the landscape of this game. But as we saw from prior in this game as well, there were so many moments where it seemed like, oh no, like C9's definitely out of it.
We were wondering how they killed Caitlyn.
FlyQuest is definitely out of it.
That flash earlier on, so they immediately were able to just jump straight on towards Masu. That made the game feel impossible for FlyQuest because Elder was coming up like Inspired said. So that one was insane.
Yeah, I think for me the most important part, of course this is important because FlyQuest win the game.
Yeah.
But when Kalista was on 4th item and Caitlyn was on 3rd item, Blabber just engaged on Tower 2 for... It's not no reason because Caitlyn didn't have flash, but was a risky play, you know. I feel like if Cloud9 on that time just play for Drake, they would be in a great spot.
Yeah, and that was actually so huge because it allowed the Caitlyn to get her itemization. It eventually also allowed Quad to end up getting his death cap. And here is that final call as we see them delaying C9 at the Elder Drake. C9 had no TPs to come and join, so they just had to back. And then Quad and Bwipo finishing off the Nexus.
So much damage from AP champions at the end of game.
Yeah, I want to hear those comms moments. We don't find it here, honestly. It's going to be a FlyQuest content piece anyway, so...
They were so loud. Another reminder, our Kia Finals MVP was Quad. I'd say the whole series, he played to such a high level. Even in the losses, he was keeping them in the games. Also teleported at the very end, 3-1-9 with the death cap victor in that very final game. This guy just continues to deliver at a high level every single match.
When he first came in for FlyQuest, there were question marks. It was answered immediately at the end of that split. And ever since then, he has just been growing and being the consistent best mid laner in the league. And it's something that FlyQuest can really be proud of.
Yeah, they can be proud of. Quad can be proud of himself. I mean, I think even in this split, people were like, I don't know, like, you know, Loki's been performing super, super well, and we saw Loki perform really, really well in this same game.
Yeah.
I think Quid has been better. You know, there was constantly this conversation about, is Quad overrated, in quotation marks? And I think he definitely silenced the doubters today.
And honestly, even just like hearing from Quad at the end, he was like, man, like Masu play well, Inspired play. Like everyone on FlyQuest had moments that brought them to this championship win. Like being able to be there and win in such a ridiculous fashion. So you could say as Quad, you could talk about Inspired Steel like throughout the series, like finding those insane moments. You can even talk about Masu, who had like that ridiculous Kaisa game in the beginning of the series. Like he found like consistent plays, and his Caitlyn game is great. But Quad deserves to hold up that Finals MVP.
I mean, you can see how close they are as a team, and happy anniversary for FlyQuest as well. This is 365 days, keeping the same 5 players together, something no other Tier 1 team has. They have the longest continuity streak of any team that will be headed to MSI, and if they're going to have some type of secret power that might allow them to compete with the LPL and the LCK teams, I'd say it would be that creativity and that continuity that they've created.
Yeah, I think creativity is a huge part of it. We heard Bwipo on stage, right? Where he's like, you should watch us because we're the hardest working team and we have some stuff cooked up that's going to be really fun and exciting to watch.
Can't wait to see that happen in Vancouver. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD champions of speed for all of Split 2. Oh, this is nice. This is the fastest of all of Split 2. Look at those fast first bloods. 2 of them under a minute with Sven and B-Boy, and Thanatos fastest 200 CS.
I just love seeing the fastest kills because that just is a context in and of itself for like how the level 1s have been going for Sven and B-Boy. I think I remember the B-Boy one.
Yeah, I was going to say the B-Boy one was pretty recent. So.
Yeah, I was there helping B-Boy to kill them.
Beautiful stuff, Loki. 8-minute 42nd for fastest legendary item. Remember, you can upgrade your storage and load games fast so you can play more and wait less with Samsung SSDs. You can scan the QR code on screen or head to Samsung.com to learn more. Also, with winners, there come losers, and we actually get to hear from Sven with Kangas after the loss.
Moments after a tough loss here, Sven, thank you so much for coming on and chatting with us. I just want to keep it simple and ask, what's going through your mind after such a close Game 5 and unfortunately not being able to close it out?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be lots of negative emotions like, you know, frustration and disappointment, the feeling of, you know, wanting more, thinking you could have won and we should have won. I think everyone's going to walk away from the series thinking that we should have won, you know, maybe Game 4 or even Game 5, like, or maybe the one play made on Caitlyn or maybe the base race, we could play better, a bit elder, like, so many things just keep going through your head. The early series games, you remember like, oh, I could play better in Game 2 as well. Like, I've been here before. You know, when you win 7 titles, you also lose some. So I can't say this is my first time I lost a final. Some worse than others, but I mean, it's important that you. I told this to the guys as well backstage that it's important that you channel these emotions that you have right now, negative or positive, and try to make sure you never feel like this again. You know, for Summer Split, and you know, look at some of them. They're first timing this one. Some of them, you know, and not everyone thinks they played well or played. You know, they could have done more. So some people are hard on themselves. Some people are better at handling it, so it's important that we're there for each other in moments like this.
Well, I'm sure they appreciate having a teammate like you who's gone through the ringer a couple of times before. Now, we all know how much C9 has worked for this split, so any final message you have for the fans that cheered you on all split?
Yeah, I mean, thank you to all those who stood by us this entire split. There was a lot of people that didn't believe in us, but there was also a lot of people that did believe in us the whole time. And to you guys, I say thank you. We gave it our all this split. I'm so proud of my teammates and my organization, all the people, whether they're a manager, chef, a housekeeper, facilities manager, like anything. Everyone gave it their all. So I'm really, proud of the org and stuff. And we'll back for summer. I think we got this.
All right, that's Ben. Thank you so much for coming on. Back to the lounge.
Love to hear from Sven. And just so you know, that was pre-recorded. That was very soon after the loss as well. So props to him for giving that interview. And I also love the fact that he is a 7-time either LEC, LCS, EU, LCS champion. So he's been on both sides of it. I love that message to the younger guys, Thanatos and Loki, about the pressure you're under in these situations and how you need to use it to channel towards the future, because that's what they're thinking about now. They're thinking about Split 3.
Yeah, you need members like that to be able to remind people who have, especially the ones taking it hardest on themselves. I'm imagining, of course, that's Thanatos and Loki, that channel all of that energy into Split 3, because he was right. Not a lot of people thought they would make it, especially after the 0-2 that happened to FlyQuest. A lot of people just like, oh, it's a one-team region, all these kind of things. And Cloud9 really brought it back in 2 series, almost game 5s. Could have done it.
We're going to pull up the bracket here. There was a first and second. It feels like a 1A and 1B with how good C9 fought against FlyQuest, losing in game 5 in both the upper bracket finals and again here today.
This also does mean that we have one more organization who has won.
We
from
do.
The upper side of the bracket. And it is FlyQuest taking out the only other organization to have come off the top side of the bracket in C9.
Yeah, I think of course what Sven says is really hard. I already passed for that through. When you lose, especially in finals, you have a lot of negative emotions, but the important thing is you keep going, and I think Sven did a good job talking about with other players.
Absolutely. Also, a big thank you to all of our partners helping us make the LTA possible so we can deliver amazing 5-game series like we just saw. And folks, that's it for us. To recap, FlyQuest won. They're going to be representing the LTA North at MSI in just 2 weeks. C9 is going to have to re-gear for Split 3, and there's a lot of people going after them. Shopify finished 3rd place. You guys are going to be hungry. Team Liquid's going to be hungry as well. But we know the conclusion of Split 2 is FlyQuest winning in Game 5 in amazing fashion. We're going to be rooting for them in Vancouver. We'll see you then, just 2 weeks away.
See you in Vancouver!
Woo!
Welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. Welcome to the Split 2 finals here today between FlyQuest and Cloud9. Fire jumps in, going after Vulcan here at the very start.
It looks really good. They're going to get cooked here. Kill 2. Going on Silas.
Killing Nico, Nico no flash.
Kaiser dead. Kaiser dead. In front.
Kaiser no flash. Slowly Estral.
Let's play. I can carry this again.
Kill Renekton. Nice.
Double kill back up at his man. No, as Masu is now stuck inside of the Zonias.
We can win together. Fight together.
Flaver's gonna be careful here. Masu is running and gunning them all down.
Holy Masu!
Lucian dead. Tunnel 1 HP, no flash.
I'm dead. I need no stun though.
I got it. Yo, we should fight here, no?
We'll 3 seconds. It's gonna be slow, guys. Okay, be slow.
There goes the last of the turrets. There goes the Nexus. Cloud9 wins game 2. We've got a series on our hands.
Nice. Yeah. Two more.
Loki's already got the kill on the quad as Blaber's gonna try to stay alive. FlyQuest need to fire back a little bit better. Vulcan goes in for a beautiful double knockoff with the dawning shadow from Sven providing the extra damage. C9 are slaughtering FlyQuest.
We should fight here, guys. I'm comboing. Yeah.
Two lights.
I put ward.
Two lights.
Kill Rakan.
Yeah.
1 HP. Nice. I'm chasing.
C9's in the base, 35-10. It was such a closer fight than we thought it was gonna be.
One more.
I'm rupturing this guy. Silencing him. We can just.
Rob is dead.
Aurora behind. Look, better. Baby.
I'm exhausting Aurora. Aurora can't play. Aurora up in the air. Aurora's getting. Okay.
They're trying to target the enemy mid laner instead, and Loki is already shut down. C9, massive 3-man shove to a quad. The Talia to shove them all straight into the grave. FlyQuest.
Holy beast.
Come in, fast.
Yeah, we end.
Nice. Well played.
Yeah?
I got cancel. Oh, yeah, look, Mouse, it's really good, it's really good.
Oh my god.
Kill here. No, you guys.
Oh, I'm good.
And we're into another fight. Sven takes Whippo down straight out of the replay, but now Blabber is also dead. Sven the next to die. FlyQuest hitting back hard.
Nice job, team.
They don't see him. They don't see that. Doesn't know what's happening.
They're gonna get in.
FlyQuest has made their way into the base.
Yeah. Just go. But can I actually?
Yes, just hit. I canceled all.
Yeah, we're gonna end. I'm hitting him.
Hit. Fast.
Oh.